How did I give birth to such a weak girl? It's just a small matter. Why run to jump into the river and risk your life? You might as well drown yourself. Annoying girl. Now you've ruined your reputation. It's just as well. Forget about the marriage with the Sun family. Don't bother the matchmaker anymore. You're a useless daughter. Inside the mud brick house, Motherly stormed in, threw a coarse cloth bundle onto the wooden table, and scolded the girl lying on the bed with vacant eyes. The girl, Jin Xiao, sighed and felt uneasy inside.
Sigh.
She had time-traveled, just like the original owner, whose surname was Li and also named Jin Xiao. She was betrothed to the Sun family, who ran a grain shop in town. 30 years ago, old Master Li fled from the north with his family to escape famine and met the impoverished Sun family. Kind-hearted, old Master Li shared some of their limited grain with the Sun family, helping them survive. Later, with government aid, the Li family settled in Shangyuan village. The Sun family, after a few peaceful years, became quite successful. Now they owned a prosperous grain shop in town. Sun Old Master never forgot Li Old Master's kindness and arranged a marriage between their families. Over the years, both Old Master Li and Sun Old Master passed away. Jin Xiao was about 15, but the Sun family hadn't sent anyone to marry her. Her father considered going to the town to inquire. Just then, the Sun family sent a matchmaker, saying they wanted to marry a girl from the Li family. But they refused to marry Jin Xiao from the main household and instead wanted to marry the second household's daughter, Li Jinju. Wu Guifang lost her temper on the spot, swung a broom to chase the matchmaker out, and even fought with the second household's wife. The two sisters-in-law pulled each other's hair. The mother-in-law scolded loudly. Villagers gathered outside to watch. Outside, the grand official of the Six Kingdoms was present. When the matchmaker returned, Jin Xiao, who was in the room avoiding trouble, felt like a bucket of cold water poured over her. Her hopes dashed, replaced by shame and anger. Being rejected by the Sun family was one thing, but it was especially painful because it was her own cousin. How could she face others now? Furious, Jin Xiao ran and jumped into the river, hitting her head on a stone and bleeding. When she arrived, she was still splashing and crying for help. The river water kept flowing into her nose, causing her to suffocate in pain. Just as she was about to lose consciousness, she suddenly felt her shoulder being tightly grasped. She was rescued, but was dressed in disheveled clothes, clinging to a man from the Xie family like an octopus. Several women working in the village saw this. They couldn't deny it. Xie Jin Nan from the Xie family was a scholar, known for his sense of propriety and shame. For his reputation, he had to take responsibility for Jin Xiao. Jin Xiao got up, resigned, and changed into her wedding dress, one piece at a time. I am willing to go to the Xie family, as my daughter is unfilial and I cannot care for her in the future. She dressed in her wedding clothes, glanced at her back, clearly still angry with Mother Li, sighed softly, and carried her bundle out of the room. Girl, she suddenly turned around. The figure was gone at the door. Wu Hohot sat blankly on the Kong bed, covering her face with her hands, her shoulders trembling. Have you thought it through? Li Dao sat silently under the eaves, footsteps approaching behind him, then stopping beside him. He kept his head down and spoke with difficulty. The mother and daughter inside the room had heard everything. Thinking about last year's locust plague, the fields were completely ruined. Thinking that after marrying into the Sun family, the main household would become stronger. And then thinking about her daughter marrying into the Xie family, which was not a good situation. Yes, I have thought it through, Jin Xiao whispered softly, looking at her cheap father. Her already exhausted back seemed to bend even more, as if she had aged several years all at once. That's good. After you marry, serve your husband well. I heard that Xie Jin Nan is a learned man. Maybe he will have a bright future. Lu Posey came over, her wrinkled old face smiling like a chrysanthemum, looking at the bundle in Jin Xiao's arms, and nodded with satisfaction. Li Dao looked ahead and muttered, Xie family elders, one paralyzed, one lame. How can the girl have a good life married there? Lu Posey straightened her face. You don't understand. Because of the way her in-laws are, she probably won't be treated harshly, which might actually be a good thing. The Sun family isn't as wealthy as those big noble households, but they have a good foundation and many rules. The head couple of the Sun family are quite formidable. Jin Xiao is gentle and soft. She won't get a good life marrying into that. Better to be free with the Xie family. Ah. Do you want this blessing or not? Jin Xiao pursed her lips. Lu Pozi had 2 sons. The eldest was Li Dao, the second Li Zhenxing. Li Zhenxing was clever and liked by others. When young, he learned carpentry from an old carpenter and was quite skilled. Now he runs a furniture shop with a partner in town. Li Dao was honest and only farmed, but during a bad harvest, he might not even have enough to eat. Such a burden. The Sun family naturally didn't want to marry Jin Xiao to him. But Lord Li's kindness to the Sun family was well known, and to avoid the shame of ingratitude, the Li family's daughter had to marry into the Sun family. However, the Li family had more than one daughter. Marrying Li Jinju wouldn't ruin the marriage agreement. Although the late old master son preferred Jin Xiao more, and Lu Pozi, who already favored her youngest son, was even more biased after this matter. Hey, the matchmaker is right. Young Master Xie is talented and well-educated. Your daughter won't suffer if she marries him. It's getting late. We should leave now. The red and green dressed matchmaker, swinging her handkerchief happily, walked into the courtyard. Li Jinxiu hesitated for a moment, thinking of her past self, and then knelt down, bowing 3 times to Old Li and Wu Guifeng inside the house. Old Li stood up, walked over, and picked up her bundle, handing it to her. Don't worry about your mother, and don't blame her. She's always sharp-tongued. In a few days, after you return home, she'll probably be less angry. And your younger brother, who's always close to you, isn't here now, which might be for the best. If things don't work out at the Xie family, what then? Jin Xiao perked up her ears. Just like your grandmother said, serve your in-laws well, and your husband will appreciate you. He won't mistreat you, and life won't be too hard. Sure enough. Divorce and returning to her family was out of the question. Don't think too much about it. The world is like this. Jin Xiao mocked herself, but her face showed no sign of it. She quickly hugged her only belongings, then stepped away with the matchmaker. Granny Lu let out a sigh of relief and turned to glance at Zhong Shilio standing at the second house's door. Look at her pride. Like a victorious rooster. She's gained benefits but still isn't satisfied. Soon, the 2 households will start fighting again. She's worried about losing face. If this gets out, she might as well forget her reputation. Zhong Shilio sneered and turned back into the house. Only then did Granny Lu look at her eldest son. Don't think I'm biased. When your father and old son agreed on your marriage, they only said to marry a girl from the Li family, not necessarily Jin Xiao. The Sun family didn't break their promise, right? Isn't that right? Besides, that girl's reputation isn't clear anymore. The main house and the Sun family can't be connected anymore. Be more open-minded. Our family is still one. The second house is doing well, and the main house benefits too. Feeling frustrated inside, Old Li said gruffly, Mother, since you've said so, what can I say as a son? But I have met old son's wife when she was alive, and I was quite pleased with her. He never disobeyed his eldest son, and dared to speak back. Granny Lu was displeased. Seeing her stubborn husband return to his room, she sharply said, Old son's wife is gone. You a block of wood. Now the head of the family is Madam Sunday. Don't forget, you're just a commoner. Do you think she'd look at you, or at your daughter Jin Xiao? I'm speaking kindly to you, but you still give me attitude. Unfilial son, if you had even half your brother's ability, the Sun family wouldn't look down on you. In the end, it's because you're incapable. That useless girl won't bring any good to your father. The whole family is just eating and drinking. It was clear Granny Lu favored her. Li Dai still felt cold inside. In the past, Wu Guohua would have argued fiercely with her mother-in-law. Snap. She closed the wooden door expressionlessly. Her twisted face was shut out, but she couldn't block the sharp scolding. Wu Guohua and Li Dai exchanged a glance. They silently made a decision. Sister, Where are you going? Just as they approached the village entrance, a shout came from nearby. Jin Xiu paused her steps, looked up, and saw a sturdy young boy dropping his burden and rushing over anxiously. Sister, don't go. Aunt Luo chuckled and teased Li Tianhe. Your sister is getting married. If she doesn't leave, will you support her? I will support her, I will support her. Li Tianhe kept nodding. Mother said the Xie family isn't good. Sister, you can't go. The two siblings had a good bond. The matchmaker didn't want to hurt him. Nowadays, many adults struggled to support themselves. A 10-year-old boy like him had even less chance. Li Tianhe's eyes turned red with worry, maybe because of lingering feelings from the original owner. Jin Xiu felt her heart warm and couldn't help but tear up. Tianhe, you're the only man in the family. You must take care of Dad and Mom, understand? I understand. Will you come back? He looked sad. I will. With that, he made up his mind, took a big step forward, and the matchmaker hurried to catch up. Watching his thin, weak figure walk away, Li Tianhe wiped his eyes forcefully with his sleeve and lifted his burden. 2 large wooden buckets of water, light and easy, he strode swiftly home. The Xie family are honest people. They won't treat you badly. They live in a big blue brick house, better than your home in the countryside. The head of the Xie family is Grandma Xie, called Granny Tian. You treat her like your own grandmother. Although she's sharp-tongued, she's reasonable and much better than your own grandmother. The matchmaker kept walking ahead, chattering on. When they crossed a stone bridge over the river, she looked back and saw the girl was gone. She thought maybe she ran away. Oh dear, my dear girl. You can't touch that. That's a wild yam. Poisonous. Jin Xiu was at the bridge, bending down to pull a plant from the cracks in the riverbank. The plant was about knee-high, with 3 or 4 green leaves on thick stems. Throw it away. Throw it away. Be careful not to touch the roots. They're very itchy. The matchmaker reached out. Jin Xiu quickly hid the wild yam behind her back and gave a shy smile. The stem looks crunchy and sweet. I thought I could eat it. Since it's poisonous, I shouldn't just throw it on the road. I'll toss it into the river. Last spring and summer, heavy rains caused floods in many areas, leading to poor harvests and locust plagues. People were starving. They ate tree bark and roots. Jin Xiu's actions were not surprising. You can't eat it, just throw it away quickly. Things looked bad that day. At some point, a huge black cloud appeared in the blue sky. The mountain path was already difficult to walk, and if it rained, it might delay things even more. The river was flowing very fast. Jin Xiu was walking on the bridge, looking at the back of Madame Lu's head ahead. Her right hand behind her clenched tighter, and a plant suddenly disappeared from her palm. Madame Lu turned back to urge her, and Jin Xiu casually caught up. Dali Village and Shangyuan Village were separated by 2 mountain ridges. Jin Xiu and Madame Lu walked and rested, taking about 2 hours to reach Dali Village. It was past noon. Jin Xiu followed the midwife towards the end of the village. Along the way, villagers saw the 2 of them. The women recognized Madame Lu from the town. But the girl looked unfamiliar, probably a new bride from some family who ran away. This is it, see? I wasn't lying to you, Madame Lu said as she led Jin Xiu to a large blue brick tile house at the village's edge. The house was built with blue bricks and paved with red bricks. Compared to most of the village, which had earthen and tiled houses, this was quite well off. This would be her future home. Jin Xiu felt a bit confused. In recent years, natural disasters had been frequent. Neighboring countries watched closely, society was turbulent, and many refugees were around. As a weak woman without guidance and new here, surviving alone in this chaotic world seemed impossible. She decided to take it step by step. Be clever later, speak sweetly, Madame Lu advised, reminding her as they entered through the open courtyard door, possibly because someone was at home. On the left side of the courtyard, in a corner, a little girl about 5 or 6 years old was squatting by the chicken coop. She reached inside and took out a small chicken egg. Xiaoyu, where's Grandma? Grandma's inside. Xiaoyu held the warm egg, looked at Jin Xiu, who was smiling at her, blinking her bright eyes happily. Grandma, Madame Lu brought my sister-in-law. She then dashed back into the house like a small cannonball. Jin Xiu touched her nose. Soon, an elderly woman came out of the house. Madame Lu happily went to greet her. The old woman affectionately held her hand. "Old sister, you've worked hard," she said. "We're family, no need to be so polite," Madame Lu chided gently. The two women were childhood friends from the same village. After a few pleasantries, Madame Lu got to the main point. "Sister, I finally did my duty and brought her to you. Jin Xiu, call her grandma." She had just glanced casually and saw Granny Tian circling Jin Xiu with her hands behind her back twice. The old lady was small, with neatly combed white hair, looking lively and healthy. Jin Xiu was not embarrassed and politely said, "Grandmother, hello, I am Jin Xiu." Oh, Granny Tian was suddenly happy. She could tell Jin Xiu was clever, just a little too thin. But that was okay, she would get better with some care. Their family was not as well off as before, but they could still afford to raise a girl. "You've walked such a long way, you must be tired. Come inside quickly. Tea, food, and dishes are ready." After saying this, she looked at Madame Lu and said, "This time, I must thank you. You've been very helpful, and I will treat you well. Little sister, I was just thinking about how you agreed to arrange a marriage for Wu Yuan's youngest son. It's getting late, I need to go now. Next time, I'll come back to chat more." Granny Tian didn't insist and kindly saw Jin Xiu to the yard. Then she asked her little granddaughter to go to the back garden and tell old Xia, who was chopping bamboo strips. "Okay, Grandma." Xiaoyu responded happily and ran to the back garden. The Xia family house was a typical farm layout, with 5 rooms facing north and south. To the west was a 3-room wing, and on the east side were a storage room and a kitchen. Next to the kitchen wall, neatly stacked firewood was arranged. Jin Xiu followed Granny Tian into the main hall. Besides the two of them, only Xiaoyu was heading to the back garden. The rest of the Xie family was not visible. Jin Xiu quietly relaxed. Honestly, she wasn't mentally prepared yet. In her past life, she had been single since birth, and now she suddenly had a husband. Thinking of Xie Jin Nan, Jin Xiu felt a bit awkward. Jin Nan and his father went to town to see about his leg. Granny Tian's serious voice came from beside her. "Jin Xiu, as for our family, the matchmaker should have told you. Your father-in-law hurt his leg, but he can still do most chores, and it doesn't cause much trouble. As for your mother-in-law, your father-in-law and 2 sons will take care of her. You don't need to serve her. Just focus on living well with Jin Nan. If anything happens, Granny will support you." Jin Xiu felt a little more relaxed and smiled faintly. "Thank you, Grandma." She didn't mind the situation with the Xie family's parents-in-law, but Granny Tian's attitude made her feel at ease. Maybe it was because it was her first visit, or perhaps the Xie family wasn't as difficult as others had said. Jin Xiu held the bowl Granny Tian had given her, staring at the egg on top, smelling the sweet aroma of the plain steamed bun at the bottom. Her stomach was growling, and her mouth kept watering. The food here in the farm was quite good. During her 3 days in the Li family, she had a head injury and was still sick. She ate wild vegetable porridge and coarse bread twice a day. Without much energy, having traveled so far, she was now excited just to see food. Eating 3 plain steamed buns and an egg made her feel alive again. After finishing, Granny Tian told Jin Xiu to rest in Xie Jin Nan's room. Since they were a married couple, she naturally slept there. Sitting on the bed, she opened her bag, which contained 2 sets of clean clothes. Jin Xiu was surprised to find a silver ingot inside. She remembered that the Xie family had given 2 taels of silver as a betrothal gift, which was kept in Nai's pocket to avoid gossip and to keep the main household peaceful. Aunt Lu had grudgingly given 1 tael to Wu Ho-hot, who had caused trouble, as a token of kindness. Unexpectedly, Wu Ho-hot had then given that 1 tael to Jin Xiu. Her kind father was right. Her mother was tough on the outside but soft-hearted inside. Thinking about how she might cause trouble with Nai, Jin Xiu paused and closed her eyes, silently reciting something. When she opened her eyes, the silver ingot was still in her palm, heavy and real. Could all of this be just a dream? She put the silver away and went to the window. She lifted the curtain, letting sunlight pour in and shine on her desk. There was a small brush in the brush holder and a simple wooden bookshelf nearby. She picked a book from the shelf and flipped through it casually, softly saying, "The Three-Character Classic." It was an ancient primer for young students. Jin Xiu only knew the first few lines by heart. At the courtyard gate, Xia Xiaoyu squatted, resting her chin on her hands, watching the road. After a while, she saw two tall figures approaching, one of whom was a middle-aged man walking with a limp. "Father, elder brother, you're back." Xiu suddenly jumped up and happily ran over, hugging the young man's leg. Xia Jinnan rubbed her small head and took a string of candied hawthorns from a bamboo basket behind him. Xia Chongsheng raised an eyebrow. "Like a monkey jumping around, not afraid of falling. Do you miss your big brother, or are you just craving the candied hawthorns?" "Not at all," she said, but her small hands betrayed her honesty. She took a bite of the candied hawthorn, the sweet syrup melting in her mouth. Xiaoyu happily smacked her lips and giggled, saying, "Big brother, sister-in-law is here. Grandma told me to see you and tell you to go back quickly. She's here?" Xia Jinnan's eyes slightly opened. "Father, take your time walking." "Jinnan, you and Xiaoyu should go back now," Xia Chongsheng hurriedly said. Granny Tian was sitting in the main hall mending shoes when she heard her granddaughter's voice and knew Xia Jinnan and Xia Chongsheng had returned. She put down her basket and walked out to the courtyard, saying to Xia Jinnan, "Was this trip smooth?" Jinnan nodded slightly. "Father's leg is still the same, but it's not a problem. Mother's medicine has been bought. The doctor said to take it slow and rest. That's all we can do," Granny Tian sighed. Her daughter-in-law, Li Xiuhong, had fallen ill last year. At first, she only felt her legs and feet were unsteady. She thought she was just tired, so her left leg felt weak. Later, her left side became paralyzed, and her speech was affected. Now, she was completely bedridden, unable to take care of herself for eating, drinking, or going to the bathroom. She is not even 40 years old. Who wouldn't feel a little sorry for her? "Grandma, sister-in-law," Xia Xiuyu reminded her while biting a candied hawthorn. Granny Tian snapped back to her senses and quickly said, "At noon, Lady Lu brought Jin Xiu here. I saw that girl liked her right away. Jin Xiu is a good girl. In the future, you should treat her well." Xia Jinnan gently nodded and walked into his room. As he entered, he saw Jin Xiu standing at her desk, reading the Three-Character Classic. "Can you read?" He heard her recite the title. Jin Xiu was startled and turned to look at the tall man who had appeared in the room without her noticing. He was handsome, with sharp eyebrows and a strong face. He stepped closer, glanced at the book in her hand, then looked at her. Xia Jinnan, he was the one who had saved her from the river. Jin Xiu pretended to be shy and lowered her head. "Guess so. I only know the character 3. Then there was a moment of silence. Jin Xiu felt a little embarrassed and wanted to say something to break the awkwardness. Xia Jinnan spoke first. "I'm sorry." "What?" Jin Xiu blinked. It seemed he was choosing his words carefully. His voice was soft but charming. "You were engaged before. If I hadn't ruined your reputation, you wouldn't have been forced to marry me. If you didn't want to, I wouldn't force you. I wouldn't want if I didn't come with the matchmaker." Jin Xiu waved her hand. "If it weren't for you, I might have already become a ghost underwater. I should thank you. For women in ancient times, reputation was very important. But to her, reputation and life were nothing compared to a life-saving grace. Having died once, she knew how precious life was." Seeing her calm expression and sincere words, Xia Jinnan nodded. "All right. I understand." Jin Xiu looked up and smiled brightly at him. "Yes. Please take care of me from now on." Xia Jinnan was stunned. The girl was small and thin, only reaching his chest. But her big, bright eyes looked at him, making his ears feel warm. She was very special. Realizing this, Xia Jinnan's ears turned even redder. He cleared his throat. "Do you want to learn to read? When you have free time, I can teach you." Jin Xiu already knew how to read. She also found that the characters in Beiyan were very similar to the simplified Chinese characters from her past life. That was great. She thought so, but she couldn't show it. It might ruin her image. I've heard someone say, "A woman without talent is virtuous." Don't you think so? At first, he risked his life to save her, willing to take responsibility without forcing her. After she showed her attitude, he promised to treat her well. He also looked good and was her type. Maybe she could try being with him. Once she let go of her worries, her uneasy feelings disappeared. Jin Xiu went with Xie Jin Nan to Li Xiuhong's house, where Xie Chongsheng was also present. Xie Jin Nan said, "Father, mother." Jin Xiu looked obedient and also called out, "Father, mother." It was clearly Xiuhong was very happy but speechless. After talking with the couple for a few words, Xie Chongsheng looked at Xie Jin Nan and said, "Jin Nan, stay here. Your mother and I have a few things to say." Xie Jin Nan nodded and softly told Jin Xiu nearby, "You worked hard today on the road. Go back to your room and rest. I'll come to call you for dinner later." His words were caring. Xie Chongsheng leaned close to his wife's ear and said, "Xiuhong, look, marrying a wife makes a difference. Now you can rest assured. Stop saying those discouraging words. Take good care of your health and live well. My mother told me to tell you she's old now, and in the future, she'll be relying on you to take care of the children." His voice was gentle. Both of them heard it. "Yes, mother. You'll get better, and in the future, you'll take care of my children and my husband," Jin Xiu said boldly. Okay. Li Xiuhong's eyes welled with tears. It seemed she had once given up hope, which was understandable, paralyzed by a stroke, lying in bed day after day, year after year, seeing no hope, suffering physically and mentally, and burdening her family. Jin Xiu felt it wasn't much, just wanted to give Li Xiuhong hope. The man beside her looked calm, but his pointed ears turned bright red. Jin Xiu secretly covered her mouth, happy inside. This man was quite innocent. When dinner was served, except for Li Xiuhong, who couldn't move, everyone in the Xie family was there. Grandpa Xie, Granny Tian, Xie Chongsheng, and the three siblings. Xie Chongsheng and Li Xiuhong had 2 sons and a daughter. Their eldest son, originally named Xie Yong, was talented in studies. At 11, he passed the child's exam, and his teacher named him Xie Jin Nan, meaning a bright future. The second son, Xie Yong, was 15 years old. Jin Xiu was out chopping wood in the mountains at that time. Their youngest daughter, Xie Xiaoyu, was lively and cute. The dinner was simple, plain rice, a wild vegetable pancake each, and a plate of pickled snow vegetables. Aside from the Li family, Jin Xiu had never eaten such poor food in her previous orphanage life. But she was truly hungry. Her lunch had long been digested. She still ate happily. After washing up and returning to her room, it started to rain outside. Dark clouds covered the sky, and it was getting dark quickly. The house was lit by an oil lamp. Xie Jin Nan was working at the town bookstore, copying books. He sat at his desk, writing, with warm orange candlelight illuminating his handsome face, softening his features. She gently closed the door, and Xie Jin Nan put down his brush and walked toward her. He took out a cloth bag from his pocket and opened it, revealing a silver bracelet. "This silver bracelet is a small gift from my mother. She asked me to give it to you." The bracelet was simple in style, with a gentle shine. Jin Xiu picked up the bracelet and tried it on, slipping it onto her thin wrist, feeling a warm feeling inside her heart. "I guess Dad also told you something," she said. "He said you must treat me well, my wife." She sat on the edge of the bed, supporting herself with her hands, tilting her small head up. The man was tall, with shadows cast over her. She smiled brightly, almost dazzling Xie Jin Nan. She was not shy or reserved like other women. Instead, she was bold and straightforward. Xie Jin Nan felt something hit his heart. Jin Xiu saw him staring blankly at her, looked down, and touched her face. Xie Jin Nan couldn't help but laugh softly. "Even if Dad didn't say it, I will treat you well. It's getting late. You should rest early. Sleep together?" she asked. The moment she said it, Jin Xiu almost bit her tongue. Of course, a married couple would sleep together. Her question made things a bit awkward. She clenched her right fist and coughed lightly, looking a little unnatural. "If you mind." "I don't mind," Jin Xiu quickly replied. Then she moved swiftly, lying at the innermost side of the bed, pulling the quilt over her, leaving only her small head visible. She looked calm on the surface, but her toes curled nervously under the blanket. Even with her thick skin, she felt a bit shy. After all, they had only met twice, though she liked him quite a bit. As her thoughts wandered, sleepiness took over. She wasn't worried about what Xie Jinan might do to her. She was small and not very interesting to him. Her head, bumped earlier, throbbed faintly, and she was truly tired. Relaxing, her eyelids closed involuntarily, and her breathing became slow and steady. Xie Jinan stood by the bed, watching her for a while. He silently tidied up his desk, blew out the oil lamp, and carefully walked to the bed in the dark. He lay down gently on the girl's right side, his body tense. The next morning, perhaps it rained last night, and Dolly Village was shrouded in fog. The distant mountain peaks were wrapped in clouds. Jin Xiu stood outside the yard, gazing at the mountain peaks, then looked again at the large brick and tile house in the yard. Old head Xie and Granny Tian had 3 sons. The eldest, Xie Chongsheng, injured his leg in a fall 3 years ago. To avoid conflicts, the Xie family decided to split up. Old Mr. Xie used to do business outside when he was young. After saving some money, he decided to divide the family. He built a small blue brick house for each of his 3 sons, while he and his eldest son continued to live together. But even with a good amount of savings after building houses and dividing the family, the money was almost gone. Xie Jinan was studying, Xie Eryong was planning to find a wife in a couple of years, and his daughter was still very young. Xie Chongsheng's leg was still injured, and Li Xiuhong had been paralyzed last year. Things were getting worse. The Xie family looked grand but were actually fragile inside. Yesterday, she thought that if the Xie family was not good, she would leave no matter what. But this place was not dangerous. In fact, everyone in the Xie family was kind to her. Jin Xiu's past life was as an orphan. She relied on kind people and social support to study hard. She was about to graduate from university and was full of hope to achieve her dreams, but she was killed when a person jumped from a building and fell on her. She shed a tear of sorrow. Luckily, fate still favored her. She was given a second chance to live in this era. "Eryong, are you going up the mountain today?" Her eyes sparkled. Xie Eryong scratched his head. "Is my sister-in-law also going?" Jin Xiu hurriedly nodded. The original owner also often went up the mountain, but she wanted to experience it herself, to see if she could find some wild vegetables or mushrooms. Xie Xiuyu held her hand and pouted. "Sister-in-law, I want to go too." It was early March, still chilly in spring. Jin Xiu put an extra coat on Xie Xiuyu, carried a bamboo basket, and happily led her up the mountain. They left the house and walked behind it, reaching a small hill covered with bamboo. There were several paths into the mountain. The Xie family's house was at the village's end, and this was the fastest way to the back mountain. The bamboo forest was lush and green. Dewdrops dripped from the bright green bamboo leaves onto the blue stones, making a pleasant sound. There's a poem that describes this scene. Lotus breeze brings fragrant air, bamboo, dewdrops sound clear. The 3 of them walked through the bamboo, digging up spring bamboo shoots and heading toward the back mountain. Xie Eryong said, "Sister-in-law, I'll carry the basket." "No problem. These shoots aren't heavy," Jin Xiu said, weighing the basket. Most of what they dug were small shoots, weighing only about 10 jin. Life was hard now. Every household wanted to gather more food. The time was still early, and villagers would soon come looking for bamboo shoots. If they went down the mountain to dig again, they might run out of bamboo shells. She didn't want to carry too much up the mountain. "Then if you're tired, just tell me." "I'm a man. I have strong strength," Xie Eryong said with a smile. Jin Xiu nodded happily. The deeper they went into the mountain, the taller the trees grew. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, shining on the forest. Mist evaporated, and the shadows of the trees flickered. "Sister-in-law, we shouldn't go further inside. There are wild boars in the deep mountains, and it's unsafe," Eryong warned. Okay, you busy yourself. Xiaoyu and I will wander around, Jin Xiao replied. Xia Eryong told Xia Xiaoyu to stay close to her sister-in-law and not run around. Then, he carried a sickle and walked ahead. Jin Xiao looked around, trying to find mushrooms. From the memories of the original owner, she knew that after rain, mushrooms would grow on the mountain such as morel mushrooms, pine mushrooms, black chicken mushrooms, princess pine mushrooms, and boletus. Sister-in-law, look. Jin Xiao straightened up and focused on the direction Xia Xiaoyu was pointing. There was a tall lacquer tree. People here often use the sap from lacquer trees to paint furniture. The lacquer tree is common on the mountain, but what caught Jin Xiao's attention was a giant turtleback bamboo climbing on the lacquer tree. As the name suggests, turtleback bamboo has bamboo-like stems and large, bright green leaves with patterns like a turtle shell. In her previous life, it was often used to decorate homes and living rooms. Turtleback bamboo grows very tall, up to 6 or 7 meters. Quite impressive. The one in front of them was about 3 or 4 meters high, and even bore fruit. Jin Xiao stroked her chin thoughtfully. She remembered that the fruit of turtleback bamboo was edible.
Ding.
System maintenance complete. Crash fix applied. Host linked.
Ding.
Turtleback bamboo fruit detected. 2 points per gene. Mechanical voices kept ringing in her mind. Looking at the virtual panel that appeared before her, Jin Xiao shivered. This must be the system. It's definitely the system. She fell into deep thought. She remembered waking up in the Li family's house when a mechanical voice suddenly appeared in her mind. Ding. Bamboo vine detected. 1 point per gene. Later, she indeed found bamboo vines growing in the corners of the house. The second time was on her way to the Xia family. Ding. Storage space activated. She tried to pick a wild taro to test. The taro disappeared into thin air, but when she focused and called for the system, there was no response. According to the novel, at this point, a virtual panel should appear. But Jin Xiao was disappointed. Nothing showed up. This made her wonder if she had bumped her head and was hallucinating due to some mental illness. But now, the virtual panel before her was real. It was not a hallucination. Haha, haha. She suddenly burst into loud laughter, her shoulders twitching uncontrollably like she had a seizure. Xia Xiaoyu shrank back in fright at Jin Xiao's reaction. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law. It's okay, it's okay. I'm just too happy, Jin Xiao said, pinching her little face. This is turtleback bamboo. Its fruit is edible. Let's pick some and try. No, it's poisonous. We can't eat it. Xia Xiaoyu looked at the fruit above and shook her head like a rattle. In the past, villagers also picked these fruits to eat, but they got poisoned and kept drooling. It's so scary. They get poisoned because they don't know the right way to eat it. You need to fully ripen it before eating, and the core inside shouldn't be eaten because it contains a substance that can damage the mouth's mucous membrane. Some irritating substances can enter the body through the wound, causing a sore throat, and in severe cases, difficulty breathing. Xia Xiaoyu couldn't understand it all, but it didn't stop her from thinking Jin Xiao was impressive. Older sister-in-law, you know so much, Jin Xiao smiled. She was just reciting what she knew. Right now, her mind displayed a picture of a turtleback bamboo on the panel, with a small split interface on the left, similar to an encyclopedia. One of the entries explained how to eat the turtleback bamboo berries. Honestly, this system is very thoughtful. Usually, a turtleback bamboo only bears 2 to 4 fruits, and it takes until the second year after flowering to produce fruit, so the yield is very low. Luckily, the fruits grow in the middle of the tree, just a little below, otherwise, Jin Xiao, who is 1.56 meters tall, wouldn't be able to reach them. Jin Xiao jumped happily and plucked one of the berries. Each one weighs over a gene about half a kilogram. Wow, that's so big, Xia Xiaoyu's eyes widened. It looks a lot like corn but is bigger and has a different color. Xia Xiaoyu picked up the largest one, which was almost as long as her hand. A strong, sweet, fragrant smell wafted into her nose, making her swallow her saliva. Even if it was poisonous, she still wanted to try it. But her older sister-in-law said it wasn't fully ripe and needed a few days to be ready. Jin Xiu jumped up and plucked the last one. Ding. Turtleback bamboo berries, for Jin, can be exchanged for 8 points. Would you like to exchange? She looked at Xiu, who had already gone off to play. After thinking for a moment, Jin Xiu used her mind to say, exchange for 1 Jin of berries. A magical scene happened. The fruit in her hand disappeared, and the panel changed to the main page, which recorded the system code and the points balance. After exiting the main page, many items appeared in a list. It seemed to be a points exchange mall. Daily necessities, vegetables, meat, eggs, flour, oil, rice, household items, snacks, medicines. Everything was there. The points balance showed 2 points. Jin Xiu glanced at it. 1 point could exchange for 1 Jin of rice or 15 eggs. She was very happy. In this material-scarce era, rice and eggs were precious. To be able to exchange so much with just 1 fruit, this system was truly amazing. She tidied up the bamboo basket with spring bamboo shoots and put the remaining 3 berries inside. Older sister-in-law, there are mushrooms. On the other side, Xiu held a long branch, and when she saw a pile of fallen leaves and tangled weeds, she brushed them aside. Jin Xiu saw her lift the leaves under a lacquer tree and revealed deep brown, honeycomb-like fungi. Ding! A wild, high-quality morel mushroom was found, worth 50 points per Jin.
Wow.
Jin Xiu carried a bamboo basket, ran over quickly, squatted down carefully, and picked a morel mushroom. She turned around and gently pulled Xiaoyu, who was nearby, into her arms and kissed her repeatedly. Xiaoyu, my little lucky treasure. Hee. Xiaoyu felt shy after being kissed but was very happy inside. Her sister-in-law called her a little lucky treasure. She also liked her sister-in-law very much. Sister-in-law, I'll help you. She was not only a little lucky treasure, but also willing to help with chores. Okay. Jin Xiu nodded encouragingly. High-quality morel mushrooms are very good. They are full of vitamins, proteins, and minerals. In her previous life, good ones could sell for over 1,000 yuan per Jin. She picked the last mushroom. Under a pine tree, she found several pine mushrooms in a row. The two squatted down and worked hard, collecting everything into their bags. Jin Xiu stood up happily and clapped her hands. Sister-in-law, let's go over there. Follow me. Xiaoyu, acting like a little lady, pulled her along in one direction. They walked until they reached a mountain stream and stopped. The flowing water shimmered like a silver ribbon, sunlight reflected on the surface, sparkling. The banks were full of wildflowers, white, yellow, and red. Very beautiful. Xiaoyu was so excited to see the water that she squatted by the stream and played. Be careful of the cold water, don't play too long. The water was still quite cold at this time of year, and getting sick would be bad. The stream wasn't deep, and the current wasn't strong. Jin Xiu watched for a while and made sure it was safe. She found a flat, large stone and sat down cross-legged to carefully sort her harvest. 1 Jin of high-quality morel mushrooms could be exchanged for half a Jin, earning 25 points. 3 Jin of pine mushrooms could be exchanged for 1 Jin, earning 8 points. Xiaoyu had a rough idea of today's harvest, but only exchanged a small part. Jin Xiu wasn't worried about revealing her secret in front of the children. In total, they earned 35 points. She had calculated that, based on the value of points, 1 point was about 10 yuan RMB. That's 350 yuan, enough to buy many eggs. While feeling happy, she noticed a bunch of fresh flowers in front of her. Sister-in-law, do you like it? Yes, it's beautiful, Jin Xiu said as she plucked a small yellow flower and tucked it into Xiaoyu's hair, making her look even cuter. She hugged her and kissed her happily. Wow, whose baby is this? So adorable, Xiaoyu giggled and also took out a small red flower to put in Jin Xiu's hair. Sister-in-law, you look good too. No, the best of all, she said the word, best 3 times in a row. Jin Xiu was happy. She thought Xiaoyu was a lovely little angel. This body, in hard times, couldn't get enough to eat. She had to do all kinds of chores at the Li family. Her skin was rough, and her body was thin and shriveled. Looks are really not important. When she earns some money, she will take better care of herself. After about an hour, they reached the mountain. They guessed that second brother Xia was almost there. As they headed back toward the place with the turtle-backed bamboo, they saw second brother Xia. Second, Jin Xiu called out but stopped halfway. Second brother Xia was facing away from them, and only then did Jin Xiu see a girl about 14 or 15 years old standing in front of him. The girl wore a patched gray dress, had a pretty face, and was thin like most girls during hard times. She was moving her small mouth as if talking to second brother Xia. Xiaoyu placed her small hand on her forehead, looking out, and said, "It's second brother and Qing Lian's sister." Jin Xiu's curiosity sparked. "Who is Qing Lian's sister?" Xiaoyu tilted her head, trying to explain. Jin Xiu quietly pulled her closer, hiding their figures behind two large lacquer trees. "Second brother, maybe we shouldn't come here so often. I'm worried De Wei might misunderstand," He Qing Lian said expressionlessly. Second brother Xia stiffened completely. "You said your family arranged a marriage for you. De Wei is your fiancé. He's the son of the village chief. Did you agree? What's the use if I don't?" "Big decisions like marriage are always up to parents," second brother Xia hurriedly said. "If you don't want to, then—" Second brother, He Qing Lian raised her voice to stop him. Then she sighed. "Actually, I do want to." Second brother Xia was stunned. After a long moment, he managed a faint smile. "Qing Lian, you said before that even if you marry, it has to be me." He Qing Lian looked at him calmly and said, "That's just talk. It doesn't count. The important thing is, if I married away, I won't be hungry anymore and my sister's illness can be treated with money. Your family situation. I see no hope in you." The dappled tree shadows fell on the girl's face, making her expression hard to see clearly. "Let's just forget it. It's better if we don't see each other anymore. It's good for both of us." Watching He Qing Lian walk away, without hesitation, second brother Xia felt heartbroken. He turned around in a daze and bumped into the two people hiding behind the lacquer tree. Caught eavesdropping in this scene, Jin Xiu forced a smile. "If I say we didn't hear anything, do you believe me?" Second brother Xia just lowered his head, silent, carrying a firewood knife, and went to chop wood under a small pine tree. Xiaoyu scratched her head. "Second brother looks really sad." Jin Xiu agreed. "Yes, very sad. Being rejected by the girl he liked. How could he not be sad?" Jin Xiu didn't know much about He Qinglian. People always aim higher. He Qinglian wanted a better life, and as long as she didn't steal, rob, or break the law, who could say she was wrong? The Xia family situation was indeed enough to discourage many girls. Speaking for herself, on her first day here, she thought if the Xia family was bad, she would run away immediately. Without a matchmaker's words, she privately expressed her feelings, which couldn't be counted on. He Qinglian also didn't flirt with Xia Eryong. She chose to be honest and keep her distance so no one could find fault with her. But she felt sorry for Eryong. He nodded his head, eyes moist, unable to pick up money when he saw it. Suddenly, he fiercely chopped at a pine tree with a firewood knife, hitting it again and again. The pine needles fell in a shower, shaking off constantly. Jin Xiu thought it might be good for Xia Eryong to vent, but she was also worried he might hurt himself. Unfortunately, her fears came true. After a muffled sound, she saw Xia Eryong throw down the firewood knife, clenched his fist, and blood kept flowing from his left palm. Jin Xiu's face changed. "Eryong, are you okay? Let me see how bad it is." The wound stretched from the tiger's mouth to his wrist, blood bubbling out. "There's so much blood." "Second brother, does it hurt?" Xia Xiaoyu was anxious, tears welling up. "It hurts." Xia Eryong couldn't help grimacing, but he was a man. This level of pain he could endure, so he just pulled his mouth into a grimace. "Sister-in-law Xiaoyu, don't worry. The wound isn't serious, just looks scary." Jin Xiu took a rough cloth from her bosom to bandage him. "Whether it's serious or not, you don't decide. Let's go back and have the doctor look at it." She only wrapped it simply to stop the bleeding as much as possible. If it had hit tendons or bones, his hand would be useless. She looked small and slender, but when she was stern, she had the authority of a big sister-in-law. Xia Eryong didn't dare argue. He picked up the blood-stained firewood knife. "That firewood.
Go, go, go.
Your hand's not good. Leave it in the mountain for now, and we'll come back to pick it up later. Xia Xiaoyu stood behind him, puffing up her cheeks and pushing him forcefully. Xia Eryong thought there was plenty of firewood in the mountain. Probably no one would steal it, so he had no choice but to be pushed along by his sister. Back in the bamboo grove, several villagers were digging bamboo shoots. Seeing Jinxiu and the others, they also noticed Xia Eryong's bandaged hand, with the cloth already stained red as blood seeped through. Eryong, what happened to your hand? Oh my, so much blood. Who's this girl? She looks unfamiliar. I saw Madame Lu come to our village yesterday with a girl. That's her. They say she's going to be Xie Jinnan's wife. The villagers' gossip and glances didn't bother Jinxiu much. Xia Eryong looked a bit shy, only saying he was careless while chopping firewood. Only little Jade, a young girl, confidently said, "Thank you, uncle and aunt, for your concern. My second brother is in a lot of pain now, and I'm worried he might cry. My sister-in-law and I will take him to see the doctor." The villagers burst into laughter at her seriousness. Xia Eryong just wanted to find a way to escape. An old woman with a slight hunch watched the three hurriedly leave the bamboo forest and sighed softly. With so much blood, Xia Eryong's hand is probably ruined. Really? By Granny, don't talk nonsense. Pa, I'm just telling the truth, replied the old woman called by Granny, crossing her arms. The main family of the Xia household is already in such a bad state, and they married a troublemaker. Look at this troublemaker. Just the second day she came, and Xia Eryong got hurt. How come nothing happened before? It's just too coincidental. She arrives, and then accidents happen. After Bai Granny said this, everyone felt it might be true. Getting hurt on the second day after moving in doesn't seem lucky. If Xia Eryong's hand is really ruined, oh, how will the Xia family get by in the future? That's right. The old folks in the Xia family are already quite old. Even if they are healthy, they probably won't last many more years. Xia Chongsheng and his wife are like that, and Xia Jinnan is just a scholar. Little Jade is still young, so the only strong person left is Eryong. The Xia family has been cursed these past few years. Heaven really loves to torment one family. Seeing everyone agree, Bai Granny felt very proud. The worse the Xia family's life got, the happier she was. To understand why, we need to talk about Bai Granny's husband, Song Muohuo. When Song Muohuo was young, he was like old man Xia, traveling to sell tea and cloth. They had agreed to deliver a batch of goods to a wealthy family in the county, but the shipment had problems. Not only did they lose money, but they might even have to pay extra. Hearing that old man Xia had goods, Song Muohuo wanted to borrow some for emergencies. But old man Xia's goods had already been promised to someone else, and the delivery was due in 2 days. Since they weren't relatives, there was no reason to lend the goods. If they couldn't deliver on time, it would cause trouble. Bai Granny, however, didn't think so. She only remembered that old man Xia didn't help, and her family lost some money because of it. After this setback, Song Muohuo became discouraged and went home to farm. The Song family's fortunes declined sharply. Meanwhile, old man Xia's business grew richer from trading, and his family became better off. Bai Granny felt more and more resentful. She believed the downfall of the Xia family was deserved. Heaven was watching, and this was retribution. The more she thought this way, the happier she felt. At that moment, from the dense bamboo forest on the other side, a middle-aged woman appeared. Seeing this, everyone quickly fell silent. A villager glanced at Zhang Yueying's basket and chuckled softly. Fuxing's wife, you found so many bamboo shoots. Zhang Yueying, the wife of Xia Fuxing, the second son of the Xia family, also known as second aunt Xia Jinnan. She rolled her eyes and strode away with her basket. The crowd sighed in relief, then thought they hadn't really said anything, just speaking honestly. Also, the second branch has always been closer to the third branch than to the main branch. Zhang Yueying didn't bother to argue with them. Early in the morning, Xia Jinnan followed Xia Chongsheng to the fields. Xia Chongsheng had weak legs but still wanted to do more for the family, despite being tired. Xia Jinnan worried he might overexert himself and harm his leg, so he went along to watch over him. When the father and son returned from the fields, Jin Nan placed his hoe in the corner of the porch near the wall. Jin Xiao Yu and Yong went up the mountain. They haven't come back yet at this hour. Jin Nan, maybe you should go check. Granny Tian came out of Li Xiaohong's house and said to Jin Nan. Yong was more impulsive than his brother, often restless, and Jin Nan worried he might get into trouble taking Jin Xiao Yu deep into the mountains. There were wild boars and bears in the mountains. Last year, someone from the neighboring village went mushroom picking and encountered a bear, losing half of his nose. All right, I'll go now. A hint of worry appeared on Jin Nan's face. He scooped some water from a jar, rinsed his hands casually, then stepped outside the yard. Big brother. Xiao Yu called out. Jin Nan looked at her and asked, "Where's your sister-in-law?" Big brother only cares about sister-in-law and doesn't bother about second brother. The girl was clever and mischievous. Jin Nan lightly said, "Your second brother is grown up." What could possibly happen? Yong sighed. Oh, after so many years of brotherhood, I guess I was mistaken. Xiao Yu pouted and said, "It's nothing serious, just a small cut from chopping wood." Granny Tian came out behind them. Who cut their hand? Your sister-in-law. No, it's Yong. Jin Nan replied. Granny Tian raised her eyebrows. I knew that boy was impulsive. He's so grown up and still so careless. Xiao Yu snorted. Exactly, impulsive. Jin Nan rubbed his forehead and asked, "Where are your sister-in-law and second brother?" They're at Dr. Ma's place looking at the hooves. She came back to deliver the news. Granny, Xiao Yu, and I will go check on them. Although Xiao Yu said that Yong's injury wasn't serious, Granny Tian was still worried. She went inside, took a money box from under the locked large chest and opened it. Inside were a string of copper coins and 5 taels of silver ingots. This was all the family had at the moment, meant to cover daily expenses and pay Li Xiaohong's medical bills. Feeling guilty and restless, Granny Tian handed over 40 copper coins to Jin Nan, urging him to ensure that the doctor watches over Yong carefully. If the money wasn't enough, he should give more. Dr. Ma, also called Ma Gui Kai, lived at the end of the village just 2 or 3 houses away from the Xie family, so they were nearby. Ma Gui Kai's medical skills were not as good as the town's doctors, but better than ordinary people. Villagers from Dali village often came to him for herbal remedies for headaches and fevers. When Jin Nan and Xiao Yu arrived at Ma's house, Ma Gui Kai was helping Yong apply medicinal powder. Jin Xiao was standing nearby watching. The wound isn't deep. I'll bandage it now, and later I'll give you some medicine to help it heal. Also, don't get the wound wet these days and keep it clean, Ma Gui Kai said after applying the powder. He then took some gauze from his medical box. Okay, I understand. Yong hurriedly nodded. Jin then glanced at Yong's wound, then looked at Jin Xiao, who was breathing a sigh of relief. Don't worry, Dr. Ma is quite reliable. You didn't encounter anything dangerous on the mountain today, right? Jin Xiao scratched her head. Nothing dangerous happened, but someone got dumped by a girl and, unable to vent her frustration, ended up getting hurt instead. Big brother, second brother, and Qing Lianjia. Xiao Yu blurted out. Xiao Yu, don't say nonsense.
Yong was anxious.
Dr. Ma was still bandaging him, so he couldn't move. He reached out with his left foot to pull a certain talkative little fellow closer, then covered her mouth with his free hand. Embarrassment was secondary. He was more worried about this getting out and ruining the girl's reputation. He needed to warn her not to speak carelessly. Yong forced a laugh and looked at Jin Nan with a meaningful gaze. Big brother, maybe you and sister-in-law should go back first? Jin Nan raised an eyebrow and looked at Dr. Ma. How much are the consultation and medicine fees? Consultation is free, but the medicine and bandaging costs 35 won, Dr. Ma replied. Yong watched Jin Nan count the coins, feeling both guilty and pained. Their family needed money everywhere, and he had injured himself. Did you know about Yong and He Qinglian before? Jin Xiao asked as they left Dr. Ma's house. She carried a firewood knife, and Jin Nan carried a bamboo basket. They talked as they headed home. Unexpectedly, There was a hidden story behind Yong's injury. Jin then looked straight ahead and shook his head. We only met twice. I know she's about the same age as Yong, he said. After a pause, he added, Qing Lian is my cousin's wife's younger sister. The eldest daughter of the second household, Chun Hua, married into Jia village.
Her husband is Chang.
Qing Lian is Chang's younger sister. Oh, Jin Xiu nodded thoughtfully. If there's a chance, you should help Yong understand her. Matters of love are hard for outsiders to comment on. As the older brother, it's normal to care about his younger brother. When they return home, Granny Tian is waiting in the yard. Seeing them, she quickly asks, How is Yong? Is his hand okay? Jin Nan repeats the doctor's words. The medicine costs 35 coins. You can keep the 5 coins. Granny Tian takes the coins and says, That's good, no serious injury. Mom, we found many mushrooms. We'll cook them tonight. She places her basket under the eaves. Jin Xiu brings out a bamboo sieve from inside, picking out matsutake mushrooms, morel mushrooms, 2 wild yams, and a bunch of wild chives. Then she tips out the bamboo shoots and turtle shell fruit from the bottom of the basket. The harvest from the mountain was quite good this time. Granny Tian picks up a large morel mushroom. It's quite big, no wonder. It's been rainy lately. She notices several green fruits on the ground.
She's surprised.
Aren't these the fruits from the iron wire orchid? Why did you pick them? It turns out that the turtle shell bamboo here is called iron wire orchid. Jin Xiu honestly says, Xiao, you found them. I picked them to let them ripen before eating. Granny Tian's face darkens. Jin Xiu quickly adds, Mom, they are edible. They need to be fully ripe. I've eaten them before, I know. And they taste very good, fragrant and sweet, better than many wild fruits. Really, I'm not lying to you. Granny Tian is half convinced. After hearing Jin Xiu's explanation, she licks her lips as if savoring the fruit's flavor and can't help but smile. Look at how greedy you are. Fine, put them away first. We'll eat them when they're fully ripe. Granny Tian picks up the basket of mushrooms, takes it back to the kitchen, and sprinkles water over it for storage. They will eat it tonight. For lunch, they have dried wild vegetable pancakes and a pot of plain millet porridge with little rice and lots of water, so thin it reflects like a mirror. Jin Xiu ponders how to get the system's items through the bright road. If she just takes them out, people might think she's a monster. She lifts her bowl and takes a sip of porridge, glancing secretly at Jin Nan sitting beside her. The man is good, but if he knew that the originally Jin Xiu was dead and that her body now housed a lonely soul from another world, could he stay calm? It's best if Jin Nan can accept it. She exchanges items and has someone else help cover her. That's easier. But Jin Xiu dares not gamble. Jin Nan notices the girl's stealing glances at her, her expressions changing. Sometimes her brows furrow, sometimes her eyes brighten and then darken. She doesn't know what she's thinking. In the afternoon, Jin Xiu goes to Li Xiuhong's house. Xia Changsheng is massaging Li Xiuhong. Jin Xiu volunteers to help, following Xia Changsheng's instructions, and she does it quite well. She moves gently and asks, Mom, is the pressure okay? Does it feel a bit more comfortable? Massage can improve local blood flow, relieve joint and muscle stiffness, and help with recovery.
Ah.
Speak, yes. Comfortable is good. Mother, you like me to come and massage and chat with you often? Sore. Crying. It's not hard work. This is what a daughter-in-law should do. Li Xiuhong spoke unclearly, but Jin Xiu understood. Their simple conversation was easy and stress-free. When Jin Nan came back with water, he saw this scene. The mother and daughter-in-law happily together. Still, the girl is gentle and thoughtful. Look at your mother, so comfortable. I've never seen her so relaxed before, Xia Changsheng quietly said beside him. He knew well that it wasn't Jin Xiu's massage skills that mattered, but that Li Xiuhong felt at ease and was happy her son married a good wife. He saw his son's eyes soften as he looked at the girl.
Haha.
The boy finally understood. Xia Changsheng knew his eldest son's personality, more reserved than Yong, while Jin Xiu was cheerful and outgoing. He worried that Jin Nan might be too reserved and that his wife might dislike him. When Jingxiu and Xie Jinnen came out of the house, old Xie just returned from outside, holding a piece of pork. Old wife, tonight let's add some meat for the children. Tian Posey was peeling bamboo shoots under the eaves, looked up at the pork in old Xie's hand, estimating it weighed about half a jin. She rolled her eyes. Where did you get the money to buy meat? That old man, probably hiding private savings from her. Old Xie boasted. The butchery owner Song asked me to weave a few big baskets and pay with pork. Pork is expensive now, 30 coins per jin. We can sell 2 baskets in town for about 11 or 12 coins. This half a jin earns a lot. Nonsense. Tian Posey really wanted to pinch his ear. She didn't know their situation at home. Instead of eating meat, it would be better to save 10 coins. Meat is gone after 1 meal. He's just craving it himself, using the children as an excuse. At his age, still so greedy. Just as she was about to explode, she remembered that they hadn't had any meat in a long time, and Yong had hurt his hand. They should eat some meat to recover. Fine. Tian Posey snorted angrily and snatched the pork. Jingxiu thought of the mushrooms in the kitchen, her eyes brightening. She came over, trying to flatter Tian Posey and holding her arm. Grandma, tonight I'll fetch the spatula. I'm a good cook. Just sit and wait for the meal, and give me some praise. Tian Posey smiled. There's no need to be so particular. As long as it's cooked and edible, that's enough. But that's not enough. With such good ingredients, they can't be wasted. Jingxiu pointed to the morel mushrooms. In her past life, she had a roommate from Yunnan who ate mushrooms sent from home. She got poisoned and had hallucinations, staying in the hospital for many days. When she woke up, she only felt regretful for not having good luck with food. She didn't blame the mushrooms, only herself. Next time, she would eat again. It was so absurd. Are they really that delicious? Only practice can prove it. Tasting after cooking will tell. Granny Tian nodded. Yes, I'll leave the cooking to you tonight. Okay, it's about time. I'll start preparing now. Jingxiu rubbed her hands together, took the pork from Granny Tian, and headed to the kitchen. Xie Xiaoyu and Xie Jinnen followed behind. Tonight we have meat to eat. Sister-in-law, I want to help too. Good, Xiaoyu. Take these and wash them. Jingxiu quickly removed the roots of the pine mushroom and, along with morel mushrooms and shepherd's purse, told Xiaoyu to take them to the front yard to wash. Jinnen was also busy, peeling 2 wild yams. Jingxiu took a cloth from the wooden cabinet and handed it to him, smiling. Be careful with your hands. Wrap them up before peeling. Jinnen slightly smiled. Okay. Then he went to peel the yams. Jingxiu opened the rice jar, scooped out 2 bamboo cups of coarse rice to wash, then added water, preparing to put it on the stove to cook. Soon, Yong Xie came in. Sister-in-law, I'll start the fire. Jingxiu hesitated. Are your hands okay? I'll do it, Jinnen said, placing the peeled yam on the chopping board and telling Yong to dig some scallions and garlic from the backyard. Brother, this small injury doesn't matter. I still have my other hand, Yong said, not wanting to sit idle. His left hand was hurt, but he could still start the fire. He thought Jinnen was worried about his hand, but his older brother sat down on a small stool without saying a word, watching Jingxiu busying herself at the stove with a gentle smile. Yong touched his nose, wisely going to pick scallions from the backyard. He cut the yam into small pieces diagonally, added 2 slices of ginger, and put everything into a small stove to stew. Jingxiu originally wanted to chop the pork belly and stew it together, but since there were many family members, she decided to prepare an extra stir-fried pork dish. The stove had 3 burners, the left for steaming rice, the middle for making soup, and the right for stir-frying vegetables. She rinsed the pot, lit the fire, and watched the steam evaporate from the bottom. Then she poured the sliced pork into the pot, frying out excess oil and slowly cooking it until it was crispy and fragrant. This simple step brought out the aroma of the meat. Xie Xiaoyu kept staring at the fragrant yam and mushroom soup, then at the tempting stir-fried pork, her mouth watering uncontrollably. Jingxiu smiled, knowing she was shy. She rolled up her sleeve and wiped her mouth. Sister-in-law, my saliva just won't listen. Xiuyu said shyly. There is only this small one at home, so of course she is spoiled. Jin Xiu picks up a piece of crispy pork belly and blows on it, waiting until it's not hot before offering it to her mouth. Try it. Thank you, sister-in-law. Despite being eager, Xia Xiaoyu still politely thanks her. She then swallows a piece of pork belly, feeling so delicious that she squints her eyes. Is it tasty? Jin Xiu asks with a smile. The dish isn't ready yet. She plans to add scallions and garlic later for more flavor. The children are drooling with anticipation. Xie Jin then glances at the eager Xia Xiaoyu and then silently looks at Jin Xiu with a clear meaning in his eyes. Jin Xiu is happy and places a piece of pork belly near Xie Jin Nan's mouth. Try it. He opens his mouth and eats it. It's not salted yet, but it's crispy and fragrant. Delicious. Xie Eryong doesn't want to eat dog food in the kitchen, but attracted by the aroma, he walks in and is quickly chased out by Granny Tian. Go, go, go. Everyone out. Just leave one person to keep the fire. There will be food for you later. Everyone takes a bite and soon all the food will be finished, so no need to eat dinner later. Jin Xiu adds a few slices of garlic and a handful of scallions to the pot, making it even more fragrant. Granny Tian looks a bit surprised, realizing that Jin Xiu's skills are genuine and not just boastful. Mom, I just need to stir-fry 2 more dishes and we can eat. Jin Xiu lifts the pork belly and, with the pork at the bottom of the pot, adds torn matsutake mushrooms, stirring vigorously over high heat. Not bad. Xie Jin Nan is quite good at controlling the fire, able to follow her instructions. At least Jin Xiu can't do that. In her previous life, she mostly used natural gas, coal, or electric stoves. She's never tried cooking with firewood before. She plans to study it when she has time. After stir-frying the matsutake mushrooms, she adds a bunch of wild chives and stirs everything together. Time to eat, Jin Xiu calls out. They eat in the main hall, sitting around a square table with 4 long wooden benches. Xia Eryong wipes the table, Xiaoyu arranges the bowls and chopsticks on the table. Xie Jin Nan pours soup, and Jin Xiu and Granny Tian serve the dishes. Just as they set the food down, Old Master Xie and Changsheng enter the house one after another, crossing their legs. Wow, I can smell the aroma from the backyard, Changsheng says with a smile. I can smell it even with the door closed in Xiuhong's room. Jin Xiu's cooking is truly amazing. We're in for a treat tonight, he adds happily. On the table are stir-fried pork belly, matsutake mushrooms with pork, wild chives, and a steaming bowl of soup, all smelling delicious. 3 dishes and 1 soup, it's a hearty meal. Jin Xiu serves soup to Old Master Xie, Granny Tian, and Changsheng. Father, grandparents, this yam and mushroom soup is so fresh.
Try it, she says.
Tonight, Jin Xiu worked hard. Let the kids serve themselves, Granny Tian quickly suggests. Serve ourselves, Xie Eryong says as he picks up his bowl and eagerly pours soup for Jin Xiu first. Big sister-in-law, sit down. I'll serve you. Okay, thank you, Eryong. Jin Xiu takes her bowl and sits down. Feeling ahead, Xie Jin Nan gave Xie Eryong a cool glance. Xie Eryong silently picked up his bowl, slightly turned his body to pretend to drink soup, then suddenly looked up and said, "Drink it well." Hearing this, everyone picked up their bowls and started drinking. When they tasted the delicious soup, they praised it endlessly. Granny Tian's eyes brightened. It was all stir-fried before. I didn't expect the combination with yam to taste so good. Xia Chongxing picked up a piece of yam and put it in his mouth. Yes, the yam is cooked until soft and sticky, with the aroma of mushrooms. It's good for Xiuhong to eat. Jin Xiu was drinking the soup. This yam and mushroom soup had tender morel mushrooms, infused with the flavor of yam. After finishing a bowl of rich, fragrant soup, it was so tasty it could make your eyebrows lift. One word: amazing. Questioning roommates, understanding roommates. Old Mr. Xie chewed a piece of crispy pork belly, squinting happily. Thinking of when the Xie family was not yet down on luck, they couldn't eat meat every day, but every now and then they could enjoy some meat and white rice. Alas, now the glory is gone. Feeling sad, he took 2 more pieces of meat into his mouth. Enraged, Granny Tian put down her chopsticks and quietly pinched the old man's arm. Why so greedy? The others didn't notice the commotion here, their attention focused on the delicious food. With many family members, the portions weren't very large. Everyone ate with satisfaction. Before dinner, Jin Xiao had already reserved her portion for Li Xiaohong. Worried that Li Xiaohong might be hungry, Xia Changsheng was the first to put down his bowl, go to the kitchen to bring back food, and then return to the room. After finishing the meal and washing the dishes, the sunset hadn't set yet, and the sky was still bright. Xiao Yuxia cupped her cheeks and turned her head. Sister-in-law, are you going to find bamboo shoots tomorrow? Jin Xiao thought about the points in the system. Yes. Xiao Yuxia immediately leaned over and shook old man Xia's arm. Grandpa, can you make me a small bamboo basket, please? Old man Xia chuckled. Sure, but not right away. It will take a couple of days. The next day, old man Xia carried a sickle and went to the bamboo forest, with Jin Xiao carrying a bamboo basket following along. Xiao Yuxia played with the children from the village. The warm sunlight shone above, and a gentle breeze blew. As soon as they entered the bamboo forest, the view darkened. The forest was large, with tall, lush bamboo that looked vibrant and green. Recently, with lots of rain, the bamboo grew straight up, blocking the sky with patches of sunlight filtering through. Walking on the thick fallen leaves, the air was filled with the fresh scent of bamboo leaves. Old man Xia stopped and found a bamboo to cut. Grandpa, I want to look over there. You finish chopping and go back. You don't need to wait for me. Old man Xia advised. Don't go up the mountain alone. Okay, Jin Xiao replied, stepping toward the other side. She looked around and, by luck, found 2 turtleback bamboos growing in a crack beside a flat stone. Each had 3 fruits.
Ding.
5 gene of turtleback bamboo berries can be exchanged for 10 points. Do you want to exchange? Jin Xiao hesitated but then clicked, yes. Ding. The points were added. Jin Xiao didn't feel happy for long. She continued walking with her basket. The bamboo forest was damp and cool, full of wild plants. If only the system could collect all of them. Jin Xiao silently cursed her greed. Suddenly, a mechanical voice from the system sounded exciting.
Ding.
Wild blood-seeking herb detected, 25 points per gene. Blood-seeking herb looks very similar to plantain, but they are entirely different plants. Its root is well developed, and the whole plant can be used medicinally, with properties to stop bleeding, cool blood, clear heat, and detoxify. In modern times, cultivated blood-seeking herb is rare, and wild ones are often harvested, making it a popular wild medicinal. Jin Xiao's eyes widened. 25 points per gene. Judging by this patch, there must be at least 2 gene. That's a lot. She took out a small hoe from her bamboo basket, dug around the roots, and carefully extracted the blood-seeking herb. The process was as delicate as digging ginseng. The roots weren't very deep, making it easier to dig than ginseng. Jin Xiao became more skilled and faster with each plant. In less than half an hour, she finished digging up all the blood-seeking herbs.
Ding.
2.5 gene of wild blood-seeking herb can be exchanged for 62.5 points. Do you want to exchange? Yes. Seeing the balance display, 107. 5 points. Jin Xiao was so happy, she almost jumped. Meanwhile, Xia Jin Nan had returned from town. He handed the 50 coins he earned from copying books to Granny Tian. Granny Tian weighed the warm copper coins in her hand, feeling relieved to have the money. She looked up and saw Xia Jin Nan's eyes wandering everywhere, and she smiled clearly. Jin Xiao and your grandfather went to the bamboo forest. They said they went to find bamboo shoots. Usually the bamboo shoots in the forest are harvested quickly, often on the same day. Granny Tian thought that since she had nothing to do at home, it was better to find bamboo shoots. If not, it was fine. The 10 or so gene of bamboo shoots from yesterday were soaking, enough for 2 or 3 meals. Just then, there was a noise in the yard. Grandpa, didn't Jin Xiao come back with you? Xia Jin Nan came out and asked. No. But don't worry, I told her not to go up the mountain alone. Old Xia put down the bamboo on his shoulder and wiped his sweat with a cloth. He had run back and forth several times but hadn't seen Jin Xiao come back. She was probably still looking for bamboo shoots. Jin Nan went to find Jin Xiao in the bamboo forest. After walking a few hundred meters inside, he didn't see anyone. Just as he was about to turn in another direction, a cheerful girl's voice rang out. "Husband, are you here to find me?" Jin Xiao suddenly appeared from the other side of the bamboo forest, showing her big teeth as she proudly held up 2 rabbits, one in each hand. "Look, rabbits!" Jin Nan's heart skipped a beat, not because of the rabbits, but because of how she called him. He snapped back to himself. Where did the rabbits come from? Jin Xiao had already prepared her story. "You won't believe it. I was digging bamboo shoots when I saw 2 rabbits walking together. I chased after them and caught a white one. The gray one ran away, but guess what? The gray rabbit ran straight into a rock and knocked itself out." Jin Nan was surprised. "Really? Of course not." These were meat rabbits she exchanged from the system, worth 15 points in total. Jin Xiao looked proud. "Husband, do you think I'm lucky?" Hearing this again from her and seeing how happy she was, Jin Nan was infected. He smiled broadly, showing his white teeth, and gently ruffled her head. His eyes softened, because Jin Xiao is a little lucky star, so you have good luck. Oh wow. Head pats are unfair. Jin Xiao rarely felt shy, her face turning slightly red, but she quickly shamelessly said, "Husband, I like it when you call me Jin Xiao." Jin Nan's ears turned red. Actually, he liked it too. It's a special name just for her. He cleared his throat, took the 2 rabbits from her hands, and said, "Let's go back. Wait for me a moment. I haven't taken the basket over there." Jin Nan saw her bouncing happily, shook his head with a smile, and glanced at the 2 plump rabbits flopping around. Both were very fat. He then pondered, and no wonder the young girl was so happy. Her luck was truly exceptional. Grandma Tian carried a basket full of rice into the kitchen, preparing to wash it. She heard a familiar voice outside. "Mom, are you home?" "Yes, I am," Grandma Tian responded. Huang Mei came in, holding a basket. "I'm soaking rice seeds. Why did you come?" Grandma Tian looked up at her 3rd daughter-in-law, then lowered her head to continue her work. "Just to see you and Dad, and also to check on Big Sister." Huang Mei placed the basket on the table, which held 10 eggs. "Mom, where is Jin Nan?" Grandma Tian said. "He's with Jin Xiao, looking for bamboo shoots in the bamboo grove. By the way, you haven't met Jin Xiao yet. You'll see her later. She should be back soon." "Yes, I should meet her." Huang Mei nodded, but her brow furrowed. "What's wrong? Did the 3rd brother upset you?" Grandma Tian stood up, shook the water off her hands, and noticed Huang Mei's unusual expression. Huang Mei hurriedly waved her hands. No, I just heard some unpleasant things." Grandma Tian shot her a look. "If you have something to say, just say it. No need to hide." Huang Mei opened her mouth to speak, but suddenly there was a commotion outside. Both women thought something was wrong and hurried out of the yard. It was Jin Nan and Jin Xiao returning, accompanied by a few children, led by Xiaoyu. They all looked curiously at the rabbit Jin Nan was carrying, chattering excitedly. "That's a rabbit. So cute. Don't hold it like that. Put it down so we can play with it. Xiaoyu, you're so lucky. We can play with rabbits in the future." Xiaoyu was a little proud. "I won't play. Rabbits are for eating. Rabbits are so cute. How can you eat them?" "We're going to eat them." Naya. Grandma Tian stepped forward, smiling so broadly her eyes nearly closed. "Such a fat rabbit. Both probably weigh 8 or 9 Jin. Jin Nan, where did you catch it?" "Mom, Jin Xiao caught it." Jin Nan repeated Jin Xiao's words. Grandma Tian was very surprised, her old face breaking into a big smile like a chrysanthemum. "It seems Jin Xiao is a lucky star." She moved closer to look at the 2 rabbits. Both are males. If one is a female, that would be perfect. You can raise it. You don't know, female rabbits are very good at breeding, so you'll never run out of meat. Jin Xiao obviously knew this. She specifically exchanged for 2 male rabbits, fearing that Granny Tian would keep them to breed more rabbits. Last night's meat wasn't enough to fill her teeth, and now with points, her first priority was to fill her stomach with meat. She was tired of the bland, dry taste, so uncomfortable. Since she still had points, she really wanted to raise rabbits again and find a chance to exchange for more. Jin Xiu said, "Auntie, we'll eat rabbit tonight." Granny Tian happily replied, "Good. Jin Nan, find a cage and put the rabbits inside." Jin Nan nodded, took the rabbits to the backyard, and a few children followed to play with the rabbits. Huang Mei naturally heard this too, and was surprised by Jin Xiu's good luck. Thinking of the village rumors, she bit her lip and said, "Mother. By the way, Jin Xiu, this is your third aunt," Granny Tian introduced. Jin Xiu looked at Huang Mei and said, "Third aunt." Huang Mei let out a small sound, smiled, and nodded. The girl was thin and small, dressed in coarse hemp cloth, but her demeanor was graceful and confident, truly rare. It seemed the rumors were false. She had worried for nothing. Then she thought, this matter should be told to someone, preferably to catch the gossiper. "Mother, there's that unthinking person spreading rumors everywhere, saying Jin Xiu is a disaster star. She claims that on her first day here, she caused Yong to bleed, and even said the Xie family will be doomed." Granny Tian was furious, her eyes burning with anger. She stood with her hands on her hips in the yard and scolded, "Whoever this disgusting, lying troublemaker is, I swear my daughter-in-law is a lucky star. She's not the disaster star, her whole family is the disaster star." Jin Xiu blinked in confusion and silently pointed at herself with her finger. "Me? A disaster star? What a joke." She clearly believed she was chosen by heaven, a child of luck with the system. "If I find out who cursed the Xie family, I'll tear their mouth apart." Granny Tian's hair was about to stand on end. Jin Xiu quickly helped her calm down. "Mom, don't get so angry so the gossips won't be so happy." Huang Mei also chimed in, "Mother, don't be angry. Time will tell the truth." Compared to herself, Granny Tian was more worried about something else. She held Jin Xiu's hand tightly and said, "Good girl, don't listen to those people. It's all nonsense. Others don't know how good you are, but I do. Jin Nan knows too."
"I don't mind, Grandma."
"The Xie family won't fall apart. They'll only get better. Trust me," Jin Xiu said confidently, her eyes shining with energy, giving off a lively, spirited vibe. Granny Tian suddenly felt a surge of confidence herself and nodded. "You're right." Jin Nan finished settling the rabbits and told Xiaoyu to watch the other children, warning them not to let the rabbits out of the cage because they were very timid and not to make loud noises. Then he walked back to the front yard, listening to Granny Tian and the others talk, a serious look on his face. After this, something else happened. Grandmother Tian hurriedly ran out, not knowing where she was going. Jin Xiu was in the kitchen changing water for the bamboo shoots. Xie Yong hesitated outside the door for a moment, then walked in with a guilty look and said to her, "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. The rumors started because of me. Please scold me if you want. I can take it." Jin Xiu turned around, tilting her head. "Why should I scold you? The rumors weren't spread by you. You didn't expect things to turn out like this. You can't control what others say, just be at peace with yourself. But you," she paused, then asked carefully, "have you let go of it?" Xie Yong was stunned, first shaking his head, then quickly nodding. "Yes, I have," but he hadn't. His words didn't match his feelings. It's clear he hadn't truly moved on. He probably still cares for He Qinglian, his first love. Young love is pure and unforgettable, so it's not easy to forget her. Jin Xiu thought for a moment and asked, "What do you really think of He Qinglian? Do you blame her?" Xie Yong shook his head like a rattle. "Sister-in-law, Qinglian is actually very hard-pressed. I'm not like Big Brother, smart and good at studying. I can't get any official titles. I'm just an ordinary person, not comparable to her family's son. I can't give her happiness, and I don't have the right to blame her. I just hope she can have a good life." Jin Xiu nodded. "That's good. But I disagree with one thing. You don't need to compare yourself to your big brother. Everyone has their strengths. One day, you'll find something you love to do." She felt like a caring older sister. "Love will come and so will happiness." Xie Yong looked up at her. "Happiness? Yes, it means everything will get better. I understand." "Thank you, sister-in-law." Xie Yong scratched his head. He was here to apologize, but instead, He was comforted. Still, sister-in-law is amazing. She's about his age, but knows so many truths. Sia Jin Nan walked out of the house holding a book. Sia Er-yom came straight toward him, then stopped in front of him, looking serious. Big brother, you need to treat sister-in-law well. Don't bully her, and don't believe those silly rumors about her being a troublemaker. Otherwise, I will hit you. I really will. Then he quickly ran away, saying the worst things and doing the cowardly things. What's going on? Sia Jin Nan was confused. When did he start believing Jeaner was a troublemaker? After a moment of thought, he left the house and headed toward the main hall. Dali Village has over 70 households, with about 300 people. The village is mainly populated by two big clans, the Song family and the Xia family. There are also families with the surnames Wu and Ma. The village chief is from the Song family, led by Song Jangwo. Song Jangwo is in his 50s and is quite fair-minded. Isn't this Jin Nan? He's here to see Xiao Jin, right? Song Jangwo politely led Xia Jin Nan into the yard. A boy dressed in a gray-white robe came out from the house, happy to see Xia Jin Nan. Brother Jin Nan, you're here. Song Jin is Song Jangwo's eldest grandson, 14 years old. Among the younger generation, he is quite clever, so Song Jangwo sent him to the town school to start learning when he was 8. Last year, Song Jin passed the official exam, and the whole family was overjoyed. It's known that Xia Jin Nan passed the exam at age 10 and is considered the smartest person in Dali Village, with Song Jin being the second smartest. Both are village scholars. Song Jin has feelings of admiration and respect for Xia Jin Nan. I came to give you something. Something? Song Jin Nan took the notebook handed to him, flipped through it casually, and was overjoyed. This is the exam questions from past years. Brother Jin Nan, are you really giving this to me? Xia Jin Nan nodded. Inside are the exam questions analyzed by Teacher Wu and some new questions derived from them. I copied an extra copy. It might help you. Take a look first. If anything is unclear, we can discuss it together. Teacher Wu, mentioned by Xia Jin Nan, is his teacher who lives in the town. 2 years ago, a university was built in Wuying Pit, a neighboring town, and they hired Teacher Wu to teach. The reason Xia Jin Nan appeared in Shangyuan village and saved Jin Xiu was because he was visiting Teacher Wu. On the way to Wuying Pit, he saw a girl jump off a stone bridge. Jin Nan, I really appreciate this. If Xiao Jin passes the official exam and becomes a scholar, you will be a great benefactor of our Song family. Song Jangwo was very happy and sighed with emotion. It's said that Teacher Wu once served as an official at the court before returning to teach in the town. His knowledge is well known. If it were others, they would have hidden the exam questions to study them privately. Both Jin Nan and Xia Jin Nan are scholars, and it's not an exaggeration to call them rivals. Xia Jin Nan's selflessness and this kindness did not go unnoticed by Song Jangwo. Thank you, Brother Jin Nan. Next year, let's work hard together. Song Jin Nan excitedly hugged Xia Jin Nan. Cough, cough, Song Jangwo reminded him. Don't stand here. Please bring Jin Nan inside and treat him well. Song Jin Nan let go of Xia Jin Nan. I'm so happy. Brother Jin Nan, please come in, he said. Xia Jin Nan shook his head. I have other matters. I won't stay long. I'll visit again next time. Song Jangwo also didn't insist. He called inside the house. Oldest daughter-in-law, go to the beam in the kitchen and take out a piece of cured meat. Yes, okay, Dad. At that moment, Granny Tian was in the yard slaughtering a rabbit. Old head Xia walked over with his hands behind his back and saw a rabbit already slaughtered in the wooden basin, its eyes nearly bulging out. He looked up at the sky. Was it going to rain red? Or was the sun going to rise from the west? Old woman, you really are generous. You slaughtered 2 rabbits at once, leaving none for the next meal? Even he thought it was a bit extravagant. Granny Tian kept working. Humph, what do you know? I have my reasons for doing this. Old head Xia wasn't angry. He didn't understand, but he knew they could enjoy a good meal tonight. Thinking of Jin Xiu's stir-fried pork last night, he said, Well, Granny, you handle the slaughtering. Don't waste such good rabbits. Let Jin Xiu cook them. Get lost. All right then. Old head Xie wisely nodded. When he looked up, he saw Jean Nan walking in, holding a piece of cured meat. Jean Nan is back. Where did this cured meat come from? The village chief's family gave it to us. Jean Nan briefly explained what happened. Old head Xie's face lit up with joy. Tonight we'll eat rabbit. We'll save this cured meat for tomorrow night. Dream on. What kind of family background do you think we have? You want to eat meat for 3 days straight? Granny Tian stood up, giving old head Xie a sharp look, took the cured meat, and hung it under the eaves. Of course, a lucky family. Jean Xiao is a fortunate girl. She's my daughter-in-law, and that's our family's blessing. Old head Xie confidently agreed. That's natural. People who spread rumors are just mean-spirited. Both elders spoke in defense of Jean Xiao, and Jean Nan's lips curved into a slight smile. By the way, Granny Tian suddenly remembered something and looked at Jean Nan. Jean Nan, tomorrow you and Jean Xiao should go to town to buy things for the homecoming. Don't let her be wronged. Jean Nan was about to agree, but Granny Tian waved her hand. Forget it, I'll go with Jean Xiao. Yong hurt his hand, and we can't delay planting rice. I soaked the rice seeds today, and in a few days, we'll plant them. That was the only option, and Jean Nan had no objections. Everyone listened to Grandma. During dinner preparation, Granny Tian mentioned it, and Jean Xiao finally remembered about the homecoming shopping. Thank you, Grandma, Jean Xiao said gratefully. Granny Tian waved her hand. It's only right. She paused and then grumbled. Tonight's dinner will be a bit troublesome for you. You don't know how greedy that old man is for your cooking. He won't let me help, saying it would be a waste. Jean Xiao chuckled softly. It's no trouble. I like cooking. Grandma, do we have cinnamon or bay leaves at home? At that time, people didn't usually use spices made from large amounts of seasoning. Jean Xiao didn't hold much hope, and she casually asked, not expecting Mrs. Tian to nod in agreement. There's cinnamon. Last year, the old man cut down a cinnamon tree in the mountains, and I peeled and dried the bark to keep. Cinnamon is a good thing. Whenever I have back pain, cold limbs, or a dry, bitter mouth, I chew a piece, and it works very well. Mrs. Tian didn't know much about medicine. She relied on life experience. That's why people say, having an elder at home is like having a treasure. Jean Xiao explained, to make rabbit meat taste good, cinnamon is very important. Really? Then wait here, I'll go get some. She soaked the rabbit in a basin of blood, then took it out, drained the water, and heated oil in a pot. She fried the rabbit until the surface was slightly yellow. Grandma, we don't have ginger or scallions at home. Are there any in the fields? Tonight, Mrs. Tian lit the fire and chased everyone who was eagerly waiting in the kitchen out. Only 2 people stayed inside. I'll go dig, Mrs. Tian said, and got up to leave. While no one was in the kitchen, Jean Xiao used 1 point from the system to exchange for 2 boxes of 13 spice seasoning. She quickly unwrapped them, poured a spoonful into the pot, and stored the rest in her space. The household had simple seasonings, only salt, oil, and soy sauce. They didn't have pepper, star anise, or chili. Due to limited conditions, exchanging for 13 spice seasoning was the safest choice. She casually threw in 2 small pieces of cinnamon, covered the pot, and let it simmer. The rich, overpowering aroma spread throughout the kitchen, drifting out through the chimney with the wind. Half of Dolly Village could smell it. Villagers, following the scent, soon arrived at the Xie family's door, along with a few who had just come back from the fields. A villager carrying a hoe asked, Mrs. Tian, what are you cooking? It smells so good. I smelled the meat yesterday, and tonight you're eating meat again. Are you getting rich? If the Xie family still acted like they used to, it wouldn't be surprising. But everyone knew how hard life was for the Xie family now. A round-faced woman said, It's probably rabbit. My son came back today and said Sui's family caught 2 rabbits. He even wants to go pick some in the mountains. A thin woman rolled her eyes. Is it so easy to catch rabbits? Wow, it smells so good. I've cooked rabbit before, but it never smelled like this. Mrs. Tian, who's in charge of the pot tonight? Everyone looked at Mrs. Tian, who had just come back from the vegetable garden, holding a bunch of scallions and garlic. Mrs. Tian calmly replied, Who else? My Jin Xiao caught the rabbits. She's really good at cooking. The rabbit meat was also cooked by her. It's so fragrant. The villagers looked at each other in surprise. They knew the Jin Xiao Mrs. Tian mentioned was Xie Jin Nan's wife. Some sharp-eyed villagers even saw a rabbit fur hanging in the yard to dry.
Wow.
There are so many rabbit furs. How big must those rabbits be? How much meat do 2 rabbits weigh? Besides the village butchers, how many families haven't had any meat in over half a year? The Xie family has so much meat and cooks it so deliciously, it's mouth-watering. Who says they're a bad omen? They are clearly a blessing. It's time to eat, no more chatting. Everyone, disperse, said Granny Tian, walking into the house happily, feeling proud despite the envy and jealousy from others. She wanted to stay low-key, but couldn't stand the rumors. The cinnamon makes the meat smell so good. Granny Tian credited the cinnamon for the flavor, and Jin Xiao sighed in relief. Jin Xiao, is the rabbit meat almost ready? She asked. Not just the villagers. Jin Xiao herself was eager and swallowed her saliva. Jin Xiao lifted the pot, took a piece to blow on and taste, then said, Yes, almost done. Mom, let's stir-fry some bamboo shoots too. Eating only meat isn't enough. A good mix of meat and vegetables is best. Granny Tian nodded thoughtfully. Jin Xiao, with so much rabbit meat, we can't finish it all. Let's give some to second aunt and third aunt. A few other families close to us should have some too. She had just vented her frustration and now wanted to strengthen relationships. Jin Xiao agreed, without objection. After dividing the rabbit meat into portions, Granny Tian suddenly patted her thigh. Oh, I almost forgot. We need to share some with the village chief's family too. Okay, Granny, Jin Xiao replied earnestly.
Don't hold back.
Village Chief Song is a good person, and it's right to build good relations with him. Jin Xiao linked her arm and praised. You're so wise, Granny. You're always far-sighted. I never thought of that. Of course, Granny Tian proudly puffed out her chest. The two smiled warmly together. By the way, put more in third aunt share. She's thoughtful. She brought a basket of eggs at noon, Granny Tian said. Jin Xiao nodded and also filled a bowl for the village chief, placing the rabbit meat into 2 baskets. Brothers Xie Jin Nan and Xie Er Yong were responsible for delivering the meat. Just then, old man Xie came in. Jin Xiao, go with Jin Nan and Er Yong. Take the chance to visit the 2 uncles and aunts, he said. Granny Tian quickly added, Yes, Jin Xiao, go quickly. I'll stir-fry the bamboo shoots, okay? Jin Xiao said, jogging out of the yard and catching up with Jin Nan and Er Yong after a few steps. Husband, let's go together. I haven't met second aunt and the others yet, she said. Jin Nan smiled at her and then turned to Er Yong, saying, Er Yong, let's split up and deliver. Originally, old man Xie wanted to build the 3 families' houses together on 1 piece of land, which was enough. But the other 2 families didn't want to live at the village's end, so old man Xie let each family choose their spot to build. The main branch preferred the quiet at the village's end, the second branch built near the village entrance, and the third branch and Dr. Ma were neighbors. Jin Nan and Jin Xiao headed south toward the village, first stopping at the third family's house. Huang Mei heard Xie Jin Nan call her and came out of the kitchen. Jin Nan is here, and Gxian is also here.
I'm cooking rice.
Eat first, then go back. Don't trouble third aunt. We're here to deliver rabbit meat. Once we're done, we'll leave. That's too much, Huang Mei said shyly. Most families in the village lived simply. Just tasting a few pieces of meat was enough. Besides, the rabbits here were already half a bowl full. The rich broth floated with oil, and the smell of rabbit meat was very tempting. Huang Mei didn't know how it was cooked, but it smelled wonderful. She carried a big bowl back to the kitchen, divided half onto a plate, and told the 2 to take the other half home. Gxian ignored the protest and poured all the remaining rabbit meat into the plate. She smiled, saying, Third aunt, I killed 2 rabbits. It's enough. She specifically asked me to serve you more. All right, Huang Mei smiled happily. By the way, this rabbit meat smells really good. Gxian cooked it, right? Your mother isn't as good at cooking. Don't tell third aunt I said that. Third aunt looked friendly. Ji Xian nodded with a smile. Yes, I can't cook much. After seeing Uncle Xie Tiansheng and two cousins, Xieta Shan and Xieta Lin and cousin Xie Qiuyu leave, they went to the second house. There's plenty to eat at home. You should take some back for your parents to help them recover. Xie Fuxing thought about how hard the main house was, and he wanted to refuse. Zhang Yuing pushed him aside and smiled. Don't listen to your second uncle. It's been a long time since we had meat. We adults are fine, but the children are pitiful. Jean Nan, third aunt will accept this bowl of rabbit meat. She took the big bowl, smiled shyly. We didn't expect you to come today, so I didn't cook much. I won't keep the food. Come again another day, and I'll cook something delicious for you. We'll just go back to eat. We won't bother third aunt. Xie Jean Nan nodded calmly and left with Ji Xian. Watching their figures disappear, Xie Fuxing looked at Zhang Yuing with a reproachful glance. I told you, you're terrible at talking. They brought meat, and you think they'll stay here to eat yours? What good things do you have to entertain them? Zhang Yuing crossed her waist with one hand and snorted. Can I be honest? We haven't cooked much at home. What if they really stay? Would you give them air to eat? You're so concerned about face. I heard about it. 2 big rabbits, and they only brought this much? Not enough for you and your brother to fill your teeth. Your parents are too favoritist. They don't care about their eldest grandson at all. Even if there's meat, it can't shut your mouth. You, wife, love to argue the most. Xie Fuxing shook his head. Although he also thought that Granny Tian favored one side, he didn't like Zhang Yuing criticizing his parents. In the main hall, at the dining table, a large basin of rich, fragrant rabbit meat was almost overflowing, making everyone's eyes go wide. Xie Eryong swallowed hard. Am I seeing things? Since his parents had passed away, the family hadn't eaten such a feast in a long time, only during New Year. Xie Xiuyu clenched her chopsticks eagerly and looked at Granny Tian. Grandma, I want to eat rabbit. Rabbits are so cute. They must taste very good. Eat up, Granny Tian ordered, and everyone immediately reached for their chopsticks. There wasn't enough rice, but the meat was filling, and there was a stir-fried bamboo shoot dish. The family ate heartily. Jean Xiu couldn't get used to coarse rice, so she shared half with Xie Jean Nan, playfully saying, I can't eat so much. You eat. Xie Jean Nan's lips curled slightly. Eat the meat. Seeing the extra rabbit leg in her bowl, Jean Xiu smiled happily. Thank you, husband. Granny Tian watched their interaction with a happy heart. It seemed she would soon hold her great-grandchild. Xie Changsheng was thinking about Li Xiuhong. Almost every night, he was the first to put down his bowl and go to the kitchen to bring food. Xie Jin then also followed to serve. Jin Xiu cleaned up the dishes. On the table was a basin of rabbit meat, and the family finished it all. There was a little stir-fried bamboo shoot left, which she packed away to eat with porridge tomorrow. Xie Xiuyu touched her round belly and let out a burp. Little rabbit really is delicious. Xie Eryong shot her a glance. Such a cute little rabbit, yet you can eat so much. Little sister, you're not cute anymore. Xie Xiaoyu pouted. I don't eat as much as you. I can't even grab your hoof with both my hands. You better stop talking about hooves, he said, pinching her cheek and pulling it outward. Bad. Brat, Xie Xiuyu said, grinning as she was pulled. A string of saliva dripped from her mouth, and she couldn't speak clearly. Without hesitation, she grabbed his sleeve to wipe her mouth. Xie Eryong looked annoyed. Saliva girl. Xie Xiaoyu huffed and ran off. I'll tell Mom you're bullying me. Xie Eryong scratched his head with one hand, stretched lazily, and looked at the distant mountains, suddenly lost in thought. The nearest mountain to Dali village was called Zhuzai Mountain, where Jin Xiu picked mushrooms. Climbing over Zhuzai Mountain and heading east, you would reach Hejia village. Qinglian, he carried a bundle of firewood home, the setting sun casting a golden glow, stretching her thin figure long. Is it already so late? The food isn't ready yet. My son must be blind to marry such a lazy wife. And that dead girl. All she does is hide and slack off. If she doesn't work for 3 days, the roof will collapse. The 3 of us are just debt collectors. Old lady, he stood under the eaves, angrily scolding while holding her waist and facing the kitchen. Inside, Mrs. Wu worked non-stop. Thin, scraggly grass also curled up in front of the stove, helping to burn the fire. Before He Qinglian reached the courtyard gate, she heard old lady He's harsh scolding. Her tone was so mean that it didn't sound like a grandmother, but more like an enemy. Cooking, cleaning, laundry, fetching water, feeding the animals, working in the fields, chopping firewood, she, her younger sister, and Mrs. Wu did all these chores. They went to bed late and woke up early, yet still got scolded for being lazy. He Qinglian's eyes looked dull. Mrs. Wu had 2 daughters and 1 son. The eldest daughter, He Qinglian, the second son, He Qinglin, and the youngest daughter, He Xiaoqiao. Old lady, he had 3 daughters before finally having her only son, He Qinglian's father. When she was young, she often faced her mother-in-law's cold looks. When she grew older, she hoped Mrs. Wu would have more sons after marrying in, to make her proud. But Mrs. Wu injured herself giving birth to Xiaoqiao and could no longer have children. The He family's second generation was only children. Old lady, he was always harsh to her daughters-in-law. After Mrs. Wu couldn't have children, she saw her and Xiaoqiao as enemies. Mother, if you don't like Qinglian, just be straightforward. Get her married early. You even told Madame Lu to ask for 15 taels of bridal money. Isn't that just making things harder for yourself? Her wife and youngest daughter were busy in the kitchen. Mr. Wu sat under the eaves, crossing his legs like a lord, occasionally tossing a peanut into his mouth. In a good harvest year, the bride price could reach 4 or 5 taels, but in recent years, bad harvests meant many families had to sell children just to survive, with bride prices dropping to half a tael or a tael. 15 taels? That's impossible. Old lady, he sat heavily across from him, glaring. You don't understand anything. We raised her all these years. She's eaten and lived with us, and now she wants to marry with less than 10 or 15 taels. Dream on. Besides, once she's married out, all the chores will fall on me. Don't rely on Mrs. Wu, that lazy girl. If she's got a problem, she can eat dirt. Mr. Wu thought old lady, he made some sense but then worried. What if Zhang Lijing refuses? That would be a loss for us. Old lady, he lifted her chin confidently. You haven't seen how Zhang Daowei looks at that little girl. Lijing loves his son very much and might agree. Plus, if she doesn't marry Lijing, with Qinglian's looks, she won't have trouble selling for a good price. Mr. Wu looked proud, crossing his legs even more comfortably. Of course, we can say Qinglian is the most beautiful girl in the village. The He family's courtyard wall was made of mud bricks. He Qinglian hid outside the wall, relieved when she heard the marriage talk had fallen through. But the next moment, she heard old lady he say she wanted to sell her, and her whole body tensed. Due to Mrs. He's harshness and greed for money, as long as she can pay, she might sell her to an old widower, make her a concubine, or turn her into a servant. Compared to that, marrying Zhang Daowei is a blessing for her. There's nothing more to complain about. She wipes the tears from her eyes, then tightly hugs the firewood and walks into the yard. You shameless girl, where have you been hiding? You only just came back. No work, no food. Mrs. He scolds loudly, not noticing the firewood in He Qinglian's arms. Seeing she ignores her, Mrs. He continues to carry the firewood toward the kitchen, about to lose her temper, but Wu Fugue interrupts with a word. Oh, look who's here. In the yard, a tall, strong man walks in, carrying a wild chicken. Old lady He, Uncle He, I caught a wild chicken in the mountains today and brought it here for you. Mrs. He's face changes color like a chameleon, especially when she sees Zhang Daowei holding a big wild chicken, her eyes almost smiling. Are you here to see Qinglian? Not exactly. Just a small token of respect from a younger person to an elder. Zhang Daowei touches his nose and glances at He Qinglian beside him. Their situation isn't settled yet, and he doesn't want to ruin her reputation. He Qinglian's body is tense, her face a little uncomfortable. But Wu Fugue, shameless and reckless, pulls her by the arm as she tries to walk into the kitchen. You want to marry my daughter? Our family's conditions. The matchmaker probably told you. Look at Qinglian, she's so pretty and hardworking. Her sister is sick and needs money, 15 taels isn't too much. What's expensive or cheap? She's a person, not pork. He Qinglian feels ashamed and grits her teeth as she speaks. You big talkers, never considering my situation. Even if they agree, I can't lift my head if I marry into your family. Shut up, girl. Do you have a say? Uncle He, please, she pleads. Seeing Wu Fugue raise his hand to slap her, Zhang Dawei quickly steps in. I have something to discuss with you. I truly love Qinglian. In a few days, I'll go on a trade trip with my younger uncle. Give me 3 months, and I'll earn enough for the 15 taels. He looks sincerely at He Qinglian. Qinglian, will you wait for me? He Qinglian presses her lips together and keeps silent. Mrs. He glares fiercely, then quickly puts on a smile. Of course she'll wait. Her father and I agree too. Mrs. He's thoughts are very optimistic. Since Zhang Dawei likes He Qinglian so much, once she's married, she'll be under her control, able to whisper in her ear, and she won't worry about supporting her family. The kitchen. Mrs. Wu held her thin, bony little grass and sat in front of the stove. She heard voices outside and felt mixed emotions. It was about her daughter's lifelong happiness. As a mother, she had no right to speak. How sad. Fortunately, Zhang Dawei was a trustworthy person. The He family was like a wolf's den. The sooner she left, the better. The sky gradually darkened. The bright moonlight shone into the yard. According to modern time, it was about 7:30 p.m. Only 2 rooms had oil lamps. One was for copying books, belonging to Xie Jin Nan, and the other was Xie Chongsheng's room, for convenience in caring for Li Xiu home at night. The bookstore had no work for copying books tonight, so Xie Jin Nan's room also turned off early and went to sleep. Jin Xiu thought she wouldn't adapt to this schedule, but she fell asleep soon after touching her pillow. She went to bed early, but also woke up early. Almost every day, she had to get up before dawn and work. As long as her sleep quality wasn't too poor, falling asleep again was easy. In the middle of the night, a sudden heavy rain started. The window paper rustled loudly in the wind. Jin Xiu felt a bit cold and instinctively moved toward the warm source nearby. The unique fragrance of a young girl. Xie Jin then slowly opened his eyes, his gaze deep. Carefully, he turned to the side, tidied the quilt for both of them, and with a big hand, held her slim waist tightly. His ears turned red as he nodded and kissed the top of her hair. The crowing of chickens sounded one after another, some near, some far. Jin Xiu blinked her eyelashes twice and opened her eyes. Xie Jin Nan was no longer beside her. She sat up and stretched lazily. Last night it rained and the weather was cool. She slept soundly under the quilt. Jin Xiu touched her back head. Her wound was almost healed. She sat on the edge of the bed, put on her shoes, and looked outside. The sky was gray. Despite that, everyone in the house had already woken up. Granny Tian was washing clothes, Xie Chongsheng was caring for Li Xiu home, Xie Jin Nan and old Xie went to the fields, and second brother Xie was leading little Jade to dig wild vegetables. Little Jade was also carrying a small bamboo basket that old Xie had woven for her. Jin Xiu quickly washed up, helped Granny Tian with laundry and hanging clothes, and tidied the yard. Breakfast was a pot of coarse rice porridge, with each person having a small steamed bun mixed with rice bran. Granny Tian also fried the leftover spring bamboo shoots and soaked vegetables from a wooden basin. After Jin Xiu finished eating, Granny Tian carried her bamboo basket and went out with her to Mafong town. They walked there. Dali village had no ox carts. Next door, Dakian village's old Zhong had a donkey, used for taking people to town. If they wanted to ride a donkey cart, they could go to his house to arrange it. Or, since Dakian village's road to town passed through Dali village, they might be lucky enough to meet old Zhong driving his donkey cart, provided it wasn't full of passengers. It takes about an hour to walk from Dali village to Mafong town. The original person was used to farm work at home and was in good health. Recently, she had eaten a lot of oily food, but Jin Xiu thought she could handle the journey in an hour. However, not everyone can tolerate so much oil. Halfway there, Granny Tian suddenly felt stomach pain. Are you okay, Granny? Ugh. Granny Tian clutched her stomach and made a grimace. Oh, It hurts so much. Seeing no one around, she broke a small bamboo stick about an inch thick from the roadside, bent it a few times, and tucked it into her clothes for later use. You carry this first. Wait for me to rest, don't run around, and shout if you need help. After saying that, she dropped her basket and quickly slipped into a small forest by the road. Jin Xiu carried her basket and followed closely, watching Granny Tian slip behind some grass. Jin Xiu was worried about the smell and moved a bit farther away, but kept her eyes on her, turning her head and looking around. Last night, it rained heavily and the ground was wet. Water droplets dripped from the leaves of the grass. She also saw a pile of half-grown weeds, with some wet, dried tree branches pulled out and leaning crookedly on a small dirt mound. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Jin Xiu opened her mind and searched in the Marketplace app, typing white fungus in the search bar. As she knew, white fungus grows on deadwood, but most modern ones are farmed in large greenhouses, which doesn't look good. Jin Xiu changed her search to high-quality white fungus and chose a fresh, naturally grown green oak wood white fungus cultivated using ancient methods. She exchanged 7 points for 4 fresh, white fungi, each about 2 ounces. White fungus was a valuable item here, almost as good as bird's nest, and she was confident she could sell it at the town's pharmacy. Granny Tian, looking comfortable, pulled up her pants, stood up, and fastened her belt. She didn't see Jin Xiu nearby and called out, "Girl? Jin Xiu? I'm here, Granny," came a rustling sound from the left. Granny Tian stepped over and saw Jin Xiu standing with her back to some trees. "What are you doing?" Jin Xiu turned around and saw what she was holding in her hands, standing there in a daze. Jin Xiu held the white fungus up to Granny Tian. "Granny, this is a white fungus found on a dead tree. It's white and looks like snow fungus. It's the first time I've seen this." Granny Tian's chest rose and fell, her nostrils flared. After a moment, she couldn't hide her excitement and said, "Wow, this is snow fungus." "So it's snow fungus. Granny, is snow fungus valuable?" Jin Xiu pretended not to understand. The original owner was from a poor family and wouldn't have known about snow fungus. She had planned to ask at the pharmacy if Granny Tian didn't know either. Now that she knew, it was easier to deal with. "It's really valuable." Grandma Tian was excited for a moment, then realized she was speaking too loudly, so she lowered her voice. Ma Longzhong went deep into the mountains to gather herbs 2 years ago. Luckily, he found a few snow ears. I heard he sold them for over 10 taels of silver. People say Ma Longzhong is lucky. When villagers get sick, they usually endure it and only see a doctor if absolutely necessary. Otherwise, he mostly treats others for free, so he doesn't make much money. But after selling the snow ears, Ma Longzhong managed to marry off his son in less than a month. Jin Xiu's eyes lit up. "Grandma, when we get to town, let's sell a few snow ears at the pharmacy to get some money. With that, Dad can keep seeing the healer for his leg and Mom can rest better." "Yes," Grandma Tian nodded with a knowing smile. She thought the same. But Jin Xiu found the snow ears herself, so she couldn't force her. The family's difficulties were understood by the girl. "Grandma, there's no time to lose. Let's go quickly," Grandma Tian said. "First, put the snow ears away." Jin Xiu took out a cloth, laid it at the bottom of the basket, and placed the 4 snow ears inside. Grandma Tian picked some holly leaves to cover them. The two continued on their way for more than half an hour until they finally reached Mafong town. Jin Xiu looked up. The entrance was marked by a large wooden archway with the words, Mafong Town, written across it. Next to the entrance was a tea stall with 3 or 4 customers sitting on footstools, resting and drinking tea. After entering the town, Grandma Tian led the way, and they headed straight to the biggest and busiest pharmacy in town. Walking along South Market Street for a while, a small wooden sign with Jishiteng appeared in front of them. As expected of the largest pharmacy in town, it was a whole wooden building, very tidy, with a faint smell of herbs wafting out. Today was not market day, so there weren't many customers, only 3 or 4, all dressed quite well. That made sense. Nowadays, most families can't even eat enough, and herbs are expensive. Ordinary people either brew their own medicine or find barefoot doctors to get some herbs. Such large pharmacies are mostly frequented by the wealthy. Should we wait until the customers leave before going in? Grandma Tian hesitated. There are 2 pharmacies in town, Xia Chongxing's for leg treatments and Tongji Tang, where Li Xiuhong gets her medicine. Jin Xiu said she wanted to go to the biggest one to see if she could sell at a high price. Grandma, we're here to sell things, not see a doctor. We're not afraid. Jin Xiu understood Grandma Tian's worries. With such a grand pharmacy and their simple clothes, it might seem disrespectful, and if they were turned away, it would be embarrassing. Jin Xiu carried the bamboo basket on her back and stepped inside. Immediately, a young clerk greeted her with a smile. May I ask, are you here for a consultation or to buy medicine? Jin Xiu glanced back at Granny Tian, as if saying, see, her attitude is quite good, no need to worry. Then she turned to the shopkeeper. Young man, I am here to sell some things. Do you buy snow fungus? She lowered her voice at the end. The shopkeeper was surprised for a moment and quickly nodded. Yes, we do. But I can't decide this myself. Please wait a moment, miss. The shopkeeper went to the back room and came out later, making a welcoming gesture. Miss, the shopkeeper would like to speak with you inside. Why do we need to go inside? Can't we talk here? Granny Tian frowned. The young shopkeeper chuckled. Madam, the shopkeeper is worried about too many people watching. Our master is also here, so it's better to discuss privately. They have a big medicine shop, so they wouldn't cheat or steal. They wouldn't look down on anyone. Granny Tian looked at Jin Xiu, who nodded. The 2 of them followed the shopkeeper to a room in the backyard, which was a hall. Inside, they saw 3 people. A middle-aged man in a green robe sat respectfully facing 2 noble-looking young men. One young man wore a red robe, handsome with a playful expression. The other was tall and strong, with a serious and upright look, giving off a commanding presence. The red-robed man said cheerfully, You 2 want to sell snow fungus, right? May I take a look first? Granny Tian shivered as if waking up from a dream and stammered. Yes, yes. Their identities looked very important, full of authority. Jin Xiu remained calm and natural. Yes, you may. She put down her basket and took out a piece of snow fungus. The shopkeeper stepped forward, took it, and handed it to the young man in red. The young man in red glanced at it briefly, then happily said to the tall, handsome man beside him, The quality is good. Chongqing, aren't you worried about what gift to give for the birthday? Mother Gu is allergic to bird's nest, but she can eat snow fungus, which also nourishes and moistens the lungs. Yan Chongqing nodded calmly and asked Jin Xiu, Young lady, how much snow fungus do you have? About 4 pieces like this, Jin Xiu replied. Yan Chongqing asked again, How much silver do you want for it? Jin Xiu thought for a moment. I'm just a farmer girl, so I don't know the price of snow fungus. Why don't you give me a price to see? The shopkeeper leaned forward and whispered to Yan Chongqing, The snow fungus needs to be dried and stored. These 4 pieces probably weigh about 4 taels. After drying, they will be about 2 taels. 2 dried snow fungus pieces will be about 8 taels. Yan Chongqing paused and looked at the 2 people in front of him. The young woman was thin and weak, while the old man was weathered and full of experience. They probably came from a poor family, and only by luck managed to gather some snow fungus. Young lady and old sir, I sincerely want to buy this snow fungus. I'll pay 12 taels of silver for all 4 pieces. What do you think? Jin Xiu's eyes lit up. She heard the shopkeeper's words and knew he was from a big pharmacy. His generosity was clear. Deal. Thank you, sir, Jin Xiu said happily, smiling and bowing. Chu Qianma chuckled softly. She was an easygoing woman. Ordinary farmers would be afraid of the 2, but she was different. Yan Chongqing looked at the shopkeeper, who understood immediately. Madam, please come outside. I'll get the silver. All right, Jin Xiu replied. The 3 of them headed to the front of the pharmacy. Granny Tian felt light and a bit unreal, as if she was dreaming. Jin Xiu, hurry up. Pinch me. Am I still dreaming? 12 taels of silver. With their current ability, they couldn't save that much in 3 years. Until the shopkeeper received the silver, Jin Xiu kept putting the money into her hand. Granny Tian took a 5 taels silver ingot and bit it, exclaiming, Oh, it's real. Jean Xiao couldn't help but laugh and teased. Annie, aren't you worried about breaking your teeth? Even if I lose my teeth, I'd be happy, Granny Tian said happily. With 2 5-tael silver ingots and 1 2-tael silver coin, Granny Tian only took 1 5-tael ingot. Good girl, keep the rest, Jean Xiao said quickly. The 2 taels are enough, Granny Tian insisted. She pushed the silver into Jean Xiao's hand. Since you found the snow fungus, the 5 taels are for the family and the rest is yours. Xia Jinan sometimes took jobs copying books at the bookstore, but not often. Old Xia also made bamboo crafts to sell in town. This was their main income, supporting the family to this day. The 5 taels of silver in Jean Xiao's hand could make life much easier for her family. Usually, a poor farm family might earn only 3 taels a year, which was already impressive. Jean Xiao didn't refuse anymore. She smiled and said, "Let's go eat something delicious." "It's on me." The shopkeeper nearby smiled and bowed to them. "Take care, 2 of you. When you find good medicinal herbs, just bring them here." "Certainly, certainly," Granny Tian replied with a big smile, no longer anxious as before. Jean Xiao carried her bamboo basket, secretly storing the 7 taels of silver in her space. Before leaving the pharmacy, Jean Xiao suddenly remembered, "By the way, should I get medicine for my mother?" A few days ago, Jean Nan had taken some medicine, and she could still take it for a while longer. It was a tonic, but it couldn't be taken every day. The shopkeeper watched the 2 leave the pharmacy, then turned back to the backyard and said to Yan Chongqing, "Master, this isn't your concern. You can go now." "Yes." The shopkeeper nodded respectfully, then carried a wooden tray with 4 snow fungus flowers out, asking the assistant to dry them. Yan Chongqing stood up from the stool and walked to the window. Outside was an alley, where a few ragged beggars either begged for food or leaned against the wall holding broken bowls, heads bowed, with a heavy, gloomy atmosphere hanging in the air. Thinking of last year's locust plague, the grain supply had greatly decreased. After the floods in the south, plants could still grow, and even the poorest people could find wild grass or bark in the mountains to eat. But in the north, a severe drought and locusts had left the land barren, bark stripped from trees, and people resorted to cannibalism. Dead bodies filled the fields, true hell on earth. "What are you thinking about?" Chu Qianma leaned on his side, looking at his friend with a clear mind. He knew Yan Chongqing was probably worrying about the country and people again. Yan Chongqing sighed. "Think of me, Yan Chongqing, who went to war at 14 and fought for many years without defeat. Even when a mere 1,000 soldiers resisted 20,000 barbarians, I was never afraid or discouraged. The people respected the Northern Yan war god for his invincibility. But they were all wrong. People cannot defeat heaven." Chu Qianma lazily popped a dried fruit into his mouth. "Humans trying to conquer heaven is foolish and arrogant. A mere mortal cannot oppose nature or the natural order. If someone says that, isn't that arrogance?" Yan Chongqing shot him a cold glance. The other chuckled and sighed. "No matter how mighty the war god of Northern Yan is, he's just a mortal. You carry enough responsibility on your shoulders. Just be true to your conscience. Let the emperor's young son worry about all this chaos." After Jean Xiao and Tian Posey left the pharmacy, they went to a grain and oil shop. As soon as they entered, they saw many bags on the shelves, open at the top, filled with white rice, flour, millet, brown rice, rice bran, with price tags stuck in them. They knew they couldn't buy too much. Jean Xiao and Tian Posey discussed and decided to buy 20 jin of white rice, 30 jin of mixed grains, and 5 jin of flour. Including oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, they spent a total of 500 coins. Usually, Tian Posey wouldn't spend so much. She had just received 12 taels of silver. Since they were returning home tomorrow, they couldn't afford to be too ostentatious. After buying the food, they left the shop. Tian Posey glanced at Jean Xiao's patched spring dress. When she came to the Xia family, she only carried a light bundle, probably with few belongings. She immediately decided, "Let's go to the fabric shop. I'll buy you 2 bolts of cloth." So the 2 of them went to the fabric shop again and chose 3 bolts of fine linen. The money was paid by Granny Tian, who refused to let Jean Xiao pay. I promised to buy you cloth, so I'll pay, Granny Tian said as she measured a piece of pink fine linen against Jin Xiu and nodded with satisfaction. After all, you're young. Any color looks good on you. Pink also looks nice on me, Jin Xiu said, complimenting herself. Granny Tian scolded her with a glance. You're talking nonsense. Pink is for young girls. You're already quite old now. Jin Xiu chuckled softly. Then, they went to the meat stall and bought 4 jin of pork. The shopkeeper generously gave them 2 large bones. Luckily, the woven basket made by old Xia was big and sturdy enough to hold all the grain and pork. Despite Granny Tian being small, she was quite strong. Carrying over 60 jin of stuff, she moved quickly and easily. Jin Xiu, holding the 2 bolts of cloth, felt a bit embarrassed. Thank you for your hard work, Granny. Granny Tian waved her hand, not even panting. What are you talking about? It's all grain. If I had a few more jin, I could still carry it. Although she said that, Jin Xiu decided she would take a car back. Now that they had money, paying a few coins for a ride was no problem, and she didn't want to tire herself out. Seeing that it was almost noon, they headed toward the town entrance. On the way, they bought some vegetables and finally stopped at a noodle stall, ordering 2 bowls of yangchun noodles. They sat down and waited a moment until the noodles were served. The broth, made from big bones, was topped with chopped green onions, fragrant and delicious, with a golden, crispy-edged fried egg on top. After walking so long, Jin Xiu was very thirsty and took a sip of the soup. Be careful, it's hot, Granny Tian said as she took out 2 pairs of chopsticks from the chopstick holder and handed one to Jin Xiu. Jin Xiu took the chopsticks. Eat carefully, Granny. You should try some too. Granny Tian picked up a strand of noodles, blew on it, and put it in her mouth. Not bad. The noodles were smooth and chewy. They each finished a bowl of yangchun noodles, drinking all the soup. Jin Xiu happily wiped her mouth and stood up, pulling out 6 copper coins. She saw a vendor selling candied hawthorn sticks and bought one. At the town entrance, under a large banyan tree, a cart was parked, used for transporting people. It cost 2 copper coins per person. Jin Xiu and Granny Tian got on the ox cart, along with other villagers, making 9 people in total. The driver saw it was about time and jumped onto the cart. With a whip, he drove off. If someone got off along the way, it wouldn't take much time. After about half an hour, the ox cart stopped at the village entrance. Jin Xiu jumped down with the 2 bolts of cloth and turned to Granny Tian. Granny, be careful. Not far from the village entrance was a 100-year-old locust tree, a popular gossip spot where villagers liked to gather and chat about local news and gossip. A few women were sewing under the locust tree. One looked toward the village entrance and said, "Oh, that's Granny Tian and her granddaughter-in-law." The others looked up and watched. With everything going on at home, you still spend money on a carriage? Granny Tian really knows how to live. The words sounded sarcastic. Lin Posey, standing nearby, rolled her eyes at the woman. You eat your rice, but you have to pay for it. Mind your own business. Lin Posey was Granny Tian's old best friend. They both married into Dali village around the same time and had been close since they were young. The woman who was criticized wanted to reply but heard someone shout, "Wow, they bought fabric. It looks really good. The Xia family must be getting rich." As the two approached, everyone noticed the 3 bolts of fabric Jin Xiu was holding. One was a soft pink, very pretty. Such beautiful fabric. Granny Tian, are you going to wear it? Granny Tian teased. Don't embarrass me. An old woman wearing that color would get laughed at. It's for my granddaughter-in-law. The woman felt sour inside. She had just been scolded by Lin Posey and hadn't responded properly, so she was angry but had nowhere to vent. Granny Tian, you really are generous. Everyone says your granddaughter-in-law is a troublemaker, but you treat her like a treasure, someone said. Granny Tian's face immediately fell. She crossed her arms and pointed angrily at the woman. Wu San's family, try saying that she's a troublemaker again. My granddaughter-in-law is good for the family and brings prosperity. Watch me shut your mouth so you don't keep spouting nonsense. She suddenly rushed over like a missile, snatched a basket from a woman's hands, and pulled out her sewing kit. Her fierce attitude made Wu San's little stool jump in fright. Crazy woman, what are you doing? Say it if you dare. I'm not afraid of beating you up. I've been wondering where those rumors came from. No need to guess. It's definitely you, the troublemaker. We're just walking, and you dare to spread lies right in front of me. I'll cut out your tongue. The needle and thread gleamed dangerously, almost touching her lips. Wu San's family hurriedly stepped back, and some women quickly tried to stop her. Granny Tian, don't get so worked up. You might hurt someone. Lin Posey helped Granny Tian steady her, and also advised, they're always talking nonsense. Let heaven take care of it. You don't need to bother. Jin Xiao hadn't expected Granny Tian to be so fierce. She quickly stepped forward, holding the fabric to comfort her. Grandma, don't waste energy on them. Be careful with your health, a thin woman said. That's right. Wu San's family is innocent. The rumors didn't come from her, it was by Posey. Grandmother Tian paused and looked at the thin woman. Are you sure? Of course. That day, I heard everything clearly in the bamboo grove. The thin woman quickly recounted what happened that day. Grandmother Tian sneered. So, it was that old troublemaker. I knew it. Besides her family, no one in the village has a grudge against our Xia family. She placed the basket on the ground. It was covered tightly with a cloth, so nothing inside was visible, only that the basket was heavy and kicked up some dust. Older sister, watch the basket for me. Be careful, okay? Grandmother Tian told Lin Posey before rushing towards the west of the village, her body surrounded by black smoke. Jin Xiao tried to hold her back, but couldn't. Wu San's family was hiding behind the big locust tree, peeking out to watch Tian's figure go away, looking pleased.
There's no need to ask.
She'll definitely go settle accounts with Madame Bai. It's best if they fight. The villagers knew a little about the feud between the two families. When the eldest son and daughter-in-law of the Xia family had trouble in the past, Madame Bai often caused trouble too. Usually when they met, they argued fiercely. New conflicts added to old grudges. No wonder Tian is so fiery. Jin Xiao was worried Tian might be bullied, so she hurried after Lin Posey, who was carrying a bamboo basket. Wow, it's pretty heavy. She didn't know what was inside, but before leaving, Tian repeatedly told her to watch over it carefully. Lin Posey's house was just a few steps from the big locust tree. Worried Tian might get into trouble, she quickly called her 3 sons out and also asked her 2 grandsons to notify the people from the Xia family. Yesterday, Grandma Tian got some meat and still cares about us. We can't let her be bullied. Come on, let's go to Madame Bai's house and support her. Big Dog and Second Dog, go to the Xia family and ask them to come to Madame Bai's house. If they're not home, check the fields. You know where the Xia fields are, right? To the south, next to our land. Xia Dajin, Xia Erjin, and Xia Sanjin had just come back from the fields. Upon hearing the order, they hurried to follow Lin Posey. The 2 grandsons split up. One went to the Xia family, the other to the fields. Tian had already reached Madame Bai's door, hands on her hips. Old Bai, come out. How dare you scheme against my granddaughter-in-law? Just wait and see how I deal with you. Song Manhwa married you, a troublemaker. Back in business days, you lost everything. And now you have the nerve to call my granddaughter-in-law a troublemaker? You're the real troublemaker, a bad omen. You're just a scared turtle, afraid to come out because of your guilty conscience. At Madame Bai's house, only Song Manhwa and his eldest son were out in the fields. The younger son, 2 daughters-in-law, and grandchildren were all at home. A few people knew they were in the wrong, so they stayed at home, just waiting for Aunt Tian to finish scolding and then go out to talk some sense. But Lady Bai wasn't afraid of Aunt Tian. When she mentioned past events, her anger grew hotter. Come out if you dare, afraid you have teeth, she snorted loudly and pushed open the courtyard gate. Suddenly, a small stone flew toward her, and she quickly dodged. Phew, that was close. Lady Bai didn't give up. She squatted down to grab some sand, but Aunt Tian was faster and kicked her to the ground. Lady Bai clawed and shouted, "You old busybody!" When Jin Xiao arrived, the 2 women were fighting. They tried to help but were held back by Aunt Lin. "Don't interfere in elders' matters," she said. Lady Bai was a bit weaker and was being ridden by Aunt Tian, who scratched her face fiercely. Lady Bai tried to block her with her hands, and hearing the noise, the family members came out angry. Damn it! Are you all dead? Why don't you come help? Aunt Tian, cursing is one thing, but hitting my mother is another. Do you think our Song family is easy to bully? Song Yaozu shouted and ran toward Aunt Tian with his nephew Song Wenjia. The three sons of the Xie family stepped in front. Xie Dajin said, "Let the elders settle their own disputes. If the younger ones start fighting, what will our reputation be? Let the village chief handle it. With all this commotion, the village chief should arrive soon." Xie Dajin, I know your family and Aunt Tian are close, but my mother was beaten on the ground, so of course I say this, said another. Xie Dajin responded confidently. Aunt Tian and the Xie family are my benefactors. I won't let you bully us. When Xie Dajin was only 7, he ate some improperly cooked cassava and got poisoned. Aunt Tian gave him a jar of peanut oil to drink, saving his life. That oil was also from the Xie family. Although they were well off then, a jar of oil was worth a lot of silver, enough for the family to eat for months. Outside the courtyard, a crowd gathered around the two women fighting. Hey, why did Lady Bai pick a fight with Aunt Tian? Aunt Tian has always been fierce and rough since she was young. You shouldn't provoke her. What's going on? Why is it such a big fight? It's because old Mr. Xie didn't lend goods to Song Muohuo years ago. Lady Bai has been holding a grudge ever since. She keeps talking about the Xie family and even said Aunt Tian's new daughter-in-law is a troublemaker. No way, I heard that girl is lucky. I think Lady Bai is just clueless. That matter back then had nothing to do with the Song or Xie families. They aren't relatives, so they had no reason to help you. It's no wonder old Mr. Xie is upset. The big dog went to the Xie family to call someone. Coincidentally, Huang Mei was also there. When she heard that Granny Tian was fighting with someone, she followed old Xie out the door. Father, I'll go back and call third brother, Huang Mei said, turning around quickly and rushing home. Meanwhile, Air Dog went to the fields to call Xie Jin Nan and Xie Chongsheng, explaining the situation. On the other side, Song Muohuo and his eldest son, working in the fields, also heard the commotion. The two groups hurried to Song's house, while Xie Jin Nan went to find the village chief. Zhang Yueying was eating broad beans and saw from afar that Xie Chongsheng and his group were heading west toward the village, followed by the village chief and a few others. Head of the household, come out quickly. Look, it's your older brother and the village chief. What's going on? Hearing this, Xie Fusheng came out with a frown. If the village chief was involved, something serious must have happened. But this direction wasn't toward the main house. Just then, a man and a woman hurried over. They were the thin woman from under the big locust tree earlier, who had also gone to watch the commotion. If her husband hadn't come to find her, she would have kept watching, claiming her child suddenly felt unwell. Seeing Xie Fusheng and the others, the woman said, Hey, it's the second branch of the Xie family. Your mother was fighting with Bai Posey. It was quite a big fuss. Xie Fusheng was surprised. They started fighting? It's because Bai Posey has been spreading that Jin Xiao is a bad omen, and Granny Tian found out. Enough, enough. You're always involved in everything. You just want to make trouble and ignore the children, her husband interrupted her excitedly, pulling her away quickly. Hearing about Granny Tian fighting, Xie Fusheng instinctively rushed out. Zhang Yueying grabbed his arm firmly. Don't go. This is because of that bad omen. It's none of your business, she said. Xie Fusheng frowned. That's Jin Nan's wife. She even called us uncle and aunt. If she's a bad omen and you're just talking nonsense, yesterday she brought us rabbit meat and even sent some home. Zhang Yueying raised an eyebrow sharply. Who cares about her rabbit meat? I think she's not only a bad omen but also a troublemaker. She causes chaos in the house as soon as she arrives. Your mother's temper. She's sure to be stirred up to stand up for herself. That day, Zhang Yueying overheard Bai Posey and others talking in the bamboo grove. She knew Granny Tian was looking for someone to gossip with, but pretended not to know. She even thought Bai Posey was right. Zhang Yueying paid no attention to Xie Fusheng's growing anger. She pinched his arm and said more confidently, Anyway, don't get involved. We've separated. so it's none of our business. Besides, it's embarrassing. Jin Xiao is unlucky. I'm just worried that if the main house gets dragged down, the second and third branches will have to help out. Why bother getting along with them? In the future, if something happens, just ask for help directly, and they won't refuse. Smack. Suddenly, her wrist was grabbed, and her arm was pulled away. Before Zhang Yueying could react, she was slapped across the face. Good job, Zhang family. You complain a little, and when your mother-in-law is bullied, you do nothing. You won't even let me go. Are you treating her like an enemy? Although Xie Fuxing thought Mrs. Tian was biased, she was his mother who raised him. Seeing her being bullied, he couldn't just stand by. You hit me? You actually hit me. Xie Fuxing, just wait and see. When I come back, you'll see how tough I am. Zhang Yueying covered her swollen face and shouted angrily at Xie Fuxing, who was walking away without looking back. Along with the Xie family, Song Manhwa and his two sons arrived. Mrs. Tian and Mrs. Bai were pulled apart, still cursing each other. Their arms were held, but their old legs kept kicking at each other. Song Manhwa saw Mrs. Bai with messy hair and a red, swollen face, looking very disheveled. Mrs. Tian, on the other hand, only had some disheveled clothes and didn't look like she had been hit at all. Seeing this, Song Manhwa angrily said to old Xie, "Your Xie family really knows how to act. Clearly, your wife hit my wife, and you're the one making accusations first." When Ergo came to the fields to report, he made it seem like Mrs. Tian had been severely bullied by the Song family. Who was really bullied? Old Xie snorted coldly. Your family started it by bullying my daughter-in-law first. Bai Bobo can't fight, so who can you blame? Suddenly someone shouted, "The village chief is here. The village chief is here. Make way." The crowd automatically parted. The village chief walked at the front, with Xie Jin Nan right behind him, searching for someone. His eyes landed on a thin figure in the crowd. Jin Xiao turned around and saw Xie Jin Nan walking quickly toward her. Her eyes lit up. Husband. Xie Jin Nan held her shoulders and looked her up and down. I know you've been wronged. Jin Xiao glanced at the gloomy village chief beside her and shook her head. I'm just worried that Grandma is upset. If this gets out of hand, it's all my fault. The village chief wasn't an official, but he still had a lot of influence in the village. And it was Mrs. Tian who started the fight. Xie Jin Nan looked coldly at Bai Bobo, who was swollen and bruised. His eyes darkened. It's not your fault. Grandma did well too. He took her hand and whispered in her ear, "It will be fine. I've taken care of everything." Warm breath brushed her ear, making Jin Xiao feel a gentle tickle like a feather. Seeing his confident look, her worries eased. The village chief stepped between the two groups. They're all from the same village. Why are they causing trouble? Two old folks still trying to fight like kids. Stop it right now. Village chief, please decide for me. Aunt Tian hit me. White Ant wailed, then suddenly clutched her chest. Oh, it hurts so much here. She then suddenly fainted and fell backward. The Song family members hurriedly moved her to the ground nearby. Old lady, what's wrong with you? Don't leave me. Song Manhwa, lying nearby, saw White Ant lying still like a dead fish. His hands trembled as he pointed at Aunt Tian. If anything happens to her, I won't let you go. Good. If this old woman gets hurt, I will be buried with her. Everyone knows I may not be a doctor, but I have many remedies. She fainted, but I have ways to wake her up. Aunt Tian was completely calm. She stood opposite White Ant and watched carefully. As soon as she saw the village chief, her eyes twirled with mischief. She was sure White Ant was pretending to faint. Move aside. She rudely pushed past Song Manhwa. Aunt Tian squatted down, reaching out to White Ant. Just as she was about to grab her, Song Yaozu rushed over to intervene, but Xie Fuxing pushed him back. Rogue. Try to lay a hand on my mother and see what happens. You're bullying us. It's obvious your mother poisoned mine when she fainted. Song Yaozu was furious, and he pushed Xie Fuxing. The others from the Xie and Song families also started to confront each other. The tense atmosphere grew sharper. The village chief's brow furrowed deeply. He moved his lips but said nothing, only looked toward Aunt Tian. He hoped she could wake White Anne up. Otherwise, even if he wanted to favor her, it would be hard to handle. Aunt Tian stuck out 2 fingers, acting sneaky and sinister. White Ant, pretending to be dead on the ground, trembled her eyelashes in fear. She secretly cursed Song Muohuo and others for being useless, unable to stop her. She was so angry but couldn't speak. She could only breathe heavily through her nose. Aunt Tian saw White Ant's small movements clearly. She quickly found her weak spot, pinched hard with both fingers, and let out a loud scream. The scream was so loud it echoed through the scene. White Ant suddenly jumped up, pretending to revive. The village chief, watching this, couldn't help but roll his eyes. This old woman was faking again. He didn't think she was so easy to fool. White Ant, you're fine now. Stop everyone, or I'll have you all expelled from the village. Everyone immediately stopped. White Ant wanted to continue fighting Aunt Tian, but hearing the village chief's stern warning, she lowered her hand. Being expelled from the village was no small matter. I sat on the ground, crying out, "Village chief, you must stand up for me." I was just at home when Aunt Tian came to my door, spitting at me. I hadn't even scolded her when she hit me. Aunt Tian spat and crossed her arms. "You're the one who started the trouble. Who was the one spitting first? Everyone in the bamboo forest can testify. You're an old troublemaker, always picking on my daughter-in-law. If Jin Xiu were truly unlucky, how could she have found 2 big rabbits by luck? No one else is as lucky as she is." Bai Posey puffed out her chest. "She's just a skinny monkey. How could she catch rabbits? I don't believe it. Someone else must have caught them and taken the credit." At this moment, Aunt Tian wasn't angry. She looked at her calmly. "Oh, and Jin Xiu went to town today to pick snow fungus. What do you say about that?" The villagers around them gasped. "Aunt Tian, you found snow fungus? Where exactly did you go in town? Such good luck. Why haven't I seen any?" Dr. Ma sold some snow fungus for quite a lot of silver. I think it was about 15 taels. The crowd took a breath in shock. Old Xie looked excited and opened his mouth wide. "Wife, are you serious? Don't lie to me. I'll believe it for sure." Aunt Tian ignored the nosy old man and raised her chin. "Today I, Aunt Tian, say this. Whether it's rabbits or snow fungus, even if Jin Xiu didn't find them herself, since she came here, she has brought good luck to the Xie family. She's our lucky star. Anyone who dares to criticize her again, I will fight to the end with them." Bai Posey was stunned, then filled with jealousy and hatred. Why was old Xie so lucky? Just when they were about to lose, he suddenly bounced back. Damn it! Bai Posey refused to admit defeat. She stubbornly said, "Show me the snow fungus." Some villagers couldn't stand it anymore. Bai Posey calmed down. "Why do you need her to prove anything to you? I guess the snow fungus has already been sold, and they used the money to buy cloth." Bai Posey's eyes rolled. "I think the Xie family doesn't want to admit Jin Xiu's bad luck. They're afraid she'll be driven out of the village, so they're pretending to be rich. Just wait. Once this disaster star finishes causing trouble for the Xie family, she'll drag the whole village down with her. This old troublemaker really loved to stir up trouble." Jin Xiu handed the cloth to Xie Jin Nan, stepped forward, and stood in front of Aunt Tian. She crossed her arms, a cold smile on her lips, and her eyes held a sharp chill. "That Andy just now was right. Why should I prove anything to you?
Who are you anyway?
But since this all started because of me, I'll make a bet with you. If I can produce proof, you must apologize to me and pay me 500 coins for emotional damages." The old woman hesitated, moving her mouth as if to speak. Not brave enough?" Jin Xiu interrupted her. "Prove you're guilty by falsely accusing me." Song Muhua winked at the old woman, signaling her not to agree. Her face turned pale and then flushed. She wasn't stupid. Jin Xiu dared to make a bet, proving that the snow fungus was real. Even if she sold it, she could have someone go to the town pharmacy to confirm. Xie Jin Nan stepped forward and stood beside Jin Xiu. According to the laws of Beiyan, there are 8 punishments, and gossip is one of them. If someone falsely accuses another, they should be sentenced to beheading. If there are witnesses today, and now you're too scared to take the bet, then the evidence is clear. If you stubbornly refuse, we will go to the court and ask the county magistrate to decide. Beheading? The Song family members were all shocked. The old woman sharply said, "Nonsense. What did I do wrong? I just said a few words about your wife. Don't think that because you're a scholar, you can fool me." The old woman. Song Jin walked out of the crowd, serious. Brother Jin, Nan isn't exaggerating. The laws of Beiyan are strict. Rumors are considered dangerous, and serious offenders can even be executed or exiled. White old woman, you better think carefully. The Song family looked pale, like quails, all frightened. Song Mu-hwa glared fiercely at the old woman, blaming her for causing trouble. The old woman's legs trembled, her face pale as a vegetable. She stammered, "Who says I'm guilty? Fine. I'll take the bet." Jin Xiao immediately took out a wrapped cloth from her bosom. "When I was picking snow fungus, I accidentally dropped a piece. I didn't want to waste it, so I kept it. Jin Nan's wife, can I see it?" Ma Langzhong, also in the crowd, came over to join the fun. Jin Xiao nodded. "Of course. Ma Langzhong knows herbs and has also picked snow fungus. It's best if you identify it." Ma Langzhong took the cloth, picked up a white, shiny fragment and rubbed it between his thumb and forefinger. "Not bad. It's definitely snow fungus, but the quality isn't very good. It might sell for about 1 tael of silver." "TSK, only 1 tael? Ma Langzhong sold his for over 10 taels, said Wu Sanjia, who thought that Tian Posey was impulsive and reckless, daring to cause trouble at someone's house. She thought she'd get beaten up, which would finally let out her anger. But instead, White Old Woman was beaten and howled loudly, and the Song family members all looked like cowards. "TSK. Madam Lin spat at her. "What family background do you have? You look down on a couple of silver coins. You're just sour. I already scolded my younger sister enough. Speaking of rumors, you also spread some. You lack the sense to stay quiet and just jump in." "Wu San's family, do you want to be punished with a penalty?" Wu San's family immediately shrank back, meekly touching her mouth and smiling awkwardly. "I was blinded by greed at the time. Sorry for my words." Dr. Ma glanced at her. "Usually, you wouldn't just find 1 snow fungus." Jin Xiao smiled and replied, "I'm sure Dr. Ma is luckier. I only found 4 small snow fungi, sold for a couple of silver coins. These were the snow fungi she bought from the system, of average quality. They could shut Madame Bai's mouth without attracting too much attention, so thieves wouldn't be interested. Even if only a few coins, villagers were eager to get them. They had walked past the town many times, but never saw the snow fungi. The Xie family was really lucky. This proves Jin Xiao is not a bad omen." The village chief looked at Madame Bai and snorted. "Madame Bai, you have nothing to say now, right? You lost the bet and must apologize to Jin Xiao and pay 500 coins as compensation." Madame Bai looked distressed. "I can apologize, but Tian's wife was the one who started it. I haven't even asked her to pay me for the medicine." Song Muohuo's face darkened. "Fine. We won't argue about Tian's wife hitting someone. Both sides agree. Just apologize, and let's put this behind us." The village chief raised his eyebrows and scolded, "Madame Bai, your mouth caused trouble. Being beaten was your fault. The heavy label of bad omen weighs on you. A young lady like Jin Xiao was unfairly treated by you. If you're so sensitive, you might as well jump into a river." "You're the culprit," Madame Bai muttered. "It's not that serious. I'm standing here fine. The injuries on my face are real." The village chief sighed. "Things happen for a reason. You're lucky no one was killed. Otherwise, it wouldn't end like this. Bai sure, shut up, or I'll divorce you." Song Muohuo glared angrily at Madame Bai, who still wanted to speak. This woman was stubborn and had embarrassed herself. If it reached the county magistrate, it could threaten the family. Madame Bai clenched her chest and gasped. "Song Muohuo, I offended the Xie family today because of you. If not for what happened back then." Tian's wife rolled her eyes. "Shut up. Always talking about the past. Afraid others will find out that Song Muohuo used inferior goods to pass off as good and ended up losing everything. A person should be honest with their conscience. Her words implied that Song Muohuo had no conscience. Serves him right. Song Muohuo's face alternated between red and blue, fists clenched and loosened repeatedly. He stared fiercely at Bai Posey, as if wanting to tear her apart. I'll count to 3, then go get the silver. Song Muohuo looked quite frightening, as if he was about to rush over and hit her. Bai Posey shrank back, trembling as she slowly went inside to find half a tael of silver to give to Jin Xiao. Thank you. Jin Xiao smiled brightly, while Bai Posey was filled with anger. Meanwhile, Xie Jin then added, apologized to Jin Xiao. Bai Posey was so angry she almost fainted. I'm her elder, I should apologize? Can she handle that? Xie Jin Nan replied calmly, knowing your mistake and changing is the best. If you're wrong, you should apologize. Age and seniority don't matter. It seems you're not sincere about changing, said, all right, I'll take you to see the officials now. Granny Tian stepped forward suddenly, grabbing her hand and trying to pull her out.
Fine, I apologize.
We're from the same village. Don't make it so embarrassing. Bai Posey forced a smile, clearly scared. Granny Tian was a bit crazy. She might really take her to see the officials. Xie Jin Nan's wife, I was wrong. I shouldn't have bullied you. I am just old and confused. Tell your mother-in-law not to take me to see the officials. Granny Tian looked at Jin Xiao, who nodded, then she let go of Bai Posey's hand and snorted, I'll forgive you this time. The village chief nodded in satisfaction. Everything was finally settled. Everyone saw that. From now on, watch your mouths, or Bai Posey will be an example. All right, do whatever you need to do. Everyone, go back. Jin Xiao bowed slightly. Thank you, village chief, for standing up for me. The village chief glanced at Xie Jin Nan and waved his hand. I'm the village chief. This is my duty. Sorry for the trouble. Nearby, Granny Tian was in a very good mood. She had gained a lot today and also scolded Bai Posey, who was always bullying her older brother and his wife. She had been unhappy about it for a long time. Every time she argued back, she lacked confidence. Sometimes she even wondered why misfortune kept happening to the Xie family. Had they really done something wrong? Was heaven punishing them? Today, Granny Tian finally felt proud. She was sure Bai Posey had been talking nonsense all along. Jin Xiao was right. The Xie family would get better. Lin Posey walked over smiling. Sister, you don't need the basket anymore. I'll carry it home. Granny Tian hurried to help, placing the basket down, then turned to tell old Xie to carry it home. Older sister, thank you so much today, especially for Dajin, Erjin, and Sanjin. Grandma Lin gently held her hand. You saved my family's golden today. I've always remembered your kindness and treated you like a sister. It's not right to watch a sister be bullied. Annie Tian's eyes welled up. My dear sister, the basket was a bit heavy. Old head Xie, feeling his old bones, struggled to lift it twice and shouted, What's this? Wife, you've put stones inside. Annie Tian gave him a disdainful look. What stones? It was just grain bought today. Grandpa, let me do it. Xie Jin Nan squatted down. Jin Xiao helped lift the basket. Husband, is it heavy? Not heavy. Xie Jin Nan was tall and strong, not weak like a scholar. He could do farm work easily. This weight was nothing to him. Huang Mei held some cloth and asked with a smile, Mother, are you feeling better now? Of course. Auntie Tian puffed out her chest, looking lively, and waved her hand. Let's go home and eat meat. The group left grandly, making the villagers envious. They also wanted to eat meat. Looking at the Song family, they had long-lost face staying there. They went inside, closed the door, and loud banging and arguing sounds came from inside. Bai Posey and Song Muohuo started fighting. The younger ones tried to stop them and pull them apart. The villagers thought it was lively and never got bored. Auntie Tian and her group led the way. Jin Xiao and Xie Jin Nan followed behind. Husband, is your relationship with the village chief unusual? How so? Xie Jin Nan tilted his head, his deep, calm eyes looking at her. Jin Xiao, with her hands behind her back and walking lightly, said, Just a feeling. I think the village chief favors someone. Xie Jin Nan's lips slightly curved, and he honestly said, After all, it was the grandmother who started the fight. Usually, the one who damages others should compensate. The village chief's eldest grandson, Songjin, is a scholar. I get along well with him. Maybe it's because of that relationship. He gave the exam papers because he predicted this day would come. He was soft-hearted and it involved his grandson's future, so the village chief was willing to help him. Even if Annie Tian didn't act today, the rumor spreaders would be taught a lesson. Scholars still have face. Jin Xiu felt happy, bouncing happily, showing her girl's charm. Xie Jin Nan's smile deepened. He didn't want Jiner to suffer. Girls should be happy and carefree. Husband, why don't you continue taking exams? Is it because of money? Jin Xiu walked ahead, then turned to face him, stepping back. If that was the case, she needed to work hard to earn money, so he could focus on his exams. Xie Jinan paused for a moment and then slowly said, there have been many problems at home, so I can't focus on the exams. That's one reason, but not entirely because of money. Teacher Wu once promised to support me. Another reason is that I don't want to do something I am not confident about. Next year, do you think you'll succeed? Beiyan's annual exam is held every February. If you pass, you can become a scholar. This year's exam has already passed, so I have to wait until next year. Xie Jinan smiled slightly, not giving a clear answer, and asked back, what do you think, Gina? With your intelligence, you will definitely succeed. Jin Xiu stopped walking, looked at him, and smiled broadly, feeling unexpectedly confident. Xie Jinnan's heart moved, and he gently ruffled her hair with his big hand. Yes, I will definitely not let Jiner down. They reached a fork in the road. Xie Fuxing said, Father, Mother, Big Brother, I will go back first. Grandma Tian shot him a sidelong glance. Why are you in such a hurry? Your foot is burning. Go home first. Today I bought some meat in town, half a jin for you and Lao San. Old second and old first are not as close as old third and old first. Every time they visit, they leave quickly and don't want to stay long. For personal reasons, Grandma Tian understood this well. Thinking about the argument with Zhang Yueying before leaving, Fuxing hesitated, unsure how his wife would cause trouble when he got back. He didn't want to go home so early. He preferred to stay at his elder brother's house for peace. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Xie Tianqing's voice. No, we just sent the rabbit meat yesterday. Mother and father, keep some for yourselves. The rest can be made into cured meat to eat slowly. Big brother should also take good care of himself. Xie Chongqing looked somewhat helpless. Third brother, why do you and third sister keep telling me to rest more? I only hurt my leg, and I'm in good health. Besides, no matter how much I rest, this leg won't get better. His tone was emotionless. Tiansheng looked a bit sad. Big brother, don't say that. If the town doctor can't treat it, go to the county. The doctors there are better. If you're worried about money, I can. Big brother understands your good intentions, Xie Chongqing interrupted, waving his hand. Don't worry. I've come to terms with it. I'm used to it. My leg can still work, just a bit slower. It's not a big problem. Fuxing listened to their conversation but felt out of place among his brothers. They were all family, yet he couldn't join in. He could only awkwardly agree. Third brother is right. If it can't be cured, go to the county to see a doctor. Grandma Tian and old Xie exchanged glances and sighed silently. Father, big brother, where did you go? You're not at home. Yong, hearing the noise, came out of the main hall and saw Tiansheng and the others in the yard.
He was a bit surprised.
Second uncle, third aunt, you're here too? Did something happen? Xie Tiansheng patted his shoulder and said, It's nothing serious. Don't worry, it's already taken care of. As Jin Xiu stepped into the yard, a familiar mechanical sound rang in her mind. Ding dong. Wild high-quality morel mushrooms detected, 50 points per gene. Ding dong. Wild pine mushroom detected, 8 points per gene. Her eyes moved past Sierra-Yong's back, and she saw a full bamboo basket of mushrooms under the eaves. The system showed there were 8 gene in total. Yong, these are the mushrooms you found on the mountain, Jin Xiu said happily. Xie thought to himself that his eldest sister-in-law really loved eating mushrooms. No wonder he and Xiao Yu worked hard all morning to find them. Earlier that morning, they dug up half a basket of wild vegetables. After returning home to rest, Xia Eryong persuaded Xiaoyu to go back up the mountain to find more mushrooms. First, because Jin Xiu's mushroom and yam soup yesterday was so delicious, and second, because Xia Eryong hurt his hand and couldn't do heavy work, so he wanted to gather more food for the family. Today's harvest was plentiful, and Xiaoyu was especially skilled at finding mushrooms. More than half of this basket was thanks to her. Granny Tian instructed, Jin Nan, put the grain in the basket properly. There are 4 jin of pork inside. Give half a jin to your second and third uncles each, and keep 2 jin for tomorrow's meal. The rest will be stir-fried tonight. Third uncle, your sewing skills are good. Please work a little harder, and make 2 new outfits for Jin Xiu, Granny Tian asked. It's not a problem at all. Don't worry, I'll make 2 beautiful new dresses for Jin Xiu, Huang Mei said confidently. She was second in embroidery skills in Dali village, and no one dared to claim first. She enjoyed sewing and doing what she loved, so she didn't find it tiring. Huang Mei asked Jin Xiu to follow her inside to measure her size. In the main room, Xia Jin Nan first took out vegetables, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Then he brought out pork, 2 large bones, and finally rice, mixed grains, and flour, filling the table. Xia Eryong listened to Xia Tianqing's brief explanation of what happened, and seeing the full table, he excitedly said, I think no one will dare to say that eldest sister-in-law is bad anymore. Xia Tianqing felt a bit envious and said, It's been a long time since I ate white rice. The last time was during the New Year. With so much white rice and flour, it must have been bought to eat. The family also had some rice, but they usually exchanged it in town for coarse grains. Except during festivals, they rarely ate white rice. Xia Fuxing stood silently nearby. His wife's slap was well-deserved, honestly. Xia Jin Nan took the meat to the kitchen, cut it up, and tied it with straw rope, making sure both families had the same amount. It's a bit too much. Cut it in half again. Xia Tianqing reached out to refuse. Grandmother Ten lifted her eyelids and said irritably, Why are you such a fuss, grown man? Here, take it. It's only half a pound of meat, not too much to afford. Next time your wife brings eggs, I won't refuse them either. Xia Tianqing smiled happily and accepted it. Mother, what are you talking about? It's natural for a son to show respect to his parents. Xia Fuxing, holding the pork awkwardly, stood nearby. The third wife gave the main family eggs and made clothes, but the second wife didn't give anything, yet received the same amount of meat. No wonder he looked so embarrassed. Xia Fuxing carried the pork home with mixed feelings. As soon as he entered, he saw his daughter-in-law Zhang Qiuxia coming out of his room, which was also Zhang Yueying's room. Seeing him, she looked like she had found a savior. Dad, you're back. Go see Mom quickly. What's wrong with her? Xia Fuxing asked knowingly. Without needing to say more, he knew his wife was probably upset about the slap. Zhang Qiuxia whispered, Mom's in her room. She didn't eat lunch and ignores everyone. She just lies there silently. A hoe handle in the house had fallen out. Xia Hai squatted under the eaves, using a stone to force the wooden handle into a hole. He looked up at Xia Fuxing. Dad, did you and Mom have a fight? When the incident happened, the couple was working in the field. They didn't know what had happened. Xia Fuxing wasn't surprised after hearing about it, and Xia Hai guessed a bit. Don't bother her. Let her lie as long as she wants, Xia Fuxing said indifferently, loudly addressing the room. Your grandma brought me half a pound of meat. Da Hai's wife will fry it tonight. Oh, okay, Dad. Zhang Qiuxia saw the meat and happily took it. Such beautiful pork belly. Of course. Your grandma specifically asked Jin Nan to cut this nice meat. Last night the main house brought over rabbit meat, and today there's pork again. Xia Hai was a bit surprised. Has the big uncle's family become wealthy? It's thanks to your cousin's wife, Xia Fuxing briefly explained, then raised his voice towards a room. The village chief said, Anyone gossiping in the future will be dealt with severely. Someone in the room closed their eyes and lay on the bed, clearly hearing Xia Fuxing's words, and kicked their feet in anger. Xia Hai and Zhang Qiuxia exchanged glances. Could it be that the parents' argument was related to the cousin's wife? Xia Hai cleared his throat. Dad, you don't need to speak so loudly. We can hear everything. The cousin's wife is indeed quite lucky, Xia Fuxing muttered. Just hearing is enough. We are all family. We should get along well. Zhang Qiuxia happily said. Got it, Dad.
I'll hang up the meat now.
Tonight, we'll have cabbage stew with pork. After speaking, she grabbed the pork and was about to go to the kitchen when Xie Fuxing called out. Wait. He paused for a moment and said, Your mother said your cousin is very good at cooking. So, you can bring 10 eggs from home. We can't just eat for free, and maybe you can learn some cooking skills from your cousin. But, Mother, Zhang Qiuxia hesitated. She wasn't unwilling, but she worried about Zhang Yueying's attitude toward the main household and feared her mother-in-law might blame her. Xie Fuxing brushed his sleeve and snorted coldly. If I tell you to go, then go. With me here, this family doesn't need her to decide. Silly woman. Zhang Qiuxia looked to her husband for help. Xie Dahai nodded. Listen to Dad. 10 eggs. Why not just ask for the sky? Zhang Yueying suddenly sat up, furious and ready to argue with Xie Fuxing, but she didn't expect her own son to side with his father. She was both angry and frustrated. She angrily withdrew her hand from the door latch, pouting and turning back to lie on the bed, her chest rising and falling. If this family didn't let her decide, fine. She wouldn't go out to eat tonight. She would starve herself. Fasting. No matter how much she begged, she wouldn't go out. In the main hall, Jin Xiu was tidying up the mushrooms. Granny Tian and old Xie had gone out visiting. Xie Xiaoyu had just returned from the mountains and was sleeping in her room. Xie Jinnan was chopping firewood in the yard, while Xie Eryong was stacking the chopped wood neatly. Xie Changshen was usually either in the fields or taking care of Li Xiuhong inside the house. This made it easier for Jin Xiu to do her work. She had 3 jin of high-quality morel mushrooms and 5 jin of pine mushrooms. When no one was paying attention, Jin Xiu secretly sold 1 jin of high-quality morel mushrooms and 2 jin of pine mushrooms to the system, earning 66 points. She was so happy when the points arrived. She hummed softly, cleaning the weeds off the remaining mushrooms and spreading them on bamboo sieves. Xie Xiuyu just woke up, rubbing her eyes and dragging her messy hair as she came out of her room. She climbed onto a stool, resting her arms on the table, and looked at Jin Xiu busy with her work. Her dull face, sleepy eyes, and adorable expression made Jin Xiu smile secretly. She picked a mushroom from the basket. Second brother said these mushrooms were all found by Little Yu. They're big and many. Little Yu is great, Jin Xiu said with a smile. Her face lit up with happiness, her bright eyes clear. She jumped down from the stool and ran over happily, sitting next to Jin Xiu and leaning on her dependently, like a little kitten. Xie Xiuyu rubbed her soft hair against Jin Xiu's arm and looked up at her with a sweet smile. Jin Xiu wiped her muddy hands with a cloth and gently stroked her soft hair. Little Yu helped her sister-in-law a lot. As a reward, sister-in-law will give you a candied hawthorn stick. Xie Xiuyu grinned, showing her small teeth, and slowly shook her head. Jin Xiu then asked, What about green bean cakes?
Candy?
Steamed buns. Xie Xiaoyu still shook her head. Big brother has bought some for Xiuyu before. Sister-in-law, save the money for mother to buy medicine. Father needs money for his leg, and mother needs money for her illness. A few days ago, eldest brother bought a string of candied hawthorn for her. She took a bite and the rest she ate herself. It was sweet, and she felt very happy. Whenever she wanted to taste it again, she would remember that feeling, and it made her happy. Close your eyes first. Jin Xiu winked at her with her left eye. Xie Xiaoyu tilted her head and obediently closed her eyes. Jin Xiu said it was okay. Then slowly she opened her eyes and saw a big string of candied hawthorn in front of her. Candied hawthorn, her little face lit up with surprise. She clutched the hawthorn in her hand, brought her nose close, and smelled the sweet aroma, closing her eyes in delight. Being a child, Jin Xiu smiled and pinched her cheek. Xiuyu, don't worry about the money for Mom's medicine. Grandma and I earned some silver in town, and we can buy all 10 candied hawthorns. 10 candied hawthorns. How much would that cost? Xie Xiaoyu's eyes widened excitedly. Did sister-in-law and grandma go rob the bank? Jin Xiu's face darkened. Where did you hear that? Uncle Wu from the village said so. She replied innocently. Uncle Wu often fought with his wife, and everyone in the village knew about it. Aunt Wu always scolded Uncle Wu for not earning money, and Uncle Wu would call his wife a thief and say, "Go rob the bank if you want." Uncle Wu? Just this morning, his wife was scolded by Granny Tian. Truly a character. Jinxiu placed a bamboo basket filled with pine mushrooms under the sun to dry. Once dried, she would eat them slowly. Second brother Xie clapped his hands, walking over with some straw dust on them. I remember picking quite a lot. Why does it look so little now? Jinxiu remained calm and teased. Even the weeds weigh over 2 jin, so it's quite a lot. Second brother Xie shyly rubbed the back of his head. When he picked the weeds, he was careless and in a hurry, throwing the weeds and some other stuff into the basket together, making a mess. He seemed to believe it, but Jinxiu secretly let out a breath of relief when she saw she had fooled him. In a corner of the yard where the sun couldn't reach, Jinxiu was adjusting the drying rack, gently untangling some rabbit fur from a bamboo sieve. Rabbit fur shouldn't be exposed to direct sunlight. Once done, she could pack it into a wooden cabinet. "Sister-in-law, you're at home. I was just looking for you." A cheerful female voice came from nearby. Jinxiu turned around and saw a slightly plump woman walking into the yard. She was dressed simply, her hair tied up, holding a small bamboo basket. When the brothers Xie Jin Nan saw her, they called out, "Aunt Xiuxia." Jinxiu remembered she was the wife of the second house's eldest cousin and also the niece of Zhang Yiying's family, known as Little Zhang. Jinxiu smiled at her. "Is my cousin-in-law here for something?" Zhang Xiuxia approached cheerfully. "Thanks to my younger sister-in-law, I ate quite a bit of meat yesterday, and today I got some more. Father asked me to bring some eggs." Jinxiu hesitated, looking at the small bamboo basket pressed against her chest, and glanced at Xie Jin Nan, who was watching from this side. Xie Jin nodded. "Second uncle appreciates it." Zhang Xiuxia smiled and looked a little shy. "I heard that my younger sister-in-law is very good at cooking, so I wanted to ask for your advice. So that was the reason." Jinxiu waved her hand. "My cousin-in-law, you're flattering me. It's just family support, not particularly good. I don't dare to claim to be an expert. It's a simple method." Zhang Xiuxia covered her mouth and laughed. "Everyone in the village says the same. Every time I pass by your house and smell the aroma, I start drooling. Sorry for making my cousin-in-law stand so long. It's my fault. Come in and sit, have some water, and we can chat slowly." "All right." Zhang Xiuxia agreed happily and followed Jinxiu into the house. Xie Yong crossed his arms and looked up, sometimes staring at the sky, sometimes glancing westward, looking a bit serious. Nearby, an axe was raised high. Xie Jin then cast a quick glance at him. "What are you looking at?" "I'm watching to see if the sun comes from the west today." Second uncle actually asked Xiuxia to bring eggs. "Can second aunt agree to that?" Xie Yong rubbed his chin. Back then, when the eldest brother was studying, Zhang Yuing often complained that the family favored the mother and was biased. Later, after the family split, the main household kept having problems, and Zhang Yuing kept away, fearing the main household would ask the second household for help. With a loud crack, a thick piece of firewood split in two. Xie Jin then looked thoughtful but said, "Elders matters, as juniors, we shouldn't interfere." Was there another reason behind this? Or was it simply to strengthen the relationship between the two families? The sky was filled with beautiful clouds. In the kitchen, a pot was bubbling with a hearty soup of pork bones and radishes, steaming hot. Jinxiu pulled out a large piece of firewood from the stove hole and placed it on the left side, leaving some charcoal to simmer the soup. "Your second uncle asked Xiuxia to bring eggs? Did your cousin-in-law say anything else to you?" Grandma Tian sat on a small stool, sorting chives, with a few spring bamboo shoots at her feet. She had brought them back during a visit. "Just asked about the family, and told me to teach her how to cook," Jinxiu replied. She stood up, took a small bamboo basket filled with eggs from the wooden cabinet, and handed it to Grandma Tian. Grandma Tian counted the eggs. There were 10 in total. Whether because of the eggs or something else, her face was filled with joy. There are now 60 eggs at home. These few can be kept for eating. Usually, eggs are saved up and taken to town to exchange for money, but except for these 10, The rest are locked away by Granny Tian. Jinxiu nodded and said, "Mom, let's make chive scrambled eggs." Granny Tian placed the basket on the stove and replied, "All right, you decide. We'll cook 5 tonight and the rest can be eaten tomorrow." Thanks to selling snow fungus, they had money today, so Granny Tian was especially generous tonight. The dinner includes not only eggs and meat, but also the preserved bacon given by the village chief, which was added as extra. Jinxiu planned to make simple boiled pork belly, which doesn't require many seasonings and has a smooth texture. She scraped off the pigskin surface dirt, washed it with clean water, then put it in a pot with water, boiled it, and rinsed it. This step helps make the meat firmer and more tender. She added more water to the pot, enough to cover the pork, added some salt, and boiled for about 15 minutes. Meanwhile, she boiled spring bamboo shoots in another pot, then took them out and soaked them in a wooden basin to prepare for stir-frying with the bacon later. Jinxiu went to the backyard to ask old Xie to sharpen a long, pointed bamboo skewer, which she used to poke holes evenly in the pork. Once the pork was fully cooked, she took it out and placed it on a cutting board while still hot. During this time, Jinxiu cracked 4 eggs to scramble with chives, and she used the remaining egg to make a steamed egg for little Jade. Next, she stir-fried the spring bamboo shoots with the bacon. She added the bamboo shoots to a hot pan, cooked off the water, then removed them. The bacon was soaked in the hot water used for boiling the pork to remove the salt, then rinsed and cut into pieces. She scooped some pork fat into a clay pot, added the bacon and bamboo shoots, and stir-fried everything together. Jinxiu tasted a bamboo shoot with her chopsticks. The savory, smoky flavor of the bacon blended with the aroma of the bamboo shoots, and a pinch of salt made it perfect. She served the stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat, and the pork belly was no longer hot to the touch. She cleaned her knife and cutting board with boiling water, then sliced the pork belly into thin pieces and arranged them on a plate. Next was the dipping sauce, which is the soul of boiled pork belly. She crushed garlic, mixed it with soy sauce and white vinegar to make a dipping sauce. Finally, she served a large bowl of pork bone and radish soup, which was fragrant and sweet with the radish. "Husband, please bring the soup out," she said. After setting the dishes, Xie Yiyong went inside to call Xie Chongxing for dinner. Old Xie, smelling the delicious aroma, came back from the backyard on his own. Seeing the feast, his eyes widened in surprise. This is better than New Year's dinner. The meal included chive scrambled eggs, steamed eggs, stir-fried bamboo shoots with bacon, boiled pork belly, a big bowl of pork and radish soup, and plain white rice, no brown rice added, and it was still dry. Jinxiu served soup to everyone, and when it was little Jade's turn, she specifically said, "Little one, drink more soup so you can grow tall." Xiaoyu suddenly raised her chopsticks and confidently said, "I want to drink 2 bowls, no, 3 bowls." Grandma Tian scolded, "Your eyes are big, but your stomach is small. Your sister-in-law cooked so many good dishes, and even steamed water eggs just for you. How much can your little belly hold?" Xiaoyu looked happily at the water eggs, praising her sister-in-law, saying she liked her best and that her sister-in-law was the greatest. This made Jinxiu very happy. Everyone start eating. "Jinxiu, you don't need to rush. Sit down quickly," said old man Xie eagerly. With so many dishes, he was almost drooling. Grandma Tian was in a good mood and just smiled and scolded, "Stop rushing, old man. Just eat. Tonight, there's plenty of plain rice." Jinxiu sat down, and suddenly a bowl of soup was placed in front of her, full and large, with a big bone stick. She looked up at Xie Jinnan, who was smiling and mimicking her words, saying, "Drink more soup to grow taller." What does that mean? Does she mean she's short? Jinxiu puffed out her cheeks, then felt disappointed. She was at most 1.55 meters tall, which wasn't very high. She waited patiently. She was sure she would grow taller. Angrily, she picked up her soup bowl. Xie Jin then almost laughed out loud, gently ruffling her slightly malnourished hair, and said, "Be careful, it's hot." The pork belly dipped in sauce was tender and not greasy. The stir-fried bacon with spring bamboo shoots was salty and fragrant. The chive scrambled eggs were very soft, and the plain rice smelled wonderful. The family ate heartily, too busy enjoying the food to talk much, just the sound of chewing. All the dishes on the table were finished, with not a grain of rice left in the pot. In the pot, there was fragrant crispy pork belly. Zhang Qiuxia added chopped green onions and garlic, and the aroma grew even richer. Xiao Daxing was squatting in front of the stove, repeatedly looking up, saliva almost uncontrollably flowing. Xie Fuxing pushed aside the dusty curtain and came in, licking his lips, saying, smells so good. Xie Daxing also praised, "Wife, you're amazing." Zhang Qiuxia was already skilled in cooking, and with a simple tip from Jin Xiu, she quickly mastered the technique. Now she was receiving praise from her father-in-law and husband, smiling happily. The tempting aroma of meat seeped through the door crack. Zhang Yueying was lying on the bed, tossing and turning, drooling uncontrollably, feeling irritated. She refused to go out to eat today unless the old man apologized and begged her to go. Zhang Yueying quietly opened a door crack and looked outside. The beautiful sunset and cool breeze made her feel refreshed. Fuxing set up a square table under the eaves. Dinner was stir-fried pork belly and stir-fried chives, enough for the 4 family members with just 2 dishes. Xie Fuxing spoke and said, "Tonight, add 1 more dish." So Zhang Qiuxia found the dried black fungus she had dried last year and stir-fried it with eggs. She also prepared a pot of plain brown rice. When she placed the last dish of egg and black fungus stir-fry on the table, Xie Dahai, who was serving rice nearby, gave Zhang Qiuxia a look. She understood immediately, took off her apron, and hung it on a stool. "I'm going to call Mom." She quickly closed the door, tiptoed back to bed, and lay down. The sound of footsteps came, followed by a knock on the door. "Mom, dinner is ready." There was silence in response. Zhang Qiuxia pushed the door open and entered. Zhang Yueying, feeling stubborn, turned away and lay on her side facing the wall. "Mom, tonight's meal is very rich. Even if you argue with Dad, you shouldn't let yourself go hungry. Eating well gives you strength to be upset, right?" The person on the bed didn't answer. Zhang Qiuxia sighed and turned to leave, not saying much more. Zhang Yueying looked back, stunned, at the door that was closed again. "The meat stir-fry smells so good. I could eat 3 big bowls of rice." "Yes, it smells really good. Dahai's wife, Jin Xiu, also taught you other ways to cook?" "Yes, Dad. My sister-in-law also taught me how to make poached meat. She said it's very tasty and easy to make." The 3 of them enjoyed their meal without mentioning her. Already a bit hungry, the smell made it even harder to wait. Zhang Yueying's chest rose and fell rapidly, her body trembling with anger. She was determined to wait and see. If she let her daughter-in-law starve, she wanted to see how Xie Fuxing would behave. As dusk fell, Dali village quieted down. There was no oil lamp lit in the house. Zhang Yueying lay alone in the dark, looking out the window by moonlight. It was very quiet. Since her daughters married, only a few people remained at home. Xie Fuxing wasn't worried about not having a place to stay and didn't have to be embarrassed about returning to his and Zhang Yueying's house. Tonight, he was sleeping in the West Wing, where his youngest daughter, Xie Xiuhua, used to live before she married. When Zhang Yueying heard her stomach rumbling, she remembered she had only eaten brown rice porridge in the morning. The teapot on the table was empty, and she hadn't had a drop of water since then. Honestly, after the family split, life was still pretty comfortable for Zhang Yueying, except she felt her in-laws favored others. But Granny Tian and her husband weren't causing trouble. She mostly made decisions at home, and her daughter-in-law was her niece. They got along well. Her son was fairly obedient. Her 2 daughters' marriages weren't very good, but they lived simple lives. Sometimes they even brought back gifts to show respect. Last year, despite the hardships, she never went hungry. Having not suffered much before, Zhang Yueying was now feeling very hungry. The hunger spread through her limbs and body, making her weak and soft. Cold sweat seeped from her forehead. It was uncomfortable. Too uncomfortable. Unable to care about pride or resentment, Zhang Yueying's hands trembled and her legs shook as she sat up, feeling a bit dizzy. She quietly moved to the kitchen in the dark, acting very softly, like a cautious mouse. She opened 2 pots in succession, only to find them empty and couldn't help but curse aloud. "Damn it, I really want to starve my mother to death. Mother, is that you? Suddenly hearing a voice behind her startled Zhang Yuang, causing her to drop the wooden lid from the pot, which made a loud noise on the ground. You girl, you scared me to death. Zhang Yuang wanted to scold Zhang Qiuxia but was afraid of making too much noise and waking the people inside. That would be too embarrassing. Zhang Qiuxia, trying not to laugh, walked closer and said, I got up to use the bathroom and heard some movement in the kitchen. I was worried it was a thief, so I came to check. Turns out it was you, mother. Caught red-handed by her daughter-in-law, Zhang Yuang's face turned hot with embarrassment. She stammered, Thief? How could there be a thief? Zhang Qiuxia couldn't help but chuckle softly. Mother, you must be hungry. I'll get you some food. Dad was worried you might go hungry, so he told me to leave some for you. Before Zhang Yuang could say anything, Zhang Qiuxia turned and quickly came back with a big bowl. It was filled with coarse rice topped with pork belly, wood ear mushrooms, scrambled eggs, and bok choy. The pork belly took up about 2/3 of the bowl. Cheerfully, Zhang Qiuxia said, Eat, mother. I was worried you might be too hungry to heat the food. She also added carefully, Dad left at least half of the meat for you.
He cares about you.
Don't be upset with him. Very hungry, Zhang Yuang no longer pretended and took the bowl and chopsticks. She stood there, eating eagerly, bit by bit, mouthful by mouthful, of rice, meat, and vegetables. She was so hungry that she felt like she had never tasted such delicious food before. Especially the pork belly, so tasty. Why was it so good? After half a bowl, her stomach felt full and satisfied, and she felt alive again. Watching her mother enjoy the meal with a happy face, Zhang Qiuxia covered her mouth and smiled softly. Zhang Yuang muttered, He doesn't really care about me. He just hid the food on purpose to see me laugh. Then she put on a serious face and said, You too, teaming up with your dad to tease me. No wonder I'm so tired of you. Yes, it's all my daughter-in-law's fault, Zhang Qiuxia cheerfully admitted, unable to hide her happiness. Mother, the fried meat is really good, isn't it? It feels like I've been dreaming these past few days. Thanks to Jin Xiu, if only I could eat meat every day. Suddenly, her hand paused while eating. Take your time eating, mother. I'll go get you some water. Zhang Qiuxia nodded and turned to leave, just as she bumped into Xie Fuxing under the eaves. Father, Xie Fuxing hushed her with a finger to his lips, signaling her to stay quiet, then nodded toward the kitchen. Zhang Qiuxia grinned and nodded back. Xie Fuxing sighed in relief, hands behind his back, happily returning to the house. In the kitchen, Zhang Yuang looked down at the mostly eaten meat, feeling complicated. A figure stood motionless in the darkness, only hearing a sigh. The next day was the day to return home. Jin Xiu woke up to find Xie Jin Nan rummaging through the wardrobe. Soon, he pulled out a long, moon-white robe. Compared to his usual worn, faded clothes, this one looked much cleaner. Jin Xiu's smile was teasing. Xie Jin Nan clenched his left fist, held it near his lips, and cleared his throat. This is the first time I'm accompanying you back home, so I can't be too formal. He wanted to leave a good impression on her parents. Jin Xiu's eyes curved with a smile. Xie Jin Nan had gotten up early and prepared everything for the return, following Granny Tian's instructions. 10 jin of white rice, 10 jin of mixed grains, 2 jin of flour, 2 jin of pork, plus 2 bolts of cloth, a small bag of brown sugar, and 1 tael of silver. The Xie family decided to make Jin Xiu look proud and impressive, showing her family how much they valued and liked her. After breakfast, Jin Xiu changed into the moon-white robe. Xie Jin Nan carried a large bamboo basket filled with items for the visit, covered with a blue cloth. Soft hands hugged his legs tightly. Jin Xiu looked down to see Xiaoyu, with her little head tilted up, gazing at her eagerly. Sister-in-law, I want to go too. No, you can't. Granny Tian, nearby, was busy reminding her eldest grandson. Without hesitation, she refused. Yuan village is far away, and you're just a little kid. You'll get tired halfway and start crying, and your big brother will have to carry you. You won't make it back by night. Xiaoyu pouted her little lips, looking like she could hang an oil bottle. Jin Xiu squatted down and comforted her. Be good, Xiaoyu. Sister-in-law will take you to town in a few days to buy candied hawthorn. Her small shoulders drooped in disappointment. She raised her right pinky finger. Hook. Jin Xiao hooked her pinky finger with hers. Granny Tian smiled happily. Today is a good day. It probably won't rain. It takes half a day round trip, so it's better to leave early and come back early, before it gets dark and the roads get difficult. Jin Nan looked at Jin Xiao.
Let's go, he said.
His palms suddenly tightened, and her delicate hand was held in his. He pulled her toward the village entrance. It was their first handhold. His broad, warm hand made her feel warm inside. Jin Xiao felt a gentle warmth in her heart, a faint smile appearing in her eyes. Jiner, thank you, Jin Nan suddenly said at the village entrance, making Jin Xiao a little confused. She looked up at him on the swing, asking what? His clear eyes gently pinched her soft hand. Since you came, everything at home seems to be getting better, he said. Because she had a special talent after all. Jin Xiao opened her mouth, but almost revealed her secret. She quickly swallowed her words before speaking. Unless she was fully comfortable with the person, she couldn't risk it. After walking for nearly an hour, they reached a flat, open area. Jin Nan saw a large flat stone a few steps ahead. It's still early. Let's rest here for a while. They walked over, and Jin Xiao sat on the stone, massaging her sore knees. The sun wasn't too strong, and they were walking quickly, so they estimated they'd reach Shengyuan village in about half an hour. She wondered if Wu Houhot had calmed down. Her husband valued her return home, and she didn't want any trouble. Thinking about the second wife of the Li family and the biased nurse, she knew this trip might cause some fuss. Jin Xiao was lost in thought, and Jin Nan didn't seem relaxed either. Jin Xiao was forced to marry into the Xie family, but her in-laws preferred the Sun family in town. She also remembered Sun's young master, her original fiancé, and felt a wave of rejection. Jiner, do you regret marrying me? Her hand paused from massaging her leg. Jin Xiao slowly looked up. The man was tall, and sunlight shone on him, casting shadows over her. Jin Nan squatted down to look at her eye to eye, with an unreadable expression. Jin Xiao stared at him silently, noticing the nervousness in his eyes. She couldn't help but smile, showing her teeth. No regret at all. A huge weight seemed to lift from her heart. Marrying Jiner is my luck. Promise me, when you become a scholar or even an official, you will never take concubines, she said softly but seriously. Her lips pouted, acting cute yet earnest. Jin Nan's heart softened completely. He pinched her delicate little nose. Official or not. Jiner, I truly believe in you. Her little nose wrinkled in displeasure. Don't change the subject. Just tell me, will you agree or not? His face was firm and determined. I, Jin Nan, will never take concubines in this life. I only want Jiner as my wife. They left at dawn. By the time they reached Shengyuan village, it was around 10 in the morning. As they headed toward the Li family, villagers greeted them and whispered about Jin Xiao standing beside Jin Nan. Jiner, you're back for your return visit. Is that your husband? Oh, holding hands too. Looks like they get along well. In the past, Jiner would blush at such teasing. Now she's married, and everything's different. Jin Xiao and Jin Nan held hands confidently. She introduced him openly. This is my husband, Jin Nan. Today he's accompanying me back. We're headed home now, so I won't stay to chat with everyone. Wow, the Xie family is truly handsome, and they're well-educated. Marrying into that family isn't a bad thing. Behind the man, the cloth on the back basket was raised high, clearly full. The Xie family was very generous. A woman shook her head and sighed, but the Li family's eldest son doesn't think so. I just passed by their house and heard the noise inside, but I don't know what they're arguing about. The aunt beside her nodded in agreement. It must be the eldest son causing trouble. Jin Xiao and the other girl walked away, leaving their gossip behind. Jin Xiao held Jin Nan's hand and hurried home. The Li family's house was also made of blue bricks and tiles, but only half the size of the Xie family's. The yard was made of mud bricks. When they reached the door, they heard faint talking from inside, but couldn't hear clearly. Jin Nan pushed the door slightly. and it was not locked. Jin Xiao tilted her head and winked. Ugly husband will eventually meet the family elder. Xie Jin then glanced at her sideways. In Jiner's heart, am I very ugly? Not at all. My husband is good everywhere, especially in my heart. She held his large hand and gently shook it to please him. Xie Jin Nan's dark, bright eyes lit up. He brushed her bangs with his slender fingers. Let's go inside. As they entered the yard, they heard Zhong Shilu shouting from inside. Big sister-in-law, you and I married into the family over 20 years ago, living peacefully all along. Why make such a scene and split the family? In the main room, Wu Ho-hot snorted. Peaceful. It's because your daughter's marriage was stolen. Don't pretend to be innocent. Zhong Shilu's voice suddenly became sharp. Grandpa's son asked for a marriage with the Li family's girl, but he didn't say you had to marry the second sister. Our father has done a lot for the Sun family. Since my sister and I share the same grandfather, why can't Jinju marry into the Sun family? Annie, the one who wants to break off the engagement is the Sun family's young master. What's the point of you and your family getting angry? If you can persuade the Sun family's young master to marry the second sister, Jinju promises she won't say a word. Or are you afraid of the Sun family and only dare to act tough at home? Li Jinju, standing beside her mother, spoke softly but with a sharp tone. Lu Pe, sitting nearby, slammed the table heavily, looking angry. You troublemaker. You just don't listen. The second sister-in-law married into the Xie family long ago, and the marriage is already settled. Yet you keep talking nonsense, only ruining the reputation of the Li family's daughter. Don't think that if you cause trouble every day, the villagers will sympathize with you or help you. They only laugh at you. If your parents had any real ability, the second sister-in-law would have married into the Sun family long ago. Why are you making a fool of yourselves today? Wu Ho-hot was deeply hurt by her mother-in-law's harsh words. Li De-yu and Li Zhensheng, brothers, are 1 year apart. After Li De-yu married Wu Ho-hot, Li Zhensheng married Zhong Shilu a few months later. Zhong Shilu was the first to marry and gave birth the next year to her eldest grandson Li Tianrong. Their second daughter, Li Jinju, was only a few months younger than Jin Xiao. Later, she also had a younger son Li Tianyu. Wu Guohua, who married into the family, only had her eldest daughter, Li Jinxiu, in her 3rd year of marriage, along with a son, Li Tianhe. Old Lady Lu always said Wu Guohua only had 1 son, not as lucky as Zhong Shiliu's 2 sons. Li Dio was not as clever as his younger brother, Li Zhensheng. When they were young, both brothers were sent to learn skills at Mao Carpenter's house across the river. Mao thought Li Zhensheng was slow, so he kept him, while Li Zhensheng, who was quick with his hands and feet, was chosen. Li Dayou, who only knew farming, compared to Li Zhensheng, who had a craft and ran a shop in town, was clearly less fortunate. The second wife's family always looked down on the main family, and Lu Posey favored her. Wu Guohua felt she couldn't stand the family division any longer. Being overshadowed by the second family was too much to bear. Even if they split up, eating spoiled food daily, begging outside, or jumping off the mountain, she didn't want to stay with the second family anymore. She wasn't a saint. She actually envied and resented the second family. When people compare, it's very painful. It's better to shut the door and live separately. As long as she couldn't see them, she wouldn't feel anxious or suffer. Tears welled up in Wu Guohua's eyes. She held back her tears tightly and said stubbornly, "Don't mention it if you don't want to. But this family must be divided. The head of the family agrees with me." Li Dio was silent for a moment, then looked at old Lady Lu and begged, "Mother, let's split the family. I know I don't have the talent of my second brother. Even if I starve to death in the future, I won't ask the second family for help." "I agree to the split too," Jin Xiao said confidently, stepping into the main hall. At first, everyone thought she was causing trouble, but it turned out she wanted a family division. A family split is good, it's wonderful. The original family always looked down on the second family, working hard and doing all the dirty and tiring chores. They ate the same food, but the second family had chicken legs and meat, while the main family only gnawed on chicken feet and necks. They ate from the same pot, but only scooped out the thin porridge. It was better to split up. Zhong Shilio glanced at her gloomy-faced mother-in-law, who also didn't support the division. With so much land, who would do the work after splitting? Who would she show off her superiority to? To Zhong Shilio, the main family was no different from servants, especially since Li Gunqing's husband was more capable than her own. Li Dio was stunned for a moment, then happily said, "Big sister, you're back." After that, his gaze fell on Xie Jinnan, and his mouth slightly opened. This the son-in-law? The marriage arrangements were handled by a matchmaker. Besides Jin Xiao, the Li family members had never seen Xie Jinnan before. Now, everyone was watching him. The man wore a clean, white long robe, tall and handsome, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His eyebrows were sword-like and striking, and he stood calmly on one side, exuding confidence and grace. People often said he was a poor scholar, but in Xie Jinnan's case, there was no sign of poverty. He nodded slightly, politely, and respectfully. Son-in-law greets father-in-law and mother-in-law. His voice was deep, clear, and pleasant to hear. Li Dayu was so happy, he didn't know where to put his hands. Wu Ho-hot was a bit stunned. The man from the other family seemed quite good, and the son-in-law didn't seem bad at all. Should she be happy? Only when Li Dayu nudged her with his elbow did she come back to herself and mumbled, "It's good that he's back. It's good that he's back." Jinjuli looked at the elegant Xie Jinnan and secretly clenched her teeth, muttering quietly, "She got a good deal." Zhong Shilio also looked worried. But Lu Pozi was very happy. In her view, since the Xie family wasn't so bad, the main house should be satisfied and settle down. She was biased, but Jingxiu was also a daughter of the Li family. Both granddaughters married well, which made her proud to tell others. "I told you before, the Xie family son-in-law is handsome and educated. Jingxiu, your mother didn't lie to you. It's like the saying, losing the cow but finding the horse again." Lu Pozi said this while nodding proudly. Jingxiu didn't argue. Instead, she went to Wu Ho-hot and gently wiped the tears from her eyes. Wu Ho-hot hurriedly rubbed her eyes and forced a smile. "Look at me. So happy to see you and the son-in-law return. I must have been rude." Clearly, she was upset, not happy. Jingxiu comforted her by patting her rough hand, then lifted her eyelids and coldly looked at Jinjuli. "Huh, you say my mother only acts tough with family? But Jinjuli, you only know how to secretly flirt with men behind your sister's back. Do you not know why Sun's family withdrew the engagement?" When she said this, everyone's faces changed, their expressions lively. Sun Xiao's withdrawal was one thing, but if Jinjuli was secretly flirting, that was another matter. Which good girl would be so shameless as to pursue her sister's fiancé? Even if they had an engagement, before the man was married and the woman was single, they shouldn't openly flirt. Zhong Shilio looked upset, pointing his finger. "You shameless girl. You're jealous of Jinjuli and want to ruin her reputation, so she can't get married." Such a cruel thought. "Big sister, I know you admire Sun Xiao, and even ran to jump into the river after he broke off the engagement. Now your sister's husband is right here. What does this say about you?" Jinju Li's eyes turned red as she lowered her head, feeling wronged. Jiner said this just to seek justice for her mother-in-law and herself, with no other meaning. Xie Jinan spoke at the right moment, looking at Jin Xiu with a gentle expression, without any displeasure. Jin Xiu nodded approvingly and gave him a thumbs up. As for admiring young master son, sorry, that was the original owner. What does Jin Xiu have to do with him? She isn't interested in that young master son, and she can't stand the fake kindness and false accusations. Jin Xiu kept her eyes on Li Jinju, her gaze playful. "You say you're innocent, but it was young master son who insisted on marrying you. Fine, then go and break off the engagement with the Sun family right now. First, to avoid hurting our long-standing sisterhood, and second, to prove your innocence. The Sun family, owing to their gratitude for our grandfather's help in the past, insists on marrying a Li girl. If we, the Li family, asked to break the engagement, it would be different. The Sun family would see us as ungrateful. No way." Zhong Shilio and Aunt Lu's faces changed dramatically as they spoke together. Why should she give up the engagement she earned through her own efforts?
Dream on.
Li Jinju endured her anger and stubbornly lifted her chin. You falsely accuse me. If the engagement is truly broken, my reputation will be ruined. Maybe the villagers will think I'm guilty. Sister Da said I was secretly seeing young Master Sun. Do you have proof? Jin Xiu's lips curved slightly. Then she looked at Aunt Lu. Grandma, do you remember that time when second uncle forgot his carving tools at home? You told me to go to the town to deliver the tools. It was that time. I saw it with my own eyes. Jin Xiu usually couldn't go to the town easily, but today she was happy to be allowed. She and Sun Qing'an had met once through old Master Sun's arrangement. Sun Qing'an was handsome and charming, and Jin Xiu's young feelings quickly fell for him. After leaving the carpenter's shop, she took the rare opportunity to visit Sun's grain shop to try her luck. Coincidentally, Sun Qing'an was inspecting the shop. He was shy and hid in the corner, secretly watching, but unexpectedly saw another familiar figure. It was Li Jinju, with her graceful figure, fair skin, and charming appearance. She was her cousin, and she looked stunning. Jin Xiu, in contrast, was thin, dark, and bony. She felt very inferior. She saw Li Jinju and Sun Qing'an exchanging glances, then they left the shop together and turned into a small alley. Jin Xiu hesitated for a moment, but decided to follow. Qing'an Ge, are you really going to marry my cousin? Inside the alley, Li Jinju bit her lip and looked at the man in front of her with a sad expression, her eyes filled with tears. Sun Qing'an hurriedly said, How could I truly marry that ugly girl? Jinju, don't overthink it. It's just, his expression became hesitant. It's just that my great-grandfather, before he died, told my mother that I must marry Li Jinxiu. If I suddenly break off the engagement, my mother wouldn't agree. Sun Qing'an had once mentioned wanting to marry Li Jinju, but Madame Sun was afraid of breaking her final promise. The old man might even come out of his coffin to punish her. Li Jinju immediately welled up with tears, looking pitiful and stubborn, turning away in anger. I understand. I won't come to see you anymore. Don't talk nonsense, Jinju. My feelings for you, don't you understand? Sun Qing'an felt heartache and reached out to hold her arm. Li Jinju, angry, shook him off. Stinky tofu. Selling stinky tofu. A woman pushed a wooden cart into the scene, the wheels making a rumbling sound on the ground. The two continued to argue, but when Sun Qing'an saw someone approaching, he had to let go. Jinju. Li Jinju interrupted. You go back first. I want to be alone and calm down. Sun Qing'an sighed. Be careful on your way back. Li Jinju, stubborn, turned away silently. After Sun Qing'an left the alley and disappeared from sight, her eyes turned cold. She slowly wiped away her tears and smiled with determination. The cart passed by her, and she disdainfully covered her nose and mouth, glancing sideways at the old woman as if seeing something dirty, muttering, Stinks so much. The old woman rolled her eyes. She wasn't stealing or robbing. Why was she selling stinky tofu to offend anyone? She spat at Li Jinju's back and cursed. Tisich, your hair isn't combed, Yining isn't married yet, and you're here pulling and tugging with a man. What kind of manners is that? Meanwhile, Li Jinxiu walked hurriedly, looking lost and distracted on the street. No wonder Li Jinju always made excuses to go to town. Turns out they had been secretly meeting. Her mind was in chaos, but then she remembered Sun Qing'an saying Madame Sun wouldn't agree to break the engagement, and a glimmer of hope appeared. That day, I wasn't the only one who saw everything. The old woman selling stinky tofu in town can also testify, Jinxiu said calmly. She only claimed she accidentally saw everything but didn't say she deliberately went to spy on Sun Qing'an. If Zhong Shiliu and others found out, they would make a big fuss. Ridiculous. Her husband was still standing right beside her. Jinxiu didn't want Xie Jinan to know, to avoid making him uncomfortable. The original girl was really naive. She didn't think about the fact that Sun Qing'an didn't care about her, so even if she married in, would she be happy? That day, the Sun family sent a matchmaker to visit. The original girl was fooling herself, thinking Sun Xiao agreed to marry her. It wasn't until she heard they wanted to change the marriage arrangement that she was struck with a bolt from the blue. Li Jinju's hand, hanging by her side, clenched slowly, her face looking very unpleasant. Only a mother truly understands her daughter. Zhong Shilio looked at her and didn't immediately argue, which showed she believed Jin Xiao was telling the truth. She secretly felt worried. Gritting her teeth, she looked at Jin Xiao and said, "How do I know if you are all in on this together?" Wu Hohat regained her confidence, crossed her arms, and coldly said, "Our main family has no power and no money. What could we use to bribe people? We have no benefits. Why would anyone slander you?" Pearl dares not confront her face to face, only because she feels guilty. The second branch is really shameless. Look at the good daughter they raised, flirting with men in public, stealing her older sister's engagement. How can they be so shameless? Li Jinju was furious inside, glaring at Jin Xiao with a sinister look. The villain! How dare she ruin her reputation? She definitely wouldn't let this go. Jin Xiao smirked at her with a sneer. Come on, afraid you have teeth." Li Jinju's chest rose and fell rapidly, eager to rush forward. "Everyone, shut up," Old Lady Lu barked loudly, slamming the table hard. She stared at Li Jinju. "Jinju, go back to your room and reflect." Li Jinju looked discontented.
I
don't." Zhong Shilio quickly tugged at her daughter's sleeve and whispered, "Silly girl. Mother is helping you." Li Jinju held back her anger, lifted her chin proudly like a peacock, and turned to go back to her room. Only then did Old Lady Lu look at Wu Hohat. Both are sisters. If Shinju's reputation is ruined, it's not good for Jin Xiao either. Jin Xiao married into the Xie family, which is an unchangeable fact. For her sake, you shouldn't cause trouble. Otherwise, the Xie family might think you're always eyeing the Sun family and look down on the Xie family. Isn't that harming Jin Xiao? Wu Hohat's heart sank lower and lower. Old Lady Lu's bias was obvious. Jinju was the first to cause trouble, which led Jin Xiao to consider jumping into the river. She showed no intention of scolding her and was even worried that the main family might ruin her good granddaughter's reputation. Jin Xiao expected this. She never relied on Old Lady Lu to be fair. Her only goal was to threaten Old Lady Lu and the second branch. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to give up the old family's main source of support. She signaled Wu Hohat with a look. Wu Hohat was unwilling. "This matter can be let go, but I want to split the family. It's not necessary for the eldest daughter to marry into the Sun family." Jinju was the one who made the mistake first, causing Jin Xiao to consider jumping into the river. If it weren't for the Xie family's son-in-law, she might have lost her life. I can't swallow this anger. I've been fighting day and night over someone trying to take my daughter's marriage. My mother-in-law doesn't want me to be upset, but I worry I might go crazy someday, spread rumors everywhere, and ruin Jinju's reputation. Of course, Zhong Shilio couldn't let the main family ruin Jinju's reputation. The Xie family's marriage was crucial for the second branch. The eldest son, Tianrong, was also supposed to find a match this year, so she didn't want to drag him down with this. Zhong Shilio leaned close to Granny Lu's ear. "Mom, let's divide the property. No division isn't acceptable anymore. If we keep arguing, everyone will lose face. You should consider Pearl and Tianrong's reputation. Once the main house is divided, I will work harder." But that's not true. She can do laundry and cooking, but she can't handle farm work. When Pearl marries into the Sun family, she will insist on hiring a servant. First, she plans to soothe her mother-in-law into agreeing to split the family. Granny Lu also looked at Zhong Shilio with a sidelong glance. There's a saying, 3 years old, 80 years old. The wife of the second house is naturally lazy. How can she suddenly become diligent? Seeing her eyes rolling, it's clear she's trying to deceive. She must think Granny Lu is confused.
Ha!
But Zhong Shilio is right about one thing. For Pearl and the eldest grandson, the family must be divided today. Thinking of this, Granny Lu clenched her teeth. Fine, I agree. But we must wait until Zhensheng and Tianrong return from town. Let's divide now, Wu Hohat said firmly, like a sharp knife. Granny Lu choked and shot her a sharp look. If you want to divide, you know we don't have many fields. The ones we bought later were all Zhensheng's contribution. The division should be based on the land the old master owned before he died. If you agree, then we'll divide. This implied that after Grandpa Li's death, the main house didn't get a single acre of land. Li Daya was thinking. Old Master's son once gave 30 taels as thanks to the Li family. Her father, when alive, earned about 2 taels of silver a month in town. Granny Lu was also frugal and had saved a lot of silver over the years. After her father died, she bought land. Did she use only the public funds handed over by her second brother? Maybe not. But Li Daya didn't want to argue anymore. He looked at Wu Ho-hot for help. Wu Ho-hot, like him, just wanted to split the family quickly. She looked at Granny Lu. All right, we agree, she said. Granny Lu sighed. Let's divide it. The private property of the 2 houses doesn't matter anymore. The public funds will be split into 3 parts, 1 for the main house, 1 for the second house, and I should get 1 too. And this brick and tile house, officially registered in my name, is what my husband left me to stand on. It can only belong to me. Zhong Shiliu opened her mouth, but she swallowed her words again. Her mother-in-law would prefer to live with the second house. When her mother-in-law passes away, the silver she has and the brick house will naturally belong to the second house. Jin Xiu thought her grandmother was very clever. Even if she favored one side, she wouldn't be reckless enough to give away all her property and house at once. In modern times, she had seen many cases online where parents gave all their assets to their children, only to be abandoned later when the children and their spouses threw them out. In ancient times, filial piety was highly valued, so such situations were unlikely to happen. But Grandma Lu still has property and wealth in her hands, so she is confident and not worried about controlling the lazy woman, Zhong Shiliu. Li Daya looked at Grandma Lu and asked, Mom, who do you want to live with? Grandma Lu was still angry about her eldest son's separation, and her old face darkened. I'm old now, and I can't work quickly. I think I should live with your younger brother so I won't be a burden to you. Her tone sounded a bit sarcastic. Li Daya touched his nose. We won't make things difficult for you. We will move out to live separately, and we will visit and show respect once a month. Wu Ho-hot nodded beside her. That's good too. Over the years, because Grandma Lu favored one side, her heart had grown cold. To be honest, she would rather give up the house and live separately than argue constantly with her mother-in-law. The second wife's side took advantage, and during the division of property, they were quick. The Li family had a total of 22 acres of good land, but Grandma Lu said the land bought after Mr. Li's death didn't count, so there were 15 acres of good land, with the main house getting 5 acres. They also divided 2 acres of dry land, 5 old hens, 12 eggs, 100 jin of corn flour and coarse flour each, 30 jin of white rice, 50 jin of mixed grains, 5 taels of silver and miscellaneous pots, bowls, and dishes, along with clothes and bedding from their own house. The family division agreement was written by Xie Jinan, with 4 copies, each kept by one person. Wu Ho-hot put the division agreement and land deeds in her pocket, feeling lighter than ever before. After the division, whether things went well or badly, she was no longer involved. But she didn't regret it. She was now in charge and didn't have to bow to others' faces. Li Tianhe carried a bundle of firewood back and saw that the yard was full of villagers. When they saw him, they all shouted, Tianhe, why are you only coming back now? Your family is dividing. I was wondering what was going on in the Li family. Turns out, they're dividing the land. Is the main house crazy? If they leave the second wife's side, what will they eat? The harvest was bad, but just a few acres of land won't make them starve. It's because you people keep gossiping that Li Daya wants to split up. As the older brother, he's not as good as the younger brother. Can he keep his face? Dividing the land? Li Tianhe blinked his confused tiger eyes. Dividing the land means your main house moves out, and you won't live with your grandma or Uncle Air's family anymore. The Li family's courtyard gate was open. In the middle of the yard, 2 carts were parked. One cart was piled with pots, bowls, bamboo baskets, and other miscellaneous items, and the other carried a bag of grain. Li Tianhe pushed through the crowd, threw the dry firewood on the ground, and walked forward to carry the grain on Li Daya's shoulder. Tianhe, Dad told you. Dad, I know. We're dividing the land. Li Tianhe was very happy, grinning widely. Does that mean we don't have to come back anymore? Li Dio. Well, not really. Jinxiu walks out of the kitchen holding a kitchen knife. Li Tianhe almost jumps with excitement. Sister, you're back. I came back with your brother-in-law. Jinxiu gestures at Xie Jinnan, who is holding a spatula. Li Tianhe, who is 10 years old, is almost as tall as Jinxiu and much sturdier than other kids his age. Xie Jinnan looks at him kindly and says, Tianhe, I am your sister's husband. Seeing him, it's clear he's a good person. Li Tianhe was worried that his sister might be bullied after marrying out, but now he doesn't have to worry. Stop chatting, be quick and move all these things to the old house. Wu Ho-hot carries a winter quilt out of the house. It's new now, and they want to finish moving before dark. They also need to cook, so the couple won't go back hungry. The brick and tile house can no longer be lived in. Luckily, the Li family has an earthen house at the village's end, filled with miscellaneous items. Fixing it up for the family to live in, providing shelter from wind and rain, is good enough. Wu Ho-hot urges everyone to hurry, and they stop chatting, working faster. With new hope, everyone is full of energy. Zhong Shilia watches and keeps making faces. What's so happy about? Overestimating oneself. The main house hopes for a good year with favorable weather. Otherwise, life will be even harder than before. The main house has few people left, his daughter married out, and his youngest son is only 10 and weak. His gaze falls on Li Tianhe, who is carrying 2 bags of grain at once, and Zhong Shilio chokes. He doesn't know how he grew so strong. Then he thinks, relying only on farming, the main house will never catch up to the second house. She waits for the day when the main house can't hold on and has to ask for help. Everything is packed. 2 carts are just enough to carry everything. Xie Jin pushes the basket onto the cart with pots and bowls, then turns to hold the handle. Wu Ho-hot quickly says, Young master, let Tianhe and his father pull the carts. The young master's family just moved in and didn't even have a sip of water, yet he still wants to help with the move. They definitely shouldn't let him do it. Li Tianhe nods eagerly. Brother-in-law, I have a lot of strength. I'll do it. Li Tianhe and Li Dio each pull a cart, while Jinxiu and the others push from behind. The heavy wheels roll through a small puddle, splashing mud that dirties Wu Ho-hot's pants, but she's still in a good mood. The closer they get to the village's end, the fewer houses there are. Jinxiu looks around. Living at the village's end is good, quiet, and few people. For example, the Xie family lives at the end of the village, at least 400 or 500 meters from the nearest house, enjoying peace and quiet. Mother thinks so too. Wu Guohua often thought about the village's tradition of splitting the family, and she was used to it. Everyone knew the reason behind these splits, so people didn't gossip too much. It was better to stay farther from the village center to avoid unnecessary talk. Zhen Sheng's wife. Where are you going? Are you splitting the family again? A woman from a nearby house asked as she came out of her yard. Yes, we're splitting the family and moving back to the old house, Wu Guohua replied with a big smile. Really? Come visit us when you have time, the woman said. Sure, Wu Guohua agreed happily. Seeing her cheerful mood, Jinxiu and Li Dio exchanged smiles. 2 carts stopped in front of a small yard enclosed by a fence. Inside, there were 3 old brick houses and 2 more rooms on the west side, all with cracks and thatched roofs. The group stood in the yard. Li Dio and Wu Guohua weren't discouraged at all. In fact, they felt somewhat relieved. Things were better than they had expected. Before the new year, Aunt Lu would send the main house to clear weeds and repair the roof. Their property was worth at least 10 taels of silver if sold, so they wouldn't let it fall into disrepair. Back then, the fence yard was broken and crooked, but thanks to Li Dio's hard work, he cut bamboo and built new fencing. Now, it was much better, so they wouldn't be overwhelmed when they looked around. The weeds had grown back, but it wasn't a big problem. They could just remove them again. Everyone was busy tidying up the house. Jinxiu and Wu Guohua weeded the yard, one using a sickle and the other using a hoe. Li Dio and Li Tianhe unloaded their belongings from the cart and arranged everything properly. Xie Jinnan was in charge of cleaning. In one of the rooms on the left, an old wooden bed was piled with leftover clutter, battered grain sacks, torn bamboo baskets, several broken wooden planks, and a damaged iron pot. Xie Jinan checked the items and found only a ceramic pot for boiling water that was still intact. He moved the usable things to the yard for now and would deal with the unusable ones later. There were 2 wooden beds in the house, so they had enough sleeping space. Clothes and bedding were kept inside their rooms, while a few sacks of grain and dishes were stored in the kitchen. Outside, there was a dried, old water jar covered in dirt, dust, and decayed leaves. After organizing everything, Li Dio carried a wooden bucket and pointed to the water jar. "Come on, Dad, let's go fetch water. We'll carry this jar to the well and clean it," he said. There were 2 wells in the village, one at the end of the village, which was very convenient. Li Dio increasingly thought that moving to the old house was a good decision. When they had free time, they could repair the leaks and make the house comfortable to live in. Jin Xiu watched Li Tianhe lift a water jar with one hand and follow Li Dia out the door, his arm muscles slightly bulging. She couldn't help but click her tongue. Little brother is really strong. Wu Guohua also looked worried. This kid not only has a lot of strength, but also eats a lot. Luckily, he works hard, picks wild vegetables diligently, and if he's lucky, he can catch wild chickens and rabbits in mountains. Your mother is reluctant to let him eat meat, white rice, and flour, but she still lets him eat until he's full most of the time. It was Lu Posey who always complained while serving rice, saying, "His stomach is like a rice jar. Being able to eat is a blessing. With my younger brother around, I feel more at ease." "Your parents are so big. Why do you worry so much?" Wu Guohua rolled her eyes. "You and your husband should enjoy your days peacefully. Don't think about unnecessary things. Don't get upset, mother." That's called filial piety. Jin Xiu didn't realize her. She was tough on the outside but soft inside. She was saying this to reassure her, to ease her worries about life after the main household split. Xie Jinan had packed away most of the miscellaneous items, then carried the clay jar to the kitchen. The stove had 2 holes. He placed the jar in the right one. When he returned with water, he could start boiling it. Jin Xiu entered and asked, "Husband, where is the basket?" She knew the return gift was still inside the house. She pulled Wu Guohua, who was still weeding, and went to the emptied storage room. The basket was placed next to the wooden bed. "Mother, this is the return gift," she said, lifting the cloth covering the top. She took out 2 pieces of cloth and handed them to Wu Guohua. Then she took out rice, flour, miscellaneous grains, brown sugar, pork, and piled everything onto the wooden bed. Wu Guohua was stunned. You brought all these back? Will the Xie family know?" Jin Xiu nodded cheerfully. "Of course, Mother asked me to bring them. Husband prepared everything early this morning, all to honor you and Father. And there's silver too." She took out 2 taels of silver from her bag and handed it to Wu Guohua. Wu Guohua held the beautiful cloth and the silver in her hands, feeling mixed emotions. The Xie family was so generous and thoughtful to her daughter, showing how much they valued her. Lu Posey was right. Perhaps the eldest daughter's misfortune turned into good luck. Wu Guohua asked, "Does your husband treat you well?" Jin Xiu lowered her head, pretending to be shy, and nodded. Wu Guohua felt a great weight lift from her heart, and her resentment eased almost completely. "I thought you blamed your mother and wouldn't come back. How could I? I know Mother is doing this for me." Jin Xiu linked her arm with Wu Guohua's, resting her head on her shoulder with a sweet, obedient look. Wu Guohua couldn't help but laugh. She gently tapped her daughter's fluffy head. This was the first time her daughter had acted so spoiled with her. Experienced as she was, Wu Guohua understood everything. This tender attitude showed that Xie Jinan truly loved her. Wu Guohua looked at the things on the wooden bed. "That's enough. You can take the silver money back." Jin Xiu pushed her hand away. "Mother, now let me take 1 or 2 taels, and one of those is mine." Wu Guohua looked disapproving. "That 1 tael was given by Mother for your protection. Why are you giving it to me now?" Jin Xiu leaned close and whispered in her ear. It turned out the silver was earned from selling snow fungus. Wu Guohua opened her mouth wide. "Such a good thing. The eldest daughter is truly fortunate. No wonder the CF family treasures their daughter. When good news comes, everyone feels happy. When the Li father and son finished fetching water and returned, they saw Wu Guohua's face was still smiling. Wait, mother will make something tasty for you. Wu Guohua rummaged through a pile of miscellaneous items and found an iron pot. The Li family only had one iron pot. The main house didn't want it, so she took a spatula and some knives. There was a small opening near the edge of the pot, about the size of a baby's fist, placed at an angle so it could still be used for cooking. Jin Xiu looked up at the sky. Based on the position of the sun, it was about 3 in the afternoon. Mother, it's getting late. We should go back. Wu Guohua thought for a moment. It would take at least an hour and a half to return, and it would be unsafe after dark. Mother will make a few pancakes for the road. It won't take much time. We've been busy all morning. Without food, we won't have the strength to walk. Jin Xiu had no objection. Xie Jin Nan said, Then thank you, mother-in-law. Wu Guohua scooped a large bowl of white flour from the flour sack for the return gift, made it into batter, and after lighting the fire, poured it into the small opening of the pot. She made 6 pancakes in a row. She stored the remaining brown sugar in a jar and used the oil paper to wrap the pancakes. Remember what mother said. Treat your husband well, and since your in-law's mother is so kind to you, you should also be filial and take good care of her. Don't worry about the family. With your younger brother around, your parents will take care of themselves. Mother, I will, Jin Xiu said, holding the hot pancake. Listening to Wu Guohua's earnest advice, her mood was complicated. She felt like she was returning home after marriage, then leaving again, feeling reluctant, and even wanting to cry. Xie Jin Nan carried a bamboo basket and came in, noticing her eyes were a little red. He understood immediately. He gently patted her small head in comfort, took her hand, and said to Wu Guohua, whose eyes were also reddening, Mother-in-law, I will treat Gina well and won't let her suffer. This was a hurried trip. When we have time, we'll come back to stay for a few days. Wu Guohua was comforted seeing her son-in-law caring so much for her daughter. Let's go. Be careful on the way back. Outside the fence gate, watching the couple walk away, Wu Guohua turned to look at her father and son, who were weeding. Head of the family, go chop some bamboo and come back. First, make a simple chicken pen. When there's time, build a chicken coop. Tiangi, you should return this wooden cart to your grandmother. And this one belongs to Aunt Li-san. As for her, she planned to open a small vegetable patch behind the house, asking familiar neighbors for seedlings to plant so that next time her husband and eldest daughter return, they can enjoy fresh vegetables. Li Dao took a sickle, Tiangi pulled the cart, and Wu Ho-hot carried a hoe. After working hard all morning, the family of 3 still felt full of energy. Hubby, here you go. After leaving the village, Jin Xiu took a piece of cake from an oil paper wrapper and handed it over. She also took a piece for herself, placing the rest into her basket. It smells so good, thin and crispy. She was truly hungry and ate quickly, one bite after another. Xie Jin Nan watched her like a cute little squirrel, her cheeks puffed out. Young girls are quick to feel emotions and quick to let them go, with no trace of the sadness from parting earlier. They ate their cakes as they walked. Xie Jin Nan finished his 2 cakes first, using his slender fingers to wipe crumbs from her lips. He took a gourd from his basket, filled with cool water from that morning, and uncorked it to hand to her softly, saying, Drink some water. Thank you, hubby. After eating and drinking, they quickened their pace. After walking for over an hour, Jin Xiu felt her stomach swell. Seeing her stop, Xie Jin Nan frowned slightly, about to speak but hesitating, then kindly said, You're tired. Let me carry you. No, I just need to go to the bathroom, she whispered shyly. Her handsome face immediately flushed with a faint red. Xie Jin Nan looked around, trying to find a good spot. There's a small grove over there. I'll keep watch outside. Okay, Jin Xiu, ignoring her shyness, slipped into the grove and found a hidden patch of grass. Her slender figure was partly hidden among the weeds. Xie Jin Nan stood about 5 steps away, his tall figure with his back to the bushes, his sharp black eyes alertly scanning the surroundings. Hearing the gentle sound of water flowing behind her, He felt an inexplicable itch in his throat and a bit of restlessness. Jinxiu felt her stomach empty and was quite comfortable. Honestly, compared to the simple pit at home, there was a risk of falling in, so going outside to do her business felt much more comfortable. She quickly tidied her clothes and stood up, glancing at the tall, reassuring figure not far away, feeling a little shy. Suddenly, a familiar mechanical sound rang out. Ding. Detecting wild cattle. 20 points per Jean. Not far behind her, Jinxiu pushed aside the tall weeds and saw a large cow-like plant climbing on a shrub. Its root system stretched out long and thick, with a fat, tuberous root. One plant could yield about 8 to 10 Jean. In her past life, she was in an orphanage located at the foot of a mountain forest. The director's mother came from a province famous for soup making and loved to make a special herbal soup with beef and medicinal herbs to remove dampness. Fresh beef and herbs used in the soup smelled sweet and fragrant and had benefits like nourishing the body, strengthening the waist, and improving muscles and joints. It was called the Southern Ginseng. The small patch of herbs in front of her was about 3 meters long. Jinxiu seemed to hear the sound of points being added quickly to her account. Gina, a worried voice called out. Jinxiu was about to respond when she heard rustling in the weeds beside her. She turned her head and was instantly shocked. A colorful tiger slowly emerged from the bushes, growling deeply. Its whiskers trembled as it stared fiercely at its prey. Jinxiu's scalp tingled, and her face turned pale. She instinctively took a step back. Gina, a tall figure, rushed forward, grabbing her shoulders and quickly turning her to avoid the tiger. The tiger missed its target and roared loudly, then dashed towards the two people fleeing into the woods. They couldn't outrun the big beast. Jin Nan understood this deeply and pulled Jinxiu toward the nearest sturdy tree. He quickly lifted her by the waist with his large hand. Jinxiu held onto the tree trunk just as the tiger lunged forward. Jin Nan turned to face the tiger resolutely. Even if he could only buy a moment, once she climbed high enough, she would be safe. He could not afford to retreat. He took off his basket and smashed it at the tiger, but it was useless. His arm was slashed by the sharp claws, bleeding heavily. The tiger's powerful jaws bit down on his arm, pulling him to the ground. His pupils shrank sharply. Reacting quickly, Jin Nan pressed one hand firmly against the tiger's lower jaw and held onto its sharp teeth with the other. His knuckles turned white from the force, and his face showed veins bulging. If he were just a weak scholar, his arm would have been broken by now. Young master, Jinxiu's eyes nearly burst with tears. She slid down from the tree and quickly exchanged a machete from her system. She wanted to fight the beast to the death. At a critical moment, someone was faster than her. An arrow was swiftly drawn from the quiver, knocked on the bow, and with a smooth pull and release, the arrow shot out like a shooting star, accurately piercing the tiger's head from the right side. The tiger roared loudly and fell heavily to the ground. Yan Chongqing held his bow and arrow, standing tall with steady legs, like a mountain. He lowered his bow and arrow. A carriage was parked nearby, with its curtain lifted. Chu Qianma jumped down gracefully, clapping his hands and praising, "Your marksmanship is as impressive as ever." Jin Nan, having survived the danger, closed his eyes and relaxed. His body involuntarily leaned back. "Young master." Jinxiu rushed forward and helped him to sit up, her voice trembling. "Are you okay?" "Your arm, it's bleeding a lot." Jin Nan's arm was cut by a tiger, and he was fighting to hold back the tiger's sharp teeth. His flesh was exposed, and blood was flowing freely. Jinxiu's eyes reddened with worry, and she felt very guilty. She shouldn't have gone to find Li Niu. If she had left earlier, she wouldn't have met the tiger, and he wouldn't have been hurt. "It's all my fault for running around. That's why I met the tiger." "Husband, I'm sorry," she said. Jin Nan's face was pale. Despite the pain from his wound, he comforted her. "You didn't expect the tiger in the woods. It's not your fault. I'll bandage your arm first," Jinxiu said. She wiped her tears and tore a piece of cloth from her sleeve. Suddenly, she saw a patch of green grass. "Use this."
It's a small plant called GG.
Crush it and apply it to the wound to stop the bleeding quickly. Jin Xiu looked up at Chu Qianmo, who was smiling gently. A hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. Thank you, she said without hesitation. Since he was connected to the medical hall, she believed he knew medicine. She took the small plant, went to a nearby stone, and crushed it carefully before applying it to the wound and wrapping it up. The wound isn't very serious. Don't worry, young lady. His hand isn't ruined, Chu Qianmo said after examining Xie Jin Nan's injury. He then lifted his robe and squatted down to check the tiger nearby, which had been killed by an arrow. His handsome face showed a pleased expression. Unexpectedly, I gained something extra on this trip, he said. The tiger's bow can clear heat and detoxify, and its bones are good for treating joint pain and rheumatism. The tiger's skin can warm the body and boost energy. The tiger's teeth, blood, and claws are also valuable. Yan Chongqing, holding a bow in one hand, calmly approached. He skillfully pulled out the arrow from the tiger's head, blood splashing out. Today, I was returning home with my wife when we encountered this big beast. Luckily, the two of you saved us. Otherwise, I would have been swallowed by the tiger, Xie Jin Nan said, slowly standing with Jin Xiu's help, clasping his hands in thanks. Jin Xiu also bowed deeply, grateful. Thank you for saving my husband. Your kindness will not be forgotten. Yan Chongqing looked at the two with deep black eyes and raised his hand calmly. It was just a small favor. No need to thank me. Xie Jin Nan tilted his head, puzzled. Jin Heir, do you know our benefactor? Not exactly, just a brief encounter. Jin Xiu thought for a moment before speaking. This is the owner of the medical hall. I saw him when selling snow fungus. As for this one, she hesitated when it was her turn to speak about Chu Qianmo. Chu Qianmo, I know a little about medicine. You can call me Dr. Chu. This one, she paused before saying, his name is Yan Xiaolu. He's a martial artist, I think. Chu Qianmo stood up casually and introduced himself with a carefree attitude. When mentioning Yan Xiaolu, his tone and eyes were full of teasing. The person known as Yan Xiaolu was tall and strong, with a calm and commanding presence. When Chu Qianmo introduced himself, he gave no clear response. Xie Jin Nan focused on the black bow held by Yan Chongqing. Regardless of whether the name was real or not, his appearance, demeanor, and excellent archery skills indicated he was not an ordinary martial artist. The bow and arrow were entirely black with a deep shine, and the ends of the bow were carved with dragon patterns. The dragon eyes were set with 2 rubies, worth a fortune. Whoever he was definitely Xie Jin Nan's savior. After a moment of thought, Xie Jin Nan said seriously, I will remember your kindness in saving my life. If I can help you in the future, I will do my best. Yan Chongqing replied in a deep voice, It's no big deal. Don't worry about it. Jin Xiu looked happy and said, That was really dangerous just now. Luckily, you drew your arrow in time. By the way, Dr. Chu and you, where are you headed? Chu Qianmo's eyes were gentle and smiling as he said, We're going to Qingzhou. Where are Lady Xie and your family headed? If it's on the way, I can give you a ride. They learned that the two families were in Dali village, under Ma Fong town's jurisdiction. Yan Chongqing thought for a moment and said, Since that's the case, we shouldn't stay here long. You should leave quickly. With a tiger appearing here, other fierce animals might be attracted by the blood. It's better to leave early. The sun was setting in the west, casting long shadows of the carriage. Yan carried the dead tiger back and threw it beside the driver's seat. The carriage's side panel sounded with Yan Chongqing's deep voice, Let's go. Jin Xiu and Xie Jin Nan had just gone a short distance when Xie Jin Nan suddenly stopped, turning to watch the carriage disappear into the distance, his brows furrowed thoughtfully. Husband, what's wrong? Jin Xiu asked. Xie Jin Nan shook his head and continued walking beside her, saying, I just feel that Yan Dongjia's identity must be extraordinary. Jin Xiu nodded in agreement. Their appearance clearly showed they were wealthy or noble, especially Yan Dongjia, strong-willed and imposing, naturally inspiring respect. It reminded her of soldiers from Huagua in her past life. Jin Xiao didn't think much more about it. Her mind was now focused on Xie Jinnan's wound. Although her husband said the herbal medicine was very effective and he was feeling better, she could see from his pale lips that he was trying to be brave. Luckily, they were almost at Daquan village. Just one more village ahead was Dali village. Seeing her worried brow, Xie Jinnan softly comforted her. Dr. Chu is very skilled. If he says I'll be fine, I will be.
Don't worry too much, Jeaner.
Under the same sky, the carriage sped westward, kicking up dust and gradually leaving the two walking behind. At this moment, Xie Jinnan would never have thought that the esteemed identity of Yan Dong, whom he called his benefactor, was not only his lifesaver but also someone who would help him achieve great success and be remembered for generations to come. The sky was painted orange by the setting sun as it slowly sank westward. The two finally returned to Dali village. Xie Jinnan was relieved that most villagers were at home cooking or resting at this time. If they saw his injuries, rumors about Jeaner might start again. As they approached the door, Granny Tian came from afar to greet them. "You've finally returned." As she got closer, she immediately noticed her grandson's pale face and the bandaged arm with a little blood seeping through, which startled her greatly. "Jinnan, what happened to your hand? What's going on?" Jin Xiu lowered her head, her mouth drooping with guilt, and said, "Grandma, we encountered a tiger on the way back. My husband was injured saving me." Hearing that they had encountered a tiger, Granny Tian almost fainted. Luckily, they were standing in front of her now. Otherwise, she might have collapsed. "Is Jin Xiu okay? Is she hurt anywhere?" Granny Tian took Jin Xiu's hands and looked her over with concern and anxiety. Jin Xiu shook her head. "Grandma, I'm fine." Still shaken, Granny Tian patted her chest and clasped her hands together, repeatedly thanking the ancestors. "You managed to escape from the tiger's claws. It must be thanks to the ancestors' protection." "Thank the ancestors." Seeing Jin Xiu's guilty expression, she added, "Listen, 30 years ago, someone from Dakian village went up the mountain and encountered a tiger. When they found the body, only a few bones and torn, blood-stained clothes remained.
It was terrifying.
Ordinary people who meet a tiger are lucky to survive. Luckily, Jin Xiu is blessed." Jin Xiu knew Granny Tian was trying to comfort her, and her heart warmed. The Xie family had just finished dinner and was now in their rooms. Granny Tian went to knock on Yong's door and called out, "Yong, your older brother is injured. Hurry and call Ma Longzhong to come here." Yong quickly opened the door and ran out. "Is my older brother okay? How did he get hurt?" Learning that he was scratched by a tiger on his arm, he hurried out to find Ma Longzhong. Jin Xiu helped Xie Jinnan into the main room and sat down at the dining table. Xie Changsheng, old Xie and little Xie also came out of their rooms, their faces full of worry and concern. Little Xie's eyes were red. "Big brother, does it hurt?" Xie Changsheng asked anxiously. "Is the wound serious? Should we go to town to see a doctor?" Xie Jinnan calmly replied, "Dad, don't worry. A doctor has checked it. It's not serious." Old Master Xie frowned deeply and said earnestly, "Jinnan, you need to hold the pen with your right hand to write. Don't be stubborn. If you fall ill, it will be hard to recover." "Grandpa, I'm really fine. Today I met a tiger, but luckily the owner of Jisher Hall and Dr. Chu saved me. Dr. Chu checked my wound and said it's not serious. As long as I rest and take care of myself, I will recover." Grandma Tian came out of the kitchen with food. Hearing Jin Nan's words, she looked surprised. "It turns out the owner of Jisher Hall saved you. He's truly a benefactor to our Xie family. Yan Dong's family was generous and kind. Today, they helped Jin Xiu and Jin Nan again. I must thank them properly if I get the chance." Second brother Xie quickly brought Ma the doctor back. Ma unwrapped the bandage and examined the wound. It looked a bit scary, but it was treated promptly, and the bleeding had stopped. Fortunately, no bones are broken, so it's not serious. I'll apply medicine and bandage it again. Keep the wound dry and clean until it heals. Jin Xiu agreed. "Thank you, Dr. Ma. Please prepare 2 more sets of medicinal powder to help the wound heal. Of course, that's natural." Grandma Tian and others nearby sighed in relief. Second brother Xie rubbed the back of his head, feeling how familiar those words sounded. They really are brothers, troubled brothers. The sky gradually darkened. The room was softly lit by a warm candle glow. Jin Xiu helped Jin Nan sit at the table, then went out to bring back food. The dishes still radiated warmth. There were 2 bowls of plain rice, a plate of scrambled eggs with shepherd's purse, and a side of stir-fried shepherd's purse. Jin Xiu picked up the rice. Husband's hand isn't steady. I'll feed you. Jin then looked down at his right arm wrapped in a clean bandage. Jiner, I can eat with my left hand, Jin Xiu said stubbornly. She shook her head, insisting, I'll feed you. Jin Nan knew she must feel guilty, so he let her. He slightly opened his mouth and ate the rice she fed him, a warm smile appearing at the corner of his lips. Jin Xiu carefully finished feeding him, then quickly ate her own bowl of rice and cleaned up. Soon, she brought in a basin of water, placed it on the table, and used a warm, damp cloth to gently wipe his forehead and cheeks. He held her slender wrist with his left hand and said softly, Thank you for your hard work, Jiner. Jin Xiu sighed softly. If it weren't for saving me, you wouldn't have been hurt. I should do everything I can. Jin Nan looked at her with gentle eyes, and Jin Xiu's eyelids lowered unconsciously. You risked your life for me. I don't deserve you to do this, she said quietly. Aside from the time he saved her in the river, they had only known each other for a few days. Although they are called husband and wife, they have no real relationship. Even if he abandons her and runs away, it is understandable. She felt his big hand gently tighten around her wrist, and she sat on his lap naturally. Xie Jin and gently rubbed her little head. A husband's duty to protect his wife is natural. As long as Jinger is safe, that's all that matters. Jingxiu softly rested her head on his chest. She could smell a fresh, woody scent from him, which was very pleasant. She wanted to ask what if she wasn't his wife, but she hesitated, feeling it might sound too pretentious. Being his wife was an unchangeable fact. He had said that he would only have her in this life. No matter if it was real or what the future held, at this moment, she felt satisfied and touched. Today, he was willing to risk his life for her, and she was already very happy. Suddenly, she stood up and went to the door, opened it, and looked outside. It was very dark, and everyone was resting in their rooms. She made sure no one could hear her next words. Only then did Jingxiu sit back on his lap, looking at him with firm eyes. Husband, I have something very important to tell you. She seemed mysterious, as if she had made a big decision, and Xie Jin Nan looked serious. Jinger, go ahead. Jingxiu took a deep breath. Husband, do you think I found rabbits and snow fungus just because of luck? Actually, no. Since I fell into the water, I received a magical item called the Points Mall. As long as I have points, I can exchange for many things that our dynasty doesn't have. Xie Jin Nan was shocked. Jinger, what are you talking about? She realized that once she started, it wasn't so hard to say. She looked at him steadily and continued, Remember the first time I went up the mountain with Xiao Yu and picked mushrooms and turtle shells? I used those to get points. The 2 rabbits and the snow fungus were exchanged from the mall using points. See, she held out her palm, and suddenly, a heavy-looking machete appeared in her hand. Xie Jin Nan was still recovering from her words, and when he saw the knife suddenly appear out of nowhere, he was even more surprised, his mouth slightly open, unable to speak for a long time. Where did that knife come from? Then he thought about it and guessed she probably got it from that place called the mall. Sure enough, she said, it was exchanged from the mall. I was planning to fight that tiger, but after Yandong appeared, the knife became useless, so I took it into my storage space. Storage space? What was that? Jingxiu paused and explained, the so-called space is used to store and transfer items. I control it with my mind, so I can put things in or take things out at any time. As her words fell, the knife in her hand disappeared, replaced by a silver bracelet, the same one Xie Jin Nan had given her before. Jin Xiu kept a close eye on Xie Jin Nan's expression. Why didn't he react? Was he scared? Surely, he wouldn't think she was a monster. Her hands clenched unconsciously, and she nervously reached out to push him away. I lied to you all, just to hide the existence of them all. I said I was lucky, but I'm not a lucky star.
It was all a lie.
Seeing her retreating expression, Jin-nan's heart tightened. He quickly held her hands, pressing them against his strong chest. His deep eyes looked straight into hers, as if trying to see into her heart. Where's the lie? Items like this are probably only something a fairy could have. Jin Xiao is the lucky one chosen by a fairy, he said. Jin Xiao pouted. Do you really think that? Of course. I was just, very surprised, Jin-nan replied with a gushao. Not just surprised, his understanding was being completely reshaped. Such magical things really exist in the world. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it. No, he still thought maybe he was dreaming. But the pain from the wound on his shoulder told him clearly, this was real. Just don't think I see you as a monster, she said, her face suddenly free of worry and nervousness. His surprise was understandable. Honestly, Jin-nan was quite open-minded, so he didn't need her to explain further. Now that she had revealed her secret, Jin Xiao realized she had never thought about what she would do if he saw her as a different kind of creature. Maybe, deep down, she trusted him. Jin-nan released her hands and gently pinched her small nose, affectionately saying, Nonsense. You're clearly a fairy. How could I, Jin-nan, deserve to marry Jin Xiao? Jin Xiao covered her mouth. From now on, if I use anything from them all, I'll need my husband's clever help to cover for me. Jin-nan readily agreed. Sure. Jin Xiao's eyes lit up immediately. She had guessed right. As husband and wife, they shared the same roof. Given Jin-nan's cleverness, she was sure he wouldn't miss anything. Now, she wouldn't have to worry about hiding or explaining everything, nor be on constant alert. Jin-nan seemed to think of something and looked at her seriously. Jin Xiao, a man with wealth can be dangerous. Don't tell anyone about this from now on, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Jin Xiao's happy expression didn't change. Don't worry, husband. I'm not that foolish. I only told you because we're married and need to support each other for life. There's no need to hide anything. Her words showed she trusted him. So, he took a risk and shared this unbelievable secret with her. Jin-nan felt a bubbling excitement inside, and happiness kept surging in his chest. He definitely wouldn't betray her trust. From now on, Jiner can discuss things with me. We'll come up with ideas together. Jin Xiao nodded. Okay. The next day, Jin Xiao woke up resting on Jin-nan's chest. She lifted her little head and saw that he was awake, his deep eyes focused on her. You're awake. When did you wake up, husband? About 15 minutes ago. Jin Xiao rested her chin on his chest and blinked. You didn't just stare at me as soon as you woke up, did you? He didn't deny it. Jin Xiao sat up, feeling her cheeks flush slightly. She muttered. What's so interesting? I'm not pretty anyway. She did all the rough work at the Li family, with dark yellow skin and a body like a stalk of corn. She wasn't spoiled like Li Zhenju, who was fair and tender. Jin smiled softly, and sat up as well. He gently squeezed her rough little hand. But I think you look good. Maybe she wasn't very pretty, but she had a lively energy that naturally attracted him. Husband really has good taste. I also think I have potential. Jin Xiao happily cupped her rough face with both hands, acting very proud. Her features weren't bad. Curved eyebrows, big bright black eyes, a straight nose, full lips. Just her skin was dark yellow. Jin Xiao secretly decided to work hard to earn money and points, using face wash, skincare, and masks. After all, girls love to look good. Speaking of the system, she had confessed everything to Jin-nan last night. Now she could openly exchange items with points in front of him. Her gaze fell on his right arm. Husband, how does the wound feel? Does it still hurt? It's okay, not too painful. Jin Xiao then mentally accessed the system and searched for medicines. Mupiricin ointment. Regranex gel. Skin regeneration ointment. Reconstructed human skin growth gel. These are all helpful for healing wounds, disinfecting, and reducing swelling. The ointments were pretty common. In her previous life, buying them at some store would cost only 10 or 20 yuan each. Jin Xiao wondered if the system, being so powerful, might have even better medicines. She tried typing advanced medicine and fast wound healing into the search bar. After clicking search, the page suddenly changed, showing a series of products. Reconstructed human skin growth liquid. Skin whitening scar removal cream. Nerve unblocker. Nerve repair liquid. Jin Xiao clicked on the reconstructed human skin growth liquid. According to the product description, if she applied the growth liquid to the wound as instructed and continued for 7 days, the wound would heal without leaving scars.
Wow.
It's truly amazing, no wonder it's a system. Jingxiu didn't have time to get excited. When she saw a bottle of growth liquid costing 200 points, she instantly felt discouraged. She only had 147.5 points, which wasn't enough. The cheapest scar removal cream, made from white jade, also costs 120 points. Buying this was enough for now. But the exchange button was grayed out, and just a little tap showed a message. You do not have permission to purchase advanced medicines. Please activate permission. Then, a prompt appeared asking if she wanted to activate it, showing a cost of 2,000 points. Xie Jinan saw her sitting there, lost in thought, with a changing expression. What's wrong? He asked. I'm looking in the shop to see if there are any medicines that can help your wounds heal quickly, Jingxiu said, waving a newly appeared tube of recombinant human skin growth gel. There's even medicine for sale. Xie Jinan was very surprised. It was incredible. She said there were many things in this shop that didn't exist in this era, and he couldn't imagine what they were. He took the soft ointment from her hand and started examining it. It was a packaging he had never seen before. The writing on it was the same as in Beiyan, and he could read it. The box not only explained how to use it but also detailed its healing effects. Jingxiu happily added, there are many good things inside. I'll tell my husband more about them later. You're holding growth gel, and there's also something called growth liquid. It works very well, but it costs a lot of points. I don't have enough now. If I could exchange for a bottle, your wound would heal in just a few days. Xie Jinan didn't know what to say anymore. He knew his own wound, and with this fairy liquid, it would definitely heal quickly. After breakfast, Jingxiu carried a basket and went with Xie Jinan to the bamboo forest, hoping to find more blood-clearing herbs. The system had so many good things, and she urgently needed points. The best way was to go up the mountain and look for mushrooms. If she could find something like Neodali, it would be even better. Neodali costs 25 points per gene, which isn't as much as sheep's stomach mushrooms at 50 points per gene, but Neodali produces a lot. However, after yesterday's incident, she didn't dare go back to that place. Even climbing to the top of Zhuzai Mountain made her nervous. The two held hands and strolled slowly through the bamboo forest. The faint scent of bamboo accompanied them, and dew on the wild grass dampened their skirts. This season was perfect for bamboo shoots. They stopped in front of a small, tender bamboo shoot. Jingxiu gently plucked one and said happily, "My husband, these bamboo shoots can be used to make tea. Add some rock sugar, and it's very tasty. It can also calm the mind and clear the fire." After speaking, she chewed the bamboo shoot in her mouth. Xie Jin then pulled out a stalk and put the tenderest part at the root into his mouth. There was a faint sweet taste. He slightly smiled and said, "Let's pick more to take home." The two of them walked and stopped, one picking bamboo shoots and the other checking the surroundings. They continued until they reached the west side of the bamboo forest. Ding dong. Wild blood serum detected, 25 points per gene. Ding dong. Wild bamboo fungus detected, 60 points per gene. Jin Xiu's eyes immediately brightened with excitement. Husband over here. Blood serum is easy to find. In front of a tall, crisp bamboo, there was a small patch of it. As for the bamboo fungus, the system explained that it usually grows in soil or around decayed bamboo roots, often hidden between bamboo leaves and roots. Since Xie Jinnan's hand was injured, Jin Xiu asked him to find the bamboo fungus, while she dug for the blood serum. The bamboo fungus has a distinctive feature. Its stalks are covered with a thin veil, making it quite noticeable. Although it's called hard to find, it's not too difficult. After walking a few steps, Xie Jinnan saw white bamboo fungi among sparse, short wild grass. He squatted down, gently brushed away the dirt with one hand, and easily plucked a white bamboo fungus, which rested in his palm. He first handed 7 bamboo fungi to Jin Xiu, who smiled with narrowed eyes. This time, there was less blood serum than last time. Only 1 gene. After digging up the last bamboo fungus, Jin Xiu moved her mind, and a small pile of blood serum beside her disappeared. She heard a voice in her mind confirming the points had been credited. Xie Jin Nan also returned, with his clothes gathered into a pouch, filled with bamboo fungi. Jin Xiu counted, and with the previous 7, they had a total of 40 bamboo fungi. Ding dong! Wild bamboo fungus, 60 points per gene. Exchange now. Yes. Feeling her clothes lighten, all the bamboo fungi vanished instantly. Xie Jin Nan was amazed. The 2 of them wandered around the bamboo forest again and found some wild chives before heading home. Coincidentally, outside the yard, they met Xie Fusheng and Zhang Yuing. Second uncle, second aunt. Zhang Yuing looked at Jin Xiu, her face a bit awkward, and nodded in greeting. Xie Fusheng looked at them and asked, "Where are you going?" Xie Jin Nan replied, "To pick wild vegetables in the bamboo forest." "Are you here to see the grandparents?" Xie Fusheng hesitated, just as Tian Pazi came out of the house and said to him, "Why did you come so early? Come in and sit." The group entered the house. Zhang Yuing handed the basket she was carrying to Tian Pazi, looking a bit uncomfortable. "The vegetables in the field are growing very well. Our family has few people and can't finish them all, so we brought some to the parents." That's thoughtful of you. The second household had sent eggs 2 days ago, and today they brought vegetables again. Tian Pazi didn't suspect anything and thought it was a good sign. "I'll go fetch some water." Jin Xiu placed her basket under the eaves and turned to go to the kitchen. "I heard Jin Nan hurt his hand. Is he okay?" Xie Fusheng looked at Jin Nan's bandaged arm. Jin Nan nodded calmly. "It's not broken, just a surface injury." Grandma Tian looked disapproving. "Surface injury? The flesh is exposed. We can't take it lightly. He needs good rest." Then she looked at Xie Fusheng. "Who told you Jin Nan was hurt?" "Dr. Ma said so," replied Zhang Yuing happily. This morning, Qiuxia felt nauseous and wanted to vomit after waking up, so she asked Dr. Ma to check. Grandma Tian's eyes lit up, guessing correctly. "Really?" "Yes." Zhang Yuing nodded, smiling broadly. The couple, Dahai and his wife, had been married for 2 years, but she hadn't gotten pregnant. She was worried. Now that she learned Zhang Qiuxia was pregnant, she finally felt relieved. "Second uncle, second aunt, have some water," they said, each taking a bowl. Zhang Yuing lowered her eyes and drank quietly, secretly observing the girl in front of her. She was small and thin, with big, bright eyes. Since her daughter-in-law came into the family, she hadn't gotten pregnant, but after Jin Xiu arrived, Qiuxia was pregnant. Maybe she was truly lucky, here to bring good fortune to the Xie family. Zhang Yuing placed her bowl on the table, took out a small, white embroidered handkerchief with plum blossoms from her pocket, and gently took Jin Xiu's hand, unfolding the cloth and placing it in her palm. "Here, this is a gift for you. My sister-in-law embroidered it herself. It's not as good as what third aunt can do, but I hope you won't mind." The handkerchief was made of plain silk, soft to the touch. Jin Xiu looked at Xie Jin Nan, who nodded, and she happily accepted it. "Thank you, second aunt," she said. Xie Fusheng nodded approvingly, surprised that his wife had prepared a gift for her. It seemed she had come to understand. "Mother, where father and big brother?" "Big brother is in the fields planting rice seedlings. The old man has gone to the fields too. It's almost the end of March, time to plant corn," Zhang Yuing explained. "Our work is almost done. Tomorrow I'll ask Dahai to come help," she added. The main household and the 2 elders had about 3 more acres of land than the second and third households. Because Xie Jin Nan and Yong injured their hands, the farm work could only be managed by Xie Chongsheng and the elders. Xie Fusheng said, "Since I have free time, I might as well help out." Grandma Tian's face brightened like a chrysanthemum, smiling happily. "You all do as you see fit. Finish your chores at home first, then come help." Jin Xiu and Jin Nan exchanged smiles. "Second uncle, second aunt. Thank you so much," Jin Nan said. Xie Fuxing waved his hand. No need to thank us. We're family. They continued chatting for a while. Xie Fuxing and Zhang Yueying then went to visit Li Xiuhong's house. The window was open, allowing fresh air and sunlight to fill the room, making it bright and clean. On the wooden table at the foot of the bed, there was a broken vase with colorful wildflowers inside, looking very beautiful. Li Xiuhong heard footsteps and slowly opened her eyes. Seeing the two people entering the room, she looked surprised. Zhang Yueying noticed a flash of happiness in her eyes and sat on a nearby stool, feeling her eyes warm. She remembered when she first married into the Xie family, she wasn't as strong or sharp as she was now. Back then, she was very cautious and worried about making mistakes that might upset her in-laws. As the eldest sister-in-law, Li Xiuhong took good care of her sister-in-law, often giving her advice and offering to help with chores. However, after her sister-in-law was paralyzed, she hadn't visited for a long time. The more Zhang Yueying thought about it, the more guilty she felt. Does my sister-in-law blame me? She wondered. No. Li Xiuhong slowly raised her left hand, her face softening visibly. Zhang Yueying held her hand tightly, her eyes moist. I will come to see sister-in-law often from now on. Li Xiuhong's face was half unable to express emotions. She struggled to put on a smile and said, Okay. Zhang Yueying talked with her for a while before leaving. Granny Tian told them to eat lunch before heading back. Zhang Yueying's eyes still looked a little red. No, Xiuya is pregnant, less than 3 months. I can't rest easy, she said. All right, I'll visit Xiuya again tonight. Wait a moment. Granny Tian went back to her room, took out 15 eggs and a jar of brown sugar from a locked box. 2 jin of brown sugar. 1 jin was taken by Jin Xiu to her family. Granny Tian took half a jin and wrapped it in oil paper, placing it along with the eggs into the basket brought by Zhang Yueying. That's too much. We have eggs at home. Let mother keep them for sister-in-law to eat. Zhang Yueying wanted to take the eggs out. Granny Tian held her hand and said sternly, If I give them to you, take them. They're for my great-grandchild. You must take good care of Xiuya and not let my great-grandchild go hungry. Among the grandchildren's wives, only Xiuya was pregnant. She was the first great-grandchild, so she had to be especially careful. All right, I understand, Zhang Yueying replied. Not only Granny Tian, but Zhang Yueying was also very hopeful about her daughter-in-law's pregnancy. She had worried before that she might not be able to conceive. Now that she was pregnant, it proved that Xiuya could give birth. No matter if it was a boy or girl, as long as the baby was born safely and could continue to have children in the future. The most important thing was that she could give birth. Sigh. As they left the Xie family, they hadn't gone far when they heard Zhang Yueying sighing. Xie Fuxing glanced at her sideways. Xiuya is pregnant, and the relationship with the main family is repaired. Why are you sighing? Complaining all day that mother favors her and doesn't love Da high enough. Now that Xiuxia has something, she is very happy and values it highly. I'm not upset about that. Zhang Yueying rolled her eyes at him. Then she sighed and said, I'm thinking about my older sister-in-law. Honestly, I quite envy her. Xie Fuxing thought Zhang Yueying was feeling sorry for Li Xiuhong and wanted to comfort her. He didn't expect her to be jealous. Something might be wrong with her. I ask you, what are you thinking? The older sister-in-law is bedridden and can't take care of herself. She needs help with eating, drinking, and going to the bathroom. Tell me, what is there to envy? Zhang Yueying reached out to pinch his waist. Xie Fuxing instinctively dodged. Just talk, don't touch me. Zhang Yueying snorted. What am I jealous of? Of course, I envy how my brother never leaves his wife. Have you noticed? There's no bad smell in her room, and she's clean and fresh. It shows my brother takes good care of her. A paralyzed person needs help with all daily activities, and their body must be cleaned often. Diapers and bed pads need frequent changing. Otherwise, it gets very dirty. Only someone very diligent and patient can keep her clean. If it were me, you, Xie Fuxing, would probably wish my mother had died early so you could marry a young, beautiful woman, Zhang Yueying said angrily, shoving the basket into his arms. Take it yourself, she huffed, linking her arm and walking ahead. You woman, Why curse yourself for no reason? Xie Fuxing sighed helplessly, holding the basket and shaking his head. Xie Fuxing, you stubborn old fool. Zhang, you're unreasonable, the couple argued as they headed home. For lunch, they ate plain flour. Jin Xiu was kneading dough in the kitchen. Xie Eryong, who went to catch fish in the river, returned. He proudly carried a bucket and held it out to Jin Xiu. Sister-in-law, I caught 2 fish, he said. Jin Xiu looked at the bucket. 2 perch, each with a blood hole in the middle. Wow. How did you do that? In the Western River, there are many fish at this time. Asked Grandpa to cut a bamboo stick, and I just used that. Xie Eryong raised his right hand to demonstrate. His left hand was injured, but his right hand was strong. The river was shallow and clear. As soon as he saw a fish, he would quickly raise the bamboo pole and try to catch it with force. Jin Xiu smiled. These fish are dead and won't last long. I'll fry them first and cook them with ginger and scallions tonight. The 2 perch weighed over 3 jin, about 1.5 kilograms. Dinner was settled. Jin Xiu didn't know how to kill fish, so she set them aside. After kneading the dough, Granny Tian came back from the vegetable garden. Mother, Eryong caught 2 fish. I don't know how to kill them. I'll do it, Jin Xiu offered. Jin Xiu set aside the kneaded dough and washed the wild chives. Once the pot was hot, she added half a spoonful of lard, waited for it to melt, then stir-fried garlic, followed by the wild chives. Xie Xiaoyu entered the kitchen smelling the aroma. It smells so good, Jin Xiu said while stir-frying. Of course, lard makes the dishes taste better. Granny Tian was scraping fish scales and looked up at Xie Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, go to the fields and call your father and grandfather back for dinner. Seeing a white ball of dough in the basin, Xiaoyu asked, Sister-in-law, are we having plain noodles for lunch? Jin Xiu nodded, and Xiaoyu cheered happily, rushing out like a small cannonball. The fields belonging to the Xie family are in the south of the village, about a tea time away on foot. When Xie Chongsheng, Old Man Xie, and Xiaoyu returned home, Jin Xiu was filling the noodles into a large wooden basin and placing them on the table. Granny Tian carried bowls and chopsticks out. Everyone wash up and eat. She glanced at Xie Chongsheng, who followed Old Man Xie inside, and asked about his injured leg. Oldest, is your leg okay? It's fine. I know my limits. If I get tired, I rest. Good. Don't push yourself. Take it slow. Jin Nan stepped forward to help Xie Chongsheng sit down, looking quite guilty. Dad, you've worked hard. If it weren't for him and Eryong injuring their hands, the chores at home wouldn't have fallen on Dad. Jin Xiu also felt a bit uncomfortable. Dad, you rest at home this afternoon. I'll go to the fields. Granny Tian nodded. That's settled. Oldest, you rest at home this afternoon. Jin Xiu will go with me and Old Man Xie to the fields. I've dug some spinach seedlings from Grandma Lin's place. Jin Nan Eryong, you're responsible for planting vegetables. The vegetable plots are already prepared. Xiaoyu looked eagerly. Grandma, what about me? Granny Tian paused. Xiaoyu, you're responsible for finding bugs to feed the chickens. After assigning the chores, the noodles were ready. Each person had a bowl of steaming hot noodles in front of them. After everyone sat down, Granny Tian suddenly remembered and said, This morning, Old Heir and his wife came by. They said Xiaoxia is pregnant. Old Man Xie raised his eyebrows happily. Wife, tonight you should go see her and bring some brown sugar to help Xiaoxia recover. No need to tell me, she replied. I already took the brown sugar and eggs back. Xie Chongsheng nodded. Xiaoxia is finally pregnant. Second brother and sister-in-law can rest assured now. Xiaoyu tilted her head, seeming to understand but not quite. Is Sister Xiaoxia going to have a baby? Jin Xiu gently patted her little head. Yes, Xiaoyu is going to be an aunt. Isn't that happy? Xiaoyu nodded heavily, showing her small teeth with a big smile. If Sister Xiaoxia has a baby, Xiaoyu will be even happier. Well, Jin Xiu instinctively glanced at the man beside her and responded, It will happen, right, husband? An ordinary woman would usually feel shy. Clearly, her dear wife was not an ordinary woman. Xie Jin Nan's ears turned embarrassingly red as he clenched his fist to his lips. Ahem, don't speak while eating or sleeping. It's only been a short time since you got married. There's no rush. Granny Tian said with a smile. Jin Xiu rode the donkey down the hill, saying, no rush. Most of the time at home, they ate cornmeal and dark flour, which was very coarse and harsh on the throat. Unlike white flour, which was soft and fragrant, even plain boiled water made it delicious. They paired it with wild chives stir-fried in pig fat, and the whole family enjoyed the meal. Xie Jinnan didn't need Jin Xiu to feed him. He picked up chopsticks with his left hand, scooped some noodles into his mouth. His movements weren't as smooth as with his right hand, but he ate the noodles just fine. Jin Xiu gave him a thumbs up. It's said that the right hand controls the left brain, and the left hand develops the right brain. Someone who is dexterous with both hands is probably quite clever. Is second brother coming tomorrow to help plant the corn? On the other side, old Xie listened to Granny Tian and couldn't believe what he heard. Since leaving his family, second brother had become less close to the eldest, especially his wife, who often complained about them. Today, he was surprisingly making an effort to be friendly. Xie Changsheng swallowed the noodles in his mouth and asked in surprise, "Really?" Second brother said that. Granny Tian nodded happily. "As long as your relationship with your second brother improves, your father and I can finally rest easy." Old Xie hesitated. "We are brothers. There's no real conflict, so there's no need to repair anything." Xie Changsheng nodded. "You're right, father." The second household was always worried that the eldest would hold them back. Xie Changsheng understood and kept his distance, knowing that after dividing the land, everyone had to look out for themselves. Not helping was normal, helping was out of kindness. The second brother and his wife actively got closer to the eldest family, which made him happy. After lunch, Jin Xiu used a bamboo fork to take down a bamboo basket hanging from the beam. Inside were 3 turtleback bamboo shoots. She pinched one, and the small green hard shell started to detach from the bottom, releasing a rich, sweet aroma. The shells naturally fell off, indicating the bamboo shoots were ready to eat. Jin Xiu carefully peeled the outer shell, cut the flesh into finger-length pieces, and arranged them on a plate, inserting small bamboo skewers. The 3 bamboo shoots were sliced and piled on a plate. The slightly yellow, round flesh looked very much like bananas. Jin Xiu brought out the fruit tray, first offering a piece to Granny Tian, then to old Xie. "Grandma, Grandpa, the bamboo shoots are fully cooked now. Try a small piece first. If your tongue feels numb, don't eat more. The core in the middle shouldn't be eaten either. Only the outer flesh is edible." Seeing how confident she was, Granny Tian took a small bite. The sweet aroma spread in her mouth. Her eyes brightened. "It smells so good and tastes so sweet." Old Mr. Xie also took a small taste and nodded repeatedly. "I never knew that iron wire orchids could be edible." Xiao Xie eagerly held Jin Xiu's wrist and tiptoed. "Sister-in-law, I want some too." Everyone shared a piece. They each took a small bite and felt their tongues were not numb. The fully cooked turtleback bamboo had a strong fragrance and a very sweet taste, a mix of pineapple and banana. Jin Xiu ate 5 pieces in a row. The fruit bowl was quickly emptied. Second brother Xie clicked his tongue happily. "I didn't expect it to be so tasty, just like fruit." Long ago, old Mr. Xie bought a fragrant pear outside and cut a small piece for himself. He still remembers that taste. Eating iron wire orchids is sweet and fragrant, just as good as fragrant pears. Changsheng Xie smiled and said, "In the future, don't waste them when you see them. Pick them and let them ripen before eating." After eating and drinking enough, they enjoyed the sweet and fragrant fruit. After resting, Changsheng Xie stayed at home to take care of Li Xiuhong. Jin Xiu, Granny Tian, and old Mr. Xie went to the fields with hoes. The 3 siblings Xie Jinnan were responsible for planting vegetables. Half of the 2-acre vegetable plot was used for scallions, garlic, lettuce, and white radishes, while the other half was tilled and left empty. Second brother Xie used a small hoe to dig holes, and Jin then covered spinach seedlings with soil. There was a water jar on the edge of the vegetable bed, and Xiao Xie used a wooden ladle to water the plants. In less than 2 incense sticks' time, they had all planted the spinach seedlings. Jin then looked at the sky and said to second brother Xie, "You and Xiao Yu go dig wild vegetables. I'll check the fields." The family grew vegetables, but the harvest was poor. Since wild vegetables were abundant now, they dug more to dry and store for future use. No one would complain about having too much food. It was early spring in March, the warmest time of the year. In the fields, villagers waved hoes, occasionally stood up to chat and laugh, then bent down to work again. The Xie family's land was in the south of the village, next to Granny Lin's land on the left and the village chief's land on the right. Jin Xiu was working hard in the field. During these months, spring rain was continuous, but the weather had been good these days. The soil was dry, perfect for planting millet. In the south, millet and soybeans were usually planted together, with millet sown early and soybeans later. She learned from Granny Tian, stepping in the middle of the ridges, making a foot-long indentation, and grabbing 3 to 5 seeds from her small basket to toss into the holes. The tiny millet seeds were scattered in the soil, waiting for the seedlings to grow before thinning them out. Jin Nan saw Jin Xiu humming a song as she happily sowed seeds in the field. He walked over, reaching into his small basket with his left hand and grabbing a handful of corn kernels. It was about 3 in the afternoon. After the group finished their work, Granny Tian and Old Man Xie went over to chat with some people nearby. Xie Jin Nan and Jin Xiu crossed the ridge and walked onto the main road heading further south. They passed a stone bridge with a gentle river flowing underneath. They stopped on the bridge. On both sides of the river, wildflowers bloomed brightly. Jin Xiu rested her left hand on her forehead, looking at the distant mountains. She had only been to the back mountain before. This was her first time here. I wonder if there are many mushrooms in the mountains? Husband, maybe we can go explore sometime. Xie Jin Nan naturally agreed happily. They strolled slowly, enjoying the scenery. When they reached the mountain edge, they saw an old, well-dressed man standing under a black olive tree ahead. He wore fine silk clothes and gold and jade rings on his hands, which he kept behind his back, smiling as he looked at the busy fields below. This field will surely have a good harvest this year. Old Master has good judgment. He hired skilled farmers, so this year will be a big success. One of his attendants said respectfully. Hopefully. I just hope the weather stays good and no more floods come. The old man heard the noise and turned to see the two approaching along the mountain path. Xie Jin Nan seemed to recognize him and bowed slightly. Master Fong. Master Fong nodded in reply. When they walked away, Jin Xiu asked, "Who is Master Fong?" "He's a wealthy merchant in town. All these connected fields belong to him." Jin Xiu clicked her tongue. From the mountain, the fields stretched endlessly, at least 60 acres. The evil landlord. Jin Xiu felt envious. When could she live in a big house with thousands of acres, calling servants and maids? She looked up at the distant mountains. To her, they looked like a huge natural treasure trove. If only she knew martial arts. Then she wouldn't be afraid to go deep into the mountains. Seeing her eyes shine as she looked at the mountains, Xie Jin Nan sighed helplessly. "Jiner, promise me, don't go deep into the mountains." Caught out, Jin Xiu forced a smile. I won't." She was just thinking. No matter how much she earned, she had to be lucky to enjoy it. Forget it. She couldn't go into the deep mountains, but she could explore the outskirts. They reached the middle of the mountain and found a few wild bamboo mushrooms in a damp bush. Jin Xiu exchanged them. They still had dried mushrooms at home, so they weren't worried about food. They didn't go further up the mountain but turned back home. Crossing the stone bridge onto the main road, a carriage sped toward them. Xie Jin Nan pulled her aside to avoid it. The carriage was driven by Master Fong's attendant. Ahead was a bend in the road. Suddenly, an unexpected incident occurred. A fast-flying stone hit the horse. The chestnut horse was startled and let out a sharp scream, suddenly speeding up. Inside the carriage, Master Fong closed his eyes to rest. Suddenly, he was thrown backward. The wheel hit a protruding stone, causing the entire carriage to shake as if it might fall apart. Thick hands tightly held onto the carriage wall. Master Fong struggled to steady himself and shouted in alarm, "Lucy, what happened?" "Don't panic, sir." Fortunately, Lucy was experienced and had some fighting skills. From the initial panic, he quickly calmed down. He squeezed his legs against the horse's belly, tightly held the reins, and shouted loudly, Jingfeng, you're fast like the wind, but you can't run wild like crazy. Stay steady, stay steady. The horse, Jingfeng, neighed loudly, lifting its head high, front hooves raised, muscles tense, and dust flew around. Lu Si tightened the reins, shifted his weight forward, leaned his body ahead, and softly spoke to the horse. Jingfeng began to lower its hooves. Yes, yes, that's it. Lu Si continued to guide the horse gently back to normal walking pace until the carriage stopped. He quickly lifted the curtain and looked worriedly at Master Fong. Sir, are you all right? I'm fine, I'm fine. Master Fong, still shaken, adjusted his hat and finally sat steady, but a wave of nausea rose in his chest. Ugh, I feel like vomiting. Help me get off the carriage. As soon as he stepped down, his old legs trembled, and he staggered, his left foot unsteady. Master Fong covered his pounding heart and asked, What happened? Why did the horse lose control? Sir, Jingfeng was hit by a stone, which scared him. Lu Si carefully supported him and nodded toward a small figure not far away. Iron Egg had already been frightened silly, holding a slingshot, staring blankly at the runaway carriage until it stopped. Seeing the two servants approaching, he was so scared that he dropped his wooden slingshot on the ground with a thud. He let out a loud cry and looked up, tears streaming down his face. Jin Xiao and Xie Jin Nen were also startled by the accident and hurried to catch up. They saw Master Fong walk over to Iron Egg and slowly raise his hand. They thought he was going to scold the mischievous boy. Instead, Master Fong, with a tired face, rubbed his little head and said gently, Little one, don't be afraid. Tears in Iron Egg's eyes, he sobbed, Ugh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to shoot a bird. Iron Egg was the grandson of the village carpenter Uncle Fu Gui. He was about the same age as little Jade. Today, Uncle Fu Gui had made him a slingshot, and Iron Egg was happily shooting at birds everywhere. When the accident happened, he saw a group of wild chickens run into the bushes across the way. He wanted to shoot at the chickens, but there was a corner nearby, and he accidentally hit the carriage. The little boy cried so hard his eyes turned red, tears and runny nose covering his face. Master Fong took out a piece of candy from his pocket, his round face puffed up like a happy Buddha. Here, Grandpa gives you some candy. Don't cry anymore. When Iron Egg saw the candy, he stopped crying and started to sob softly, looking at the kind and gentle old man. He hesitated before taking the candy, feeling a bit shy, and whispered, Thank you. Yes, but you need to be careful and watch out so you don't hurt anyone, said Master Fong. Iron Egg nodded, hiccuped, and replied, Got it. Thank you, Master Fong, for not blaming him. Please forgive Iron Egg's carelessness. Xie Jin Nen stepped forward, bowing politely beside Iron Egg. Master Fong waved his hand happily, saying, It's no big deal. Kids are naturally playful, it's okay. He watched the carriage drive away. Iron Egg turned his head up, still with tears on his face that hadn't dried, but his eyes sparkled brightly. Brother Jin and Grandpa Fong is a really good person, right? He's even better than my grandpa. Xie Jin looked at him with a faint glance and said calmly, Grandpa Fong is definitely a good person. As for your grandpa, if he finds out, he might give you a good scolding. Let's go home and think about it. I dare not. Brother Jin, please don't tell my grandpa. Ooh, I came here to be friends with little Jade. You can't treat me like this. Iron Egg was pulled by his collar, begging repeatedly. Xie Jin ignored him and took the mischievous child home. Serves you right, your butt will get a good scolding. Jin Xiao followed behind, happily covering her mouth and giggling. Back at home, Granny Tian asked where they had been and why they took so long. Xie Jin said they went for a walk by the river and talked about Master Fong. Granny Tian sighed. Master Fong is truly a kind man. Jin Xiao agreed. If they had met Master Fong today, Iron Egg and Uncle Fu Gui's family might not have had peace. While thinking, a voice came from the door. Mother, Jin Xiao is here too, just in time. Looking up, they saw Huang Mei carrying 2 sets of pink clothes walking in, with Xie Qiuyue beside her. Xie Qiuyue is 14 years old, dressed simply, with 2 big black braids and a sweet smile with a small dimple on her left cheek. Grandma, Brother Jin Nan's sister-in-law. Xie Jin nodded slightly. Jin Xiao smiled. Little sister Chuyue is here too. Seeing Xie Jinnan's arm bandaged, Xie Chuyue asked, Brother Jinan, what happened to your arm? Granny Tian looked worried. Yesterday, when you and sister-in-law went to your parents' house, you ran into a tiger, she said. Tiger. Xie Chuyue's eyes widened with fear. Tigers are so scary. Being able to escape from a tiger's mouth shows they are very lucky. Huang Mei kept mentioning how frightening it was, saying they were lucky to be safe. Third aunt's younger sister. Don't stand there. Come inside and sit. Jin Xiao wanted to bring water into the kitchen, but Huang Mei stopped her. There's no need to trouble yourself. You still have to go back and cook. A few days ago, Mother asked me to make 2 sets of clothes for you. Look, they're all finished. Try them on to see if they fit. If not, I'll take them back to altar. Already so quick. Jin Xiao was a bit surprised. She took the clothes, and Aunt Tian unfolded one of them, trying it on her. The clothes fit perfectly, and the stitching was very neat. Thank you, third aunt. They're very beautiful. I like them a lot. Jin Xiao's face lit up with a smile. Which young girl doesn't like new clothes? Xie Jin then also smiled, looking sincere. Thanks, third aunt. Aunt Tian praised her. I told you before, your third aunt makes the best clothes. I wasn't joking. Huang Mei felt a little shy from the praise. Mother is exaggerating. Actually, thanks to Qiuyu's help. Otherwise, it would have taken several more days. Look, this one here was made by her. Jin Xiao stepped forward, holding Qiuyu's arm. Qiuyu is only 14, but she sews so well. She's amazing. I can't even do needlework. Qiuyu's cheeks turned slightly red, and her dimples appeared.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
You're also very good. Everyone says your cooking is delicious, Aunt Tian said. Then stay for dinner tonight and try your sister-in-law's cooking. Jin Xiao nodded quickly. Today, Eryong caught 2 fish from the river. Sister-in-law Qiuyu, stay and eat with us. Huang Mei didn't agree right away. She only said she would come another day, then left with Qiuyu to go home. Dinner was made with mandarin fish. The fish was fried, then some ginger, scallions, and garlic were added and steamed in a pot. After steaming, oil was poured in with a sizzling sound, and the aroma immediately filled the air. A little soy sauce was added on top. Jin Xiao took a breath. It smells so good. She loved eating fish, and it had been a while since she last had some since arriving in this world. There was also fresh lettuce brought by Zhang Yuing and a handful of leigong vegetables, which Aunt Tian picked from the field on her way back, choosing tender flowers and shoots to boil in water. Old Xia looked at the steamed fish on the table. 2 fish, quite fat. Yong patted his chest proudly. I only used 1 hand. Pretty impressive, right? Grandpa, can you give me 2 more forks? Xia Xiaoyu clapped her hands, looking in awe. Second brother is amazing. Tomorrow I want to go to and catch fish. Yong was pleased. Tomorrow I'll take you. Eat up, eat up. I'm starving, Aunt Tian said, patting her back and then bending over. Her waist was already stiff. Sure enough, she was getting old. The fish, fried with ginger, scallions, and garlic, had no fishy smell. It was crispy and tender. The leigong vegetables in soup smelled fresh and sweet. Recently, my family has been eating meat every day, and everyone is happy and smiling as we sit together to enjoy our meals. After eating, a gentle breeze blows in. Jin Xiao moved a small stool and sat under the eaves, massaging Granny Tian's lower back along the acupoints. Huff. Granny Tian closed her eyes comfortably and kept praising. This skill comes from Jin Xiao's past when she was in college. She often massaged her roommates due to shoulder, neck, and back soreness from sitting too long, so she became quite experienced. Suddenly, a loud, heartbreaking cry broke the peace. Granny Tian was quick-witted. What's wrong? What happened? Old man Xie came from the backyard, holding a bamboo strip. That sound is from sister-in-law Xie's house. The sister-in-law Xie he mentioned is his cousin's wife, living 2 houses away and the closest family to the Xie family. According to the family hierarchy, Jin Xiao should call her third aunt. The 2 elders exchanged glances.
Let's go see what's going on, they said.
The crying was so intense. Jin Xiu quickly stood up, and her three siblings, Jin Xiu, Jin Nand, and Jin Qi, followed to see what was happening. They all went outside and saw many villagers gathered outside sister-in-law Xie's yard. Pushing through the crowd, they saw sister-in-law Xie sitting on the ground, wiping tears. Damn corrupt officials. My son worked hard for a month and didn't earn a single copper coin and he was beaten, she sobbed. Third aunt, what happened? Which corrupt official? Someone asked. Too long to explain. Be careful what you say, or they might cut off your head, she warned, angrily kicking the ground and tossing some sand. Just because someone's an official, they think they can bully the common people? Come, everyone, tell me what's right. Last month, my eldest son went to Lizhou to help a big family make tiles. The family's surname is Wu. They treated him like a beast, working from dawn to dusk. They only ate slop, had nowhere to sleep. If it weren't for an introduction saying he'd earn 40 copper coins a day, I wouldn't have let him go. After a month, they said the tiles he made were not good enough, and he didn't get a single copper coin. But that's not all. Someone heard that the tile kiln was a joint venture between young Master Wu and the governor's son. After working so hard for a month, they got nothing. The workers, including Jin Xiu's brother, banded together and went to complain at the government office. Instead of helping, the governor's son called his guards and beat them, then drove them out. The villagers grew angrier. The next day, they went to the government office to protest, banging drums and demanding justice. The governor himself beat them with a stick. Damn corrupt officials. The governor is too mean. Jin Xiu's family is unlucky too, bah. They're just corrupt officials. By the way, I have a relative working as a servant for the governor. Last year, during a flood, he said the court had already sent relief grain, but that corrupt official took half of it. He claimed they were setting up shelters and giving out porridge, but the porridge was so watery it could reflect a mirror. There was also the son of the local magistrate, who was a bully and a tyrant.
He was truly a bad person.
Ugh, this is too lawless. If there's another flood this year, how can we common folk survive? Bah, 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 what flood? The good ones are lucky, the ugly ones are unlucky. Don't talk nonsense. Daughter-in-law Lu and son Xie Dahua stood nearby. They both looked down, their eyes red. Xie Dahua was more badly beaten, with a black eye and a limp as he walked over quietly. Mother, if someone with bad intentions hears us, it won't be good if it reaches the magistrate's ears, he said nervously. He was really afraid of being beaten again. Old Lady Tian stepped out of the crowd and helped the breathless Xie Sanai to her feet. I don't believe that being an official means you can do whatever you want. Third sister-in-law, this corrupt official has done so many bad things. Justice will catch up with him someday. You need to stay strong. Luckily, Dahua is still okay, and we didn't lose our money. We can earn more later, she said, crying and shaking her head sadly. Older sister, I really have such bad luck. I can't go on like this, she said, her face full of sorrow. Her husband, Xie Laosan, was also a cousin of old man Xie. Xie Laosan was a lazy, greedy man who spent all his money on drinking, gambling, and womanizing. 4 years ago, he got drunk returning from town, fell and hit his head, and died instantly. The Xie family wasn't sad but relieved. However, Xie Laosan had sold all the family's land recklessly. After he died, the family was left with nothing. They had no land and could only grit their teeth and go to the northern mountain edge of the village to clear new land. Second son Xie Xiaohua clenched his fists tightly, teeth grinding. Mother, I'll go fight them, he said fiercely. Old man Xie, standing nearby, also advised, don't be impulsive. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there's firewood to burn. Third sister-in-law, if you're really in trouble, just speak up. We're family, and we'll help if we can. Those are officials. You, a common person, can only accept it, someone said.
Exactly.
What's the use of us judging? No matter how right we are, we can't overpower the officials, another added. Old Lady Tian and Old Man Xie agreed. Thank goodness, no one was hurt. We can earn money slowly over time. Everyone in the village thought that life, for Xie Sanai's family, would only get harder. They had no good land, only 2 acres of wasteland that had been cultivated for a few years to regain fertility. Growing such a small amount of grain was no match for good farmland. This year, it was hard to find work outside. Everywhere, people were fighting for jobs. Otherwise, Dahua wouldn't have been fooled. When he heard about working at the tile kiln, earning 40 coins a day, with food and lodging included and no hard labor, he happily went. But no one thought that such a good job would be so hard to get without connections, especially for someone slow and clumsy like him. Jin Xiao stood nearby. In modern terms, Xie Dahua was tricked by an intermediary. She sighed, saying, "Having such officials is a misfortune for the common people." Xie Jinan's eyes darkened as he heard this. Officials should serve the people and seek their well-being, but they have become executioners who oppress the common folk. Is the world truly so hard to make fair? The crowd sighed and dispersed. Granny Tian was afraid that third sister Xie might be too upset, so she told Jin Xiao and the others to go home first, staying behind to comfort her. She also asked second brother Xie to call Dr. Ma to treat Dahuang's injury. "Auntie, I'm fine. Don't waste money," Dahuang said, his face bruised and purple, still limping. He felt guilty for pretending to be sad for his mother, which was already unfilial. The family was already struggling, and he didn't want to see the doctor. He believed he would get better soon. Granny Tian looked stern and whispered, "Foolish child, what's more important, money or health? If your body fails, then you truly have nothing." Then she turned to third sister Xie, saying, "Sister-in-law, please call Dr. Ma to check him. Don't worry about the fee, I have it." Third sister Xie looked a bit dazed but nodded blankly, then tightly held her hand. "Older sister, I will pay you back, I promise," she said. Their family wasn't much better off, but they were willing to help. Third sister Xie felt deeply grateful. She patted her old, withered hand and said, "It's good that you have this heart. Don't rush to repay the money." Old Master Xie nodded nearby, saying, "Most importantly, Dahuang is fine." His cousin, who had married into the family, worked hard and bore hardships. The head of the household was unreliable, and the family relied on her alone. When good harvest came a few years ago, she and Dahuang even went to town to carry heavy loads, saving some money to buy Dahuang a wife and paying off debts borrowed from villagers. But because of this, their savings were exhausted. Third sister Xia was a kind person, and since they were family, the 2 elders watched Dahuang and his brother grow up and couldn't just stand by. This small episode passed. Granny Tian said that bad officials are destined to be punished by heaven, just as comfort for third sister Xia, but it turned out her words proved true. This was a foreshadowing. That's a story for later. That night, Jin Xiao slept restlessly. She had a dream. In the dream, as villagers said, a flood struck again this year. Houses and fields were destroyed, corpses floated in the water, and screams filled the air. In her dream, she thought, luckily she had her system. If her home was destroyed, it didn't matter as long as she didn't starve and could start over. She shouted mentally, "System, system." But she didn't hear the familiar chime, and no panel appeared before her. Jin Xiao panicked, a bad feeling rising in her heart. "System." Jin Xiao woke suddenly, sitting upright. "Gina, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" Xie Jinan sat up and wiped the sweat from her forehead with his sleeve. Jin Xiao was breathing heavily and turned to look out the window. Dawn was breaking. Besides the crowing of chickens, the scene outside was peaceful, contrasting with the screams filling her dreams. Jin Xiao looked serious. "I had a dream, and it was a little scary and a bit strange." Yes. She actually dreamed that the system grew a consciousness, and a bright light flew out of her mind, flying farther and farther away. She cried while chasing after it. "No, can you stop messing with me? I'm used to your presence, but now you're leaving. System, where are you going? Without you, how can I live?" System. Finally, exhausted, she sat on the ground in despair, watching the bright light disappear, until a flood of overwhelming water came and completely submerged her. After hearing this, Xie Jinan wrapped his long arm around her, letting her lean on his chest. He rested his chin on her head and smiled. "Gina, have you ever thought that this dream might be a warning? It tells you not to rely too much on the marketplace. If that day really comes, you should have the ability to handle it, Jin Xiu thought for a moment. Yes, I've actually had this idea for a while. Think about it, we suddenly get things from the system. There must be a source, right? That money is necessary. With money, she could buy things and stay under the radar. Otherwise, there would be no income at home. Where did that stuff come from? It's hard to say. Jin Xiu sat up straight, knocking her right fist against her left palm. It would be great if I could start a small business. First, she was worried the dream might come true, so she needed to develop her career and build her skills, not rely too much on the system. Second, she needed to make the marketplace's items legitimate. As for what kind of small business, Jin Xiu spent 10 points from the system to exchange for a bunch of books. The books in the marketplace were very cheap. They were clearing out stock. She exchanged 10 points for more than 20 books. There were books on making tofu products, desserts, sweet soups, milk tea, the 8 major cuisines, traditional Chinese clothing styles through history, herbal medicine, and more. Xie Jinan casually picked up the Herbal Medicine Encyclopedia and flipped through a page. The book detailed various herbs and medicinal plants, including their growing climates and precautions, with beautiful colored illustrations. It truly shocked him, leaving him speechless for a long time. Jin Xiu was amused. Ordinary people, having even one skill, could support their families, so they wouldn't share it easily. Unlike in her previous life, where recipes for delicacies could be found online. But no matter how many plans she had to wait until Xie Jinan and Xie Eryong's hands were ready. There was no other way, her family lacked labor. Luckily, Xie Jinan used a medicinal ointment from the system, and his wounds healed quickly. Xie Jinan found an excuse to apply ointment to Xie Eryong as well. Over the next month, Jin Xiu either helped her family with farm work or went with Xie Jinan to find mushrooms and meat blood serum. During this time, it rained lightly several times. Mushrooms grew abundantly on the mountain. Xie Eryong and Xie Xiaoyu, the brother and sister, were busy too. For several days, they collected about 10 jin of mushrooms, 5 jin of pine mole mushrooms, 3 jin of bamboo fungi, and 2 jin of high sheep stomach fungi. Jin Xiu cleverly exchanged half of the mushrooms with the system and continued to find some blood serum. Now, she has 800 points in her system. She feels very happy. On the 9th day of the 3rd lunar month, 3 days before grain rain, every household was busy transplanting rice seedlings. Except for Xie Jinan and Li Xiuhong, who still hadn't fully recovered their arms, the whole Xie family was working in the fields. Jing Xiu, Xiaoyu, and Eryong were transplanting rice seedlings. Old Man Xie and the field worker, Xie Chongsheng, were responsible for planting. They worked together efficiently. In April, the weather was still not very hot, with the sun high in the sky. Jing Xiu didn't even bring a straw hat. Farmers didn't care much about such things. She rolled up her pants to her calves, bent over, and worked in the rice field. She had never transplanted rice in her past life, but the original owner had. However, she couldn't control her hands well. She pulled up the rice leaves, but the roots broke off and stayed in the mud. She glanced at Eryong, who was skillfully transplanting rice on the right. Eryong's arm had healed, with only a faint scar that didn't affect his work. He quickly pulled up the rice seedlings, tied them into small bundles, and carried them to the water field to plant. She looked at Xiaoyu on the left. The little girl reached into the water, pinched the roots of the rice seedlings, and with a little force, pulled the whole plant out. Jing Xiu was silent, then stood up and walked over to Xie Chongsheng to discuss. Dad, you go transplant rice. I'll plant them so I don't damage the seedlings, she said. Jing Xiu took the remaining seedlings from Xie Chongsheng, broke a few stalks each time, and carefully inserted them into the field. The spacing was even, straight, and uniform, neat and tidy. Her obsessive-compulsive side found it very satisfying. Indeed, compared to transplanting, she was better at planting. Xie Jinan stood on the ridge, watching a lively little figure. His gaze fell on her small, empty head. Then he turned back home. When he returned to the field, he was holding a straw hat. He took off his shoes, rolled up his pants with one hand, and walked into the field. Without saying a word, he put the hat on her head. "Be careful of the sun," he said. Jing Xiu stuck out her tongue. "It's okay. The weather is nice, and the sun feels good on my face. Why did you come down? Just call me, and I'll come over. It's better than getting my feet dirty." Honestly, Jing Xiu liked to bask in the sun. Many girls in her past life were afraid of getting dark. Every summer, they would cover themselves completely with sunscreen, sun hats, and umbrellas, almost wrapping from head to toe, leaving only their noses exposed. Even during the hottest days of summer, she would wear a baseball cap and short sleeves and shorts, walking around campus. Conversely, she feared cloudy days and humid weather the most. During those times, she felt depressed and restless, wishing for the sun to come out and dry up the dampness. She couldn't live without the sun, or rather, she needed vitamin D. Dressed in her hat, she watched Jean Nan quickly pull down her pant legs a little, leaving just a small gap from the water surface. "Be careful not to catch a cold," he said. He was worried she would get too hot or too cold. He was very thoughtful. Jin Xiu couldn't help but smile brightly. "Husband, you can go back first. I'll be there soon." Granny Tian told her to finish this small patch of work and then go home to cook, while the others continued their chores. "It's okay, I'll wait for you," Jin Xiu replied. Near her was a water channel. She washed the mud off her feet and, while waiting for Jean Nan, she wandered around nearby and picked a fuli gongcai, a type of edible plant. After planting a small patch, Jin Xiu told Granny Tian, "Annie, I'll go home now to cook." Granny Tian glanced at Xie Xiuyu, who was covered in mud, and hesitated. "Xiuyu, come along too." Xiuyu had already finished planting rice seedlings and, from being energetic at first, now she was happily looking for mole crickets to play with. It was better to let her go home. She was just a small child, not comparable to adults, and shouldn't be overexerted. Back home, Jean Nan had already prepared hot water. Jin Xiu poured hot water from a large ceramic jar into a wooden tub, lifted the basin to the bathing room, and added cold water. Xie Xiuyu, knowing her turn, took her change of clothes and said, "Sister-in-law, I'll wash myself." She was 6 years old, already a little grown up, and didn't want anyone helping her bathe. So embarrassing. "All right, put the dirty clothes aside first, and wash them later," Jin Xiu said. After coming out of the bathing room, she took down a piece of pork hanging from the beam. In Dali village, there was no butcher, so Granny Tian bought the meat from Daching village in the morning. Planting and harvesting rice was hard work, and one needed to eat well to have strength. She washed the pork, cut it into small cubes, heated oil in a pan, and stir-fried the pork briefly. Then she added rice wine, soy sauce, a little sugar, scallions, ginger, star anise, and cinnamon, and simmered everything with some water. During the month, Jin Xiu went to town twice more. Using the money she earned from selling snow fungus, she bought spices and medicinal herbs from the shops. Surprisingly, this era had chili peppers. It is said to have been introduced from foreign lands, but compared to the north, people in the south don't like spicy food very much, especially farmers. They usually cook without much oil, and eating chili peppers makes their stomach feel hot and their eyes burn. They are afraid of getting upset stomachs, so they avoid spicy food and seek medicine when needed. Jin Xiu bought a small handful of chili peppers, about 20 or so. She didn't finish eating them even after a month, so she dried the leftovers in the sun. Sometimes, she would add 1 or 2 small chili peppers when cooking meat or making cold dishes, but regular stir-fried vegetables were out of the question. According to Granny Tian, the chili masks the natural flavor of the vegetables and makes them less tasty. Only the two brothers, Xie Er-yong and Xie Jin Nan, love spicy food. As for Jin Xiu, it's not that she doesn't like spicy food, but she can't handle very spicy dishes. Xie Jin Nan was tending the fire. Jin Xiu asked him to go to the backyard and pick 2 carrots. She twisted off the leaves, washed away the dirt, peeled and sliced them thinly, then salted them to draw out water. She added soy sauce, vinegar, a little sugar, and mixed in chopped dried chili peppers. She also made Thunder God vegetable soup. She bought century eggs and added 2 to the soup, 1 cut into 4 pieces, making the flavor even more delicious. Jin and went to call people from the fields. The dishes were ready, and the rice was filled in bowls. Since the first few days, the family hadn't eaten much rice for over half a month. It felt good to eat it again. Since Jin Xiu came to the Xie family, both the taste and variety of food have greatly improved. Everyone gained several pounds. The pork belly was sweet but not greasy, paired with refreshing radish salad and vegetable soup. The workers working in the fields ate eagerly. Jin Nan ate politely, scooping a piece of pork belly into Jin Xiu's bowl. Eat more, there's still work this afternoon. Jin Xiu looked up, smiling brightly, licking her lips, and her small mouth was shiny and full of oil, looking tempting. Jin Nan's face turned red, and his throat moved involuntarily. He quickly lowered his head, pretending to eat, hiding his feelings. After lunch, they rested for half an hour before heading back to the fields to work hard. At this pace, they could finish planting in about 3 days. That evening, Jin Xiu scooped a pound of cornmeal and mixed it with half a pound of white flour to make pancakes, along with a pot of brown rice porridge and stir-fried spinach. After dinner, Jin Xiu usually massaged Granny Tian's waist under the eaves. When she was tired, Granny Tian would take her turn, making Jin Xiu hum with comfort. I didn't expect your grandma's massage skills to be so good, Jin Xiu said with a smile. Granny Tian raised an eyebrow, of course. Sometimes, when your father is busy, I also massage your mother during my free time. Jin Xiu immediately turned around, hugging Granny Tian and praising her. Grandma is the best mother-in-law in the world, and also the best grandma. I will definitely be filial to you. Grandma Tian smiled like a flower, her wrinkled eyes narrowing happily. Look at her sweet little mouth. She can cheer up anyone. Jin Xiu beamed with joy. A sweet mouth makes the heart feel sweet too. Li Xiuhong lay on the bed, listening to the cheerful laughter from the yard, and glanced at Xie Chongqing, who was patiently changing her diaper. Her heart felt calm and tender. How fortunate she was to marry into the Xie family and to have a husband who never left her side. Even if she died, she would have no regrets. Jin Nan came back from outside, holding a bunch of motherwort in his left hand. What's everyone talking about? Why so happy? Jin Xiu's eyes lit up as she stood up and walked over. Husband, so you went to find motherwort. Her gaze unconsciously fell on his full, small mouth, and her heart beat faster again. Jin Nan awkwardly looked away. I boiled some water for your footbath today. Thank you for your hard work. What's wrong? Feeling unwell? She tiptoed, placing her hand on his forehead. Close enough to see his round, fair face, her small mouth opening and closing. Jin Nan heard nothing, only saw her silent invitation. Wow, it's really hot. Do you have a fever? His handsome face flushed with redness. He gently took her small hand and cleared his throat. It's nothing. I boiled the motherwort to warm it. Jin Xiu nodded repeatedly. Thank you for your effort. Oh. Truly, a daughter is a caring little quilt. My granddaughter-in-law just said she wants to be filial to her mother. Unlike my grandson, who married and forgot his mother. Motherwort isn't for me. My old waist and cold legs, they hurt so much. Grandma Tian pretended to be sad. Jin Xiu covered her mouth to hide her smile. The redness faded from her face as Jin Nan helplessly watched his dramatic grandmother. Motherwort isn't suitable for a milk bath. I'll make you some ginger water to dispel dampness. Grandma Tian widened her eyes in surprise. Wow. When did my clever grandson learn about medicine? I saw it in a book. Jin Nan replied briefly, carrying the motherwort back to the kitchen. Today, the whole family went to the fields, so he couldn't be idle alone. On the right, a clay pot was boiling bath water. He started another pot to boil ginger water. His right arm was almost fully healed, just not strong enough for heavy work, but lighting a fire was no problem. He finished boiling the ginger water and let each of the 3 elders soak their feet in a basin. Jin Xiu added the motherwort to her ginger water, breaking it into pieces and putting it into warm water. After sweating slightly, she slept very peacefully. The next day, she was full of energy and continued working in the fields. She thought it would take 3 days to transplant all the rice seedlings, but they finished in less than 2.5 days. Thanks to Grandma Lin's large family helping out, after finishing their own work, Sia Jean and Sia Jean also came to help. Grain rain, the 6th of the 24 solar terms and the last in spring, marking the end of the season. On this day, the villagers were busy with their chores. Rain feeds all grains. The rice seedlings had just been planted and needed rain for nourishment. With enough rain, the crops could grow strong. Watching the steady summer rain, the villagers felt both happy and worried. They hoped it wouldn't stop, but also feared it might rain too much and drown the young plants. After finishing their work in the fields, Jin Xiu finally had time to focus on her business. Although it was called a big venture, it was really just making tofu. That evening, during dinner, Jin Xiu put down her half-eaten bowl and chopsticks. "Grandpa, Grandma, I want to make tofu and sell it in town. Do you think that's possible?" Old Xia was surprised. "You know how to make tofu?"
Yes.
"There's a lonely widow in our village who makes tofu. I used to visit her and she didn't hide her method from me, so I know how to do it. But I haven't tried myself." Granny Tian looked worried. "Maybe next time, you should let your parents do it." She was concerned that if her daughter's skills were known to her in-laws, they might take credit for her work and not support her family, causing a rift between mother and daughter. That would be a shame. Old Xia agreed. "You're right. Let your parents handle this business." A warm feeling rose in Jin Xiu's chest. "Grandpa, Grandma, I know you care about me. I'll be honest, I can make tofu, and I plan to teach them another profitable craft too. You don't need to worry," she added sincerely. "Honestly, my parents don't get along well with the second household. When we didn't split the family, I didn't want to give the second household an advantage." She had heard from Aunt Luo and Granny Tian about the situation with the Li family. Hearing this, her parents understood. They agreed immediately. "All right, we have plenty of soybeans at home. You can experiment with them. If it works, it's a good business. If not, it's okay. We can afford to lose some soybeans." Jin Xiu nodded confidently. "Don't worry, I believe I'll succeed." She got ready to start. After dinner, Jin Xiu watched Granny Tian carry a bag of soybeans from the storage. "Grandma, you don't need so many. Let's start with 2 Jin and try." "All right, do as you see fit." Jin Xiu measured out 2 Jin of soybeans and soaked them overnight, ready to grind into soy milk the next day. In the village, there were 2 stone mills, one at the village chief's house and the other built with villagers' pooled money, located near the grain drying yard. It belonged to the community. They also had tofu molds and gypsum, which could be bought at the market, but it was hard to explain where they came from, so Jin Xiu needed to go to town. Under the dim yellow oil lamp, Jin Xiu sat at the table soaking her feet and discussed with Xia Jin Nan about going to town tomorrow. "Today, it didn't rain, and I think tomorrow will be good weather too. I told my mother we would go to town, just saying we plan to make tofu. The molds are something we ordered from the town before." Jin Xiu looked excited. "I think making just tofu doesn't earn much profit. Maybe we can also make tofu skin. Both are simple to make. Once the business grows, we can open a small factory for tofu products like tofu puffs, fermented bean curd, dried tofu, and tofu strips." Xia Jin Nan looked away from his book. "Jin Xiu is thoughtful, but I read that making tofu puffs requires a lot of oil, which costs a lot. It might not be worth it." Jin Xiu thought for a moment and suddenly had an idea. "Maybe we can build an oil press. We can use soybeans and peanuts to make oil. In the town's grain and oil shop, they sell animal fat and rapeseed oil. In Beiyan, rapeseed oil is a high-end cooking oil only the rich can afford. Ordinary families mostly use animal fat. Sesame oil is only produced in the north. Oil was very precious in ancient times. Poor families would only put a few drops in their cooking, which was a luxury. 2 ounces could last half a year. If we built a workshop, the profit would be huge." "Wow, we will definitely make money," she said with shining eyes, her eyes like silver coins. Xia Jin then looked at her steadily for a while before finally speaking again. His wife was really brave to think like that. If the oil workshop could succeed, it wouldn't just be profitable, it would be extremely profitable. He said softly, "Jin Xiu, your idea is good, but the profit from an oil workshop is too large. As the saying goes, wealth can tempt people. We are just ordinary farmers with no power or influence. If we do it alone, it might cause trouble. Not just might, definitely will. Her mind, clouded by thoughts of money, gradually cleared. Jin Xiu lowered her shoulders in disappointment. All right, you're right, husband, she said sadly. Xie Jin then gave a gentle smile to comfort her. Jin Xiu, don't be discouraged. Without backing, we just need to find someone to support us. There's always a chance. If not, then he would work hard to become her support. It was almost dawn. After breakfast, Jin Xiu went to the kitchen to check on the soybeans soaked overnight, which had expanded fully. Mother, my husband and I will probably be home around noon. Before that, have someone grind and boil the soybeans. I told you the method last night. It doesn't need to be too early, just after the middle of the morning around the halfway point should be fine. All right, Granny Tian replied. Your father is good at grinding grains. Let him handle it, Jin Xiu said. She couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Thanks, Dad, she said. Without a soy milk machine, everything had to be done by hand. Xie Jin Nan carried a bamboo basket on his back, and they set off for town together. As they left the village entrance, not far out, they saw old Zhong driving a donkey cart coming from the town. Would you like a ride, two of you? There are cars to ride in. Who wants to walk? Jin Xiu quickly nodded. Sit. Mafeng town holds a big market every 4 days. Today is just the market day. Seedlings have been planted, so people can take a breather and enjoy a walk in town. Old Zhong got up at dawn to pick up passengers. After dropping off a group of customers in town, he hurried back to pick up more. The donkey cart was empty. 2 people got on, and old Zhong didn't turn his head but kept driving toward Daquan village, calling for more passengers. They stopped and went along the way. After half an hour, the donkey cart finally arrived at the town gate archway. Having a vehicle is convenient. Even after such a long wait, it's still faster than walking by about an hour. Jin Xiu decided that once her tofu business picked up, she would buy a bullock cart. Today in town, besides buying tofu molds, she also needed to get medicine for Li Xiuhong. Jin Xiu turned and asked, Husband, are we going to Tongji Hall? Let's go to Jishir Hall. I have a prescription, and we just need to follow it to get the medicine. Jin Xiu smiled. Yes, Master Yendong saved us. From now on, we will go to Jishir Hall to support them. With his status, he probably wouldn't care much about this small gesture, just a matter of heart. Husband, Jin Xiu whispered softly in his ear as she tiptoed. They found a quiet alley. Jin Xiu used 20 points to exchange for 20 jin of Hishowu from the marketplace. Excuse me, guests, are you here for medicine or consultation? Medicine, Jin Xiu answered, glancing at the bamboo shopkeeper counting money at the counter. Shopkeeper Zhu. Hearing her, shopkeeper Zhu looked up, smiled, and came out to bow. Thank you, young master and young lady. How have you been lately? Xie Jin Nan nodded. Thanks to the shopkeeper. Is Master Yendong still not here? Unfortunately, our master returned yesterday, but he's not in the shop today. 10 days ago, the couple came to town once, wanting to thank Yan Chongqing in person. But unfortunately, shopkeeper Zhu said their master was still in Qingzhou and hadn't come back. It's really a pity. We've always wanted to thank him for saving our lives, but we never had the chance. Thank you, young lady. If there's a chance, I'll pass on your gratitude to the master. By the way, what brings you here today? Shopkeeper, please speak. Xie Jin Nan gestured to the shopkeeper to come to the side of the counter, placing the bamboo basket on the ground. It's like this. My wife and I found some Hishowu in the mountains. Shopkeeper Zhu squatted down, picked up a piece of Hishowu from the basket, glanced at it and said, the quality is quite good, just a bit small. He reached inside and examined it briefly, then said, Young Master Xie, we sell these at 500 won per jin. How does that sound? Of course, if you want to compare prices at other pharmacies, you can do so before deciding. Xie Jin Nan cupped his hands. The shopkeeper bamboo was generous and agreed to your price. He chuckled and said, I enjoy deal. Shopkeeper Zhu squatted down, picked up a piece of Hishowu from the basket, glanced at exactly 20 jin, no more, no less. The price was 10 taels of silver, which was a bit higher than what Xie Jin Nan expected. Jisher Hall truly is a well-known pharmacy across Beiyan. Meanwhile, Jin Xiao carefully prepared the medicine. The shopkeeper quickly calculated with an abacus, saying, .371 tael, by Shu 2 taels, Gon Chao 3 taels, Shu Di Huang 2 taels, Chuan Xiong 2 taels. The total cost is 300, exactly 20 jin, no more, no less. The price was 10 taels of silver, which was a bit higher than what Xiajin Nan expected. Jisher Hall truly is a well-known pharmacy across Bay. Is there a problem? She asked.
No, no.
I just thought that adding some ginseng slices might make it more effective. Really? Then please help me add some ginseng slices. All right, the shopkeeper happily agreed, instructing the assistant to open the package and add the ginseng slices. Xiajin Nan watched her from the side, with a warm expression. After deducting 1 tael for the ginseng slices, they received 8 taels and 700 coins. As they left the pharmacy, is there a problem? She asked.
No, no.
I just thought that adding some ginseng slices might make it more effective. Really? Then please help. Brother Jin Nan, it's really you. I haven't seen you in so many years. I recognized you at a glance. Do you remember me? I'm Liang Zhangwen. Xiajin Nan felt the face in front of him look somewhat familiar, a flash of memory passing through his mind. It's you. Liang Zhangwen nodded excitedly. Wow, I didn't expect to meet you here. If it weren't for you back then, I would have been expelled from the academy and my reputation ruined. Xiajin Nan remained calm. It's Brother Jin Nan, it's really you. I haven't seen you in so many years. I recognized you at a glance. Do you remember me? I'm Liang Zhangwen. Xiajin Nan felt the face in front of him look somewhat familiar, a flash of memory. 2 students in the school were lazy and bullied girls, but Liang Zhangwen stopped them. Usually, scholars value their reputation and face, but these 2 were forced by their families to study and didn't care about such things. Out of anger, they falsely accused Liang Zhangwen of stealing, and Xiajin Nan, who was reading on a high rock in the garden, overheard everything. He warned Liang Zhangwen, be careful, things might be manipulated. Liang Zhangwen took advantage of a moment of carelessness to run back to his dormitory, where he found a bundle hidden under his bed containing calligraphy and silver. He quickly hid the items again. When their false accusations failed, they were expelled from the academy. Both students came from ordinary families, and Liang Zhangwen was not afraid of retaliation. Their improper conduct made them unworthy of being scholars. On that day, if both of them succeeded, I would be the one expelled from the academy. From then on, I probably wouldn't have a chance to take the imperial exams. Brother Jin Nan's great kindness. Liang Zhangwen cupped his hands and bowed deeply. Xiajin Nan hurriedly helped him up, saying, It's too serious. Brother Liang's act of bravery for the weak is more admirable. Liang Zhangwen smiled and looked at the beautiful girl beside him, pausing for a moment. Who is she? My wife, Jin Xiao. Jin Xiao nodded slightly. Young Master Liang. Liang Zhangwen was a bit surprised. The girl looked about 15 or 16, and he had thought she was Jin Nan's younger sister, not his wife. When mentioning his wife, his eyes and face were full of happiness, showing they must have a very good relationship. Liang Zhangwen showed his white teeth. I still remember that year when Brother Jin Nan, at only 10 years old, passed the child scholar exam. Are you now attending the county school? Or have you already become a Shiotsai? The county school was run by officials, and only Shiotsai or outstanding child scholars could attend. Although he later also became a child scholar, the quota for the county school was limited, and he wasn't selected, so he could only return to his private school. I studied at the county school for 2 years, but due to a family change, I stopped studying. Xiajin Nan looked calm. I see, Liang Zhangwen said regretfully, then added excitedly. But I believe that with Brother Jin Nan's talent, even if you don't attend the county school, you'll surely pass the provincial exam next year. Thank you for your kind words, Brother Liang. What are your plans? I didn't get the chance to attend the county school, so I studied at my private school for 2 years. Now, my family is busy with farming, and I've learned most of what I need. I just need to work hard myself. Jin Nan, since we've met, why don't we go to that tea house over there? I'll treat you. Xiajin Nan smiled. How can I let Brother Liang spend so much? Brother Jin Nan, Don't be so formal with me, Liang Jiangwen said happily, patting his shoulder. Come on, even my wife is coming. The tea house was a bit more upscale than the street-side tea stall. It had tatami-style seating with mats on the floor and low tables. Simple but elegant. Liang Jiangwen ordered 3 bowls of tea and a small plate of dried fruits. The 3 of them sipped tea and chatted. When they talked about how Xie Jinan sometimes took on copying work to help with the family expenses, Liang Jiangwen's eyes lit up. I work copying books at Liizhou Wenmo residence, earning 65 won a day. Jinan, why don't you go too? Xie Jinan hesitated, then remembered that his family had just decided to make tofu, so he couldn't go to Liizhou to copy books. Jin Xiao saw his hesitation. Husband, are you worried about the family? It's okay if you want to go ahead. We have enough people here, just a few blocks of tofu, no need for so many people. When the business grows bigger in the future, they can think about hiring more help. But still, husband, can your hands handle it? Xie Jinan gently rubbed her head. Book copying requires effort from the forearm and wrist, so it doesn't strain the arm. It's not a problem. It's settled then. Tomorrow, I'll ask the shopkeeper. Liang Jiangwen was very happy, almost jumping with excitement. The 2 of them were copying books together. They might have a chance to discuss their studies. Xie Jinan is smart and has good character and behavior. Making friends like him is a good thing. Not to mention, Xie Jinan has helped him before. The 3 of them parted at the tea house. Jin Xiao and Xie Jinan went to the meat stall, bought a strip of pork belly, a piece of pigskin, and 2 large bones. As for rice, flour, grains, and oil, they had enough from their last purchase, and they didn't lack vegetables. In a narrow alley, Jin Xiao picked a cedarwood tofu mold at the market, bought 3, and received some filtering cloth as a gift. Then she bought some plaster, which was in bags. She also bought 2 porcelain bottles for the plaster. They put everything into a basket, and the 2 of them headed toward the town entrance. Under the big banyan tree there were 3 or 4 carts parked. Old Zhong sat on his donkey cart and called out, "Girl, over here. Are you heading back to the village? We're in a hurry. Can we leave now?" "Yes, just enough time. We can leave after 2 more people get on." On the donkey cart, there were 5 villagers. Including Jin Xiao and her husband, there were 7 people in total. Coincidentally, Granny Tai Dan and Aunt Fugue were also there. When Granny Fugue saw her, she moved over enthusiastically. "Jin Xiao girl, come, sit here." Jin Xiao smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Aunt Fugue." Xie Jinan carefully helped her sit down. Once she was steady, he sat beside her. A woman in her 20s, sitting nearby, heard Aunt Fugue call Jin Xiao and slowly looked up, glancing at her with a frown. Humph. She rolled her eyes and turned her head away. The woman's hostility confused Jin Xiao. Who was she? Did she know her? Aunt Fugue looked at the woman, leaned in, and whispered, "She's Bai Posey's daughter, named Song Tingting. She married into Daqing village."
No wonder.
Jin Xiao raised an eyebrow. As long as she didn't provoke her, she wouldn't cause trouble. Speaking of Bai Posey, ever since the last fuss, no one in the village dared to gossip, saying Jin Xiao was unlucky. But Xie Jinan's worries turned out to be unfounded. In fact, after learning about the tiger incident, the villagers thought Jin Xiao was really lucky. After all, how many people have escaped from a tiger's mouth? Hold on tight. Old Zhong waved the whip and drove the donkey cart out of Mafong town. It was April, and a few more rains had fallen. The road was lush and green, filled with the sounds of insects and birds. Aunt Fugue chatted with Jin Xiao casually, her eyes falling on her delicate pink clothes. "Jin Xiao, your dress looks really nice." Jin Xiao's eyes curved into a smile. "My third aunt sewed it for me. It was her first time wearing it. Previously, she disliked her dark skin and thought pink clothes didn't look good on her. Now her skin has become a bit fairer, so she is willing to wear them." How vain. Auntie Fugui nodded repeatedly, saying, "Huang Mei's skills are unmatched. Thanks to her, her wife is recognized in the village for her sewing skills." Hearing the noise in the yard, Granny Tian came out and said, "They're back. The soybeans are ground and they're boiling inside." "Okay. What did you buy? Tofu molds, plaster, and food. Jin Nan first took out the pig's trotters, pig skin, and big bones from the basket, then the tofu molds. Can we make tofu with these? Granny Tian curiously picked up one of the molds to examine it. Jin Xiu explained, the plaster solidifies the soy milk, the cloth filters the soy milk, and the leftover soy pulp can be fed to pigs, used as fertilizer, or made into soy pulp cakes, soy pulp soup, and soy pulp balls. The one in the hand of the lady is used to press the tofu. Old lady, I didn't know soy pulp had so many uses, Granny Tian exclaimed in surprise, stacking the 3 molds and heading toward the kitchen. Jin Xiu followed. Inside, she saw Eryong busy at the stove, boiling soy milk and stirring with a wooden stick to prevent it from sticking. Xie Xiaoyu stood in front of the stove, watching him curiously. The smell of soybeans was very fragrant. Older sister-in-law, how much longer do we need to cook? Jin Xiu glanced at the pot. The soy milk was already boiling. She moved the large firewood to the right side of the stove and said, cook a little longer. Later, I'll make soy milk for you to drink. After 5 more minutes, Jin Xiu said it was ready and told Eryong to stop. Now it was her turn. 2 jin of soybeans would produce about 15 jin of soy milk. She used a wooden ladle to pour the soy milk into a wooden basin lined with a filtering cloth. Whether she filtered first then cooked or cooked then filtered, the result was the same. The most important step was adding the plaster water. Old Xie and Changsheng also came over, and the whole family gathered around to watch Jin Xiu make tofu. Especially Xiaoyu, who looked eagerly at the soy milk in the basin. Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, try some. Jin Xiu poured another basin of soy milk, added a little sugar, and handed it around. The hot soy milk steamed, filling the air with its fragrant aroma. Xiaoyu carefully placed the steaming bowl on the stove, leaning on the edge and gently blowing on it. A thin layer of soy skin formed on the surface, spreading to the edges of the bowl, revealing the soy milk underneath, like ripples on a lake. Wow! Granny Tian took a sip and immediately widened her eyes. It's really delicious. The last time I drank soy milk was when I was trading in the market, old Xie said nostalgically. Xie Jin Nan nodded with a smile. The texture is smooth as silk. Very good. Xie Changsheng clicked his tongue. Let me try some for your mother. She will definitely like it. Xie Eryong glanced at Xie Xiuyu, who was gulping down from a bowl, then couldn't help but laugh when she looked up. Ha ha, Xiuyu has grown a beard. Everyone looked over, noticing a white circle around her small mouth. They burst into laughter and teasing. Little Xiuyu ran to the water jar, tiptoed to peek inside, and saw the white beard around her mouth. She giggled too. It was fun. Once the soy milk cooled slightly, they poured it into plaster and mixed it with clean water. Jin Xiu prepared a bucket to rinse the soy milk. After mixing, she quickly transferred it to another bucket and covered it. Old Mr. Xie asked, will this soy milk turn into tofu now? Jin Xiu said, not yet. We need to use a mold to press the tofu curds into blocks. After 10 minutes, Jin Xiu picked up a mold and placed it on the table. The bottom of the mold had lines, dividing it into 30 small squares. This meant one sheet could be cut into 30 even pieces of tofu. First, she lined the bottom with cloth, scooped the tofu curds into the mold, wrapped it with cloth, covered it with a matching wooden lid, and placed a basin of water on top to press it down. This step squeezes out excess water. After pressing for an hour, the tofu is ready, Jin Xiu explained. Grandma Tian watched eagerly. So making tofu is that simple. First, grind soybeans into soy milk, then add gypsum to make tofu pudding, and finally press it into blocks. Grandma Tian felt confident she understood, and her hands felt capable too. Jin Xiu smiled and said, the most important part of making tofu is the rinsing step. It's the easiest to fail. If the rinsing isn't done well, the tofu curds won't set properly and you can't press the tofu. Eryong praised, sister-in-law is amazing. She succeeded on her first try. Jin Xiu stretched her back happily. All right, let's start lunch. After we eat, the tofu should be ready. Lunch was simple, a pot of coarse rice porridge and some roasted corn cakes. The family sat at the table, eating and discussing tomorrow's plan to set up a stall in town, how to get there, where to set up, how to display the tofu, and what to use for packaging. Jin Xiu said, Tomorrow, we'll make 3 sheets of tofu and pack them in bamboo baskets for easy carrying. As long as we don't cut the tofu beforehand, it won't break easily. We can use dry lotus leaves for wrapping. After speaking, she put down her bowl and went back to her room. When she came out again, she was holding a stack of dry lotus leaves. "Hey, when did you buy these?" Grandma Tian asked. They had forgotten to buy lotus leaves in town, but Jin Xiao had bought them at the market. Xia Jin Nan chimed in. "Bought them this morning. They're at the bottom of the basket, just didn't see them." Grandma Tian didn't suspect, and then asked the most important question, which everyone cared about. "So, how much should we sell 1 piece of tofu for?" A family looked at each other. Then their eyes focused on Jin Xiao. "My husband and I have discussed it. A block of tofu costs 30 coins, and we sell each piece for 1 coin. If we sell everything, we will make money." Xia Eryong counted on his fingers for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. Old Xia sniffed loudly. "You don't love studying, and you can't even do simple math. It's 90 coins. Old Xia had been in business, so basic arithmetic was easy for him. Xia Eryong scratched his head. "Sir, don't blame me. We all have the same mother. Why is my older brother so clever?" Old Xia raised his chopsticks and pretended to tap his head. "Still arguing? It's obviously because you're lazy." Mrs. Tian was focused on the 90 coins and smiled. "If we can sell for 90 coins, that's pretty good. It's better than working in town." Jin Xiao smiled. "We also need to subtract costs. Don't worry, Mom. Tomorrow is the first day to try. If it goes well, we can make 2 more blocks and also produce bean curd skins, which are the top layer floating on soy milk." Old Xia was surprised. "Small yellow soybeans can be used to make so many things. Yes, like 1,000-layer tofu, tofu puffs, and dried bean curd sticks. But our family isn't ready for that yet. We don't have enough people. When we earn more money, we can expand. As long as we work hard, life will get better and better." The family was excited and hopeful about the future. Old Xia nodded. "That's settled. Wife, tomorrow you and the eldest stay at home to watch the shop. I'll go with them to see how things go." Mrs. Tian had no objections. Old Xia had experience in business and selling tofu, so maybe he could teach the children a little about it. After eating and drinking well, Old Xia, with his hands behind his back, strolled out the door. When he returned, he carried a foldable square table. "I borrowed this from Uncle Fugue. We'll use it to set up the tofu tomorrow." Jin Xiao's eyes lit up. Why not pay Uncle Fugue to make 2 more? Yes, but he still has work to do. "It will take 2 or 3 days. He said we could borrow this one first. In our village, if there's business, we support each other. Uncle Fugue is skilled and fair with his prices." Jin Xiao smiled. "Let's ask Uncle Fugue to make a few more tofu molds just in case." An hour later, Jin Xiao lifted the water basin on top, held the frame with both hands, and carefully lifted the mold. She peeled back the cloth, and a square, white, tender tofu appeared before everyone's eyes. "It worked. It's really tofu." Cheers filled the kitchen. Mrs. Tian smiled so broadly her eyes crinkled. "There is so much. We can't finish it all. We'll give a couple of pieces to the villagers and use this chance to promote our family's tofu." Jin Xiao said, "That's a good idea." Xia Jin Nan nodded. "Once the news about our tofu spreads, not only our village but nearby villages will come to buy. Later, we can keep a few pieces at home to sell, display some in town, and sell the leftover pulp to pig farmers in the village. That's settled then." "Jin Xiao, you cut." Granny Tian was planning, thinking that Lin Granny, the village chief, Old Second, Old Third, Xia Senai, and Fugue's family all wanted some. Each of Old Second and Old Third's families would get 3 pieces, and the rest 2 pieces each. "Come on, cut it and bring it to be delivered," Granny Tian said. With a new kitchen knife in hand, Jin Xiao touched her nose, then quickly ran out and went back to her room to exchange for a 14 centimeters long, 10 centimeters wide stainless steel tofu spatula from the market. The small spatula was thin, sharp, with a smooth, shiny edge that gleamed silver. Old Mr. Xia watched with great curiosity. "This tofu spatula is quite delicate. How is it made?" "Made to order in town," Jin Xiao replied vaguely. As she smoothly slid the spatula into the tofu and moved it gently, the tofu was divided into 30 evenly sized small blocks. Each piece kept its shape perfectly, with no breakage. Finally, she carefully scooped up the blocks and placed them into a wooden bucket filled with water. The whole process was smooth and pleasing to watch. The family all stared with wide eyes. Jin and couldn't help but praise. The items from the market could only be described as exquisite craftsmanship. Granny Tian carried the bucket out. Eryong looked at the remaining tofu.
There's still so much left.
Will we finish it tonight? 14 pieces had been sent out, leaving 16. Tonight, we'll make stuffed tofu. Any leftovers can be eaten tomorrow, Jin Xiao said with a bright smile. It's good if there's leftovers. Honestly, she liked eating stuffed tofu the next day better, more flavorful and soft. As for Granny Tian, she first took some to the neighboring Xia Sen-nai. When she reached the yard gate, Xia Sen-nai was picking wild vegetables in the yard. She carried her bucket inside. Third sister-in-law, are you home? Xia Sen-nai looked up, quickly put down her vegetables, and stood up. Second sister-in-law, why are you carrying a wooden bucket? Xia Sen-nai looked puzzled, leaning over to peek inside the bucket. It held half a bucket of water with some square, tender, white pieces floating in it. Tofu, made by Jin Xiao. She said she wants to take it to town to sell. Today, she tried making it and it actually turned out well. Really? That's great. I didn't expect Jin Xiao to know how to make tofu. Xia Sen-nai was surprised and couldn't help feeling a bit envious. Look at how nice the tofu looks. If the family can start a business like this, life won't be hard anymore. My younger sister-in-law, go get a big bowl, I will fill it with 2 pieces. Sister-in-law, you've helped my family a lot. I can't just give away the tofu for free. You should take it to town and sell it for money. Today is not early, and it's late to sell now. Go quickly, bring the bowl. I still hope you can help me spread the word in the village. Don't worry, I will do it. Xia Sen-nai no longer refused and happily went to the kitchen to get a large bowl. Tian Granny reached into the bucket and warned, soak the tofu in water first, cook it in the evening and then take it out. Okay, Xia Sen-nai replied happily. Tian Granny lifted the bucket and went from the near to the far, first to the second house, then to the village chief's house, and then to the third house. When the second and third houses heard that the main house would sell tofu in town tomorrow, they were very happy. Finally, she reached Lin Granny's house. Tian Granny carried the remaining 2 pieces of tofu in the bucket and headed toward the village entrance. At this moment, many people were sitting under the big locust tree chatting, and several children were chasing and making noise. Seeing Tian Granny carrying a bucket, someone asked, Tian Granny, where are you taking the bucket? Homemade tofu. If you want to eat, you can buy it from my house. Tofu, a few women under the tree put down their work and gathered around. Wow, this tofu looks tender and smooth. Tian Granny, you can do it? I didn't know you could make tofu. Tian Granny puffed up her chest. Old lady, I don't know how to make tofu. This is made by Jin Xiao. Everyone was even more surprised. Jin Nan's daughter-in-law, Jin Xiao, was really impressive. She could even make tofu. A child ran over, looked at the white, tender tofu in the bucket, and couldn't help swallowing. He tugged at his mother's sleeve and begged, Mom, I want to eat tofu. I want to buy it. The woman looked at Tian Granny and asked, how much for a piece of tofu? Tian Granny waved her hand. Today there are no more. These 2 pieces are for giving as gifts. If I sell them, they're 1 penny each. After speaking, she carried the bucket toward Lin Granny's house. Jin Xiao took out the high-quality morel mushrooms she had dried earlier and first cooked a big bone and mushroom tofu soup. There were 15 pieces of tofu left. She took down the pork belly she bought from the town in the morning from the beam and added last year's dried vegetables, chopped into filling. 1 piece of tofu was cut into 3 slices horizontally, enough to make 2 stuffed tofu dishes. 30 stuffed tofu pieces in total. She boiled half of them first. The remaining will be eaten tonight, and then fried for tomorrow. April was the best time for chives. Finally, she sprinkled a handful of chopped chives on the braised stuffed tofu, looking so tempting. Dinner was very hearty. A pot of stuffed tofu, cold pigskin salad, stir-fried rapeseed, and the big bone mushroom tofu soup. Jin Xiu called this the start of work dinner, so it had to be a feast. At the table, not a drop of soup was left. The family ate happily and felt satisfied. Xia Eryong rubbed his belly and let out a contented burp. Once we earn enough money, my sister-in-law can open a restaurant. Old Xia shot him a sidelong glance. You really dare to think, kid. You haven't even started selling tofu, and you're already planning a restaurant. Don't worry, Dad. Tofu is so tasty. How could it not sell well? Xia Eryong said confidently. Granny Tian nodded excitedly. This afternoon, I'll deliver the tofu. Many people asked on the way, they all want to buy. After all, it tastes almost as good as meat, and meat costs 20 or 30 coins per jin, while tofu is much cheaper. Sure enough. After dinner, people started coming to the house one after another. At that moment, Jin Xiu was frying stuffed tofu in the kitchen. Steam rose from the iron pot. Seeing that it was almost ready, she poured in the prepared starch water and covered the pot again. The tofu needed to be fully cooked, and after adding the starch water, it had to be cooked until completely done. Otherwise, it could cause stomach upset. Just then, outside the yard, Xia Xiaoyu's voice called out, "Grandpa and Grandma, the village chief is here." Jin Xiu went into the main room. The elderly couple was talking with the village chief. "Village chief, is the tofu tasty?" Granny Tian asked with a smile. The village chief put down his pipe and smiled. "The tofu is tender and smooth. We all love it at home. My little grandson keeps asking to make tofu tomorrow. Look, he already reserved some." Old Xia and Granny Tian looked at Jin Xiu. She smiled and said, "We plan to have lunch and then go to town to set up a stall. The village chief can come by before we leave." The village chief looked at her with approval. "I heard from your grandma that you made the tofu yourself. I didn't expect you to have such skills." "Well done." At that moment, a fragrant aroma wafted from the kitchen. The village chief was surprised. "What are you cooking that smells so good? You haven't eaten yet?" "I'm frying the leftover stuffed tofu for tonight." "Please wait a moment, village chief." She returned to the kitchen, lifted the lid, and used a spatula to scoop 2 pieces of stuffed tofu into a bowl, then brought it to the village chief. "Try it and tell me what you think." "Haha, you're quite interesting." "I won't refuse." The stuffed tofu in the bowl was golden and crispy, with shiny meat filling and some chives on top, smelling wonderful. The village chief couldn't resist. He swallowed and took the bowl and chopsticks, picked up a piece of stuffed tofu, and put it in his mouth. His eyes lit up, and he praised it endlessly. "Oh, this is just boiled plain, and it's already delicious. With meat and dried vegetables added, the flavor is amazing." Jin Xiu explained, "This is called stuffed tofu. You chop meat and dried vegetables into filling, fry it until golden, then add starch water and simmer." The village chief nodded repeatedly. "I'll order 4 pieces of tofu. Come pick them up tomorrow noon." Jin Xiu looked at him and said, "If nothing unexpected happens, tofu will be made at home every day in the future. You can come directly to buy it then." After the village chief left, more families came one after another, all wanting to reserve tofu. Granny Tian smiled happily, saying, "By my calculation, 1 block of tofu has already been reserved." Jin Xiu thought for a moment. "Tomorrow, only 2 blocks of tofu will be left. That's too little. Selling it in town isn't worth it. The soybeans haven't soaked yet, and there's no time to make tofu skin now." Xia Jin Nan came out of the house holding a change of clothes. "Jiner, why don't we make the tofu the village needs tomorrow, then go to town the day after?" Old Xia nodded in agreement. Since the tofu is already made, there's no rush. Jin Xiu was silent, rubbing her chin, then suddenly had an idea. "We can make more tofu, but not white tofu." Granny Tian looked at her in surprise. Could it be that besides white tofu, other types can be made? Jin Xiu just smiled mysteriously. "You'll find out tomorrow." Xia Jin Nan raised an eyebrow, looking thoughtful. Night fell, and the candle flickered. Xia Jin Nan finished his bath, steam still on his body, and returned to his room. Jin Xiu sat on the bed, lost in thought. Whenever she browsed the marketplace in her mind, she would show this kind of expression. He quietly approached and sat beside her. A faint scent of green would fill her nose. Jin Xiu exited the marketplace and turned to see him with damp hair on his forehead, his handsome face slightly red from the bath, and bright, moist eyes looking at her with a gentle gaze. What was he doing? Was he trying to flirt with her? Although they were married and slept together every night, they had not yet been intimate. Jin Xiu always felt she was too young and was in no rush. She thought of it as just dating. Could it be that he finally couldn't hold back? But at this moment, men were indeed very attractive. Jeaner, he slowly moved closer. Her heart was pounding. They looked into each other's eyes passionately. I want to. His voice was deep and tempting. Wanna what? She thought wildly, exhaling softly. I wanna say. He gently pinched her nose. You're so naughty. How am I naughty? She licked her lips dangerously. What should she do? She really wanted to kiss him, but she was reserved. It was impossible. You're lying to me. Do you remember the first day we met, when you told me you couldn't read? The air suddenly became quiet.
Jin Xiu stared at him, wide-eyed.
After a while, she pouted in anger and pushed him away, turning her back in a huff. She didn't want to talk to him anymore. She was confused and a bit stubborn. Jin Nan saw her cheeks puffed up and couldn't help but chuckle softly. He leaned in and held her, letting her rest against him. His large hand gently stroked her black hair. Jeaner, what were you thinking just now? Humph. Jingxiu turned her back to him, pouting, clearly showing she was very angry and couldn't be comforted. She was careless. She had forgotten she couldn't read, yet she understood the various methods of making bean products in the book. She only told him that she had come to this world by chance, but didn't mention she was from another world.
No.
If the gods gave it to him, he could accept it, so he should be able to accept this too, right?
Sigh.
Probably. Just as she was hesitating whether to tell him the truth, Jin Nan took her shoulders and turned her around, kissing her cheek. Jeaner, if you don't want to say it, you don't have to. I won't ask. I just want to tell you that in front of me, you can always be your true self. Husband, Jingxiu hugged his narrow waist and looked up. One day, I will tell you. Trust me. I trust you, he said, gazing deeply at her soft lips, his eyes shining with passion. Gina, it was my fault just now. I've thought about this for a long time. After speaking, he leaned down and kissed her again. The next day, the morning light was gentle. Jingxiu woke up to find Jin Nan had already gotten up. She supported her head with one hand, reminiscing about last night's kiss. Considering her young age, Jin Nan finally held back. This relieved her. The medical conditions here are so poor. Her body isn't fully developed yet. If she got pregnant, although she could exchange a small umbrella from the shop, she was still worried about the worst-case scenario. After breakfast, Xia Chongsheng and Xia Yiyong carried soybeans and water buckets to grind soy milk. A total of 20 jin of beans. 6 jin for tofu, the rest for making bean skins. Jin Nan was studying inside, while Jingxiu called Xiu Yu and went out with a basket. Half an hour later, she returned with a basket of green leaves. The leaves were shaped like a shuttle and dark green. Old Xia recognized them. Jingxiu, what are you doing picking these guanyin leaves? Making tofu, she replied. Granny Tian was surprised. Last night, you said you were making other types of tofu, but you're using these guanyin leaves. Jingxiu explained, Nai, these are spotted dove leaves, and they can be used to make green tofu. It's very simple, no molds needed, just some grass ash. Xia Chongsheng smiled happily, feeling pleased that his lame leg still had some use. The soy milk was fully filtered to remove the soy pulp. Granny Tian poured out the remaining hot water from the clay jar and boiled the soy milk together with the iron pot in the middle. Over there, the pectin in the dove leaf was released by soaking. Jin Xiu used her hands to squeeze out the juice, kneading until the mucus was mostly extracted, then filtered it through cloth into a basin and a bucket. She skimmed off the foam on top and slowly stirred in the ash water, feeling resistance until the stirring stopped. Then, she waited for it to solidify. Is it that fast? Granny Tian looked over, still stirring with her hands, holding a wooden stick to stir the soy milk in the clay jar. She didn't expect making guanyin tofu to be so simple. Compared to that, making plain tofu seemed much more complicated. Jin Xiu smiled. Guanyin tofu is seasonal, only sellable for about 3 months. For a steady income, I also need to make plain tofu. This green tofu looks interesting. I plan to sell it for 2 coins per piece. The soy milk in the large pot had boiled and was turned down to low heat, staying for 3 to 4 minutes. Aryong, did you see that? The layer of oil on the surface of the soy milk. Scrape the edge, then use chopsticks to pick it up, Jin Xiu said while demonstrating with chopsticks. This was simple. Xia Aryong nodded. Sister-in-law, I'll do it. Jin Xiu helped to move the 4-layer bamboo drying rack from the yard into the house, with Xia Chongshen helping on one side. They hung the picked soy skins on the rack to dry overnight, ready to sell in town tomorrow. 1 jean of soybeans could produce 1 jean of soy skins, about 14 jean in total. Even the 2 bamboo racks under the eaves for drying clothes were full of soy skins. Old Xia thought about making more drying racks when he had time. Look, Granny, is this right? Watch me. Granny Tian had been eager to try but was worried about wasting soy milk, so she added plaster step by step, calling Jin Xiu to watch each time. Jin Xiu stood nearby. Yes, that's right. Good, keep pouring the soy milk. The family finished their work. By noon, villagers started coming to buy tofu one after another. In the main hall, a plate of plain tofu was placed on the table, with a basin of guanyin tofu beside it. What is this? Green tofu. First time seeing this. How much does it cost? Old Xia asked. Guanyin green tofu. Usually, it sells for 2 coins per piece, but since it's the first day visitors are here, I'll sell it cheaper, 1 coin per piece, so everyone can try it. Tomorrow, the price will go back up. He picked up a bowl with small pieces of green tofu, mixed with sugar water. The green tofu was translucent and bright green. Aunt Fu Gui was the first to pick up a small bamboo skewer, skewering a piece and putting it in her mouth. Before she even chewed, the smooth green tofu slid easily down her throat. Delicious, very smooth, she said. Hearing this, others also picked up bamboo skewers to try. It was cool and had a good texture. Do you have to dip it in sugar water? That would be too fancy. I learned that green tofu can be dipped in sugar water, but it can also be eaten cold, boiled in soup, or stir-fried hot. Auntie Fu said, Thank you, second uncle. I want 3 pieces of white tofu and 2 pieces of green tofu for my kids to try something new. I want 1 piece of green tofu and 2 pieces of white tofu, 3 pieces of white tofu. The villagers brought their own bowls, which made things easier. Second Uncle Xia cut the tofu, while Old Man Xia took care of collecting money. Jin Xiu was making tofu dreg egg pancakes in the kitchen. She mixed tofu dregs with water and plain flour, then added 5 eggs, soy sauce, and salt, stirring well. She heated a pan with oil and fried the mixture until both sides were golden. Grandma Tian watched the eggshells being discarded nearby, but she didn't mind and even smiled happily. Things have been strange lately. Our hens lay so many eggs. Yesterday, I collected 12 eggs in 1 day. The day before, I got 10, and they're bigger than before. They used to get only 5 or 6 eggs from their 10 hens. Grandma Tian credited Jin Xiu's good fortune for her prosperous family. Jin Xiu replied with a smile, Haha, now we won't have to worry about running out of eggs. The eggs increased not because the hens suddenly became more diligent, but because Jin Xiu exchanged points at the market and secretly placed eggs in the hen house. 1 point bought 15 eggs. What's the difference from giving them away? They carried out the tofu dreg egg pancakes. All the villagers had left. Old Man Xia handed the copper coins to Grandma Tian. The white tofu is sold out and there are 2 pieces of green tofu left. Total is 50 cents. Grandma Tian smiled broadly, showing her teeth. She planned to sell the remaining tofu in town, which could bring in over 100 cents a day. After lunch, they prepared to go to town. It wasn't busy farming season, so ordinary families ate simple breakfasts and lunches. Some only ate 2 meals a day, with dinner being the main meal. Villagers bought tofu to soak in water and cook at night, so tofu sold better in the afternoon. Also, people from farther away returned home before noon to go to the market, so most of the afternoon sales were to town residents or nearby villagers. As long as the family sold tofu, They also set up stalls in town. The profits wouldn't be bad. Jin Xiu covered the 2 blocks of tofu with damp cloths to keep them fresh and prevent drying out, then placed them in a basket. She also put a bucket of green tofu, covered with a wooden lid. Second uncle Xia carried a shoulder pole. Old man Xia carried a foldable table, and Jin Xiu carried a small bamboo basket with dried lotus leaves, tofu spatulas, and other miscellaneous items. The 3 set out. They walked for about an hour and arrived in town. Old Mr. Xia signaled the 2 to follow, and they walked to a nearby vegetable market. He leaned against a vegetable stall and unfolded a foldable table from his back. "We'll set up here." Jin Xiu looked around. The area was spacious and crowded, away from tall stalls to avoid blocking the view. It was indeed a good spot for a stall. Second brother Xia put down his pole and brought out 2 boards of tofu. He placed a wooden bucket next to the table, opened the lid, revealing bright green tofu inside. Jin Xiu cut a small piece of tofu and dipped it in sugar water for a taste test. Next to them, a thin woman in her 40s stood up and looked into the bucket. "Young girl, selling tofu? What's inside the bucket?" "Annie, this is guanyin tofu." Jin Xiu thought the woman was quite friendly. If she had met someone rude, they might have argued or told her to stay away. Jin Xiu used a small bamboo skewer to pick up a piece. "Andy, would you like to try some?" "Thank you." Curious passers-by gathered around. "Young girl, I'd like to try some too." Seeing more people gathering, old Mr. Xia raised his voice. "Selling tofu. White tofu, green tofu. Free samples." Second brother Xia shouted along. Fresh, smooth white tofu and green tofu. Cheap and delicious. The passers-by found it interesting and came closer. "I've tried white tofu before, but green tofu is new to me. It's been a while since I ate tofu." "Boss, give me 4 pieces of white tofu. I want 3 pieces of green tofu." Jin Xiu quickly cut the tofu, while second brother Xia packed it in dry lotus leaves. Old Mr. Xia took the money. They didn't have much left. In just half an hour, all the tofu was sold out. Old Mr. Xia, experienced, felt it was okay. Second brother Xia was stunned. How did it sell out so fast? In the afternoon, they sold more tofu than in the morning, and the green tofu sold for a bit more. In just half an hour, they made nearly 100 coins. Old Mr. Xia was in a good mood and waved his hand. "Let's go. Pack up and go home." Next door at the vegetable stall, Aunt Huang sat on a small stool, watching enviously. She looked at her half-sold greens and sighed. At that moment, 2 pieces of green tofu in lotus leaves were brought to her. She looked up and saw the girl smiling warmly. "Auntie, take this home to eat." Aunt Huang's eyes lit up, but she hesitated and tried to refuse. "Oh, I shouldn't take it." Jin Xiu smiled. "Today is our first day selling tofu. Meeting you is fate for us." "Haha, young girl, you're so kind." "Thank you." Aunt Huang happily accepted the tofu. Jin Xiu also bought 2 winter melons at her stall. Winter melons last long and are perfect for making tofu soup. Because they sold quickly, when the 3 of them returned to the town entrance, it was only a little past noon. Jin Xiu rubbed her sore legs and pointed toward the big banyan tree, saying, "Sir, let's take the ox cart home." She really couldn't walk anymore. Old Mr. Xia wasn't reluctant and agreed. "All right, we'll take the ox cart." They had brought quite a few things. In the afternoon, there weren't many customers. The old man driving the ox cart didn't charge them much, and they paid 7 coins. Seeing them return so early, Granny Tian was quite surprised. "You're back so soon. How did the sales go?" Old Mr. Xia took out a small purse from his pocket and shook it proudly. "Look, 110 copper coins." Second brother Xia put down his pole and came in excitedly. "Tofu sells very well. We should make more tomorrow." Old Mr. Xia nodded. "We can make more green tofu, and Fu Gui should also make a few more molds. You all rest well. I'm going out," Granny Tian said happily, taking the purse and showing a mold as a sample. She went to Xia Fu Gui's house and ran into Xia Jin Nan, who was returning from the village chief's house. He had gone there to discuss studies with Song Jin. When he heard Jin Xiu and the others had returned, Xia Jin Nan strode into the main hall. Both old Mr. Xia and second brother Xia were there, but Jin Xiu was missing. He went back to her room. The girl was lying on the bed, relaxed and spaced out. When she saw him, she turned over onto her side, smiled, and beckoned with her finger. Jin Nan smiled softly and sat on the edge of the bed. "Are you tired?" She nodded honestly and pouted. "Today I walked too much. My legs hurt a little." A trace of concern flashed in Jin Nan's eyes. He gently held her ankle and massaged it, slowly moving upward to her thigh, with tender and focused movements. Even through her clothes, Jin Xiu could feel the heat from his palm, and her soreness eased, replaced by a tingling sensation. Jin Xiu coquettishly wrapped her arms around his neck, smiling sweetly. "Thank you, husband. I feel better." Jin Nan quickly leaned in to kiss her little mouth. "Tomorrow, I'll go to town with you. Will that delay your studies?" Jin Nan thought for a moment and said, no. He was worried about delaying his studies, so he had already refused to go with Liang Jiangwen to Laizhou to copy books. Jin Xiu had developed a biological clock. The next day, she woke up at dawn. Jin Nan was already in the yard chopping firewood. Old Mr. Xie was drinking porridge under the eaves with a bowl. "Your grandma asked me to tell you that she and little Jade went to pick guanyin leaves." "Where's Dad?" "He went to grind soy milk before dawn. So early, not just us. If we're late, we might miss out, since others need the stone mill too." This reminded her that it was necessary to order a stone mill. "I'll go check." The stone mill was built next to a thatched hut near the grain drying yard. When Jin Xiu arrived, she heard a sharp voice coming from inside. "You're from the Xie family, and you're so unkind. Look at this. The gaps in the stone mill are full of leftover bits, and the mill is all wet. We make dry powder, so when will we be able to use it?" Xie Chongqing remained calm and said, "Wu San's wife, there's no rule in the village that says we can't grind soy milk or rice paste. We will clean it up after we're done, so don't worry about it." Xie Eryong also argued, "We arrived first, so why should you go first? If Wu San's wife is worried about it being wet, she can wait until the mill dries. Why should we wait?" "The stone mill isn't your family's," Jin Xiu said coolly as she stepped in. "Grinding soy or rice paste isn't new to us. Many people in the village grind corn and rice paste. If you say we can't do it anymore, it's as if the mill belongs only to you." Last time, because Wu San's wife tried to scold Jin Xiu, Aunt Tian almost gagged her with a cloth. Wu San's wife was afraid of Aunt Tian, but surely she wouldn't be scared of a young girl. Wu San's wife lifted her chin and said, "How do you talk to elders?"
"No manes."
"Just because they grind once in a while and you use it every day, you're delaying our work. I'm doing this for the good of the whole village. Don't you think I'm right?" "That's just nonsense. You said once in a while, so how does that delay anything? You woman, you're clearly jealous because you see others making money from tofu Xie family. Today, 2 men came to use the stone mill. They had disliked Wu San's wife for a long time. They often said their own men were useless and how men should behave. Although they weren't insulting directly, as men it was pretty annoying to hear." Jin Xiu's cold voice rang out, "As long as we don't cut in line and clean up after we're done, others have no right to criticize. If Wu San's wife doesn't want a queue, she can pay for her own mill." Wu San's wife was furious and said, "I'm thinking of everyone. I'm saving you time. You don't appreciate it. Men like you are useless. The Xie family has given you so many benefits. Stop bothering, you're just jealous. Don't drag everyone into it. Today I'll also grind corn paste. Anyone who causes trouble, I'll beat them. If you don't agree, call the village chief to settle it." Wu San's wife glared fiercely at the 2 men, spat on the ground, grabbed the bucket of corn, and left. Jin Xiu sighed silently. Looks like today she'd have to find someone to fix the stone mill. Since it involved the collective good, I helped speak today, but over time the number of people with opinions and envy would only grow. Even if I have reason, I might not get a good outcome. Additionally, with a stone mill, it became much easier to grind soybeans or grains at home. She looked at Xie Chongqing. "I will discuss with my grandparents. Our family should get a stone mill too, so Dad won't have to work so hard in the future and for our own sake." Xie Chongqing moved his mouth, hesitating. A stone mill is expensive, costing several taels of silver. Jin Xiu smiled and said, "If we want to keep making tofu as a business, a stone mill is essential." Think about it, it's costly but durable. It can be passed down from generation to generation. The cost is just a few taels of silver, spread out over many days, and it's almost like it's free. The people present widen their eyes.
What?
Can it really be calculated like that? But after thinking carefully, it seemed somewhat reasonable. Two men there started to feel a bit tempted. It would be a big loss not to consider it. Then they remembered, their family doesn't rely on a stone mill for income. Why buy one? Sia Er-yong was excited, saying, "My sister-in-law's idea makes a lot of sense. Grandparents will definitely agree." Sure enough, Granny Tian and old Sia listened to Jin Xiu's account of what happened that morning, analyzed the pros and cons, and decided immediately to install a stone mill at home. Sia Jin Nan said, "Father, I'll go with her today." Old Sia nodded. "Good, after selling the tofu, you and Jin Xiu can go to the stone mill." He stayed home to make drying racks. Then more busy work began. Today, even more people came to buy tofu. They sold half a block of tofu and 10 pieces of green tofu. They also sold 14 jin of bean curd skins made yesterday. The price for bean curd skins was 32 won per jin. Unlike modern times, where a jin is 10 liang, here it was half a jin, which equals 8 liang. The bean curd skins were light. The price was quite reasonable. Jin Xiu made some bean curd skins for tasting. She cut them into thin strips, added minced garlic, green onions, ginger, sesame seeds, a little chili oil, and some vinegar for flavor. The villagers praised it highly. The bean curd skins were weighed. Old Sia found a small-scale weight in the storage room. Some villagers, willing to spend a few dozen won, bought half a jin to keep and eat slowly. Others bought 2 or 3 liang, or 1 or 2 liang. Because of this, today's tofu didn't sell as well as yesterday, but the bean curd skins sold quite a lot. They sold a total of 3 jin. This morning, they left earlier than yesterday by half a quarter hour. Aunt Huang saw everyone and happily waved. "Young lady, I've saved a spot for you here." She deliberately extended the old cloth used for vegetables to take up a little more space. When Jin Xiu arrived, she moved the cloth aside and neatly stacked the vegetables. Jin Xiu smiled and thanked her. "Thank you, Auntie, for your trouble. You only take up a small space. It's no trouble at all." She set up a small square table, about 2 feet wide, just like yesterday, and arranged the tofu. The bean curd skins were packed in small baskets. There was a tasting of green tofu and tofu skin. Based on yesterday's experience, Sia Er-yong loudly called out, "Selling tofu and tofu skin. White tofu, green tofu, free samples of tofu skin." An older man approached, skewered a piece of tofu skin with a small bamboo stick, chewed it a few times, and widened his eyes in surprise. The tofu skin was as thin as a cicada's wing, yet very chewy, with rich, layered seasoning. The crispy aroma of sesame combined with the soft, smooth texture of the tofu skin. Delicious, so tasty. Perfect as a snack with drinks. "Boss, give me a jin, half a kilogram, and 1 more bite." The man spoke loudly. Passers-by were attracted. Fresh food always draws people. Soon, the tofu stall was surrounded. "How good is it? I bought white tofu here yesterday. It was very tender and smooth. The boss has good skills." Some customers tried it and found the more they chewed, the more flavorful it became. They kept wanting to eat more. Once tasted, everyone was willing to pay. Like yesterday, Sia Er-yong cut the tofu. Jin Xiu couldn't read the scale, so she left that to Sia Jin Nan, who weighed and charged extra. She was responsible for packing the tofu and tofu skin. The most sold was 11 jin of tofu skin, followed by white tofu and guanyin tofu. Many customers bought vegetables from Aunt Huang after buying tofu. Business at her vegetable stall also improved. Aunt Huang was very happy. She packed up her stall. Sia Jin Nan took 4 coins from his money pouch and handed them to Sia Er-yong. "Er-yong, you go home first. Your wife and I are going to Shizhuang." Er-yong grinned widely and took the coins. "All right then." Jin Xiu carried a small bamboo basket. "Husband, where is Shizhuang?" "Go out from the north side of the town. You need to take a bullock cart." The 3 of them returned to the town entrance together. Er-yong rode a donkey cart driven by old Zhong back to the village. Jin Xiu and her husband took a bullock cart heading north out of the town. After a stick of incense, they arrived at Shizhuang. Xie Jinnan told the driver to wait a moment, then led Jin Xiu toward the village. The village was at the foot of a mountain, surrounded by lush pine and cypress trees and crisp bamboo groves. A clear stream flowed through the village, babbling softly. All the houses in the village were built with stones, sturdy and simple. The sound of tools hitting stones constantly echoed. Shizhuang, as the name suggests, was a place that made stone products. The residents were experienced stone artisans. They made stone mills, stone stools, stone tables, and even stone lions. Jin Xiu was visiting such a place for the first time, curious, turning her head to look around. Xie Jinnan couldn't help but smile at her curiosity and took her by the hand into the village. A young man saw them and put down his hammer, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and approached. "Hello, sir and madam. Do you need anything?" Xie Jinnan looked at him. "We want to make a stone mill. If you have one ready, that would be best. Over here." A young man led them to a corner, pointing at 3 stone grinders of different sizes, large, medium, and small. "These are our samples. If the guests need them urgently, we can sell them to you," said Xie Jinnan, his slender finger touching the surface of a grinder. "Can I tap on it?" "Yes," replied the young man, picking up a small stone brick and tapping the grinder. The clear sound indicated a tight internal structure. Xie Jinnan also tested the grinding wheel, which rotated smoothly without any sticking. He nodded with satisfaction. "The quality is good. Jiner, which one should we buy?" Jin Xiu pointed at the largest one. "How much for this?" "The biggest set costs 221, including delivery and installation," said the young man, scratching his head. The master said no bargaining. "This is hard-earned money." "Please understand." Jin Xiu nodded. "I understand." She admired stone artisans like him. Day after day, they fought with stones in dusty, noisy environments, working hard without strong endurance and stamina. Jin Xiu paid a deposit of a tael to reserve the largest grinder. Delivery would be tomorrow morning. The two left the village and rode back home in a bullock cart. At home, installing the grinder made Xie Chongsheng and Xie Eryong the happiest. They no longer had to queue or carry soy milk back and forth. She closed the door. Xie Jin and poured the money from the cloth bag onto the dining table. Copper coins piled into a small mountain. The family stared, wide-eyed. A deposit of 1 tael paid by the shop, 651, all earned from selling tofu and tofu skins today, said Xie Xiaoyu, her eyes round. So much money. How many candied hawthorns could that buy? Xie Eryong gasped. Is it really this easy to earn money? Even the experienced old man Xie couldn't help but be surprised. He had sold goods while traveling before, often enduring rough conditions and being away from home. He didn't realize how easy money could be. "That means we can earn back the cost of the grinder in just 3 or 5 days, said Granny Tian with a wide smile. Spending 3 taels of silver on meat felt painful, but now it was all gone. Xie Chongsheng's face relaxed as he looked at his happy family, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Life was looking brighter. The next day, a bullock cart and a donkey cart were parked in the yard. Leading them was a burly man in his 40s, with a small iron hammer hanging from his waist and calloused hands. The other 3, younger men in their 20s, called him Master Stone. Besides Xie Eryong and Xie Chongsheng going to grind soy milk, everyone else in the family was at home. Jin Xiu returned to the kitchen and brought out 3 bowls of sweet soup. For Master's first drink, a bowl of tea. The 4 of them thank you and take the bowls. Master Sure takes a sip of the sweet water and casually asks, "Where do you plan to place the stone mill?" Old Xie responds, "Master Sure, where do you think it should go?" Master Sure holds his bowl and looks around the front and backyards, finally stopping at the empty space between the kitchen and the storage room, stepping on the ground there. "Here." The stone mill is mainly used for grinding grains, so it should be easy to operate and move. This spot is also at the water level of the yard, which symbolizes wealth flowing in. Old Xie nods repeatedly. "Good, let's place it here." The installation location is decided. Master Sure and his 2 apprentices begin working. They first move the stone mill down from the ox cart. It includes a cover, base, handle lever, support base, and frame. They also carry several large square stones from the donkey cart, matching the size of the base. These are used to build up the base, making grain grinding more convenient. After about an incense stick's time, the stone mill is installed. Master Sure places the water bowl on the mill, ensuring the water surface is level and not tilted. He smiles and nods. Yes, it's ready. Thank you, Master. Granny Tian pays the remaining silver. Master Sure puts away the silver with a cheerful smile. You're welcome. We will take our leave now. Second brother Xie and Chang Sheng carry soy milk back from the other side, watching from afar as two carts leave their yard. Second brother Xie's eyes light up. They must be here to install the stone mill. Chang Sheng glances and also smiles. His left leg is not flexible, limping and making him unsteady. To prevent wobbling and spilling soy milk, he only fills his bucket halfway. After installing the stone mill, they won't need to waste time running back and forth anymore. The family gathers in front of the mill, watching eagerly, then trying to turn it by hand as if they've never seen one before. Having their own is just different. It looks completely different. In the market, there are either small household stone mills or electric ones. The stone mill in front of them looks sturdier than those sold in the market. In the morning, they sold tofu in the village. Jin Xiao, Xia Jin Nan, and second brother Xia are, as usual, planning to set up a stall in the town. 2 blocks of tofu, a barrel of green tofu, and 10 jin of bean curd sheets made last night. But unexpectedly, guests arrive at their home. Outside the yard, Liang Zhengwen releases the reins, takes down the items hanging on the cart, and jumps down from the donkey cart. Brother Jin Nan, Xia Jin Nan glances at the 2 jars of wine he's carrying. Why bring wine? That's too much trouble. Liang Zhengwen shakes the wine bottles. Osmanthus wine, homemade. Xia Jin Xiao, standing nearby, looks puzzled. Homemade. Yes, I run a small brewing business at home, just earning a little extra money. Jin Xiao smiled and nodded. I see. Don't stand here. Young Master Liang, please come in. After entering the house, Xia Jin Nan introduced his family, grandpa, grandma, father. This is my old classmate, Liang Jianwen. Liang Jianwen cupped his hands. I am Liang Jianwen. Nice to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Xia and Uncle Xia. The 3 quickly responded. Grandma Tian warmly asked, where does Xiaowen live? He lives in Yunnan town. He came today to visit Jin Nan. Sorry for the trouble. No trouble at all. No trouble. Xiaowen, when you have free time, come visit Jin Nan often. Jin Xiao brought out some sweet water, smiling as she watched Liang Jianwen eagerly agree. Her grandma was very friendly, and Xiaowen was invited in. Liang Jianwen drank the sweet water and looked at the baskets and bamboo containers on the floor of the main hall. I remember Jin Nan said your family makes tofu. Xia Jin Nan nodded. Not for long, just a few days. We're preparing to set up a stall in the town. Old Mr. Xia looked at him. Jin Nan, you stay at home. Yong, Jin Xiao, and I will go. Grandma Tian had long wanted to visit the town, so she said, Jin Xiao is at home. I'll go. Then she looked at Liang Jianwen. Since you're here, Xiaowen, stay for dinner night. Liang Jianwen looked at Xia Jin Nan, who nodded. If brother Liang isn't in a hurry, he happily agreed. No rush, no rush. Jin Xiao thought that today's sales would be similar to yesterday's, so she pulled Grandma Tian aside to remind her to buy some meat and vegetables. All right, I understand, Grandma Tian replied. Zhang Yuing was outside the yard, watching the 3 people walking towards the village entrance with their loads. Master, come out for a moment. What's the matter? Xia Fusheng came out eating broad beans. Look, Yong and the others went to town again. Why don't you go there tomorrow? Xia Fusheng paused, holding the broad beans in midair. What for? You're so stubborn. Brother's tofu sells so well. We're family, can't we just take 2 pieces of tofu? Sure. Xia Fusheng spread his hands. Bring it here. Zhang Yuing blinked. Bring what? She reached out her hand. Some coins. You want to eat tofu, right? Pay up. Zhang Yuing puffed her cheeks and crossed her arms. Are you kidding? You're your parents' real son, not some outsider. I'm giving you 2 pieces of tofu, and you want me to pay. Why not? Family members settle accounts honestly. Besides, this business idea was my daughter-in-law's. If you say that, then you can take it. I will too. Even the third brother and the third sister-in-law, everyone's family, can't just take things for free. Can the business survive like that? You, this confused woman, only have a better relationship with Big Brother's family. Don't cause trouble again. Zhang Yueying kept muttering to herself. How could she always be so unreasonable? Her own son and daughter-in-law only took 2 pieces of tofu. What's the big deal? But Xie Fuxing was rarely serious now, with a look that seemed ready to discipline her if she dared to cause trouble. Zhang Yueying could only hold back her thoughts. Jin Xiu turned to go to the vegetable garden, and Xie Xiaoyu followed. They grew chives, rapeseed, water spinach, and green onions. She cleared away the weeds and snipped some chives. Suddenly, a small hand holding 3 or 4 vegetable worms appeared in front of her. The fingers were long, covered with tiny hairs, and wriggled softly. Jin Xiu felt a shiver and almost screamed. Xiaoyu looked eager for praise. She held back her urge to wave the worms away. Aren't you afraid of worms? Jin Xiu asked. She was terrified. No matter the size, with or without legs, she was afraid of all bugs. No, the worms are for the chickens. When they eat them, the chickens will lay eggs, Xiaoyu said happily, grabbing one worm and letting it crawl on her hand, giggling. Jin Xiu didn't know what to say. She should praise her. Xiaoyu is so capable. Tonight, your sister-in-law will steam a soft-boiled egg for you. Xiaoyu loved soft-boiled eggs, smooth and tender. Add some soy sauce, and she could eat a whole bowl. Meanwhile, Xie Jinnan and Liang Zhengwen walked along the ridge, one after the other. Liang Zhengwen stopped and looked at the rice paddy, which had just been transplanted. It looked like a huge emerald, with tall, straight seedlings swaying in the breeze. A few wildflowers dotted the edges of the field. Jinnan, look at these rice paddies. They're beautiful. Such abundance and peace are rare in our town. I envy you, Liang Zhengwen said. Jinnan stopped too. If you like it, you can come often, he replied. Back to the main topic, Liang Zhengwen said cheerfully. I asked the shopkeeper. A few days ago, 2 academies ordered some books, and they need 2 people. I brought the news. It's up to you whether to go. But I should tell you, Wenmaju doesn't allow you to take books home to copy. Some places like the town bookstore had less strict rules allowing copying at home. But Wenmaju was stricter. This was to prevent illegal copying and spreading of content, avoid chaos, and to supervise the process and quality. Also, it helped manage precious materials like paper and ink, reducing waste. Jinnan bowed his head. Thanks for telling me, Liang. I need to discuss it with my family first. Just after the hour of you, the 3 people who had gone to sell things in town returned. Seeing Granny Tian's constant smile, I knew her tofu and bean skin were selling well. Not just well, they are all sold out. Granny Tian happily took fish and ribs from her basket. Mother, you've worked hard. Rest for a while. I'll go cook dinner. Jin Xiu took the fish and ribs and went to the kitchen. Xie Eryong put down his pole, and the basket made chirping sounds. Xie Xiaoyu hurried over to see a small bamboo basket inside, holding 7 or 8 little chicks. She clapped happily, so many little chicks. If she had known, she would have caught more bugs. Those caterpillars were all eaten by the mother hens. But it's okay. She could find more later. Xie Eryong gently patted her head. From now on, Xiaoyu, you need to be more diligent. Catch bugs to feed the chicks. Xie Xiaoyu nodded eagerly. She loved catching bugs, so cute. In the evening, they made scrambled eggs with chives, steamed fish, steamed eggs, braised ribs, and winter melon tofu soup. They also opened a jar of osmanthus wine. Old Mr. Xie loved good wine. When he was young, he enjoyed drinking a little while eating, feeling like a fairy. But after something happened at home, he had to stop drinking. Now he held a jar of osmanthus wine, unwilling to put it down. Opening the lid, he smelled the rich aroma, and his craving for wine immediately took over. He drank 2 glasses in a row. Granny Tian scolded him, and he sheepishly put down his cup. Jin Xiu smiled, picked up the wine jar, and poured some into Mr. Xie's cup. Mother, these days, father has worked hard. Let him drink a little more. I see that after 2 glasses, he still shows no signs of drunkenness. He must have a good tolerance. Old Mr. Xie proudly patted his chest. Of course. I have the best alcohol tolerance, thanks to my days traveling for business. Granny Tian was too lazy to bother with him and called Liang Jiangwen to eat. The family hadn't been this happy and lively in a long time. Just let the old man enjoy himself and drink his fill. Liang Jiangwen carefully picked up a tempting piece of ribs and put it in his mouth. The rich sauce spread in his mouth. He looked at Jin Xiu in surprise. I didn't expect your cooking skills to be so good, not inferior to a restaurant. That's too kind. Here, young Master Liang, try our homemade tofu. He scooped a piece of tofu with a spoon and tasted it, smiling. Soft and delicious, just the opposite of the ribs. He put down his chopsticks and looked at old Mr. Xie. Grandpa Xie, did you run a business when you were young? Old Mr. Xie nodded, sharing stories of his brave days and funny encounters, making everyone laugh. They ate, drank, and enjoyed themselves very happily. After dinner, Liang Jiangwen saw it was getting late and prepared to leave. He came by donkey cart, worried about safety if he stayed out too late. Take care, Brother Liang. Come again next time, young Master Liang. The couple stood outside the courtyard, watching Liang Jiangwen drive away on his donkey cart. Brother Liang said the shopkeeper agreed to let me go to Laizhou to copy books. Do you think Jiner can handle things at home? Don't worry, husband. We have enough help. You can go. All right, I'll tell my parents and grandfather. Xie Chongsheng was grinding soybeans. The soy milk flowed from the mill's opening into a wooden bucket below. The smell of soy filled the air. Feeling a bit bored, old Xie pushed aside someone and spat on his palm, rubbing it to warm up. He held the handle tightly and started turning the millstone. Xie Little Jade stood nearby, her small head slowly turning as the mill spun. Suddenly, she heard a crack. Grandpa hurt his back. Old Xie clutched his lower back and groaned. Xie Chongsheng and Xie Jinnan hurried to help him sit down. Granny Tian was cooking soy milk in the kitchen when she came out cursing. Old man, you just don't know how to rest. Even at your age, you still want to show off. Though she scolded, she gently rubbed his back, careful not to hurt him. Is it better now? A bit lighter, please. Once Grandpa felt better, Jinnan brought up the trip to Laizhou to copy books. Naturally, everyone in the family supported it. Granny Tian thought so too. Since they had enough help at home, earning 65 coins a day, nearly 2 taels of silver a month, was a good income. Things were getting better at home, but there were still many expenses for silver. If his grandson continued with the imperial exams, it would take many years and cost a lot of silver. Silver was always needed. The next day, Jinnan got up at dawn around 5 o'clock. He looked at the person still sleeping beside him and tiptoed out. After washing up, he carried a small bamboo basket and headed to Laizhou. It was just getting light, and he walked until the sun rose above the horizon. After walking for an hour and a half, he arrived outside Laizhou city. Brother Jinnan, Liang Jiangwen, driving his donkey cart, stopped happily beside him. I didn't expect you to come. Let's go together. Outside the city, there was a special shed for guarding carts and donkeys. Liang drove his donkey cart over there. The two entered the city together. Surprisingly, the entrance fee had dropped from 3 coins to 2 coins. Is the sun rising from the west? Liang scratched his head. Everyone knew what kind of person the governor of Laizhou was. Not raising the price was already good, but it was even lower now. What surprised everyone more was that as soon as they entered, they sensed something was very wrong in the city. The atmosphere was very strange. The crowd was bustling with activity. Street vendors smiled happily. Children chased each other with colorful pinwheels, and adults gathered in small groups, chatting and laughing. The whole street was filled with joy and laughter. Heaven has eyes, and the corrupt officials will be punished. Soon, we will have peaceful days. As they entered the main street, many shops were decorated with lanterns and banners, and scattered firecracker paper was everywhere. In front of a fabric shop, a clerk was tossing out firecrackers, causing loud explosions that made people's ears ring. Dust flew into the air, and spectators cheered excitedly. Liang Jiangwen and Xie Jinnan exchanged glances and stopped a passerby. Sir, why is the city so lively today? Is there a celebration? Don't you know? The governor. That corrupt official offended a powerful person and was thrown into jail, the man nearby eagerly added. They say that the powerful person is the current emperor's sixth uncle, the famous war hero, Lord Yuang. Liang Jiangwen's eyes nearly popped out in shock. At the end of the main street in the city, there was a simple, elegant bookstore. Quiet and refined. Xie Jinan followed Liang Jiangwen inside the ink fragrance residence, where books were stacked neatly and the scent of ink filled the air. Liang Jiangwen introduced the middle-aged man behind the counter. Shopkeeper Shen, this is my friend, Xie Jinan, whom I recommended to you. Xie Jinan bowed politely. The shopkeeper, seeing the man dressed in a moon-white brocade robe, noble and handsome, immediately felt a good impression. He spread out a piece of paper and gestured with a smile. Please. His long fingers picked up a brush, dipped it in ink, and began to write on the paper. His movements were smooth and flowing, the characters strong and powerful, beautifully printed as if by machine. The shopkeeper nodded with satisfaction. They say that handwriting reflects a person's character. By looking at the writing, one can see their spirit. Your writing is good. Starting today, you can copy books here. The copying was done in a quiet room in the backyard. The room was spacious and bright, with 10 neat desks arranged in rows. Besides the two men, there were 6 other copyists. One young man in a blue robe was copying when he suddenly put down his brush, turned to a few others nearby, and started gossiping. Hey, did you hear? The governor's 2 sons were thrown into jail by Lord Yuang, awaiting their punishment. Now, the deputy is temporarily managing affairs in Liezhou. Do you know about this? Another man in a gray robe leaned over the table, lowering his voice. I heard that the corrupt officials are trying to deny everything, but their evil deeds and evidence have already been collected by the deputy and handed over to Lord Yuang. The deputy is honest and not corrupt. With Lord Yuang's favor, the next governor is probably already decided. According to legend, King Yu, the god of warfare, is unmatched. He is the 6th uncle of the current emperor and is highly trusted by the Empress Dowager and the emperor. 9 years ago, he played a crucial role in turning the tide during a barbarian invasion. 6 years ago, during the chaos caused by Prince Chun's rebellion, he stepped forward to help. Without King Yu, there would be no peace or stability in Northern Yen. Oh my, it's actually His Royal Highness King Yu. When will I have the chance to see His Grace? A group of young people talked about the war god of Northern Yen, their faces full of admiration and longing. Coincidentally, Liang Jiangwen visited the Xie family yesterday and missed the lively scene. Now he listened eagerly, with his ears perked up. He turned to Xie Jinan and asked, Brother Jinan, His Royal Highness King Yu is very powerful, right? Xie Jinan nodded. His Royal Highness King Yu is brave and dedicated to Northern Yen. But, what? Nothing. Xie Jinan smiled. His Royal Highness King Yu is a good person. Good people deserve good rewards. Liang Jiangwen nodded vigorously. Xie Jinan didn't say more and focused on copying books. The sun was shining brightly. The two of them left Wenmo residence. Liang Jiangwen stretched his arms and said, Brother Xie, shall we go have some noodles? They had a half-hour break at noon. Xie Jinan touched his chest where he kept a small bag of silver coins given by Jin Xiao, remembering her advice from last night. He patted Liang Jiangwen on the shoulder. Thanks to Brother Liang, I could come here to copy books. Today, I'd like to invite you to a restaurant over there for 2 small dishes. Liang Jiangwen rubbed his hands together. Since that's the case, I won't be polite. Let's go to Manhwa Tower. It's more affordable than Drunken Immortal Residence, and the food is good. Liang Jiangwen led Xie Jinan toward Manhwa Tower.
It was mealtime.
The restaurant was full of guests, lively and noisy. A storyteller sat on a high stool in the main hall, holding a folding fan, speaking loudly, surrounded by diners who cheered now and then. A waiter led them to a small table in the corner of the 2nd floor. All the seats are taken. Is this okay, guest? Yes, this will do. They sat facing each other, adjusting their robes. Xie Jinan ordered 3 small dishes. But as for Gao Hong, who, despite being the prefect, exploited the common people, hoarding relief grain and greedily taking more. His son, Gao Yifeng, also relied on his status as the prefect's son to bully and dominate, abducting beautiful women to his home for entertainment. There is a woman named Li Xiulian, beautiful and charming. Unfortunately, she caught the attention of Gao Yifeng. Her aging father came to ask for her, kneeling before Gao Yifeng and begging him to let his daughter go. It was heartbreaking and angered everyone. Sadly, Gao Yifeng showed no mercy and even ordered his men to beat the old man to death.
How can this be?
Is there no law anymore? The Gao family brothers must pay for this, the storyteller passionately declared. The audience was filled with righteous anger. Li Xiulian seized an opportunity to escape from Gao's house. She was chased by evil servants and, desperate, jumped into the river. Luckily, a group of boaters saved her. Gao Yifeng arrived and arrogantly claimed he was the law. He told them to hand over the girl, but the young magistrate's son, known for his unruly ways, refused and fought back fiercely, beating Gao's men until they were bloodied and defeated. Gao Yifeng fled in disgrace, returning home to complain to his father, the magistrate. When Gao Hong heard about his son's injury, he was furious and ordered officials to arrest the culprits. However, it turned out that the man involved was the respected sixth uncle, a prince of the realm.
Ha ha ha, such a brave man. That was so exciting. Truly deserved.
I heard that the corrupt official was so frightened he urinated in fear. The mood shifted quickly to cheers and applause, filled with joy. The royal king Yan Chongqing was a legend in North Yen. Since he was 14, he had fought bravely in countless battles for his country. 9 years ago, he fought a remarkable battle against barbarian tribes. With only 1,000 soldiers, he held the Wolf-Tooth Pass against 20,000 enemies. 3 days later, reinforcements arrived, and he led 4,000 troops in a surprise attack on the barbarians' camp. Dressed in armor and wielding a cloud-piercing bow, he shot down the enemy general with a single arrow. Good. Excellent. The atmosphere in the restaurant reached its peak. Good. Liang Jiangwen leaned on the railing, eyes shining with excitement, his face flushed. The royal king is amazing. Opposite him, Xie Jinan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Today, the 3 brave women from Jingsha, along with the villagers, went to the town to set up their stalls. When they arrived, Aunt Huang greeted them warmly. You've come. Just now a customer asked if someone was selling tofu here. I told him not so soon and asked him to come back at noon. Jingsha nodded with a smile, indicating she understood. They set up their stall, and customers gradually came by. Selling tofu now, white tofu and green tofu, 1 coin per piece, tastier than meat. Guanyin jade green tofu, 2 coins per piece. Halfway through selling, a middle-aged man with a large mole beside his nose approached. He tasted the green tofu and tofu skin several times, then nodded repeatedly, looking at Granny Tian. Auntie, I am Zhao, the shopkeeper of Taste Pavilion. I want to discuss something with you. Granny Tian was focused on weighing, and upon hearing this, her hand trembled slightly. She quickly adjusted the scale weight that almost fell off and looked at Jinxiu. All the tofu business is managed by my granddaughter-in-law. You should talk to her. Zhao raised an eyebrow, surprised to see that this young girl was in charge of the tofu stall. Jinxiu carefully packed a portion of tofu and handed it to the customer, then politely said, Please come over here, shopkeeper. The two walked to a small tree not far from the stall. Xiaoyong put down his tofu spatula. Mom, what are sister-in-law and the shopkeeper talking about? Granny Tian replied, How would I know? Xiaoyong was excited. Taste Pavilion is the biggest restaurant in town. They must want to work with us. Granny Tian also thought of this. Sure enough, Jinxiu happily returned. Jinxiu, how did it go? Mom, Zhao said their restaurant is hosting a banquet in 3 days and wants to order 50 jin of tofu skin and 7 barrels of green tofu. Here is the deposit. Granny Tian put a tael of silver in her pocket, smiling happily. 3 days is enough for us to get busy. Xiaoyong asked suspiciously, Sister-in-law, why doesn't Zhao want white tofu? White tofu is also delicious. He already ordered from another place. Zhao said there's a tofu shop in Luer village. They supply mainly big restaurants and taverns nearby, never setting up stalls. Xia Eryong stroked his chin. If we add another tofu stall, our business might be affected. Granny Tian shook her head. They only supply restaurants and taverns, earning much more than us. Their business is stable, so they don't need a stall. Xia Eryong scratched his head, then his eyes lit up. We should do our best and make the tofu skin and green tofu Zhao wants even better. If he's satisfied, he'll definitely come to us for supplies. Eryong is right. This is the spirit. Keep it up, Jin Xiu cheered, making a gesture of encouragement. After selling the tofu and packing up the stall, the three happily went home. When Xie Jin Nan returned from Lizhou, the yard was filled with the aroma of meat. Xie Xiuyu was feeding the chicks worms and saw him come back, happily shouting, "Brother, you're back." Xie Jin Nan gave her a piece of candy. "Husband, you're back." Jin Xiu came out of the kitchen, her voice clear and bright, with a gentle smile. "Tonight, Mama killed a hen to make chicken soup. After walking such a long way, she must be tired. She went back to rest first. We will eat soon." Xie Jinnan's eyes and expression were gentle as he let her pull him back inside. "Fortunately, I'm not too tired. Brother Liang has a donkey cart. He gave me a ride back to Yunnan town, so I only walked home." He placed the small bamboo basket on the table and sat with her. "Mama actually decided to kill a hen to eat. Is there something to celebrate?" "Yes. Today we received an order in town," Jin Xiu briefly explained. "We now have a stone mill at home. We can make 20 jin of bean skins in one night. The mung bean tofu can wait until the delivery day to be made. The banquet is in the evening, so there's plenty of time." Seeing her clear and organized plan, Xie Jin Nan felt reassured. "By the way, my dear, today you went to Lizhou to copy books. How did it feel?" Xie Jin Nan gently pinched her nose with affection. "Guess?" Jin Xiu was about to answer when outside, Granny Tian's voice called out, "Dinner's ready." Xie Jin Nan took her hand. "Let's eat first, then we'll talk later." They went to the main hall. Except for Li Xiuhong, everyone in the Xie family was there. A big plate of chicken soup, with chicken pieces on a dish. Each person had a bowl of chicken soup, along with scrambled eggs with chives and cold cucumber salad.
What?
The governor of Lizhou was arrested. The family was stunned, watching Xie Jin Nan, who was calmly drinking soup. Granny Tian was the first to react, lifting her head and laughing loudly. "I told you, that corrupt official is doomed. Serves him right. The emperor is truly a good man. Today was full of good news, and everyone was happy." Old Master Xie sighed. "Hopefully, this will give our third sister-in-law and Dahu some relief. I hope they feel better when they hear this." Second brother Xie timidly raised his hand. "Big brother, did you see His Royal Highness the King?" Everyone's eyes turned sharply to Xie Jin Nan. Ordinary people naturally fear officials. They get nervous even when they see the county magistrate, let alone royalty. It's too far from their world. Xie Jin Nan calmly sipped his soup, looked up, and raised an eyebrow.
"Probably," he said.
Second brother Xie. What does probably mean? Did he see him or not? Suddenly, he was softly kicked. Xie Jin Nan tilted his head and saw his partner looking at him with dissatisfaction, gesturing to her ear. Apparently, she was unhappy about his little secret and wasn't told. Xie Jin Nan smiled, leaned close to her ear, and whispered something. Jin Xiu's eyes widened in shock. After dinner, Granny Tian put down her chopsticks and quickly left the room. No need to guess. She was probably going to tell third aunt's family the news. "Grandpa, I was thinking, could we clear out the storage room next to the kitchen to hang and dry bean skins?" Old Xie immediately looked at second brother Xie. "Eryong, go move the stuff from the storage room to the room next door. Remember to clean it well." Second brother Xie stood up. "Got it." Old Xie then looked at eldest brother Xie. "Eldest, do you still need to take care of Xiuhong? Are you busy lately? Be careful with your leg." Eldest brother Xie hurriedly said, "Father, I can do it. The medicine now has ginseng slices, and Xiuhong feels more energetic after drinking it." When he mentioned his wife feeling better, a smile appeared on his face. Jin Xiu was tidying up the dishes. Xie Jin Nan helped carry the bowls and chopsticks to the kitchen. "Jiner, I'll wash them." Okay, Jin Xiu stood aside, watching the man wash the dishes quickly and neatly. Husband, do you also plan to walk to Liizhou tomorrow? Brother Liang and I agreed on a time. I'll go to Yunnan Town and he'll take me there with a donkey cart. That's great. Yunnan Town is near Mafeng Town. Her maternal home in Shangyuan Village is part of Yunnan Town. She wondered how her parents and Tianhe are doing now. Over there, the Li's second household had just finished dinner. Zhong Shilio was clearing the dishes, but her movements were loud and rough. She stacked the bowls loudly and kicked the wooden stool back under the table, knocking it over without helping to set it upright. Granny Lu glanced at her. Trying to rebel, Zhong Shilio smiled thinly. Mother, I've been busy all day.
I'm exhausted.
I don't have the energy to be slow. Since the main household moved out, most of the chores fell on her. Feeding chickens, washing clothes, cooking, tending the vegetable garden, and during rice planting days, she was especially busy. Her mother-in-law refused to hire helpers, so her hands were all blistered. Li Zhenxing sat under the eaves, picking his teeth and complaining. You're so careless. Why did you agree to let the eldest brother's family move out? In the past, the main household handled all the chores, and he never got involved. Now, even he and Tianrong had to take turns going to plant rice. Pearl, spoiled and pampered, and her younger son Tianyu, whom Granny Lu doted on, preferred to do their own work rather than let the two little grandchildren go to the fields. Their family was busy managing both ends of the town. Zhong Shilio was furious. What do you suggest? You didn't see how unreasonable the eldest brother is. I'm just thinking about Pearl and Tianrong's reputation. It's all Jin Xiu's fault. Speaking of which, the main household was able to move out because that little troublemaker encouraged it. A troublemaker. It would be better if she was kicked out after being dismissed from the Xie family. Li Zhenxing choked and mumbled. We're a family. We can discuss things calmly. There's no need to make it so ugly. Aunt Lu smiled half-heartedly. It was you who said after the family split that you were willing to do more work. If you regret it, go over there and apologize properly so the main family can come back. After all these days, their anger should have cooled. She spoke nicely at first, but now she looked regretful. Zhong Shilio widened her eyes. She refused to go apologize to the main family.
Dream on.
She snorted and turned her nose up. Big brother only knows how to farm, and Tianhe is just a simpleton. Big sister-in-law still has hard days ahead. Let's see who comes to apologize first. I'm afraid the main family will be begging to move back. After saying that, she turned around and went to the kitchen to wash dishes. Soon after, she carried a rice bowl to the backyard. A pair of wedding gifts, big geese, were kept in 2 bamboo cages. Besides 30 taels of gold, the Sun family was very proper with their etiquette. When Zhong Shilio arrived in the backyard, Li Zhenju was already feeding the geese. Once the wedding gifts arrived, all the gossip disappeared. Now, no girl in the village envies my daughter. Zhong Shilio gently touched her daughter's pretty face. The Sun family's young master was full of admiration for Zhenju. They gave their gifts sincerely. The main family's ugliness and troublemaking were destined to become a joke. Li Zhenju proudly lifted her chin and showed a victorious smile. She didn't care what others thought. She and those village girls were not on the same level. Li Jinxiu could only envy. Mother, don't overfeed my geese. I'm just fattening them up, her mother replied. Such beautiful geese. Big families really pay attention to details. Zhong Shilio didn't lift her head. She was happy after venting her frustration with her mother-in-law. She playfully scattered rice. Soon after, she got up and handed the rice bowl to her daughter. I'm going out for a walk. Seeing Zhong Shilio confidently leave, Aunt Lu couldn't help but roll her eyes. She knew she was just going to do her business. Her eyelids were thin. Sister-in-law, are you eating? Wu Hohot came out of the kitchen and saw Zhong Shilio walking in leisurely.
She smirked.
What wind blew you here today? We've split up, and sister-in-law should be busy. Why do you have time to come? It's because of you all. She cursed inwardly. Zhong Shilio forced a smile. It's also because of Jinju's marriage with the Sun family. A few days ago, they sent the wedding gifts, and yesterday they set the date, August 10th, Wu Ho-hot forced a smile. Congratulations, sister-in-law. Haha, we're all family. You're Shinju's eldest uncle and aunt, so you should attend. I came to sincerely invite you and Big Brother. She was just showing off. It's still early before August 10th. We'll see then, she said gruffly. Zhong Shilio raised an eyebrow. Sister-in-law, now that you've split up as you wished, let's forget the past. You promised. You are my real brother, and your attitude makes it hard for the eldest uncle too. Also, Jin Xiao has already married into the Xie family, so the eldest sister-in-law shouldn't always be thinking about the Sun family. Lingering coldly, she shot a quick look at her. Wu Ho-hot sat back under the eaves, picking up half-finished embroidery from her sewing basket, ignoring her completely. The fabric was brought back by Jin Xiao earlier. Recently, she's been busy building the house and working in the fields, so she hasn't had time to sew. The cloth is soft and looks like fine linen. Big sister-in-law is really bad at managing daily life. She only got a few taels of silver from the inheritance, yet she's willing to buy new fabric. Not to be nosy, but the eldest uncle has no other source of income. If this year is like last year, how will you all get by? Zhong Shilio frowned, speaking worriedly, but a faint smile couldn't help but appear at the corner of her mouth. Acting like the head of the family, such a waste. It seems that in just a few months, the main household will have to beg to bring her back. How could that be? I wouldn't part with such good fabric. Jin Xiao brought this back as a gift for the family, 2 bolts of cloth. Recently, I've had some free time, so I thought I'd make new clothes for everyone. Zhong Shilio's lips stiffened. Just 2 bolts of fine linen. Has she never seen the world? How many bolts of brocade are in the Sun family's dowry? Is she proud now? She was about to speak again. Wu Ho-hot raised her voice to interrupt her. The Xie family's son-in-law is a talented man. He passed the imperial exam at 10 and will surely become a scholar, maybe even a successful official. Most importantly, he loves Jin Xiao like his own eyes. The Xie family treasures her and fears she'll be wronged. Our Jin Xiao is truly blessed. As for the Sun family, HMPF, I don't care anymore. Oh, Zhong Shilio stretched out her tone, sounding sarcastic. He took the imperial exam at 10, so why isn't he a scholar at his age? Wu Ho-hot didn't mind and kept sewing. Li Xiao from Hehe village took the exam in his 30s. The young master only a few years old, but he was delayed by his family. Jin Xiao is a lucky girl. Wait and see. In a few years, the young master will pass the exam and become an official. He might even hold a government position. Compared to marrying into a small merchant family, being an official's wife is much more desirable. Haha. Now Zhong Shilio was annoyed, grinding her teeth loudly. She had no confidence. If that little girl could become an official's wife, she'd stomp her head off and make her sit on the ground. Li Yu carried water back and saw Zhong Shilio looking upset. When he saw her, he nodded with a dark face and left. He put down his burden. What's wrong with the sister-in-law? Wu Ho-hot raised her eyes. Just teasing her. Let her see I'm not easy to bully. Now that we've divided the family, I won't spoil her anymore. She hummed a little tune while sewing, looking happy and carefree. Li Yu's lips curved up slightly, feeling a bit guilty. Ho-hot, these years you've worked hard. My wife is a strong person, not someone who simply accepts things passively. Despite that, she rarely causes him trouble. She silently bears everything. It's all because he lacks the ability to protect her from being wronged. It's all in the past. From now on, we will live happily together. Wu Ho-hot didn't deny this, but she also didn't complain. She was very calm.
Achoo.
The person practicing calligraphy sneezed. Xie Jinnan stood behind her, his chest close to her slender back, guiding her hand to hold the brush. Are you cold? He lightly rubbed his index finger under her nose. My nose is a bit itchy. Did someone mention her? Here like this. His large hand gently held hers, writing the character Jean on the paper. Do you want to try writing it? His voice was deep and gentle. His chin rested on her shoulder, his breath brushing her ear, making Jin Xiao feel a little tingling. Okay. The big hand holding her released her hand, but he still stayed close behind her, warm breath lingering near her neck. Jin Xiu's hand holding the brush trembled, and her stroke was crooked. The stroke for Jin was thicker than her eyebrows and uneven. She felt frustrated and said, "Husband, why don't you stand aside and watch me write?"
Why?
He chuckled softly, knowing the answer but asking anyway. The man stood tall and handsome. When close to her, even through the fabric, she could feel his broad, solid chest. He had washed his hair tonight. His black hair was loose, his eyebrows sharp and heroic, his face cold and handsome. Men's charm can be misleading. She quickly put down the brush, turned around, and wrapped her arm around his neck. Her eyes shone brightly as she kissed his left cheek. Xie Jinnan was stunned, feeling like he had stepped on something sharp. His cheeks flushed. "Jiner, you need to focus on practicing calligraphy." But she was already eager, pulling his head down and kissing him passionately. She was as fiery as fire. Xie Jinnan's heart raced wildly. He hugged her waist tightly, turning passive into active. The sky was just beginning to brighten. Jin Xiu closed her eyes, comfortably lying on Xie Jinnan's chest. She had woken up early, feeling lazy like a cat, enjoying his scent. Xie Jinnan had a scent of greenwood, which made her feel safe. "Jiner, I should get up now."
Okay.
She responded softly and yawned as she sat up. Xie Jinnan stood up and kissed her on the forehead. "Take good care of the house while I'm away," he said. Jin Xiu nodded in reply. Xie Jinnan looked at her with deep eyes. "Thank you." Jin Xiu gave him a flirtatious wink. "If you act like that, I'd think we're not close," she teased. Xie Jinnan's handsome face turned slightly red. Although they didn't go all the way, they had done everything else they needed to. Gently, he held her delicate hand with firm resolve in his eyes. He had never wished for anything so much before, hoping to excel in next year's exams. He wanted to work hard to rise higher, become her protector, so she could pursue her dreams without worries. Jin Xiu lingered on the bed a little longer. Xie Jinnan was no longer in the room. He was probably leaving for Lizhou now. Soon, busy sounds came from outside. She quickly sat up, slipped on her shoes, and jumped while adjusting the heel. After breakfast, old Xie assigned chores. Xie Chongsheng was to grind soy milk, Jin Xiu and Granny Tian made tofu, and second brave Xie was to go to the fields to weed and fertilize. The storeroom was cleared out last night. Inside, there were 20 drying racks, some with three-legged stands, others with bamboo poles supported on both sides. Old Xie pointed to the wall on the east side. "I think we should build another stove here." Jin Xiu thought this was a good idea. They decided to find a mason in town this afternoon. Usually, they made bean skins at night or when they went to town. Bean skins kept well, so they made extra to store for themselves. But now, the demand exceeded supply. Jin Xiu carried a basket and went out with Xiaoyu. At this season, everywhere, along the dirt embankments on the hillside by the riverbank, pigeon pea leaves were everywhere, impossible to pick all. To others, they looked like weeds or wild vegetables, but to her, they were like silver coins. The big and small picked pigeon pea leaves by the dirt embankment. Several villagers, carrying farming tools, passed by slowly, looking at each other and at her. Everyone knew the Xie family was selling tofu now. They knew about the white tofu made from soybeans, but the green tofu was something they had only seen sold once. Recently, Granny Tian and Xiaoyu were often out picking guanyin leaves. It was easy to guess that the green tofu was made from these leaves. "Girl, you're so diligent picking guanyin leaves. Is the green tofu made from these just like the white tofu? It's sold in the village and in town." The Xie family must have made quite a lot of money lately. "I saw someone bringing a stone mill into the village the other day, asking how to get to the Xie family's place at the end of the village. If they weren't making money, why would they bother with a stone mill?" Most villagers came to buy tofu, mostly admiring them. Some were jealous and felt sour inside. "Girl, how do you make green tofu?
Can you teach me?"
For a moment, the atmosphere froze. Everyone turned to look at the man asking. Xiaoyu didn't understand the complicated talk and straightforwardly said, "Uncle Wu, we make it to sell for money, so we can't tell you." Uncle Wu? It's clear they weren't from the same family. Jinxiu raised her eyebrows and said, Uncle Wu-san, this is my family's secret recipe. How can you just ask for it? The others also thought silently. Wu-san is too shameless. Even if they were curious, they only tried to secretly test him. But he, directly asking for it, was like stealing someone's livelihood or breaking into their stall. Wu-san, being shameless and confident, said loudly, all these herbs you picked are from the village, from fellow villagers. What's wrong with teaching you? People should be honest. You can't treat the village's public resources as your family's. Jinxiu immediately gave a thumbs up and said, I've seen shameless people before, but someone as shameless as you, Uncle Wu-san, is the first. Impressive. Poof. Ha. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. The girl was so funny. Wu-san's face suddenly changed. I didn't say anything wrong. Wrong, you're completely wrong, Jinxiu said with a slight smile, her eyes cold. If that's your logic, then those who weave bamboo, make wood crafts, or doctors who use public herbs to treat illnesses are also using unowned resources from the village. Shouldn't you teach them too? Wu-san choked and angrily said, I just asked a question, but you reply with 10 sentences, sharp-tongued and disrespectful to elders. Jinxiu replied calmly, respect for elders depends on whether the elders have good character and are worth respecting. This implied that Wu-san had poor character and didn't deserve respect. Amazing. Xie Jinyan, this young wife, really has a sharp tongue. The villagers couldn't hold back their laughter. Guanyin leaves are everywhere in the mountains. They didn't stop you from picking them. Wu-san, go ahead and pick some yourself. Maybe you'll really find a way to use them. He would have figured it out if he could, but he's always being complained about by his wife. Just because you ask for the secret recipe, it's like stealing money. Why not go rob a bank with your wife? Everyone burst into laughter again. Wu-san, embarrassed and angry, glared at Jinxiu and carried his hoe away. Xie Suyu stuck out her tongue at his back and made a shy face. Jinxiu playfully pinched her little face. Still so cute. They picked a basket full of spotted dove leaves and went home. Just then, Granny Tian brought back 2 foldable tables and 2 tofu molds she had ordered. Granny Tian said, I ordered 5 molds, but only 3 are finished. I'll bring back 2 now. Do you want to make 2 more blocks of tofu today? Jinxiu thought for a moment and said, we usually make 3 blocks, which can sell until around 5 p. So let's make 2 more. Guanyin tofu costs 1 cent more and sells slightly less than white tofu. Every day, about 2 baskets of tofu are made, which is enough. Tofu doesn't last as long as bean skins. There's too much left over, and we can't eat it all ourselves. After the tofu is ready, people start coming to buy it. News about our tofu has spread. Some people from nearby villages also come to buy. I left 2 blocks of white tofu and a barrel of green tofu at home. Granny Tian stays home to sell. Jinxiu and Xie Yong, along with Old Man Xie, went to the town. Old Man Xie took the chance when there were few customers to find a bricklayer. The plan is set for 3 days later. We need them to finish the order for Pin Wei Xian. It's better to be cautious when outsiders are around. We return to the village in Zhong Lao's donkey cart. You guys, tofu is really tasty and not expensive. My wife almost buys from you every day, Zhong Lao praised. Jinxiu politely smiled and said, thank you for your patronage. Thinking about delivering to the town in 2 days, she told Zhong Lao, so I'd like to ask if I can use your donkey cart. Is it convenient? How much does it cost per trip?
Approximately when?
Zhong Lao asked. At noon, she replied, having arranged with manager Zhao. No problem. Zhong Lao agreed quickly. 15 cents per trip, how about that? Good, she said. On the delivery day at noon, 10 a.m., Jinxiu, Granny Tian, and Xie Xiaoyu picked a basket of dove leaves. 2 jin, about 1 kilogram, of dove leaves can make 1 barrel of green tofu. There are about 15 jin here. They boiled water and soaked the leaves, then mashed them into pulp. Yong, go burn some wood ash.
This isn't enough, she said.
The barrel isn't enough either. Granny Tian went to Xie San's house to borrow 3 more barrels. The bean skins were already prepared and dried. All that's left is for the green tofu to set, then they can take it to the town. At noon, Zhong Lao's donkey cart arrived on time outside Xia's yard. They carried 7 barrels of tofu and 2 baskets of bean skins onto the cart and set them down carefully. Jin Xiu and Granny Tian sat nearby. Zhong Lao called out, "Hold on tight." When they reached the town, the cart stopped in a small alley next to Pin Wei Xian. "Ma'am, I'll be right back." Jin Xiu jumped down and went to the restaurant's entrance. She looked up at Pin Wei Xian, which covers about an acre, with 2 floors, and is considered mid-level in the town.
It was just mealtime.
Most of the guests were already inside. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a gray brocade robe with a large mole near his nose came down the stairs from the 2nd floor. Jin Xiu approached confidently and said, "Manager Zhao, we've brought the tofu."
The goods are outside, see.
Manager Zhao smiled and said, "Please ask Lady Xie to bring the goods to the backyard. I told someone yesterday to come and receive them." Jin Xiu nodded and returned to the alley. She asked Zhong Lao to drive the cart to the backyard and knocked on the door. The person opening the door is a woman who washes vegetables. After hearing Jin Xiu explain the purpose of their visit, she goes inside to call Lu, the manager of the kitchen. "Lu, we brought tofu. The goods are outside." Lu calls out to the woman who washes vegetables and another helper to help carry the tofu and bean skins inside. He also asks the accountant to settle the remaining silver. There are 50 jin of bean skins, costing 32 won per jin, totaling 1,600 won. The green tofu is sold by bucket at 60 won per bucket, with 7 buckets costing 420 won. The total is 2 taels and 20 won. After deducting a deposit of 1 tael, Jin Xiu gives 1 tael of silver to Granny Tian and 20 won to Old Man Zhong for the transportation fee. "It's a bit troublesome to go back now, but we want to buy some things in town before returning," Jin Xiu says. Old Man Zhong happily puts the money in his pocket. "I'll wait for you at the town entrance." Jin Xiu agrees, linking arms with Granny Tian as they walk to the main street. They arrive before lunch to deliver the goods. First, they buy some buns at a bun stall to fill their stomachs. "Mom, let's buy some tea leaves to serve our guests," Granny Tian suggests. Ordinary farmers usually serve guests with plain boiled water or sweet water if they're more polite. Rarely do they serve tea. The silver they still carry is warm, and Granny Tian happily nods. "Good, we'll buy some tea leaves and a few teacups. There is a specialty shop in town that sells tea leaves. Its wooden sign reads, Ming Xiang Zhai, in cinnabar ink. Inside, neat wooden shelves display various tea cans, with the names written in calligraphy. Longjing, Tiguanyin, black tea, green tea, and so on. The display looks high-end and elegant. Granny Tian almost pulls Jin Xiu to turn around and leave. "Mom, let's look first. If it's expensive, there are also cheaper options. Relying only on selling to wealthy people, how much can they earn? Most people in the world are ordinary. The shopkeeper's attitude is very good, and he doesn't look down on them. Old lady, what kind of tea do you want? We have all price ranges. This is Longjing, 2 taels of silver per jin." Granny Tian gasps. "This is green tea, and this is black tea, for 100 won per jin. The plain, rough tea leaves on the edge cost 80 won per jin." She exhales. "Please weigh out 4 ounces of green tea." "All right, 4 ounces of green tea cost 100 won." Granny Tian feels a little pain in her heart. Outside the shop, she keeps muttering, "Too expensive. Just a few ounces cost 100 won. I'd rather buy meat to eat. With this money, I could buy 4 or 5 jin of meat." Jin Xiu chuckles softly. "Mom, if you think like that, 4 or 5 jin of meat will be gone in a few days. A few ounces of tea leaves can be kept at home and used when guests come. They can last a long time. Their family is just an ordinary farm household. Who would have distinguished guests? Not now, but there will be in the future." Jin Xiu was very optimistic. The two of them went to the meat shop to buy a pig's hoof and then to the fish stall to buy a crucian carp. The house now had plenty of tofu. Before coming to town, she had told old Xie to leave 2 pieces of tofu, just enough to make fish soup. In the next 2 days, the Xie family did not set up a stall in town. Instead, they focused on building the stove. Building the stove was all-inclusive, involving mud bricks and construction.
It was easier. Since this place would be used mainly for making tofu skin, there was enough space to build 3 stove pits. 2 bricklayers worked. One prepared mud, and the other built the stove. They had lunch at home, then continued working. By the end of the day, they had built 2/3 of it. This morning they planned to finish the rest and add a chimney. No stall was set up. Jin Xiu rarely had a lazy sleep. When she woke up, it was already 9 in the morning. Seeing her sister-in-law finish breakfast and sit under the eaves lost in thought, Xiaoyu moved a small stool next to her and sat down, trying to copy her, resting her hands on her knees. Jin Xiu gazed blankly at the yard. Xiaoyu looked at her with big, blinking eyes. Actually, Jin Xiu was browsing an online marketplace. She didn't want to buy anything, just wanted to browse, like window shopping online. Not buying was fine. Just looking was enough to make her happy. After all, there were no phones to play with here. She snapped out of her browsing, tilted her head, and was amused by the little girl's appearance, gently patting her small head. Suddenly, there was a knocking at the yard gate. "I'll go open it." Xiaoyu ran over to open the door. Seeing the scene outside, she exclaimed happily and jumped up excitedly. "Wow, what a big donkey." Jin Xiu stepped out. "Sweetheart, that's a horse." Outside, a carriage was parked, with a coachman sitting on the front, and the curtain was lifted. Manager Zhao stepped down from the carriage. "Lady Xie, we meet again," Jin Xiu said with a smile. "A special guest, Manager Zhao. Please come in." Old Mr. Xie was chatting with the old bricklayer in the storage room when he heard the noise outside and came out. Jin Xiu explained, "This is Manager Zhao from Taste Pavilion. Xiaoyu, go call your grandma back. She's at your third aunt's house." "Okay, Grandpa," she replied. Mrs. Tian and third Aunt Xie sat under the eaves, picking wild vegetables and chatting. Suddenly, third Aunt Xie's eyes widened.
Donkey.
"No, it's a carriage." "Oh my goodness." Mrs. Tian looked through the fence at the yard and saw a large black horse pulling a carriage approaching from afar, proud and majestic, heading toward the village's end. Third Aunt Xie was surprised. "Sister-in-law, is it heading to your place? Should you go back and check?" "It seems so." "Third sister-in-law, I'll head back first." Mrs. Tian hurriedly left home and, on the way, bumped into Xie Xiaoyu. "Mother's such a big horse at our house. Got it. Let's go back." When Mrs. Tian arrived home, Jin Xiu and shopkeeper Zhao were chatting warmly. She silently sat beside old Xie, glanced at the new teacup in shopkeeper Zhao's hand, and thought to herself that Jin Xiu's words probably had some special meaning. The distinguished guest had arrived. "Yesterday, I planned to find you at the tofu stall but didn't see anyone. Today, I took the liberty to visit and apologize for the disturbance." Old Xie responded. "No disturbance at all. Our family has some matters to attend to these days, so we are resting for 2 days. We will resume the stall as usual tomorrow." "I see." Shopkeeper Zhao knew that Jin Xiu was in charge of the tofu business. He then looked directly at Jin Xiu and asked, "I'm here today to talk with Lady Xie. Can we supply our Taste Pavilion with your products? Do you know what kind of goods you want? How much tofu skin can you supply in a day?" Jin Xiu thought for a moment. Once the stove was built, the storage room was like a small tofu skin workshop. Previously, 2 pots were used together, and at most, they could produce 20 jin of tofu skin in a day. The newly built stove had a large fire hole, about 60 centimeters in diameter, capable of holding large iron pots of 65 to 70 centimeters in diameter, roughly estimated. If they worked non-stop during the day, they could produce about 60 jin daily. Additionally, the stove room had 3 fire holes, which could be used for boiling water, cooking rice, or boiling soy milk. Overall, producing over 100 jin a day was not a problem. Shopkeeper Zhao had already considered this and said, 15 jin a day and 2 buckets of green tofu. Jin Xiu replied seriously, "If stored properly, tofu skin can last a month. We can deliver every 15 days. As for green tofu, we usually make it in the afternoon. If you want, we can prepare 2 buckets in the morning, but someone must come to pick it up." "No problem," Zhao agreed with a smile. "Lady Xie, our Taste Pavilion is your first partner. As for the price," Jin Xiu smiled gently,
Shopkeeper, you know our tofu skin has been well received. We were just testing the market at the stall. Originally, I planned to raise the price from 32 won per jean to 45 when after the small workshop was built. Since you mentioned it. She held up 4 fingers. 40 won per jean, the lowest. Zhao took a deep breath, impressed by her shrewdness. Raising the price by 8 won per jean, and she still made it sound like he was getting a good deal. Mrs. Tian and old Xie sat silently, not speaking. Everything was now decided by Jin Xiu. Recently, the family had unconsciously come to rely on her as the main pillar. Jin Xiu, meanwhile, calmly learned about tea. She was telling the truth. Raising prices was inevitable. A jean of rice costs 40 coins. Frying 2 or 3 liang can make a dish. The restaurant sells a dish for 20 or 30 coins, and they still make a good profit. Shopkeeper Zhao thought this way too, so he agreed. The two of them discussed some details. Jin Xiu went back to her room and took out brushes and ink, while Zhao wrote the contract. Sir, please look over this, and see if there are any problems. Old Mr. Xie took the contract and read it carefully, then nodded. No problem. Both signed 2 copies of the contract. Zhao put his copy in his pocket and stood up to leave. Outside the yard, a group of children gathered around a big horse. Little Jade was among them, full of curiosity and excitement. One brave kid reached out and touched the horse twice. Be careful, little one, the horse handler said kindly, stopping him. He wasn't worried about them being simple villagers, just afraid the horse might kick accidentally. Shopkeeper Zhao, take care, old Mr. Xie said, leading Jin Xiu and himself to see him off. They watched until the horse and cart disappeared from sight. The village didn't have ox carts or donkey carts, let alone horse-drawn carriages. Later, many villagers would come gossiping. Jin Xiu pulled little Jade back into the house and closed the door. The 2 brothers, Xie Eryong and Xie Changsheng, went to plow the fields. It rained for a few days around grain rain, then stopped. The water in the fields dried quickly. Today, the father and son went to open channels and bring water into the fields. On their way home, they overheard villagers talking. That's when they learned that people from the town's restaurant had come. They quickened their pace. Villagers watched them go. Even the town's restaurant is talking business. The Xie family must be really lucky. Speaking of luck, it started when Jin Xiu married into the family. If only I had sent Lu the matchmaker earlier. If only my son could marry her. Someone rolled her eyes at the old woman. Dream on. If you knew the future, you wouldn't be poor. The old woman was not convinced. You talk as if you're better than me. So, the Xie family became the talk of the village again, admired and gossiped about. But the admiration didn't last long. In the afternoon, another family appeared that made them jealous. Under the big locust tree at the village entrance, a few women were chatting and sewing. A group of children played nearby. Suddenly, an ox cart slowly came into view. At first, they thought a villager was returning with a cart. But then they looked closer, and the driver looked familiar. Dr. Ma, why are you using an ox to pull the cart? Oh, not treating patients anymore, just doing a different job now. Whose ox cart is this? It looks strong. Dr. Ma held the reins, sitting on the front of the cart, looking very happy. No one lent it to me. I bought it myself. Everyone's eyes widened. Dr. Ma, you're amazing. Quietly buying an ox cart. Could it be that someone important is paying him to see a doctor? Maybe a noble person gave him a reward. He doesn't have enough skill to impress the town doctors. Why would a noble person come to him for treatment? No, Master Ma. You haven't gone picking snow fungus again, have you? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement, thinking it was very likely. Sure enough, Master Ma smiled so broadly he couldn't close his mouth. Thank you all for your concern. This morning I was lucky and found some polygonum on the mountain. I sold it for 10 taels of silver. I plan to add a bit more and buy a bullock cart, so Lang can be responsible for pulling it in the future. Master Ma's 2 sons. Ma Lang inherited his father's skills and is now learning about herbs and medicine but hasn't officially started practicing yet. His younger son, Ma Lang, doesn't want to study medicine. Now that they have a bullock cart, pulling people around is another source of income. Besides, Cows can pull carts and work in the fields during busy farming seasons. So, buying a strong adult cow costs at least 30 taels of silver. A woman sighed, thinking Master Ma was too lucky. Master Ma, you're joking with us. You definitely didn't sell only 10 taels. You wouldn't be willing to spend so much just to buy a cow, right? Master Ma smiled kindly and waved his hand. I'm not joking. If you don't believe me, go ask at Tongji Hall. Even if I didn't want to spend more, I had to. De Lang has a livelihood now, and Lang can't fall behind. He's 15 years old, and next year, he'll be getting engaged. If he only knows farming, how could a girl agree to marry him? That made sense. Many people believed him, except for a few skeptics who planned to go to Jishirtang to find out the truth. Little did they know, Master Ma had sold 30 taels of polygonum at another pharmacy in the county, earning a total of 40 taels of silver. Old Master Ma, I want to ride in the bullock cart. I want to too. I want to. A group of children eagerly scrambled to climb onto the cart. Master Ma, with his good temper, didn't stop them. He chuckled and took a leisurely ride around with the kids. Soon, news spread through the village that Master Ma had found polygonum on the mountain and bought a bullock cart. The Ma family became the first in the village to own a cart, sparking envy among the villagers. The news reached Jinxiu. Like Jishirtang, a large pharmacy with regular suppliers, they mostly didn't buy common herbs like ginseng, ganoderma, polygonum, snow fungus, or other rare medicines. Otherwise, why would Master Ma treat patients and sell herbs? Jinxiu also thought Master Ma was very lucky. As a professional herbalist, he often went to the mountains to gather herbs, increasing his chances of finding valuable ones. Compared to her, Jinxiu considered herself a fake lucky charm, relying solely on her business skills. The stove is built, but I still need to buy pots. In the kitchen, Granny Tian was worried about the new stove. The stove has 3 large openings, so she needed to buy 3 pots, especially big iron pots. The iron pot is very valuable. It probably costs about 1 or 2 silver coins. After 9 days of selling goods, they earned 6 taels. Building a small workshop costs money before it even heats up. No wonder Granny Tian looks worried and pained. Look at your shallow eyes. You can't be afraid to spend money to make money. Today's money spent will bring back several times more in the future, she says in a tone that suggests she can't be taught. Granny Tian glances at old Xia with a bit of annoyance. You only understand that. I worry because I care. Jinxiu smiles and says, You're right. The 6 taels will be used as startup funds for the workshop. Trust me, we can earn it back quickly. She then adds, Don't worry about the iron pot. A couple of days ago, I asked my husband to check the blacksmith shop in Laizhou. They have ready-made ones. Once we buy the iron pot, we can get the batch from Manager Zhao and deliver every half-month. As for workers, now that it's the farming off-season, there's no need to work in the fields. The family is enough with a few people. In her past life, the professional tofu skin factory had over 100 pots boiling at once. One person had to watch over 10 or more pots. Here, there are only 3 pots. 2 people, one to watch the pots and one to tend the fire, are enough. Mom, I think we don't have enough soybeans at home. Go ask in the village if anyone is selling soybeans. Pay the town price, 5 coins per jin. If not, we'll buy in town. Just after the hour of Shin, Xie Jin Nan returned from Laizhou. Jinxiu immediately took him aside and told him about the iron pot to avoid revealing too much. After dinner, Granny Tian went out to buy soybeans. Jinxiu and her husband went outside to relax. Walking along the riverbank, they enjoyed the gentle breeze. I guess Dr. Ma's Wu isn't old. He sold more than 10 taels, but I only got 20 jin of Wu for 20 points at the market, and I only sold 10 taels. It's not worth it, she said. Points can only be exchanged for items in the store, not silver. Buying small items is cost-effective, but for high-quality herbs like ginseng or lingji, it costs hundreds of points. Points are hard to earn, so they must maximize benefits, exchanging the least points for the most money. Also, if floods or locusts happen again this year, it's wise to stockpile food early as a precaution. She has an initial storage space of 10 cubic meters, enough for grain. The space doesn't have time passing, so food won't spoil no matter how long it's stored. The only thing is, living animals can't be stored there. Jeaner, do you have any ideas for the future? Yes, many. Buy land, build workshops, open a restaurant, become a landlord's wife, she replies. Jin Nan smiles softly. Yes, Jeaner's dreams will come true someday. The sunset casts long shadows of the two. The next morning at dawn, Jin Xiu woke up together with Jin Nan. She was also going to Liezhou. Besides buying an iron pot, she wanted to exchange items at the marketplace to sell. She had already decided what to exchange, definitely more profitable than trading for medicinal herbs. Such items are better sold in a more prosperous city like Fucheng. The other members of the Xie family were still asleep. The two moved quietly, finished washing up, and carried a large bamboo basket out the door. After walking about 70 minutes, they arrived at Yunnan town, bought some snacks to fill their stomachs, and met Liang Jiangwen at the town entrance. Your wife is also going to Liezhou today. Jin Xiu nodded and smiled at Liang Jiangwen. I haven't thanked young Master Liang enough. Every day you take your husband to Liezhou. Liang Jiangwen's voice was bright and cheerful. It's just on the way, no need to thank me. Fresh, hot buns. Jin Nan handed a paper-wrapped bun to him and sat on the donkey cart with Jin Xiu. Liang Jiangwen opened the paper package and took a bite of the meat bun. Over these days, they had grown more familiar with each other. Usually, they didn't mind small details when they were together. Yunnan County was not far from Liezhou. It only took 30 minutes by donkey cart. Jin Xiu looked up and saw the tall, majestic city walls, with guards outside the city gate. No wonder it was the capital city. As they entered, the streets were well organized, paved with blue stone slabs, crisscrossing with many shops. Stalls sold all kinds of goods, colorful and lively. They arrived at Emo Xiangju's entrance. Jin Xiu said, Husband, I'll finish my business and wait for you at the tea house over there. Jin then looked a little worried. I'll tell Manager Shen that I won't be copying books today. Jin Xiu shook her head. You said you'd finish copying this book soon, so it's okay. Finish your work first, then come find me. Liang Jiangwen also said the former Liezhou prefect was dismissed, and now the city is under the management of the deputy governor, so it's very safe. Jin Nan, don't worry. Jin Nan nodded, watching Jin Xiu turn the corner and disappear from sight before he looked away. Liang Jiangwen couldn't help teasing him. Your wife isn't a 3-year-old child. It's normal for Jin Nan to be overly nervous. Jin Nan raised his eyebrows. Brother Liang being a bachelor, it's understandable you don't get it. Liang Jiangwen felt like he'd been shot in the chest.
Fine.
Having a wife is impressive. Jin Xiu walked along the busy street. Looking around, shops lined both sides, and people moved in a lively flow, like the bustling commercial streets of her past life. One shop called Chi Chiao Go caught her attention. It covered an area of 1 mu, had 3 floors, a shining golden signboard, and a pointed octagonal roof, looking very grand. Her eyes shifted as she exchanged a veil and a yellow women's cloak at the market, then deliberately changed her eye shape with makeup. 7 Clever Pavilion. Inside, there are wooden mechanisms, various strange minerals, bronze sculptures shaped like animals, as well as rings, necklaces, and bracelets. True to its name, the pavilion is full of clever craftsmanship, with each product carefully made. Visitors to the pavilion are either wealthy or noble. Jin Xiu, dressed in a yellow cloak and wearing a veil, stepped into the shop. Her ancient-style cloak, exchanged from the market, looked somewhat cheap and like a studio prop. The shopkeeper frowned and looked her up and down. She remained calm, with her hands behind her back, standing straight with a confident posture. She lowered her voice on purpose. Excuse me, sir, I have something to pawn. Could I see your shopkeeper? The shopkeeper rolled his eyes. Miss, you've come to the wrong place. This isn't a pawn shop. If you can't read, you should ask someone. 7 Clever Pavilion is for the rich and noble. Please go elsewhere. Young man, don't look down on people. There are hidden talents in the world. Do you know the last person who is so blind has already been imprisoned in Liezhou? He choked and looked seriously at the girl in front of him. Her veil covered her face, revealing only a pair of charming fox-like eyes, with a red mole at the corner of her eye, looking alluring. She glanced at him sideways, her gaze cold. How could an ordinary girl have such presence and demeanor? Suddenly, a man's voice was heard. "I hear this young lady is looking for me." Jin Xiu turned her head. A middle-aged man in a deep blue brocade robe, with his hair tied high with a jade hairpin, descended the stairs from the second floor. His triangular eyes looked sharp and clever. The shopkeeper respectfully said, "Shopkeeper, this young lady says she wants to see you." So, he was the shopkeeper of 7 Clever Pavilion. She bowed confidently and said, "Greetings, shopkeeper." Shopkeeper Liang had noticed her as soon as she entered. He approached silently and observed her carefully. Her simple clothes and veil hid her face, yet she dared to enter the grand hall and even tried to scare the shopkeeper with the name of the royal family. Interesting. Shopkeeper Liang became interested in this confident girl. He wanted to see what she could produce. "Yes, I am Liang, the shopkeeper of 7 Clever Pavilion. I heard you have something to pawn. Since you came to us, you must have something special. We at 7 Clever Pavilion do not accept just anything. I believe this item will not disappoint you," she said confidently. Liang nodded and gestured, "Please, this way." They entered the inner room. Liang asked the attendant to serve tea. Jin Xiu sat down and began to talk casually. "I was sent here to pawn some items. My master is a sea merchant. Earlier, a big storm sank his ship carrying goods. When passing through Lijiao, my master asked me to pawn some silver and money." She unwrapped the smooth cloth bag in her hand, revealing a small redwood box about the size of a palm. As she opened the box, a beautiful melody flowed out like a mountain stream, with delicate gears turning slowly. Manager Liang was stunned. This is a music box. My master found it by chance from overseas." "Manager Liang, your Qiqiao Pavilion probably doesn't have such a thing. Not only Qiqiao Pavilion, but the entire Northern Yen doesn't have it. If I could present this to the noble lady in the palace, I would earn great credit." Manager Liang's nostrils flared, and his hand holding the music box trembled with excitement. An assistant knocked and brought in tea. He closed the box and, after the assistant left and the door was shut, looked at Jin Xiu. "Miss, how much silver do you want to pawn?" Jin Xiu raised her right hand. 5,000 taels. Manager Liang then raised 3 fingers. 3,000. My master has traveled across the rivers and seas, and such a thing is definitely unique in Northern Yen. Manager Liang, rarity makes it valuable. How about this? She tucked away her thumb. For 1,000 taels. If you don't agree, I will have to go elsewhere. Manager Liang clenched his teeth. Deal. With 4,000 taels in hand, Jin Xiu concealed the silver in her sleeve and placed it into her storage space. She left Qiqiao Pavilion, making sure no one was following. She entered a small alley, removed her veil, untied her outer robe, wiped off her makeup and red mole, and styled her hair into a woman's bun. She walked briskly out of the alley. The music box was worth 20 points, but she sold it for 4,000 taels. Much better than selling those useless herbs. But such an item was too eye-catching. She couldn't keep it for long. Not far from Mo Xiangju was a tea house. Jin Xiu entered, ordered a pot of tea, and deliberately chose a seat where she could see the entrance. She sat for about half an hour. A tall, elegant man entered. "Husband," Jin Xiu waved to him. Jin Nan strode over. "Waiting long?" "Not too long." Jin Xiu excitedly pulled him to sit. "Husband, I have something to tell you." She leaned close to his ear and whispered. Jin Nan's mouth opened in surprise, speechless. His young wife had just left, and she had already earned 4,000 taels. They didn't sit long in the tea house. It was rare to visit the city. Jin Nan thought about spending some quality time shopping with her. Unexpectedly, I ran into someone. The two of them strolled along the main street, walking and stopping often. They bought delicious food and fun items to keep in their storage space. They also bought salt, soy sauce, vinegar, tea, various seasonings, spices, pastries, candies, and fruits. They purchased 500 jin of rice and flour and 1,000 jin of soybeans, dividing the purchases among different grain and miscellaneous shops. They carried the goods in baskets to a quiet alley, stored them in their space, then went to the next shop to buy more. After stocking up, they sat at a street stall eating wontons. The wrappers were thin, the filling fresh, and the broth rich from boiling bones, garnished with dried shrimp. It was very tasty, just as good as in a fancy restaurant. In the afternoon, the river breeze was gentle, and the willows swayed softly. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting dappled shadows. "Hubby, look." Jin Xiu leaned on the wooden railing, pointing at two white herons gliding over the river, leaving graceful arcs behind. When she didn't get a response, she turned her head and saw Xie Jin Nan staring thoughtfully at the pavilion in the water. Jin Xiu followed his gaze and tugged his sleeve. "Shall we go see too?" "Yes," Xie Jin Nan nodded. The person playing chess looked very familiar. It seemed to be the beautiful scenery by the river. Green willows and red flowers complemented each other along the bank. Many people strolled by the river. Some rowed boats on the lake, and scholars recited poetry in small groups. They crossed a corridor toward the pavilion in the water. The pavilion had a stone table. Two elderly men sat on stone stools, deeply focused on their game of chess, while a few onlookers gathered around, discussing the moves. On the chessboard, black and white pieces were tangled. The man playing black wore a blue robe embroidered with delicate bamboo leaves at the collar and sleeves. His hair was white, but his expression was calm like a mountain, and his eyes sharp as he observed the game. He looked at the man opposite, dressed in a gray robe, and smiled slightly. "Old Wu, your move was too reckless." "Think it over again," he said. The man called Old Wu blew his beard and stubbornly replied, "Nonsense. This move is to lure the snake out." "Oh, then I won't hold back," the other said, preparing to place a black piece. "Wait." Wu Yensong quickly reached out, grabbing 2 stones from the board, and said, "I made a mistake in the previous 2 moves." Gu Zhongbai smiled calmly and said leisurely, "Once a move is made, there's no turning back. You can regret 3 times." Wu Yensong was not convinced. Rules are fixed, but people are flexible. Regretting moves makes the game more interesting. Isn't it hard to decide who wins? The game is unpredictable, but the outcome remains the same. The opponent focused on the board, placing a black stone that surrounded and captured 3 of Wu Yensong's stones. Wu Yensong's forehead veins throb as he says, "Can't you just let me win?" Gu Zhongbai smiles gently. "You're too impatient. We haven't seen each other in years, but your temper hasn't changed at all." Wu Yensong used to be an assistant at the Imperial Academy. He is naturally free-spirited and dislikes restrictions. 9 years ago, tired of court politics, he resigned and returned to his hometown to enjoy a peaceful life teaching in a small town. Dealing with you, a clever old fox who hides his true strength, winning isn't easy. Wu Yensong believes his chess skills are decent, but his opponent is just too skilled. Losing isn't embarrassing. Still, he feels annoyed. "I'm done playing," he says. He can't win anymore. It's not fun. "Please stay calm, sir." A scholar-like man among the spectators stops him from disrupting the game, speaking eloquently. "Let's see if we can find a way to break the game." Wu Yensong stands straight, arms crossed, with a serious face, watching these people chatter like ducks but failing to find a solution.
"Fine."
A bunch of poor players. Worse than him. Suddenly, a large, bony hand appears on the chessboard, placing a white stone steadily at the corner, like a fish swimming in the river, breaking through the black stone's encirclement. The game unexpectedly turns around. Everyone's eyes widen as they look at the person who made the move. Gu Zhongbai's eyes flash with surprise, and his gaze moves up along the hand. When he sees that the person breaking his game is a simple-dressed, handsome young man, he is even more surprised. Just as he is about to speak, Wu Yensong exclaims happily, "Jin Nan, it's you." Xie Jin Nan smiles calmly, makes a bow with his hands, and slightly bows. Jin Nan greets the teacher. "How come you're here?" "A student passing by the riverbank. I thought I saw you wrong, but it turns out you really are here."
Wu Yensong strokes his beard. I came to Liezhou to meet with friends. His gaze passes over his shoulder to the well-behaved girl standing behind him. Remember you mentioned in your letter that you've married. Is this little girl? Greetings, Mr. Wu. My name is Jin Xiao, and I am Jin Nan's wife. Jin Xiao politely bows. Wu Yensong strokes his beard and nods with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Very compatible with this young man. Ahem. Gu Zhongbai clears his throat, interrupting their chat. Old Wu, is this your student? So young but with such skill in chess, impressive. His name is Xie Nan. Wu Yensong, with his hands behind his back, smiles warmly. Old Gu, you haven't had enough yet? Want to play another round? Gu Zhongbai notices his hidden meaning and looks at Xie Nan. The young man looks at his teacher. Wu Yensong nods toward the chessboard, indicating he should go ahead boldly. Xie Nan puts down his basket and sits opposite Gu Zhongbai. The game begins. People around quietly watch the game. Gu Zhongbai plays black first, gently placing a black stone on the star point. White responds, and Xie Nan replies with a high-level layout. His eyes lift slightly. Their gazes briefly meet in the air, silently competing. As the game progresses, someone wonders. Strange, normally this move should be a jump or a solid defense. Why did he choose to turn? Everyone stares at the lower right corner of the board, puzzled by Xie Nan's move. But Gu Zhongbai understands, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. When white jumps, its clear-cut point will be left here. The black stone is at the star point in the upper left. He chose this move to break free from black. It seems he has met a worthy opponent today. The crowd holds their breath, watching the tense game, occasionally praising. Jin Xiao, who knows little about Go, is among outsiders. She left the street after a short while, worried that after the game, Xie Nan wouldn't find her. She's been wandering for half an hour. Little does she know, the game is still going on for 2 hours. Jin Xiao touches her nose. 4-step KO cycle, it's a draw. Amazing, so exciting. This is a master's duel. I didn't expect the young master to be so skilled at such a young age. The crowd of Go enthusiasts bursts into admiration. Wu Yensong glances at the game and laughs loudly. Old Gu, you've met a worthy opponent today. How about my student? Gu Zhongbai nods. Not bad. With time, he'll become great. Xie Nan calmly bows. Old master, I yield. Gu Zhongbai strokes his beard, eyes full of smile and admiration. Calm and steady, a promising talent. Do you like playing Go? Xie Nan laughs. Go is like life. Within a small space, you experience countless possibilities. Gu Zhongbai is pleased, a fine outlook on endless possibilities. You have potential. Let's play another game. This time we must decide a winner. Come on, tying with a young man. Old Gu, you're not shy. This game should be considered Jin Xian's victory. Someone boasts with his hands behind his back. Gu Zhongbai's brow twitches. The shameless old man who likes to regret moves. He looks at the boastful old man with narrowed eyes. What? You have a clever student, but I don't? Fine, let's have them play a game someday. I bet against you. Wu Yensong raises an eyebrow, implying, no way, your students are not to be trifled with. You're afraid too? Humph. The two old men argue playfully. Xie Nan stands up, glancing around but doesn't see that small figure. Teacher, old Gu, it's getting late. Jin Xian will take her leave now. I'll visit again another day. By the riverbank. There was no beautiful person in sight. Xie Nan walked toward the main street when suddenly, a figure jumped out from beside the willow tree. Young master, did I scare you? Seeing she was safe and sound, Xie Nan relaxed. Where did Jiner go? Just wandering around the street. I don't know how to play chess, and you only just noticed that your big wife is missing. Xie Nan chuckled. Yes, I was too focused. I didn't notice my wife was gone, and it scared me. Next time, Jiner, just tell me. It's not good to bother you. Jin Xiao remembered her purpose for coming to Liezhou today. She found a hidden spot and exchanged 20 points for 3 large iron pots of the same size. Normally, with 4,000 taels, it would be cheaper to order from a blacksmith. But that would take too much time. She also boasted she could bring the pots back today. That was the only way. She carried 2 pots in a large basket and 1 in her hand.
Before leaving, Xie Jin Nan had told Liang Jian when not to wait. After finishing their tasks, they would take a car back themselves. So, they rented a cart from the carriage shop. Today, Xie Er-yong and old Xie went to the town to sell goods. After days of practice, Xie Er-yong was as good as two people. He cut and packed quickly and skillfully. Old Xie watched the scales and collected money. The price of bean curd increased by 1 coin per 2 pieces, but it didn't affect sales much. It still sold well. After working hard for a while, they had a short break. Old Xie was tidying the dry lotus leaves on the table. Huang Auntie sat on a small stool, stretching her neck. Hey, that woman over there has been watching you for a long time, but didn't buy anything. Is she someone you know? Old Xie looked up. Under a small tree, a slightly plump woman was standing, staring directly at them. I don't know her. Xie Er-yong was a bit happy. Maybe she's a restaurant owner's wife, just checking how good our business is. Maybe she wants to buy supplies from us. Just as he finished speaking, the plump woman approached. She pointed and said, Boss, give me 2 pieces of white tofu, 2 green tofu, and half a jean of bean curd skin. All right. Xie Er-yong got excited and quickly cut the tofu with a spatula. Old Xie weighed out half a jean of bean curd skin. After packing everything, he said, 30 coins in total. The woman nodded silently, took out 30 coins, and handed them to old Xie. At that moment, 2 more customers approached. One of them, seeing the plump woman, raised an eyebrow. Wow, isn't that Aunt Lu? Your family also makes tofu? Why are you here buying tofu? Xie Er-yong paused his cutting.
What?
So, this aunt was here to test the situation. Remember, sister-in-law said that there are people in Luer village who make tofu, mainly for big restaurants. The plump woman didn't agree, saying, who says tofu sellers can't buy from others? I think this green tofu and tofu skin are good. Why not buy some to try? After saying that, she huffed and carried her tofu away. The guest raised an eyebrow and turned to the 2 men, saying, You should be careful. Soon, another shop might start selling tofu and compete with you. Xie Er-yong looked worriedly at Old Man Xie. Old Man Xie waved his hand dismissively. That's just how business is. There will always be competitors. It depends on your skills. Actually, it was Aunt Lu who first sold tofu. Who is really the competitor, I wonder? Aunt Huang admired him and said, Old Master really has a broad view. Old Man Xie puffed out his chest proudly. I used to run a business myself. These are small matters. Xie Er-yong frowned, worried. He didn't think his grandfather was so relaxed. If others also start selling tofu, their business will definitely be affected. Losing a little money is okay, but he's worried customers might be stolen away and they might end up selling at a loss. They sold out and packed up, then took the ox cart home. Xie Er-yong's mind was still uneasy. Just then, Jin Xiao and Xie Jin Nan returned from Laizhou. The family gathered in the small workshop, looking at the 3 large iron pots now set up. Jin Xiao, how much silver did the 3 pots cost? Did the milkmaid give enough 3 taels? Yes, enough, aunt. The blacksmith only charged a little extra, just 3 taels exactly. Granny Tian nodded happily. Making tofu skin will be much easier now. Sister-in-law, I have something to tell you, Xie Er-yong said, sharing about Aunt Lu selling tofu at their stall today. Granny Tian looked worried and asked Jin Xiao, What should we do? Jin Xiao smiled and said, No matter what kind of business, this kind of situation is unavoidable. There's a saying, know yourself and your opponent, and you will win every battle. We should also try their tofu at the restaurant sometime. Granny Tian sighed, but our business might be affected. Although green tofu is the simplest to make, they wouldn't expect that it's made with plant ash. As for tofu skin, if they figured out, I believe they can make it quickly. Old Man Xie nodded. I'm worried about that too. Tofu skin sells best and makes the most money. Jin Xiao stroked her chin. Don't worry too much, Dad. Tofu skin isn't something you can figure out overnight, and it's not easy to make. Making tofu skin requires controlling the heat. If the fire is too strong, the soy milk will keep boiling and won't set properly. This needs careful practice. The next point is that the setting time for bean skin to solidify can be affected by the weather. Right now, it's not very hot, so the bean skin solidifies quickly. But in the height of summer, it might take 2 cups of tea, about 20 minutes, to solidify 1 sheet of bean skin, which is much less efficient. However, there's no need to worry because I have a solution. When boiling soy milk, add a little vinegar. This can speed up the solidification process by half, and vinegar also helps kill bacteria, which can extend the shelf life of the bean skin. It's a 2-in-1 benefit. Xie Jinan also spoke, and one more thing, while they haven't figured it out yet, we can take the initiative and make the first move. Granny Tian looked at him and asked, "What do you mean?" Jin Xiao and Xie Jinan looked at each other and smiled. My husband's idea is simple. We don't have to wait for business to come to us. We can go and discuss cooperation proactively. Second brother Xie's eyes lit up, and he nodded, knocking his fist on his palm. Good idea. The eldest grandson is clever, and old Master Xie chuckled happily. Jinan is right. First, we need to secure the business. If we can establish a long-term partnership with the restaurant, we won't need to set up stalls anymore. We can just sell in the village, which is easier. The next day, at the end of the morning, the people from Pinway Pavilion came to pick up the green tofu. Jin Xiao returned from outside, and she went to Ma Longzhong's house to arrange for a cart. Old Master Xie asked, "Do you really not need me to go with you?" "I'll go with Yong," she replied. That day, she easily discussed cooperation with manager Zhao. Old Master Xie wasn't worried about the deal falling through. He just thought it would be better if more people could split up and handle different tasks. Jin Xiao smiled and said, "Don't worry, Dad. I have Yong with me." Yong carried a bamboo basket and stood nearby, feeling a strong hand slap his back. "Be smart. Learn well from your sister-in-law," Old Master Xie said.
Yong nodded eagerly.
"Father, I will," he replied. Today is market day. The ox cart was waiting at the village entrance, along with several villagers who had also arranged to go. The cart was driven by Ma Erlang, a strong man with dark skin. Compared to the gentle Ma Dalong, Ma Erlang looked more like an older brother just by his appearance. "Erlang, your wife's cousin from her mother's side is a few months younger than you. She's pretty and would be a good match for you," a younger woman said, giving him a quick glance. "She's good-looking but can't do any work," she continued. "I've seen her cousin, slim arms, thin legs. A strong wind could blow her away. My younger sister is sturdier, a real worker, and most importantly, she has a big bottom, sure to give you a few big, chubby kids. Your cousin is as strong as an ox. She's not like a woman. You should marry someone gentle and caring," someone else added. "Just because she's strong doesn't mean she can't be gentle or caring. My cousin is very kind and gentle. She wouldn't even step on a tiny ant," the woman said. "Erlang, tell me, is what your auntie said right?" 2 sets of eyes looked sharply at Ma Erlang. Ma Erlang's dark face turned red up to his neck. The others on the ox cart were all smiling and teasing. "You guys keep talking. Erlang is so shy he doesn't want to carry you anymore. Exactly, I haven't seen you so eager usually." As soon as the ox cart was bought, everyone rushed to get on. TSK, who doesn't want to marry into a good family? Those who are too poor can't even find a wife. Jin Xiao and Xie Yong walked over, overhearing the villagers' chatter, and sighed that, from ancient times to now, men with a house, a car, and a stable job are always popular everywhere. Then they shook their heads. No, in their past lives, girls around their age mostly cared about looks. They also needed to be handsome, not necessarily as handsome as a star, but at least decent-looking. Fat, pig-like faces, or crooked features were out of the question. They couldn't bear to look at them. However, Ma Erling's skin was a bit dark, but his features were still decent. As Jin Xiao's thoughts drifted away, the ox cart sped towards the town. When they arrived, they first headed to Lu Ji restaurant nearby. Inside, they saw a medium-height woman wiping an abacus with a cloth. She approached and said, "Madam, I sell tofu and bean curd skins at the vegetable market. I want to discuss a business deal with you." The owner immediately became interested. She had heard about a new tofu stall opening at the market. She didn't expect the visitors to come directly today. "Please sit here," Jin Xiao said. Xie Yong took out a few dried bean curd slices and 2 bowls, one with cold green bean curd and the other with cold bean curd skin. This is our homemade bean curd skin and green bean curd. Madam, please try. The owner took chopsticks from the holder and first tasted the green bean curd. Refreshing, completely different from white tofu. Then she tried the bean curd skin. After chewing twice, her eyes lit up. This bean curd skin is really good. Their signature dish was a clay pot stew. If they could add bean curd skin to the side dishes and soak up the broth, it would be incredibly delicious. Miss, how much do you sell your bean curd skin for? We sell it at 48 cents per jean at the stall. If you're interested in a long-term partnership, we can offer a discount, 45 cents per jean. We've been selling at the town stall for half a month, attracting many repeat customers, so our reputation is established. You wouldn't need to worry about advertising, the owner nodded. Can I take 10 jean first to try selling? I'll give you an answer in 2 days. Sure. Yong, weigh 10 jean of bean curd skin for the owner. They carried 40 jean of bean curd skin and weighed out 10 jean. Although the deal wasn't finalized, Jean Xiao still sold it to her at 45 cents per jean. After leaving the restaurant, Jean Xiao and Xia Yong went together to the biggest restaurant in town, Yumanlo. You saw and heard how I talked to the owner just now. This time you go and talk, Jean Xiao said. Xia Yong widened his eyes. Me? Yes, go inside alone. I'll wait outside. Before he entered, he was so nervous he stuttered. Sister-in-law, I can't do it. Yumanlo is the biggest restaurant in town. If I can't succeed, maybe you should go instead, and I'll try the next place. Just do what I did when I talked to the owner. If anything changes, it depends on whether you can think on your feet, Jean Xiao said softly, not giving him a chance to refuse. No one is born knowing how to do this. We learn by practice. If you don't try, you'll never know if you can do it. She clenched and relaxed her fists, looked up at the fancy restaurant. Xia Yong took a deep breath, fixed his clothes, and carried a bamboo basket as he stepped inside. Jean Xiao waited outside for 15 minutes. Xia Yong came out almost running, his face full of excitement. Sister-in-law, it's settled. The boss agreed to supply us. Let's go in, he said happily. She'll handle the details. Jean Xiao followed him inside. Good job, she said. Xia Yong grinned and scratched his head. Actually, I didn't do much. I think our tofu skin is the best in town. As long as the boss isn't stupid, he probably won't refuse. Anyway, you took the first step. Whatever you do next, keep this spirit. Don't be afraid of failure, Jean Xiao said encouragingly.
Xia Yong nodded, eyes shining.
Jean Xiao discussed some details with the owner, and they got the second supply contract. After leaving the restaurant, they visited 3 more eateries. 2 of them were struggling and couldn't supply goods. In total, they visited 5 places in town and made deals with 3. Yumanlo and another eatery signed contracts, and Luji Restaurant agreed to try selling first. Sister-in-law, where do we go next? Jean Xiao decisively said to Shizhuang. They headed toward the town entrance. After giving Ma Erlang 6 coins, they hurried toward Shizhuang, just like last time. Jean Xiao chose a large stone mill. They arrived in the village in the afternoon to install it. When they got home, they learned the negotiations were successful. Granny Tian's worries and unease disappeared. She smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum, full of joy. Jean Xiao thought, we probably don't have enough workers at home now. I need to hire some. She was about to discuss it with her family when someone outside called out, Aunt Tian. Granny Tian went out. Did Jean is here. Are you still buying soybeans? Take as much as you want. Are these okay? Master Xie put down a bag of soybeans on his shoulder. He loosened the bag's opening. Jean Xiao stood nearby, bending down to pick up a handful of soybeans. These soybeans are good. Master Xie smiled and said, the soybeans from the second half of last year were stored very well. If they weren't good, I wouldn't have brought them. Jean Xiao asked him to wait and went to her room. She exchanged 20 points at the shop for an old-fashioned balance scale that could weigh up to 500 jin. She told the shopkeeper it was bought from Lizhou. She also called Old Man Xie to help weigh the soybeans. The bag was ignored. The soybeans almost reached 100 jin. Madame Tian slipped half a tael of silver into Master Xie's hand. He thanked her happily and left. Jean Xiao looked at Madame Tian. By the way, mother, Today I bought a stone mill from Shizhuang. I'll come over this afternoon to install it and tell you. Yes, we need to grind dozens of gin of soy milk each day. One stone mill isn't enough. Also, we don't have enough workers. We should consider hiring some help. Madame Tian was a bit surprised and exchanged a glance with old man Xia. Hire help, she hesitated. What if someone learns how to make tofu and tofu skin? Jin Xiu smiled. That's why we need to hire our own people. In the afternoon, Master Shi and his 3 apprentices came to install the stone mill. It was set up in the same area as the first one. After settling the remaining payment and sending away the workers from Shizhuang, Madame Tian went out to visit the second and third households. Not long after, Xie Fuxing, Zhang Yueying, Xie Tiansheng, and Huang Mei arrived. They saw the 2 stone mills beside the small workshop and looked a bit surprised. The 2 mills probably cost quite a bit of silver. Even the mother-in-law was willing to spend so much. Seems like the first household made a lot of money selling tofu. They weren't sure why they were called over. Everyone had their own thoughts. Everyone's here, come in and sit, Madame Tian said. The 4 entered the main hall. Jin Xiu brought out 4 cups of tea. Yuang was surprised again. The tea at home was picked and dried from the mountain, with a slightly astringent taste, enough to quench thirst but not very flavorful. This tea smelled rich and fragrant, clearly bought from the town.
Wow.
The first household really prospered. Huang Mei smiled and asked, Mother, is there something you want to tell us? She hadn't visited often lately. She had come once before, but the door was closed. She thought they were busy making tofu and didn't want to bother. Madame Tian didn't beat around the bush. You know, the first household is now making a living from tofu. Recently, they've made deals with several restaurants and are too busy. I called you over to ask if you'd like to come help. What do you think? Yuang rubbed her hands and asked, Mother, are you serious? If you agree, the second daughter-in-law and the third daughter-in-law will earn 30 won a day, and the second and third will earn 35 won a day. Xie Tianxing said, 35 coins is too much. Let's make it 20 coins. Yeah, Xie Fuxing also wanted to speak, but his wife pinched his thighs secretly, squeezing hard. He winced in pain, grimacing silently. Zhang Yueying gave a threatening look. She thought the head of the family was either blind or deaf. They were working with several restaurants doing stone grinding and tea and making good money. It was like catching fish in a barrel, earning a lot. Yet they still wanted to push money out. They didn't think about how, not long ago, her 2 sons went to town looking for work for several days and couldn't find anything. Her daughter-in-law Qiu Xia was pregnant again. This was her first child, so she needed good care and good food. The main household didn't need to be mentioned. As for the third household, they had 2 sons, 1 more worker than the second household. Huang Mei and Xiu Yu were good at sewing and embroidery, and they often made crafts to sell in town. They didn't think about what the second household had. If they couldn't find work, the whole family would have to survive on nothing. Old Xie said in a serious voice, making soy milk isn't easy, and we don't provide meals at home. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. Don't complain about the amount. Tiansheng happily said, all right, I'll listen to Dad. When do we start working? May, and I can come anytime. Zhang Yueying naturally agreed. I can also work with the head of the household, said Granny Tian seriously, her tone becoming strict. Listen up. It's fine to learn the craft, but you can't pass the method outside or start your own business. Otherwise, we'll cut ties. Tiansheng and Huang Mei hurriedly nodded. Mother, we can sign a contract. If we leak the method, then. Xie Chongxing thought for a moment. Then we'll pay 100 taels as compensation. 100 taels. Zhang Yueying gasped and forced a smile. We're all family. Isn't that too much? Granny Tian shot her a cold look. Zhang Yueying didn't speak anymore. If she dared to start her own business, the head of the household would be the first to punish her. She was just afraid she might slip up and reveal secrets in front of outsiders. Jin Xiu, what do you think? Jin Xiu had been silent, listening. Only when old Xie looked at her and asked did she smile and speak. No need for a contract. I trust Uncle Second, Aunt Second, Uncle Third, and Aunt Third. I believe they won't let Grandpa and Grandma down. They were family, bonded by blood. Even if someone from the second or third household betrayed them, could Granny Tian and old Xia really force them to pay 100 taels? The worst outcome would be cutting ties. Money wouldn't matter anymore. They'd lose everything, and there would be no way to get it back. This was the worst-case scenario. Jinxiu still believed in the second and third households. When that time came, she had her own ways to handle it, with her powerful shopping system and 4,000 taels in hand. At worst, we can just engage in a price war. Anyway, even if we take her recipe, we won't make much money. Granny Tian told the 4 people to go back and come again tomorrow. After dinner, several families started coming to sell soybeans. Soybeans sell for 5 or 6 cents per jean in town, but most merchants buy at 4 cents. I buy at 5 cents, and I also let villagers avoid going to town, so they are happy to sell to me. In just 2 days, they collected over 2,000 jean of soybeans, plus another 1,000 jean stored away. That's enough to grind for a month. Zhang Yueying and the others came to work. Xia Tiansheng and Xia Fusheng helped grind soy milk, while Zhang Yueying and Huang Mei made bean skins. They worked quickly to produce the first batch. Lu's restaurant tried selling the bean skins and received very good feedback. They immediately signed a contract with Jinxiu. Together, they need over 50 jean of bean skins each day. After boiling, they add a bit of vinegar to help the bean skins set faster. The 2 ants worked efficiently. Without using the other kitchen, they could produce about 80 jean a day. To keep peace of mind and focus on their work, they worked diligently. For the first 5 days, they were paid daily. After finishing each day, they cleaned up everything. Granny Tian then distributed their wages. Zhang Yueying held 2 coins and pinched Xia Fusheng sharply. He winced in pain. It was real. She was so happy, she exclaimed, "Boss, we earned over 60 cents today. Over a month, that's about 2 taels of silver." They worked 4 hours each day, with light tasks. Xia Fusheng and Xia Tiansheng just ground soy milk daily, finishing their work by around 3 in the afternoon. They lived nearby, so they could go home for lunch and rest. Compared to working hard in town all day for only about 20 cents, this was a heavenly job. If Jinxiu knew their thoughts, she'd say it's a job with good pay, little work, close to home, from 8 in the morning to 5 in the evening, almost like a perfect modern job. Huang Mei smiled happily, no more trouble for mother. I'll settle the silver every half-month from now on. Me too, Zhang Yueying said, feeling grateful she hadn't been foolish. If she kept fighting with the eldest wife, she wouldn't get such good things. The 4 of them happily went home. "Grandma," came a call from nearby. Granny Tian turned her head and saw Jinxiu coming out from behind the kitchen. "I think we're running out of firewood at home. I need to find someone to gather more." Granny Tian's eyes lit up. "Your 3rd aunt's family has been selling firewood in town recently. I'll ask her." Last time, Xia Dahua went to Laizhou and got tricked, injuring himself badly. They didn't have land of their own, and work in town was hard to find. After thinking it over, Xia Sanai decided to send her 2 sons to the mountains to cut firewood and sell it. Jinxiu, knowing that Granny Xia wanted to help out, offered to accompany her, saying, "I'll go with Granny." The 2 of them left together. When they arrived at Granny Xia's house, they saw Lu Shi, the wife of Dahu, sweeping the yard through the low fence. Granny Xia called out, "Yui." Hearing her name, Lu Yui looked up, saw the 2, and smiled gently. "Second Annie, Jinxiu has come too." Jinxiu looked at Lu Yui, who was about 2 or 3 years older than herself. According to their family hierarchy, she should call her Auntie. "Auntie Yu." She pushed open the fence gate and stepped into the yard. Granny Xia asked, "Yui, is your mother-in-law at home?" "Yes, she is." Hearing this, Granny Xia came out and saw them, quickly greeting, "Don't stand outside, come in and sit." "Granny, we came today because we need your help with something." "Oh, as long as I can help. Just tell me." Granny Xia remembered how much Granny Xia had helped their family, feeling grateful, though she didn't know what they could do to repay her since their family was poor and had little to offer. Recently, Dahu and Xiaohua have been going up the mountain to gather firewood. "Since our family needs firewood too, I came to ask how much it costs." That was the reason. Granny Xia thought for a moment and said, "A few bundles of firewood are worth a certain amount." "How many do you need?"
I'll ask Dahu to deliver it. We use firewood to make tofu, and we need quite a bit every day. We can't just take it for free. That's not right, Jin Xiao said. How much does Uncle Dahu sell firewood for when he goes to town? Granny Xia sighed and replied, usually, a bundle sells for 10 cents, but often it's only 6 or 7 cents, sometimes even 5 cents. Most firewood is sold to restaurants or by finding a spot on the street to sell to wealthy families, but prices are often lowered because many woodcutters are competing and the buyers are limited. Carrying firewood all the way to town, they might sell only 4 bundles a day, which isn't guaranteed. If they don't sell, they can earn money, but they can't keep the firewood at home either. It's hard work, and they don't make enough money. Granny, ask Uncle Dahu to send over 5 bundles of firewood every day. I'll pay 10 cents per bundle, Jin Xiao suggested. Granny Xia was surprised and stunned when she heard this. Lu Yu was the first to react. Every day, 5 bundles, 10 cents a bundle. That's 50 cents a day. Granny Xia thought the same. The mountains are not short of trees and firewood. Dahu and Xiaohua can cut 6 or 7 bundles a day. They don't need to go far to town or worry about selling it. Granny Xia nodded in agreement. She excitedly wiped her hands on her clothes and said, 10 cents is too much. How about 8 cents a bundle? Annie Tian glared at him. 10 coins per bundle, that's settled. It's not your work, so stop talking so confidently. Dehua's brothers are chopping firewood. Do you think that's easy? Criticized, Xia Senai didn't get angry. Instead, she was touched and her eyes welled up. The old sister-in-law has a sharp tongue but a kind heart. Everyone in the village says her family is now making good money. They can afford silver, so people come to them. They especially come to their house. She held Annie Tian's hand and thanked her many times. Just then, Dehua's brothers returned with firewood. They found out they no longer needed to sell firewood in town. They could just deliver it to the Xia family. Xia Xiaohua cheered. Second auntie, from now on, you'll be like my second mother. Xia Dahua nodded eagerly. Thanks to second auntie borrowing silver to pay for the doctor, his injuries healed so quickly. Auntie Tian simply took Jin Xiao home. If they stayed longer, they might keep thanking her endlessly. By May, the days grew longer. The Xia family only started cooking dinner at dusk. Smoke slowly rose from the chimney. The firewood crackled in the stove, and Jin Xiao hummed a tune as she worked in the kitchen. Little Yu was lighting the fire. Xia Jin Nan was reading in his room. Annie Tian was soaking yellow beans for tomorrow's use. Old head Xia was weaving baskets in the backyard. Chang Sheng was whispering to his wife inside the house. Only second brave Xia sat under the eaves, lost in thought, his face serious, as if pondering something. Did I hear right? Did Grandpa really say that? At the dinner table, the family was happily eating when second brave Xia announced his decision. Everyone, who had been eating quietly, looked up at him. Old head Xia raised an eyebrow. Second brave, are you really decided? Going to Lizhou to do business. Second brave Xia scratched his head. My sister-in-law is right. Skills are built through practice. I'm not as good at reading as my older brother, and I'm not interested in farming. Grandpa, I've made up my mind. I want to do business in the future. Old head Xia suddenly patted his thigh. Good job. Grandpa supports you. Chang Sheng smiled. It's good that you want to improve. Dad also supports you. Sister-in-law, what do you think? Second brave Xia looked nervously at Jin Xiao, afraid she would disagree. Jin Xiao had already wanted to help second brave Xia improve. If he was determined, she was happy to support him. Before we talk about cooperation, you need to consider whether the current production can meet the demand and how much more it can supply. You must figure all that out. Second brave Xia nodded quickly. I understand. Second brave Xia took out an abacus with paper and pen on the table to calculate current production and supply. As he calculated, he got confused. He scratched his head and finally looked at Jin Xiao for help. Brother, can you teach me arithmetic? The Northern Yen Imperial Examination mainly focused on literary tests, and arithmetic questions were not part of the official exams. However, this did not mean they were never tested. In some local exams, simple math problems were still included.
Since math was sometimes tested, schools naturally taught arithmetic. Who told you not to study properly?
You don't even know such simple math.
Old man me can do mental calculations easily. Will you be able to do it tomorrow? Maybe your sister-in-law can help you. Old man Xie scolded and nagged nearby. Xie Er-yong had attended school for 2 years, but he had little interest in studying and didn't want to take the imperial exams. He just wanted to get by, so he dropped out after 2 years. He could recognize characters and read, but his arithmetic was quite poor. Speaking of which, before the family split, old man Xie had sent 4 grandsons to school, and only Xie Jin-nan showed talent in studying. The others in the second and third branches often skipped classes or fell asleep during lessons, and they gave up after less than a year. Old man Xie didn't force them. He believed there was still hope for one good student. As long as the eldest grandson passed the imperial exams, it would bring glory to the family. Then he would have face to face the ancestors proudly. Grandpa, there's a saying that a slow bird flies first. My mind isn't as quick as my older brother's, but I will work hard to learn. Don't worry. Tomorrow, I will definitely negotiate the deal, Xie Er-yong said confidently, patting his chest. Old man Xie still felt a bit uneasy. Granny Tian nudged him with her elbow and whispered, "Why worry so much? It's not the first time. Look, Jin Xiu said that the cooperation with Yu Man Lu was negotiated by Er-yong. It's rare for him to be so motivated. If you dampen his spirit, even with a whip, he won't get excited again." Old man Xie looked at his grandson, who was carefully listening to Jin-nan explain arithmetic, and said nothing more. As the sky darkened, Jin-nan returned to his room. He saw Jin Xiu focused on drawing something on paper, looking very concentrated. His gaze slowly moved down to her hand, holding a pen. The pen was about 6 inches long, half as thick as his little finger, entirely green, with a smooth, fine surface. Its tip was not made of fur but revealed a black, heart shape. Jin Xiu held the pencil lightly, sketching on the paper with smooth, natural lines. Over time, the initial few lines formed a clear outline of the object. She put down the pencil, picked up the drawing with her left hand, and tapped it with her index finger and thumb. Jin Xiu looked satisfied. Not bad. In her previous life, she studied design. She was sketching a simple drawing. In the drawing in the center was a rectangular wooden box similar to a tofu mold but half its size. The bottom of the box was divided into small squares, each with tiny drainage holes. There were 3 main views of the rectangle: front, back, and side. She also designed 2 lids. Each diagram is labeled with measurements. Xie Jin-nan glanced at the blueprint, eyes slightly widened. "Did you really draw this?" Jin Xiu nodded softly. "Can you understand it?" Xie Jin-nan nodded slowly. The objects in the drawing looked so real that it was hard not to understand. He wondered how many more surprises Jin Xiu had in store, which he didn't know about. He guessed this was related to another secret Jin Xiu was hiding. "It's good if you understand. Tomorrow, take it to Uncle Fu Gui to make." "What is this? Is it also used for making tofu?" Ling Qiao blinked her left eye playfully. "You'll find out in a while, my dear." The next day, Xie Er-yong was leaving for Laizhou, so he naturally went out with Xie Jin-nan. The family had hired help, so Jin Xiu became much freer. She slept until around 8 a.m., the hour of Chen. The second and third households came to visit during this time, busy in the yard and kitchen. Zhang Yuing and others watched Jin Xiu, who had just woken up. Grandma Tian was not at all displeased. She cheerfully told her to wash up, as breakfast was warming in the kitchen. Thinking about it, Jin Xiu's ideas for the family business were all her own. If Jin Xiu was a daughter-in-law of the second or third household, they would support her, so waking up a little later didn't matter. Jin Xiu greeted everyone. After breakfast, she took the design drawings from last night and went with Xiao Yu to Uncle Fu Gui's house. His house was in the west of the village, next to the village chief's. They had just finished breakfast. Tai Dan was playing with mud outside the yard. Seeing Jin Xiu and Xiao Yu, he got up and ran over. "Xiao Yu, let's go play. Is your grandpa at home?" Jin Xiu asked. In the backyard, Tai-dan said, then turned and ran back inside. Jin Xiu followed to the backyard. Grandpa, Xiao Yu and her sister-in-law are here. Uncle Fu Gui reached out and gave him a playful tap. It's Annie and Xiao Yu's older sister. Uncle Fu Gui was about the same age as Old Man Xie, but he was of a lower generation, on the same level as Xie Chongsheng. As a grandson, Tai-dan should call Jin Xiu, auntie, and Xiao Yu, sister-in-law. Tai-dan usually called Xiao Yu, brother Jin Nan, and couldn't change his habit immediately. Xiao Yu handed him a piece of candy, pretending to be serious. Be good, call her sister-in-law. Tai-dan happily accepted it, his mouth immediately turning sweet. Thank you, sister-in-law Xiao Yu. Did Jin Xiu eat yet? If not, she'll eat at Uncle's house. I already ate. I have something I want to ask Uncle Fu Gui to help me make. Let me see. Uncle Fu Gui took the drawings from her hand and looked at them. When he saw, he was very surprised.
Who drew this?
It's so well done. Jin Xiu smiled. Can you make it? Yes. I just finished my current work, so I can help you today. How many do you want to make? 10 sets. Each set includes a box with 2 lids, one on top and one on the bottom. Uncle Fu Gui told her to bring them in 4 days. Each set costs 20 coins. There are a total of 200 words. Jin Xiu paid in full and will come back in 4 days to pick it up. Xiao Yu and Tai-dan are playing happily with some children at the village square. When Jin Xiu arrives, she says, I still need to catch grasshoppers. Sister-in-law, you go home first. Jin Xiu secretly takes out a handful of candies from her storage space, hiding them in her sleeve. Besides Xiao Yu, the other children, saliva already pooling in their mouths, gather around, staring eagerly at her colorful candies with shining eyes. You can't go to play in the river, do you understand? Yes, the 6 children reply in unison, speaking in a childish, loud voice. Jin Xiu gives each of them 2 candies before heading home. As she unwraps the candies, the sweet aroma fills the air. So delicious. Xiao Yu, your sister-in-law, is so kind. She even gives us candies. Such pretty candies, I've never seen them before. Xiao Yu lifts her chin proudly. My sister-in-law is really good at earning money. She often buys me candies. I eat these candies every day until I get tired of them. A little girl with a high ponytail pouts her lips around her candy. I'll help you catch grasshoppers. Tomorrow, you give me 2 candies. I'll help too. I just want 1. Me too. Xiao Yu cheerfully pats her chest. No problem. At 2 p.m., Xie Fusheng and his 3 family members finish their nap and start working. Granny Tian carries out the prepared tofu from the kitchen. They won't sell at the town stall anymore. They still sell at home. They made 5 tofu molds from Xie Fu Gui, adding to the original 3, making 8 molds in total. They press 5 blocks of tofu and make 3 more blocks of green bean tofu. Customers come and go, some from their village and others from nearby villages, buying tofu. They used to sell in the main hall. On the west side, there are 3 rooms. The rightmost is Yang's room, the middle is a storage room, and the first room on the left is empty. The small workshop is on the east side, close to the main hall, so some careless people try to sneak over. The family decides to clear out the first room on the west side, dividing it into an inner and outer room. The inner room becomes a small storage for dried bean skins, and the outer room is used for selling tofu. 2 folding tables are set up side by side, with 5 blocks of white tofu stacked on one side and 3 blocks of green bean tofu on the other. Against the wall, there's a wooden bucket filled with bean dregs. Within 5 minutes, an aunt carrying a bamboo basket and smiling walks in. I'm back. Your bean dregs are really valuable. Ever since I started feeding my pigs with them, my pigs have become much healthier. Jin Xiu smiles and says, I heard from the town doctor that bean dregs contain nutrients and vitamins. Not only do they provide nutrition and help pigs digest, but they also boost their immune system and reduce illnesses. The aunt nods in amazement. You won't believe this, but the pigs at home ate the bean pulp, and their manure isn't as smelly anymore. The organic acids in the bean pulp can reduce the ammonia nitrogen in the manure, which helps lessen the smell at the pig farm. Jin Xiu asked, Annie, how much bean pulp do you want? Take the whole bucket. Soy milk can be dried and stored, then mix with other pig feed. Buying a little more is fine. At first, She thought the bean pulp was just leftover waste from grinding soybeans, and 1 penny for a pound seemed too expensive. 3 pounds for a penny was more reasonable. Now she knows how many benefits the bean pulp has. She should buy more quickly. Usually from 1 pound of soybeans, you get about 2 ounces of bean pulp. About 90 pounds of soybeans can produce over 10 pounds of bean pulp. This bucket has 15 pounds. Auntie laid a long cloth at the bottom and around the basket, then poured all the bean pulp inside. Before leaving, she bought 3 blocks of green tofu. Most customers come after noon. During a brief break, Granny Tian walked to the door with her hands behind her back, looking at the courtyard gate, muttering, "Why hasn't he come back yet? Maybe he's been dazzled by the city." Jin Xiao knew she was talking about Xia Er-yong. With the current production, Xia Er-yong can handle at most 1 or 2 households. Looking at the time, he should be returning soon. The provincial capital is bustling, rare to visit, so it's good to look around and gain some experience. Maybe he's waiting for his husband to come back together. People couldn't help but keep talking. Just as she finished speaking, someone happily ran in carrying a bamboo basket, saying, "Grandpa, Grandma, sister-in-law, I'm back." Granny Tian's face lit up and she quickly stepped forward. "You're back. How was it?" Jin Xiao saw how happy he was and knew the trip went smoothly. Currently, the bean skins are the best in Liezhou, and doing business naturally means making money. The restaurant wouldn't turn away customers. Xia Er-yong grinned. "It's settled. I went to Drunken Immortal Inn. I was planning to visit a couple more places, but the shopkeeper ordered all the remaining stock. Here's the contract." He proudly waved it. An old hand with wrinkles snatched the contract from him. It was old Xia, who came out after hearing the news. He looked over the contract carefully, nodding repeatedly. "No problem." Granny Tian's face, full of lines, broke into a big smile. "My grandson is great. Haha, doing business isn't as hard as you think." During this trip to Liezhou, from negotiations to details and signing the contract, she handled everything herself. Xia Er-yong felt proud and accomplished, thinking he was now incredibly capable. If he had a tail, he'd be wagging it high in the sky. Old Xia gave him a playful tap on the head with his finger. "Look at you, so proud. Doing business isn't that simple. Success once doesn't mean you'll succeed every time. You're still too young." The negotiations went smoothly because our bean curd is of good quality and there is currently little competition in the market. Maybe in the future, things will change. Xia Er-yong touched his head, which had been hit, and muttered, "Grandpa has explained all this to me." He then grinned and said, "Grandpa, Grandma, and sister-in-law, I know doing business isn't easy. Don't worry, I will try my best." Truly a young person, full of energy and courage. Jin Xiao nodded approvingly, saying, "Only those who dare to try can succeed. It's good that you have this courage, but remember what Grandpa said. Don't get carried away after a few successes." Xia Er-yong nodded seriously. "Don't worry, sister-in-law. I will remember your words." "Hey, you only listen to Grandpa's words, right? Left ear in, right ear out." Old Mr. Xia frowned and pretended to give him a slap. Xia Er-yong immediately smiled and said, "Having an elder at home is like having a treasure. Big brother and I are smart and capable because we listen to Grandpa." He quickly calmed the old man with a few words, then patted his head and laughed heartily. "You little rascal." In the yard, the 3 Xia brothers were grinding soybeans. Xia Chongsheng was responsible for pouring beans into the mill. Hearing the cheerful laughter, he smiled proudly. "Jin Nan is clever and good at reading, Er-yong is good at business. Big brother, you can look forward to a good life," Xia Tianxing said happily. Xia Fuxing felt a twinge of envy, but was not jealous. "Big brother has worked hard, and now has good fortune. My second and third brothers, you can rest assured too." The 3 brothers sat together grinding soybeans, chatting happily every day. Their bond grew closer. Xia Chongsheng listened to his brothers and smiled like a fool. He felt like his days were like a dream. All of this was thanks to Jin Xiao. Ever since his daughter-in-law arrived, the family had become better and better. At dinner, Grandma Tian suddenly announced, "Before the eldest daughter-in-law got sick, I was thinking of letting her run the household in a few years. But now, with her condition, that's not possible for the time being. Grandpa and I are old and can't handle many things. From now on, Jin Xiao will take over. Do you all agree? Xia Eryong quickly raised his hand high, eager to raise both feet. Xia Xiuyu didn't understand what it meant to run the household, but also raised her hand. Grandpa nodded, indicating he had no objections. Xia Chongxing looked at Jin Xiao and said happily, Mom, I agree too. I am busy with the workshop every day, and also taking care of Xiaohong. Jin Nan is the eldest son, and the family will rely on him in the future. As the eldest daughter-in-law, Jin Xiao running the household is only natural. As the family's conditions improved, Jin Nan was set to take the imperial exams, and Jin Xiao managing the household would free Jin Nan from worries. Furthermore, the two young ones, little Jade, really liked and depended on sister-in-law, and second Brave also admired and obeyed the eldest sister-in-law. There was no one more suitable than her. The family members had no objections. Xia Jin Nan was even more pleased, nodding slightly at Jin Xiao to indicate she should agree. Jin Xiao looked at everyone with a smile. Since everyone agrees, I will take charge of the family. I will manage everything well so that the grandparents and father can enjoy their peace early. Taking charge means she will control the family's money and belongings from now on. This makes it easier for her to handle things through the marketplace. Jin Xiao was very happy. After dinner, Granny Tian straightforwardly handed her the house keys and the remaining silver money. Jin Xiao graciously accepted, pretending to go back to her room to hide the silver and keys, but actually stored everything in her space. Pinway Pavilion sells 500 jin a month at 40 coins per jin. The other three shops together sell about 1,500 jin a month at 45 coins per jin. Drunken Immortal Residence sells 1,000 jin a month at 48 coins per jin. Pinway Pavilion signed a contract first and got a discount, offering the lowest price. Delivery to Lezhou is farther, so the price is higher. Adding install sales at home, she estimated about 300 coins daily, and Pinway Pavilion sells 2 buckets of green tofu daily, earning over 13 taels a month. As for expenses, wages are about 4 taels of silver per month. The biggest expense is soybeans, at least 15 taels a month, and firewood costs about 1 tael for 500 coins. In the main hall, Xia Second Brave sat beside old Xia, who was rapidly clicking the abacus, his fingers flying, mumbling to himself. He looked dazed, with his eyes spinning like mosquito coils. When old Xia announced a number, he suddenly tensed up and became clear-headed. He swallowed hard. Grandpa, say that again. How much can we earn in a month? Old Xia smiled with narrowed eyes. We can earn about 130 taels a month. The family was stunned by the good news. Except for Jin Xiao and Xia Jin Nan, who were more calm. Jin Xiao had already earned 4,000 taels in a day, so over 100 taels was just a small matter. Still, Jin Xiao was very happy. Officially, earning over 100 taels a month meant she wouldn't have to worry much about buying things. God, we're going to be rich. Granny Tian exclaimed excitedly, clutching her chest. Xia Second Brave nodded eagerly. I didn't expect we could earn so much in a month. Our good days are coming. Xia Chongxing was so happy he didn't know what to say. He turned back to his room, sat by the bed, and held his wife's hand. Xiaohong, guess how much we can earn in a month now. Our daughter-in-law is truly impressive, and our family is getting better every day. Don't worry too much. Rest assured and focus on recovering.
Ah, you
are tired. Xia Chongxing's eyes welled with tears. What are you saying? From the past until now, you have never been a burden to me. If you truly care about me, then be strong. Outside, footsteps approached. It was Jin Xiao and Xia Jin Nan coming in. Our family doesn't lack money now. Mother should rest well. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, my father and I won't give up. We will find a good doctor to treat Mother, Xia Jin Nan said firmly. Xia Eryong and Xia Xiaoyu also came in. Xiaoyu, imitating his father, hummed and used his small hands to massage his mother's legs. Xia Eryong looked excited. My brother will take the imperial exams and become a high official. I will be responsible for doing business and making big money. Father and mother can enjoy life. Once I earn enough, I will buy 2 servants to serve mother. Li Xiaohong lay on the bed, eyes open, watching her warm and happy family, her face shining. Though she didn't speak, Xie Chongqing knew she was very happy at this moment. The days that followed went smoothly. The goods from Pinwei Xian were ready 2 days earlier. Zhao's shopkeeper sent someone every morning to pick up green bean tofu and also arranged for the goods to be transported back. The other 4 families received deliveries in order of their contracts. After the goods were ready, they arranged for Ma Erlang's ox cart to deliver the items to the town with Xie Eryong. That day, Xie Eryong returned from town after delivering goods. Brother-in-law, the boss of Man Lu asked us to deliver 4 buckets of green bean tofu daily, starting tomorrow. Lu Ji restaurant also wants 2 buckets. They no longer set up stalls in town. Customers at the restaurant ordered bean curd sheets and asked if they also sold green bean tofu. As more people asked, the boss saw Xie Eryong and immediately suggested, "Let's deliver 4 buckets daily." Lu Ji restaurant has the same situation. "No problem. We can make 6 buckets every morning." As for delivery, Jin Xiu stroked her chin. Previously, they only produced 2 buckets from Pinwei Xian, which wasn't cost-effective. 8 buckets would be better. At 60 coins per bucket, they could earn an extra 14 taels of silver each month. Now, soybeans are being used up quickly, so they need to send someone to buy more soybeans. "Let's buy a cart," they decided. After the first batch of goods was delivered, they earned 37 taels of silver. Buying a cart would be more than enough. At dinner, with everyone present, she announced the family was buying a cart. "Everyone, should we buy a donkey or a cow?" Granny Tian immediately said, "Buy a cow. Cows can plow the fields." Xie Chongqing nodded in agreement. "Donkeys are better for pulling the mill, but we have you, your second uncle and third uncle for grinding soy milk. We have enough people, so we won't buy a donkey for now. Let's buy a cow. During busy farming seasons, it will save a lot of effort." Old Mr. Xie rubbed his hands together. "Leave this to me. I know how to handle the oxen." Jin Xiu nodded. "Since everyone agrees to buy a cow, let's do it soon. Grandpa, tomorrow you and Eryong go to the town to look at the cart shop." Dr. Ma spent 30 taels to buy a cart. Jin Xiu budgeted 35 taels for old Mr. Xie. "Grandpa, tomorrow you buy the cart and also check how much donkeys cost. Later, when we have more money, we'll buy a donkey." Granny Tian widened her eyes. "Won't that be too flashy?" Jin Xiu smiled but said nothing. "The point of earning money is to improve our family's life. Buying a cow and a donkey is just the first step. Later, we will buy land and build a big house." The decision was made. Everyone went back to rest. As soon as Xie Jin Nen entered his room, he saw a square wooden box on the table. It looked just like the one Jin Xiu drew on paper that day. Xie Jin Nen looked at her and asked with his eyes. Jin Xiu explained with a smile, "This is a seedling tray. I plan to use it to grow bean sprouts." She based it on the design of seedling trays from the marketplace. The tray has small holes at the bottom and comes with 2 water collection basins. Seedling trays are cheap in the market, 5 for 10 points. But they're made of plastic and hard to take out.
So she designed her own.
Bean sprouts. Xie Jin Nan paused. He couldn't understand how his little wife had so many creative ideas. She lifted the water collection tray on top, revealing small compartments inside with soaked yellow soybeans. The soybeans were soaked in water this morning. "Look, they've sprouted." She lifted the seedling tray. Water drained from the small compartments into the bottom basin. She poured out the water, replaced it with clean water, and set the tray back. The top basin is used to block light. Jin Xiu covered it. "We need to change the water every day. In 4 or 5 days, we'll have bean sprouts to eat." Xie Jin then looked at her deep eyes and gently rubbed her little head. "We have today because of you, Jiner. Now that the workshop is running smoothly, in a few days, I'll take you home to see your parents." Jin Xiu blinked playfully with her left eye. "Only my husband understands me best. This time, I plan to teach my parents how to grow and sell bean sprouts and also how to raise rabbits. Are you planning to exchange rabbits from the marketplace? Wild rabbits are hard to catch, and that's all Xie Jin Nan could think of. Jin Xiu had previously exchanged 2 rabbits from the marketplace. They were fat and meaty, good for raising. Jin Xiao nodded happily. Big wild rabbits weigh only 4 or 5 jin, but meat rabbits in the market can grow to over 10 jin. My family has only 3 people, and Tianhe is still young. They probably can't do other work, but raising rabbits is different. Rabbits breed quickly, have high profit, and are easy to care for. I've thought about it for a long time, and there's nothing better than this. Xie Jin smiled and said, "You think carefully. Tomorrow I'll talk to the shopkeeper. We'll take a few days off, and the day after tomorrow, we'll go back for a visit." The next day, after breakfast, Jin Xiao and Granny Tian first made 8 buckets of green bean curd. Yesterday, they arranged with Ma Erling to deliver the goods and to take Mr. Xie and the others to town to buy cattle. Ma Erling drove the ox cart to the yard and helped carry the buckets of tofu onto the cart. Mr. Xie patted his shoulder. "Thanks for your help." Ma Erling grinned, his dark skin showing white teeth. "No trouble at all. I thought the cart would be empty this morning. Thanks to your help. Usually, except on market days, the cart isn't full with just 1 or 2 customers. To earn more, they had to pick up and drop off multiple times. Earning 20 won a day was good. Recently, helping the Xie family deliver goods to town, they could earn over 20 won per trip, which was better than chasing after customers everywhere. Xie Eryong and Mr. Xie got on the cart. "Wait for me," Jin Xiao called out, carrying a bamboo basket and running out quickly, then also got on the cart. She couldn't go back to her parents' home empty-handed, so she looked around town for things to buy. "Father, are you going to the fields?" she asked after sitting on the cart, seeing Xie Chongxing come out carrying a hoe. Xie Chongxing nodded. "It's been a while since it rained. I'm going to guide water into the fields." He was busy with the workshop, but the fields needed attention too. Since grain rain, it hadn't rained, and the sun was so hot every day. If they didn't water the fields soon, they would dry up. Speaking of rain, Jin Xiao suddenly thought that the area around the stone mill should have a wooden shelter. Summer was coming, and even if it didn't rain, they needed shade from the sun. "Father, you should also go to Uncle Fugue's house and order some wood and planks. We want to build a shelter above the stone mill." Xie Chongxing nodded. "Yes, we should build one. Hold on tight." Ma Erling held the reins, flicked the ox whip, and shouted, "Let's go," as the ox cart started moving. Xie Eryong thought that their family would soon have an ox cart too. Feeling eager, he moved to the front and started chatting with Ma Erling. "Your family is really impressive. You bought an ox cart in just a few days." When he learned that Xie Eryong and the others were going to town to buy a cart, Ma Erling was happy for them, but also a little disappointed. Once they bought the cart, they probably wouldn't need his delivery service anymore. His father, Ma Lengzhong, had predicted it correctly. Since the Xie family's workshop was doing so well, buying an ox cart was only a matter of time. "There is no one as impressive as your father. Your family was the first in the village to buy a cart." Xie Eryong said this and couldn't help but gossip. "Hey, being a doctor is pretty good. Why don't you learn medicine from your father?" Ma Erling smiled and said, "Learning medicine isn't easy. You have to recognize herbs, memorize prescriptions, and understand their effects. When you buy medicine at the shop, you see so many herbs, hundreds of kinds. Each herb's taste, nature, and function must be remembered well. I'm not smart enough to learn it, so I better not harm people. If it were you, would you want to learn?" Xie Eryong chuckled awkwardly. "Funny you mention that. I'm not very smart either. I struggle with basic math, let alone medicine." Jin Xiao, standing nearby, kept laughing. "That's what people say. Advising someone to study medicine is like inviting trouble." After half an hour, the ox cart arrived in town. "Sir, you and Eryong go by the oxen. I'll deliver the goods," Jin Xiao said. After delivering the goods, she planned to stroll around the street. She told the 2 men to buy the ox cart and then wait under the large banyan tree at the town entrance. Ma Erling followed her instructions, first delivering green tofu to Lu's restaurant nearby, then to Pinway Pavilion. He went to the back courtyard to deliver the goods to the kitchen and found manager Zhao to inform him about the delivery. "Manager, we're planning to buy an ox cart. Starting tomorrow, we'll deliver ourselves, so no need to trouble the workers." Manager Zhao happily said, "Congratulations, Lady Xie. The ox cart is like a modern BMW, and the carriage is like a Rolls-Royce. Buying a BMW deserves a congratulations, right? Jin Xiao chuckled. It's all thanks to you, Manager Zhao. How are the tofu skins selling? Very well, thanks to Lady Xia. She taught us several ways to make them. Lady Xia is generous and deserves to earn money. You're flattering me, Jin Xiao said modestly. They exchanged compliments about their business. Jin Xiao said goodbye and left the restaurant, delivering the last 4 barrels to Yumen Tower. They paid in cash. Jin Xiao counted out 25 copper coins for Ma Erling. The green tofu and the passenger cart cost the same, 2 coins per barrel. 3 barrels cost 6 coins, totaling 22 coins for all 3. The extra 3 coins were for Ma Erling's help with carrying and delivering the goods. Ma Erling politely declined. No need, sister-in-law. I didn't do much. Thanks to you, I earned a good amount these days. Whatever it is, it's yours. One thing is one thing. Take it, or I won't ask you again. I'm serious. Although we bought the ox cart, there are many places to use it. Maybe I'll trouble you again tomorrow. Ma Erling couldn't refuse anymore and happily accepted the coins. He guessed that Eryong was probably still buying the ox cart. He didn't wait and drove the ox cart back to the town entrance to wait for other customers. Jin Xiao went straight to the grain shop to buy white rice, flour, and coarse grains. Just like last time, she bought the same things, carried them into the alley, stored them in her storage space, then turned back to buy more, in case anything happened in the future. When she had money, she thought it was best to buy extra food. Then she went to the vegetable market and bought pork ribs, pig's trotters, pig's heart and lungs, as well as fish, duck, chicken, chili peppers, and loofah. Besides these, she also bought pastries, candies, dried fruits, and other snacks. Finally, she went to the fabric shop and bought 4 bolts of cloth. After shopping, Jin Xiao carried her bamboo basket and the 4 bolts of cloth straight toward the town entrance. Old Xia and second brother Xia were waiting under the banyan tree. They were sitting on a cart. When second brother Xia saw her, he jumped down from the back of the cart and ran over to take the cloth from her hands. Jin Xiao looked at the strong, healthy black ox in front of her and smiled happily. This ox is good. Your grandpa chose it well, of course. Come on, get on the cart. I'll take you back, old Xia said proudly, pulling on the reins. Jin Xiao couldn't help but praise again. On the way back, she saw a familiar tall figure walking far ahead on the roadside. Is that Big Brother? He's come back so early? Second brother Xia raised his head and waved his hand excitedly, shouting, Big Brother! Big Brother! Hearing the shout, Xia Jin Nan turned around and saw old Xia driving an ox cart with 2 people, stopping steadily in front of him. Jin Xiao happily jumped down from the cart, took his hand, and they all got on together. Husband, why are you back so early today? Did you take leave? Xia Jin Nan sat close to her, smiling and nodding. I took 5 days off. I wanted to come back early to see if there's anything to prepare, he said. She rubbed her small head against his arm and said, You're the best, husband. Xia Jin then looked at her with affection and gently patted her head. Second brother Xia and Dog couldn't help but cover their eyes. He shouldn't be on the cart. He should be underneath it. The ox cart went into the village, attracting some envy. A few children excitedly chased after the cart. Old Xia's confident and relaxed look made second brother Xia feel a bit jealous. When the cart stopped, he eagerly asked old Xia to teach him how to drive the ox cart. Old Xia jumped down from the yoke and said, No need to learn how to drive the ox cart. If you have hands, you can do it. Second brother Xia shouted, Grandpa, don't exaggerate, okay? Ask Big Brother. Can he do it? Suddenly, Xia Jin Nan was called out, raised an eyebrow, and stepped forward. He sat on the yoke, took the reins, and gently flicked the whip in old Xia's hand onto the ox's back.
Drive, he said.
The ox cart slowly moved forward, then sped up. Xia Jin Nan skillfully directed the ox, making a smooth circle in the open space in front of the yard. Whether going straight or turning, his movements were very fluent and practiced. Second brother Xia's eyes widened like copper bells. When did the older brother learn to drive the ox cart? The ox cart stopped steadily beside them. Xia Jin Nan shrugged. I haven't eaten pork but have watched pigs run. After sitting on carts pulled by oxen and donkeys many times, I observed how others command them, and naturally I learned. Second brother Xia quickly started to practice, asking his patient older brother to teach him, so Grandpa wouldn't think he's clumsy and give him a spanking. Little Jade was very brave, not afraid that her novice second brother might accidentally drive her into a ditch. She quickly climbed onto the cart, sometimes directing to go this way, sometimes telling it to run that way. Grandma Tian stood beside Jin Xiu. "Oh my, be careful, dear," Xia Chongsheng hobbled out, smiling. "It seems we need to build another ox shed." Jin Xiu looked at him. "Dad, have you ordered the wood?" "I plan to buy a pair of oxen and ordered enough to build 2 sheds. "You're so thoughtful, Dad." Maybe it's because Xia Jin Nand is a good teacher. Xia's second brother quickly got the hang of it. After taking Xia Little Jade for a few rides, he sat on the cart beam and said to Xia Chongsheng, "That was so fun. Dad, you should try too." Xia Little Jade was tugging at the side of the cart, her face flushed with excitement. "Dad, come on, I haven't had enough yet." Xia Chongsheng pretended to be reluctant. Maybe he'll crash into a tree and break his other leg. Then it's over. But in the next moment, he happily sat down, pulled the reins, and said, "All right, I'll try." Second brother Xia's mouth twitched as he was pushed aside. Jin Xiu chuckled softly. It seems that no matter the era, no man doesn't love carts. Laughter and joy filled the yard. Xia Fuxing and Xia Tiansheng were making soy milk. Hearing the cheerful sounds outside, they felt envious. They didn't know when their family could afford to buy a cow. Zhang Yueying stood outside the workshop, glancing in, then sat back on the stove, sighing. Huang Mei hung a peeled soybean skin on a bamboo pole and noticed her sad face, understanding immediately. "Thanks to Jin Xiu, we now earn about 2 taels of silver each month. Before, we wouldn't have even dared to think about it. Second sister-in-law, take it easy. Everything you need will come in time." Zhang Yueying pouted. "You're so optimistic." Huang Mei smiled and focused on her work. Jin Xiu tidied the cloth and the meat and vegetables in the basket. After thinking for a moment, she told Grandma Tian, "Mom, I bought a lot of vegetables. We'll prepare 2 tables tonight and invite second aunt and third aunt to join us. Sounds good." Grandma Tian responded, moving the mud bricks from the mold and looking at the firm, white tofu with satisfaction. At noon, they cooked a simple pot of noodle dumplings, each with a boiled egg, and a dish of stir-fried water spinach. In the afternoon, they helped Grandma Tian sell tofu until noon. 5 blocks of tofu were left over, and tonight they would make soup. Jin Xiu and Annie Tian carried the molds back to the kitchen and cleaned them. They started preparing dinner. "Mom, we're going home first. We'll come back later," Huang Mei called out as she and Zhang Yueying entered. Annie Tian stood up and pointed to the rice jar in the corner. "The family's rice cooker isn't big enough. If you put too much rice in it, the rice won't taste good. Each of you take 3 jin of white rice home and cook it there, then bring the cooked rice over. The large iron pots used for making soy milk are good for stir-frying, but not ideal for cooking rice." Huang Mei thought about saying they had their own rice, but then remembered that she wouldn't take any, and her second sister-in-law might feel embarrassed to take some, so she nodded. "I'll ask Chu Yue to come help." Seeing the chicken, duck, fish, and meat on the table, she thought about how they would still be eating plain rice tonight, and smiled happily. The 2 sisters-in-law took rice and left. Auntie Tian looked at the unfinished meat and vegetable dishes on the table. "What dishes are you planning to make?" Jin Xiu had already decided. Steamed pork ribs, braised pig's trotters, stir-fried pig hearts and lungs, ginger stir-fried duck, mushroom braised chicken, and stir-fried lettuce. After thinking for a moment, she added, "We still have some dried mushrooms from before, so let's make a gourd, tofu, and mushroom soup." Annie Tian turned and went out, returning with a small basin of dried sheep's stomach mushrooms and pine mushrooms to soak. Xia Chu Yue arrived quickly, meeting Zhang Qiuxia on the way, and they came together. Several people busily cooked in the kitchen. "Big sister-in-law, wash the vegetables. We'll handle the rest," Jin Xiu said, noticing Zhang Qiuxia covering her chest and looking like she might vomit when she saw the pig's trotters, understanding she couldn't stand the smell of meat. Xie Chiyue was marinating ribs and glanced at Zhang Qiuxia's slightly swollen belly. Sister-in-law, you're over 3 months pregnant, right? Is your morning sickness severe? Zhang Qiuxia complained. Yes, it's very bad. I vomited everything I ate for the first 2 months. It's only now getting better. Annie Tian brought back ginger and scallions, looking at her granddaughter-in-law's increasingly pointed face and frowning. Now that the family is earning money, don't neglect your diet. Eat more to nourish yourself. Zhang Qiuxia hurriedly said, Mom, my mother-in-law asks Dahai to buy meat from the village every day. They've slaughtered several hens, but I can't eat much. Since marrying into the Xie family 2 years ago, she had no news of pregnancy, and her mother-in-law often mentioned it, making her feel a lot of pressure. When she first found out she was pregnant, she was so happy she almost fainted. Now, she felt she had celebrated too early. Being pregnant was hard on her. She hadn't gained any weight and had even lost some. Auntie Tian nodded. First pregnancies are like that. It'll get better after a while. Sigh, she said. Everyone was busy in the kitchen. Xie Chongqing's 3 brothers and a few younger relatives also arrived. They were busy in the yard carrying wood and tools to build a shelter, talking and laughing, creating a lively scene. Xie Chiyue brought 2 plates of marinated ribs to the neighboring workshop, boiled water, and placed the ribs on a steaming rack. Next, Granny Tian brought washed romaine lettuce, sliced gourd, and tofu with mushrooms. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Jin Xiu was stir-frying pork hearts and lungs in a large pot on the left, while a mud stove on the ground simmered braised pig trotters, filling the room with rich smells. The air was full of the aroma of meat. The pig lungs changed color. She added a little soy sauce and water, covered the pot, and said, Sister-in-law, turn down the heat a bit. Zhang Qiuxia quickly pulled out 2 bundles of bamboo sticks. After simmering for a few minutes, she took them out and cleaned the iron pot. When stir-frying duck meat, she avoided adding oil first. Instead, she put the chopped duck into the pan, stir-fried until the water evaporated, then removed it for further stir-frying. Next, she heated oil in the pot, added a bit of sugar and sliced ginger and garlic to fragrant. She added the duck, stir-fried it, poured in some rice wine, soy sauce, and vinegar for seasoning, then finally added sliced ginger and stir-fried again. The duck turned golden and fragrant, with a beautiful color. Zhang Qiuxia, sitting by the fire, looked up, her throat constantly swallowing. Oh my, just smelling it makes me want to eat. I haven't felt this hungry in a long time, she said. Jin Xiu handed her a pair of chopsticks. Try it and see if it's flavorful enough. She picked up a piece of crispy duck, blew on it, and took a bite. Zhang Qiuxia's eyes lit up. Delicious. Won't it make you feel sick? Zhang Qiuxia shook her head. The fresh aroma and slight spiciness of the sliced ginger penetrated the duck, removing the gamey smell without being too spicy. The flavor was just right. It was so tasty. Jin Xiu smiled. It's rare to find something that suits your taste. Sister-in-law, you should eat more tonight. The Xie family didn't have many people who liked spicy food. Tonight, only the stir-fried pig hearts and lungs had chili. The other dishes were not spicy. The last dish was braised chicken with shiitake mushrooms. After the pot dried, she added oil, fragrant ginger, and garlic slices, then poured in drained chicken pieces, added rice wine, and stir-fried until the chicken changed color. She added soaked shiitake mushrooms and water, then soy sauce and salt. Jin Xiu covered the pot to simmer. She went over to the workshop and said to Granny Tian, Annie, my side is almost ready. Prepare to stir-fry some greens.
Okay.
The ribs had been steamed until tender, then removed from the fire and kept warm in the steaming rack. Granny Tian poured the soup with sliced gourd, tofu, and mushrooms into a basin. The last dish, stir-fried romaine lettuce, was quick to prepare. She was busy cooking. 2 sisters-in-law carried over the rice pots. Huang Mei said, Mother, I thought your table and stools weren't enough, so I asked Dashin and Dalin to bring the families over. That's just what I was about to ask you, she replied. The stir-fried romaine lettuce was ready. Jin Xiu had finished all the dishes on her side as well. 2 tables were set in the main hall. Men sat at one table, women at another. There was meat, soup, vegetables, and plain white rice. 2 servings each. It was a very hearty meal. The kitchen smoke gradually settled, but outside the house, the atmosphere became lively. Xie Fusheng looked at the table full of meat and vegetables, even with 2 pots of wine, and his eyes widened.
This
is too generous. How long has it been since we ate like this? Even during the new year, we didn't dare to eat so well. Xie Tianqing nodded in agreement. Just making a little something is enough. It's a thank you to Dad, Mom, and Big Brother. Granny Tian smiled warmly as she looked around at everyone. Now, Jin Xiu is in charge at home. Whatever vegetables to buy, how much, she decides. Our Jin Xiu is smart and capable, managing the house well. It's all thanks to her idea for this business that we're living such good days now. Zhang Yueying, Huang Mei, and others looked surprised. They didn't expect Granny Tian to hand over the main power of the household. This means Jin Xiu will be the one in charge from now on. The question is, Jin Xiu just got married recently. How did she gain the trust of everyone in the big household so quickly? Everyone's face showed pride and smiles when they mentioned Jin Xiu. Huang Mei sighed. Jin Xiu is so capable at such a young age. We're so lucky to have Jin Nan. Xie Jin Nan slightly smiled and nodded in agreement. Xie Chuyue's dimples showed as she looked at Jin Xiu with admiration. I wish I could be half as impressive as sister-in-law Jin Xiu. Zhang Qiuxia looked envious. They say a daughter-in-law works hard for many years to become the head of the household. But Jin Xiu, just in her teens, already takes charge. Zhang Yueying didn't think much of it and secretly muttered to herself. She knew Jin Xiu's business contributed a lot to the household, but her mother-in-law might be underestimating how simple it is to be the head. A young girl shouldn't ruin the family's hard-earned savings. Then Granny Tian changed the subject, glancing at everyone with a serious look. Let me be clear. If Jin Xiu wasn't honest and kind, thinking of the family, and if I didn't believe you all, I wouldn't dare to ask you 2 families to come help. She paused and added. So, you should thank her and be content. If you start thinking you're being unfairly treated or that working here is too hard, you can go find other work. I always say, leaving is fine, but don't share our business secrets. Xie Tianqing stood up sincerely. Mother is right. We all understand. It's a blessing to be brothers with Big Brother. Without that, how could we be so lucky? Xie Fusheng nodded in agreement. I know my own strength. If the workshop closes, where else can I find such good work? As long as the workshop stays open, I'll keep working. With the household in charge now, Huang Mei and Yueying quickly looked at Jin Xiu and expressed their thanks. Jin Xiu's face lit up with a proper smile. There's a saying, if you're sincere to me, I will treat you with honesty. As long as you're genuine, we're family. Family shouldn't be so distant. She then turned to Annie Tian. Don't worry, I said before I trust second aunt, second uncle, third uncle, and third aunt's character. If the tofu or bean curd recipe leaks out, it definitely wasn't them. Even if outsiders steal it, I have ways to make sure they don't earn a penny. Her words sounded reasonable. She repeatedly expressed confidence in the second and third branches, insisting that if the recipe was leaked, it was definitely by outsiders, and she was confident she could prevent the thieves from profiting. But the question was, where were the outsiders? Was she telling everyone present? If she had just doubted Jin Xiu's leadership, now everyone was convinced. This girl was sharp. Come, everyone. It's been a while since we all ate together. Pour a cup, eat well, drink well. Old Master Xie excitedly uncorked the wine. A strong aroma of alcohol filled the air. Xie Fusheng was also a big drinker. His craving for wine kicked in. He uncorked another jar, happily pouring wine for Xie Chongqing and Xie Tianqing. Let's have a toast, brothers. The 3 brothers smiled at each other and raised their cups. I toast you both, big brothers. They clinked glasses and drank. The wine slid down their throats smoothly, making them feel refreshed. Enjoying delicious food and drinks, Xie Fusheng sighed. This is what life is about. Xie Chongqing sat at the head of the table, patting his brother on the shoulder. Work hard, and life will get better and better. Jin Xiu said, if you do well, there will be rewards. Xie Fuxing and Xie Tiansheng were happy. Don't worry, big brother. We will work hard for sure. The mood was light and cheerful. The men, after drinking, were full of spirit. Men, after all, gathered to drink and boast. Old Master Xie drank a few cups and boasted even more, afraid others wouldn't know how successful he was in business back then. Auntie Tian gave him a disapproving look. Old man, you're bragging so much. You're about to burst. Little Yu, a young girl, was biting a pig's trotter, her little mouth shiny with oil. Mama, Nyo-Nyo's skin is the strongest, it can't be torn. Her innocent words made everyone laugh. The house was filled with joy and laughter. The younger generation ate without raising their heads, finding every dish delicious. Zhang Yueying glanced at her daughter-in-law beside her. Her appetite, which had been poor before, was now very good, and she was eating eagerly. Her mouth twitched. She took a tender piece of chicken and put it in her mouth, a slight smile appearing on her face. Well, everything was pretty good, both the food and life now. A meal full of happiness for hosts and guests alike. Several women tidied up the dining table and dishes while the men talked inside the main hall. It was only when the bright moon slowly rose that everyone returned to their homes. After washing, Xie Jinan went back to his room. He was stopped by Granny Tian, who meant that he should drive his ox cart to bring Jin Xiu back tomorrow, so he could show respect to his in-laws. She had already spoken to Ma Erlang about delivering goods. He would go to deliver them for the next few days until the two of them returned. Ma Erlang naturally agreed, without hesitation. Xie Jinan told Jin Xiu what Granny Tian said. Jin Xiu thought of a question. Husband, how will we go back tomorrow? On the first day, they encountered a tiger on the mountain road when returning, which left her scared. She didn't want to take that route again. Xie Jinan thought for a moment. The first time, we took the small ring road from the west side. Tomorrow, we will take the main road to town and detour. It will take about an hour by ox cart. Walking non-stop from the west side on foot, it would take over 3 hours to reach Shengyuan village. Even if they took another road by cart, it would take at least 2 hours, so it's a bit farther. Jin Xiu firmly decided to take the main road. Let's take the main road. We have the ox cart and we're not in a hurry. They expected to stay for about 4 or 5 days on this trip. The ox cart was open air, with a wooden board surrounded by a few planks on 3 sides, so they could only sit and lean against the backrest. Unlike a horse-drawn carriage, which was fully enclosed and sturdy, if they encountered a tiger, they might not be able to defend themselves. Xie Jinan agreed. All right, I'll listen to you. The next day, dawn broke faintly. The two got up. When they went to the main hall, they found that Xiaoyu, who usually slept deeply, was already awake. She sat at the table, swinging her little legs and eating porridge with a small spoon. She looked up at Jin Xiu. Sister-in-law, are you going home with Big Brother today? Jin Xiu said yes. Xiaoyu pouted. Then I want to go too. The first time, her nanny was worried about the long journey and didn't let her go, but today they had the ox cart. We'll be gone for several days, Jin Xiu replied. Xiaoyu happily put down her spoon and ran back to her room. She rummaged through her chest to find an old cloth, spread it on the bed, and started packing her small bag. She carefully chose clothes from a small wardrobe nearby, finally selecting 2 new, clean sets. She folded the clothes with effort. Then she pulled out a small wooden box from under the bed, which stored her usual candies. She picked her favorite dried fruits and candied snacks and packed them into a small cloth bag given to her by her grandmother. Her eyes fell on a small wooden horse on the bedside table. The wooden horse was about the size of a palm, a gift from her grandfather when she was 2 years old. The paint was mostly peeled off, revealing the rough wood underneath. She grabbed it with her small hand and put it into her bundle. After packing everything, Xiaoyu nodded with satisfaction. Heave-ho, she carried her small bag on her back. She left the main hall and saw Granny Tian talking with Jin Xiu, who was returning from picking pigeon pea leaves. Grandma, Xiaoyu is coming back with us. Grandma Tian nodded and said, all right, it's nothing much at home anyway. She looked at Xie Xiuyu and advised, be good and listen to your sister-in-law. When you get to Annie's house, don't run around like a little monkey, causing trouble for others, understand?
Xia Xiaoyu happily tugged on her small bag on her back, sounding obedient. Oh, there's porridge in the pot, and steamed buns too. Hurry up and eat quickly so we can leave. Mother got up so early. From now on, let me prepare breakfast, Jin Xiao said, feeling a bit shy. She thought she might be a little lazy. It didn't make sense for her grandmother to get up early just to cook breakfast and take care of the whole family. But then again, she herself usually got up around 6 in the morning, so it was probably Grandma Tian who woke up too early. Grandma Tian was not bothered and said with a smile, "Whoever cooks, cooks. I, the old woman, also have nothing to do." She smiled warmly and added, "Maybe it's because I've been sleeping well lately, so I feel especially energetic. Your grandpa is the same. In the past, when the family's money box was empty, I'd worry all night and couldn't sleep. Now everything is better. The family is doing well, and there's no more money worry. Naturally, she sleeps soundly." After breakfast, Xia Jin Nan went to hitch the ox cart. They took along seedling pots, a bag of bean skins, a bag of rice, a bag of flour, and 20 eggs. "Aren't you bringing any cloth?" Xia Jin Nan asked. Jin Xiao shook her head. "When things get busy, I probably won't have much time to make clothes. Once we earn some money, we'll just buy ready-made clothes." They kept 4 bolts of fabric at home for future use. The ox cart left the village and traveled along the main road toward the town. They would pass through Yunnan town and then enter the village from there. On the way, while Xiuyu was asleep, Jin Xiao took out a long bamboo cage from her storage space, then exchanged 6 meat rabbits from the marketplace, 3 males and 3 females, and put them inside. She also thought about the iron pot at home that had a crack. Her mother probably wouldn't want to buy a new one, so she exchanged another iron pot from the marketplace. Little Xiuyu, resting her head on her sister-in-law's warm lap, slowly woke up. When she opened her eyes, she saw several fluffy, chubby rabbits. She rubbed her eyes and looked again, then suddenly sat up, exclaiming, "Rabbits!" She remembered that she saw a hunter selling rabbits by the roadside when she was sleeping, and she bought them. Xiaoyu happily played with a carrot Jin Xiao gave her, teasing the rabbits. They had already left Yunnan town and were heading toward Shangyuan village. It was almost late morning. The ox cart continued toward the end of the village, where many villagers recognized Jin Xiao and called out to her or looked at her curiously, like they were examining a monkey. Jin Xiao felt speechless. It was better to travel by carriage for privacy. When they reached the end of the village, I saw a familiar figure from afar, carrying a water bucket on the way home. As the ox cart approached, Li Dayo saw his daughter and son-in-law on the cart, and his face lit up with joy. "Jin Xiao, your husband is here too," Xia Jin and nodded gently. "Dad, Jina and I are staying for a few days." Li Tianhe was chopping firewood in the yard. Through the fence, he saw his father carrying water home, slowly followed by an ox cart. When the cart stopped in front of the yard, 3 people got off. Li Tianhe loudly exclaimed with excitement, "Mom, sister, and brother-in-law are back." Wu Guohua hurried out from the house, happily pulling Jin Xiao. "You're back. I thought you and your husband wouldn't return until after the Dragon Boat Festival. Thinking about you and Dad, I hurried back as soon as I finished the family chores," Wu Guohua said, lowering her head and glancing at Xia Xiaoyu beside her. "Is this your younger sister-in-law?" She remembered the matchmaker saying that the Xia family had a 6-year-old daughter. Jin Xiao nodded. "Her name is Xia Xiaoyu." Xia Xiaoyu cheerfully said, "Auntie, hello." Small and adorable, carrying a little bag, looking well-behaved. Wu Guohua affectionately touched her small face. "Oh, such a good-looking little treasure. Your features look quite like your husband." Then she turned to Xia Jinan. "Thank you for driving the cart. Come in and have some water." Jin Xiao said, "Let's move the things inside first." Wu Guohua then noticed the 2 large burlap bags, a cast-iron pot, eggs, and a cage of rabbits in the cart. She looked at Jin Xiao with a hint of reproach. "Child, why did you bring so many things?" She appreciated her daughter's filial piety, but worried about her in-laws' opinions, thinking she might be accused of taking her husband's things to support her own family. Xia Jin and kindly replied, "It's just some rice and flour. Recently, we set up a small workshop at home to sell tofu and tofu skin, earning some money. Please, mother, accept it."
Wu Guohua and Li Dao exchanged surprised looks. Jin Xiao, is that true? Jin Xiao held her mother's hand happily. Yes, the ox cart was bought just yesterday. The rabbits are for Dad and Mom to raise, and it's also a way to make a living. Wu Guohua was overjoyed. Her daughter truly was a lucky girl. Let's go inside and talk, she said. Li Tianhe helped carry the burlap bags, while Xie Jinnan carried a rabbit cage and the iron pot. Jin Xiao held a small basket filled with eggs and gestured at the remaining seedling trays. Mom, take this, she said. After unloading everything, Li Dao carefully dismantled the cart to hide the goods from prying eyes and led the ox into the yard. Xie Jinnan took the iron pot to the kitchen. Li Tianhe moved the rice and flour into the grain storage room. Jin Xiao followed Wu Hohat into the house, placing the small basket and seedling trays on the table. What are these for? Wu Hohat picked up a seedling tray and looked at it from all sides. I'll tell my mother about this later. My husband and I have thought of a new business, raising rabbits to sell. What do you think, Mother? Wu Hohat naturally liked the idea but was a bit worried. We've never raised rabbits before, so I'm afraid they might die. I used to catch wild rabbits, but your grandmother wanted to raise some, and they all died after a few days. Jin Xiao scratched her head. That's because Grandma doesn't know how to care for them. Raising rabbits isn't as simple as it looks. It requires careful attention. For example, rabbits have weak stomachs and can't drink straight well water. They need cooled boiled water. They also need tender grass that isn't dewy. Their nests should be big and cleaned regularly. Rabbits are very shy, so they must not be startled. Wu Hohat listened carefully and nodded repeatedly. Then she asked, Daughter, how do you know how to raise rabbits? You never mentioned it before. Jin Xiao had already prepared her excuse. I read about it in a book, she said confidently. Wu Hohat looked puzzled. Could this really be her daughter? She didn't remember Jin Xiao knowing how to read. How could she read books? Jin Xiao seemed to understand her thoughts and calmly explained, Mom, don't forget, your brother-in-law is a scholar. After I married in, my husband taught me to read, write, and do math. Otherwise, how could I manage this household? Good heavens, my daughter just got married, and she's already taking charge and knows how to read and do math. Wu Hohat gently touched her daughter's face, smiling so broadly her eyes crinkled. She looked at Xie Jinnan, who was walking in with the rabbit cage, and kept praising him. Such a good son-in-law is rare. Not only is he capable himself, but he's also taught my daughter so well. Xie Jinnan looked a bit shy.
Kof, Jinner is clever.
I didn't teach her much. Only the two of them knew the truth. Her little wife was a treasure, and she didn't need much teaching. Li Dao had already arranged the cows and was now kneeling in front of the rabbit cage, looking at the plump rabbits inside, very pleased. Where did the son-in-law get these rabbits? They're so fat. He had seen many wild rabbits before, but most only weighed 4 or 5 jin. Each of these weighed at least 6 or 7 jin. Bought from a hunter, Xie Jinnan replied vaguely, quickly changing the subject. To raise rabbits, we need to build a rabbit house. Dad, I drew a plan. Just follow it. He took out a design drawing from his chest pocket. Yes, it was Jin Xiao's drawing of the rabbit house, with measurements marked. It was made to fit the rabbit size. Considering they would breed in the future, the design was big and comfortable. The height should be enough to let the rabbit stand upright. Li Dao looked at the blueprint with surprise and happiness. The son-in-law is truly educated. He even draws so well. He put away the blueprint and pocketed it. We'll build the rabbit nest later. Wife, cook some rice for the 3 of us first. Wu Guohua quickly stood up and asked Li Dao to go catch chickens at the chicken coop. It was still the 5 hens they separated earlier, one not slaughtered, kept for laying eggs. It was a rare trip back, and, hearing so much good news, she wanted to celebrate properly. Wu Guohua first went to prepare 3 bowls of sweet soup. If the son-in-law is tired, go rest in the Tianhe room. I'll call you when it's time to eat. Xie Jinnan spoke softly. Mother, no need to be polite. I'm not tired. I can do as I please. Wu Guohua looked at him, growing more satisfied, her smile deepening the wrinkles around her eyes. Last time, she still called her mother-in-law, Now she called her mother directly. Her attitude was more friendly and respectful than before. It was probably because her and her husband's relationship was getting better. After finishing his water, Xie Jinnen went out to help his father-in-law boil water and pluck chickens. Son-in-law, you shouldn't do it. I can handle it. People say scholars don't cook, and the son-in-law is refined and gentle. How could he slaughter chickens? Xie Jinnen rolled up his sleeves, picked up the knife on the chopping board, and smiled. It's okay. Scholars shouldn't only read books. Hands-on skills are also important. Meanwhile, little Yu, the young girl, followed Li Tianhe to cut grass and feed the cattle. Wu Guohua reminded her son to take good care of his younger sister, then turned to Jin Xiu and went to the vegetable garden. The garden was behind the house, enclosed with bamboo sticks and thorny branches to keep people and animals out. It was about 1/3 of an acre, with rows of lush green vegetables. There were rapeseed, cabbage, water spinach, loofah, chives, and chili peppers. Jin Xiu bent over to pick the rapeseed. Wu Guohua squatted nearby, pulling weeds. She looked at her daughter, hesitated for a moment, and suddenly asked softly, "Daughter, have you and the son-in-law been intimate?" Jin Xiu, is it really that straightforward? She awkwardly cleared her throat. Not yet. Not yet. Wu Guohua's eyes widened. The son-in-law is young and vigorous. He probably, mother, it's not what you think. Jin Xiu interrupted with a black line across her forehead. How could he not be capable? She had experienced that firsthand, scary. What do you mean? Wu Guohua saw her daughter's face turn slightly red and felt like teasing her. She smiled and leaned in close to her ear. Her daughter left in a hurry that day, and she hadn't yet taught her about married life. Compared to before she went to the Xie family, Jin Xiu now had fairer skin and a fuller figure. She was no longer thin and dark, looking lively and bright. Could the son-in-law resist? It had nothing to do with her own thoughts. Jin Xiu also did not hide her feelings. My husband says I am still young and not in a hurry. He wants to wait a couple of years. You are already of age, and your life is coming together. You're a big girl now, not young anymore. Wu Hohat paused, her gaze on her chest for a second. Luckily, she wasn't small. Frowning, she clearly didn't agree with this reason. Jin Xiu raised an eyebrow. She was only 15 when she came of age. She knew that in ancient times, people married and had children early, but this was a bit too soon. In modern times, she was still in middle school at this age. My husband has different ideas. He read in a book that it's better for women not to get pregnant too early because it's bad for health. He wants to wait for my sake. He also said he plans to take the imperial exams next year. Once he becomes a scholar or a successful candidate, he will think about having children. He wants to give our children a good environment to grow up in, she explained confidently. A smile spread across Wu Hohat's face. Your husband is very thoughtful. It seems he really cares about you. Since that was the case, she didn't have much to say. Her husband was a learned man. Naturally, he thought ahead more than ordinary folks like them. But Wu Hohat lowered her voice further. However, you shouldn't really make your husband feel wronged. He's so smart, capable, and handsome. You must hold his heart tightly. Between husband and wife, it's not always necessary to be intimate. When you have free time, I'll teach you some skills. Men, are all the same. Once they taste something sweet, they'll stick to you tightly. Jin Xiu. What skills? Was she thinking of something else? All these bold words. Isn't it said that ancient people were very reserved and modest? No need for skills then. As an experienced woman, she had watched many videos in her past life. She was quite seasoned. Ahem. Who knows who taught whom? They pinched some oilseed rape and picked 2 loofahs to go back. Looking at the old hen on the stove, which had shed feathers and had its insides removed, she said, Mother, let's make chicken wine. Originally, she wanted to eat plain boiled chicken. But this hen looked a bit old. It was better suited for soup or making chicken wine. Wu Hohat chopped the chicken into pieces. Making chicken wine wasn't difficult. Add salt and ginger, stir-fry the chicken, then add enough water to cover and simmer, finishing with a splash of yellow wine. Jin Xiu went out to fetch a small basket and came back with 7 eggs. 4 for stir-fried loofah and 3 for steamed eggs, she said. Wu Ho Hot was lighting the fire and looked up at her. We have eggs at home, no need to go far to get more. Save them for ourselves. How many eggs can a few hens lay? Don't worry, mother. We now have over 20 old hens, and each one lays a lot of eggs. We can't even eat them all. While her family was starting to make a living, her mother earned money and bought some old hens to raise for eggs. Next time, I won't bring them along. Tianhe is still growing and needs to eat well. Only you 3 are at home, and he is the only boy. He should help share the chores, so he needs to eat well, she said as she cracked eggs and muttered. Wu Guohua listened with a smile that creased her eyes. Her daughter had grown up and become sensible, and now she was starting to remind her mother. Big sister, what delicious food are you making? Li Tianhe swaggered in confidently, smelling the aroma of rice and looking at the chicken and eggs in the pot. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Can I eat 3 bowls of rice later? Wu Guohua saw him sweaty, with a red face from the sun, and his clothes soaked through. She was annoyed and picked up a dry branch to tap his calf twice. Where's your spirit? Where's your sister? Li Tianhe, tough-skinned and thick, didn't mind. The gentle tap on his calf felt like a tickle. He scratched his head foolishly. My sister is feeding the cows in the backyard. Jin Xiao, carrying a big bowl, stirred the eggs while watching him. Tianhe, do you want to eat enough every day and have 3 bowls of rice at every meal?
Li Tianhe nudeja jarli.
Yes, sister, from now on, we'll raise rabbits to sell. When we make money, you can eat as much as you want. So, you need to take good care of the rabbits, clean their cages, and cut grass for them every day. Li Tianhe patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, sister. I promise to raise the rabbits fat and white. Li Tianhe was strong and simple-minded, but he was very thoughtful and kind. When he was young, he often hid things from Grandma Lu, saving some food to take care of and save a fledgling bird that fell from a tree. So Jin Xiao trusted him to take care of the rabbits. After eating, Li Dio suggested going to town to buy wood to build a rabbit hutch. Wu Guohua immediately gave him some silver and told him to buy some meat and vegetables. Xiao Yu, do you want to go? Tianhe? Sister-in-law, I want to go. Sister, I'll go too. I'll watch over my little sister, said the 2 children excitedly, jumping up and following Xie Jinan and Li Dio to the ox cart. Li Dio looked at the front of the cart, his eyes shining. Dad can handle the ox, right? Wanna try? Li Tianhe shook his head like a rattle. Brother-in-law, you'd better not let Dad try. What if he falls into the pit? Xiao Yu raised her hand and said clearly, it's okay. We can jump off the cart. Li Tianhe laughed heartily. Then Dad will fall and get a bad fall. Li Dio actually wanted to say no, but hearing this, he slapped his silly son on the back. You little rascal, daring to mock your dad. He looked at Xie Jinan with a dry smile. Let's wait. When there's time, my brother-in-law can teach me alone. A few people went to town. The mother and daughter stayed at home. Wu Ho Hot was tidying up the storage room. In the courtyard, there were 3 main rooms, 1 main hall, and the other 2 belonged to Wu Ho Hot and her husband, and Li Tianhe. On the west side, there were 2 rooms, a kitchen and a storage room. When the family was first divided, there were only 2 wooden beds in the house. Later, Wu Ho Hot added a bed in the storage room, thinking that when her husband and she returned, they would have a place to sleep. This bed is a bit small. Let Tianhe sleep here tonight. You, your husband, and little Jade can stay in his room. Jin Xiao helped tidy up. Okay. After tidying the room, Wu Ho Hot found 2 thin quilts from her own room's cage box. One was even used by Jin Xiao before her wedding. It looked a bit old, but was clean and neat. I washed these 2 quilts by the river earlier and dried them in the sun, Jin Xiao said, leaning in to smell. Yes. They still smell of sunshine. She smiled and said, luckily mother is diligent and the house is well kept. It's not as good as blue bricks and black tiles, but a golden nest or silver nest isn't better than our own dog's nest, Wu Ho Hot said as she carried the quilt into the room and spread it out. Just now, during the meal, the seedling trays were moved to a corner of the main hall and stacked. Jin Xiao picked up one and placed it on the dining table, then said to Wu Ho Hot, Mother, I have something to tell you. These are seedling trays my husband and I had made. I plan to teach you how to grow yellow bean sprouts to sell in town. Wu Ho-hot looked confused. Fish fry trays. Jin Xiao chuckled. Not fish fry, seedling trays. Oh, once they're made, you'll see. Do you have any yellow beans at home? Wu Ho-hot nodded. Yes, I do. She waved her hand. This is a way to make money. You and your husband can do it yourselves. We'll just raise rabbits. Mother, rabbits need to breed and grow up before they can be sold, which takes several months. During that time, we need some income. Does your husband know about this? Wu Ho-hot asked. Giving some rice and food to her family was fine, but teaching them how to make money, what kind of thing was that? She was worried her daughter might lose face in her husband's family. Honestly, Mother, not long ago, I found an old book that recorded several methods for growing yellow beans. We followed the instructions to make tofu and bean curd skins to sell and earn some money. Later, we even built a small workshop. Now, our family can earn dozens of taels of silver each month. Wu Ho-hot gasped, feeling dizzy and almost unable to believe what she heard. Dozens of taels a month. She couldn't even imagine it. With their small farmland, they worked hard for 2 years and couldn't earn that much. And they still had to pay grain taxes. After the shock, she felt a burst of joy. No wonder they let you run the household. My daughter has made great achievements. Yes, I will raise rabbits and grow bean sprouts. Even if my grandparents and in-laws find out, they won't mind. Don't worry, Mother, Jin Xiao reassured Wu Ho-hot. She then asked, I remember we got dozens of pounds of soybeans when we moved out. Are there any leftovers? Wu Ho-hot turned and carried out 50 pounds of soybeans. They're all here. Jin Xiao began teaching her how to grow bean sprouts. First, soak the soybeans. Pour the soybeans into 10 small trays, covering the seeds with water about 1 to 2 centimeters. She designed the seed trays to be large enough to hold 1 gene of soybeans, which can produce about 4 or 5 gene of bean sprouts. So, 10 trays could produce around 40 to 50 gene of sprouts. This is the first step. Soak for 4 hours, Jin Xiao said. She glanced at the storage space, which held a clock she got from the market, much easier than guessing the time by the sun. It was now 1:30 p.m. The second step would be done at 9:30 p.m. The ox cart arrived at Yunnan town. Following Li Dayu's instructions, Xie Jin Nan didn't stay in town, but headed west. The ox cart turned onto the main road. Xie Jin Nan was very familiar with this road, which led toward Laizhou. After about 10 minutes, a fork appeared ahead. At the fork, there was a woodworking shop. The shop was large, with a lush forest behind it. On the open ground, various sizes of wood were neatly stacked, from fine boards to thick logs. On the right was the wood processing area, where a few workers, holding sharp planers, were busy. Since Laizhou was nearby and transportation was convenient, many merchants and individuals came in and out of the shop. Yesterday, Li Zhensheng received 2 orders for wooden cabinets and came today to buy wood. As he left the shop, he noticed a ox cart parked under a pine tree. Someone was getting off the cart. He recognized the person immediately. He squinted and walked over. Brother, Tianhe. Li Diyu didn't expect to meet Li Zhensheng here. Then he thought about it. His younger brother was running a furniture shop in town, so it wasn't strange for him to come here. Are you here to order wood? Li Zhensheng raised an eyebrow. Why would I come here? My son-in-law and I came to buy some planks, Li Zhensheng replied. Son-in-law? His gaze shifted to the tall, handsome Xie Jin Nan. He paused, then suddenly smiled. He looks pretty good. I think that girl from the second house is quite lucky. Don't you agree, big brother? Li Diyu didn't deny it. If he had any resentment toward the second branch before, it had mostly faded now. What had happened was done. It couldn't be changed. Since Jin Xiao married into the Xie family, life had only gotten better. Now, he and his wife were quite satisfied with the Xie family and their son-in-law, better than those troublesome descendants from the Sun family. Li Zhensheng saw that his face still looked pretty good, so he took the opportunity to speak eagerly. Big brother, we are brothers. I only have you as my big brother, and you only have me as your younger brother. Brothers shouldn't hold grudges overnight. We are family, so why not move back home and forget about splitting up? Li Tianhe moved his ears and stiffened his neck. Uncle, we won't move now. Things are fine as they are. Li Jiansheng was displeased and said, Tianhe, family matters are not for you to decide. Li Dia looked at him with dark, serious eyes. Li Jiansheng didn't feel guilty and said confidently, Big brother, why bother? We only have a few acres of land, and we pay taxes on grain. When the weather is good, we can manage, but what if it's not? You should think about yourself, but also about sister-in-law and Tianhe. Moving back home would be great. Even if the fields don't bring in income later, I will support us. Li Dia sighed softly. Big brother, I appreciate your kindness, but I don't want to live that kind of life anymore, working hard every day and being scolded for doing nothing. Li Jiansheng frowned. What are you talking about, big brother? That's because their wives are short-sighted. I've never thought like that. Li Dia wanted to ask, if you've never thought like that, then why, knowing our situation at home, do you never speak up fairly? He slowly said, actually big brother has never thought that way either. Li Jiansheng was puzzled. What do you mean? Never. Because I am more capable than big brother, I feel resentful. But on the contrary, I am happy and proud of you. Li Jiansheng was stunned. Li Dia sighed and patted his shoulder. That's good. If we keep living together and keep arguing, I'm afraid we'll lose even this brotherly bond. We need to buy some wood, so let's not talk more. After saying that, they all went into the wood workshop. Only Li Jiansheng stayed behind, nervously scratching his head, lost in thought. After buying the wood, they piled the logs onto a cart to one side, with people sitting on the other side. The cart left the workshop and went back to town to buy vegetables. They had a hearty lunch at noon. Dinner could be simple, but not too casual. Meat was necessary. The pork from the afternoon wasn't very fresh. Li Dia discussed with Xie Jinan about buying fish at the fish market. Young master, I'll go buy fish. You and Tianhe and Xiao, you can take a walk ahead. They were now standing at an intersection, going uphill to a vegetable market. Down the street was a busy street with stalls, and the sound of people calling out to attract customers echoed nearby. The market was not crowded in the afternoon. Li Tianhe was worried that his sister might get lost, so he held Xiaoyu tightly and followed Xie Jinan closely. Would you like to eat sugar paintings? Xie Jinan turned to ask the two of them. Although Xiaoyu didn't lack candies to eat, children never get tired of sweets, especially since those sugar paintings are so beautiful. Vivid fish, dancing butterflies, adorable rabbits. Li Tian, he doesn't really like sweets, but his eyes were fixed on the toy stall across the street. The next moment, he looked up at his brother-in-law with a face full of longing. Xie Jinan smiled and bought a sugar painting for each of them. Then he went to the toy stall and let them choose their favorite. Xiaoyu picked a roly-poly doll, and Li Tian, he hugged a plush tiger, not wanting to let go. They asked the price. Xie Jinan took out some money. At that moment, a grandfather and grandson arrived at the stall. The stall owner looked at the elderly man and said, Old Lu, you're out shopping with your grandson today? Old Lu chuckled. Not much work lately, been staying at home for several days. The little grandson glanced at the birthday figure roly-poly in Xiaoyu's hand and said, Grandpa, I want one too. Please buy it for me. Old Lu picked up a similar roly-poly doll. How much? Since it's you, a bit cheaper, 13 cents. Usually sold for 18 cents. That's too kind of you. Well, your craftsmanship is good. Last year, you built a sturdy and nice wall for our house, and your prices are fair. I want to thank you. Xiaoyu held her candies in one hand and her toy in the other, walking back with Xie Jinan. Near the crossroad, Li Dayu was walking toward them, carrying a fish. Dad, look, a plush tiger. Brother-in-law bought it for me, and a sugar painting tiger. Fake tigers aren't fun. Do you dare to play with a real tiger? Hee hee, my birthday figure is more interesting. I want to be a hero and fight tigers. Li Tian, he clenched his fists, which were half as thick as those of children his age, and waved them confidently. Li Di looked a bit embarrassed and said to Xie Jinan, Sorry for the trouble, sir. Xie Jinan quickly said, As long as the kids are happy. Is there anything else to buy? If not, let's go home. Dad, not yet. We need to find someone. Wu Ho Hot was squatting by the stove, scooping ash from the fire. Jin Xiao came in and handed her a bag of silver. Mom, here are 50 taels. Keep it. Wu Ho Hot glared at her. You little girl, don't you want to stay with your husband? I know you're earning money now and growing up, but you can't just give everything to your family. Jin Xiao scolded. Enough, Mom. This silver is for respecting you and Dad. You've raised me all these years. I earn about 80 or 90 taels a month. What's wrong with giving a few dozen? Family should share happiness. If you don't take it, I'll feel uneasy. She knew she wouldn't accept too much, so she gave 50 taels as a token. The next day, to make it easier to sell bean sprouts in town, she wanted to buy a bullock cart, which was quite affordable. You're really growing up, her mother said. One word from me is worth 10 of yours. She scolded with a smile on her face. After some persuasion, she finally agreed. Wu Ho Hot held the heavy silver in her hands and felt lighthearted. 50 taels. At her age, this was the first time she had so much money entirely under her control. She decided to hide it well. Wu Ho Hot happily went back to her room. Jin Xiao was busy removing ashes and filled a basket. Suddenly, she heard noises outside the yard. She got up and went out, seeing an older man in his 50s on the bullock cart. Before she could ask, Xie Jin Nan introduced him. This is Uncle Lu, a bricklayer. I asked him to help rebuild the wall for our house, so I brought him to see how many bricks we need. Jin Xiao's eyes lit up. Building a wall was a good idea. The fence around the yard was inconvenient. Outsiders could see inside clearly, especially for safety. The meat rabbits were big and cute, like little piglets, and it was hard to prevent others from coveting them. Li Dao also came out and said to Wu Ho Hot, Jin Nan is right. If we raise rabbits, the fence isn't safe and bamboo is easy to damage. We'd have to repair it often. It's better to do it all at once so we don't have to worry all the time. Wu Ho Hot agreed. I understand. Let's build it. Now, they had over 50 taels of silver. She was willing to spend a few taels on bricks and mortar. Jin Xiao looked at Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu, I want to build a 6-foot-high wall. Please estimate how many bricks we'll need. 6 feet is about 1.9 meters. She planned to put sharp, broken porcelain on top of the wall for extra security. Wu Ho Hot went to the kitchen and brought back a bowl of sweet water. Here, Uncle, have some sweet water first. Sorry to trouble you. Uncle Lu was experienced and stood in the yard with the bowl, glancing around. The yard was about 90% enclosed. For a 1.9-meter wall, considering waste and gaps during construction, he estimated they would need about 2,500 bricks. Jin Xiao nodded. Can we start tomorrow? Uncle Lu smiled. We can, but you'll need to buy the bricks. Do you know where to buy bricks? She asked. There's a kiln in Tangtu village that sells both green and clay bricks. They have over 2,000 bricks in stock, I think. If not, they'd have to order, which would take more time. Jin Xiao then asked how much the bricks and wall construction would cost. About 1 tael of silver for every 1,000 bricks. Building the wall costs about 30 cents a day for one person, including meals. I and my 2 sons can do it in about 2 days. Wu Guifei immediately decided, head of the household. You and the son-in-law go to Tangtu village. If they have goods, that's best. Have them bring it tomorrow. If not, then settle. So, the 2 of them took old Lu back to the brick kiln in Tangtu village. There were still 6,000 bricks, and they agreed on 2,500 bricks, costing a total of 2 taels and 500 coins. The delivery would be made tomorrow morning. After sending old Lu back to town, they hurried home without delay. At that time, it was the 2nd quarter of the hour. Jin Xiao and her sister were cooking dinner in the kitchen. Xie Jin Nan and a few others were building a rabbit nest in the yard. They finished a rough shape and planned to continue building it at night after dinner. As night fell, the bright moon rose slowly, illuminating the yard brightly. Under the moonlight, Xie Jin Nan and Li Dao took the opportunity to finish building the remaining rabbit nest. Li Tianhe handed over materials nearby. Little Yu, the young friend, had played all day and was sleeping soundly in the room. Jin Xiao glanced at the time, almost 9:30. She and Wu Guifei went to the kitchen, evenly spreading soaked seeds on the seedling trays, selecting and discarding bad seeds, and covering them with water basins. Open the lid and water 2 or 3 times a day. If the seeds rot, pick them out. Once they sprout and take root, add water to the basin underneath. The most important thing is to keep the bean sprouts from sunlight. Wu Guifei nodded nearby and praised, "This basin is very useful and convenient." Jin Xiu smiled and said, "Actually, wooden basins or buckets can also be used. The steps are similar." The rabbit nests were built overnight. A layer of dry straw was laid at the bottom, and 6 rabbits were placed inside, with plenty of space. 60 or 70 could be comfortably housed. Wu Guifei and Li Dao thought about building a wall around them tomorrow. The family would have a livelihood in the future, and they wouldn't have to worry about an empty money box anymore. They were so excited they couldn't sleep all night. However, Jin Xiu was a bit of a light sleeper and only fell asleep around midnight. She woke up at 9 the next day. Wu Guifei couldn't help but complain. The son-in-law gets up before the hour of the dragon, 7 a.m., to help fetch water and chop wood. You child only got up now. Before marriage, she had to get up early to do chores. After marriage, she became lazy. Jin Xiu shrugged and yawned as she went to wash up. Only the mother and daughter were at home. Li Tianhe and Xie Xiaoyu went to cut grass and feed the rabbits. Xie Jinnan and Li Dao went to Tangtu village to fetch bricks. Tangtu village is separated from Shangyuan village by one village. It takes about 15 minutes by car. The kiln factory also sent 2 donkey carts, each carrying about 200 bricks, along with a cow cart. They planned to make 2 round trips to bring back half the bricks. During the first trip, old Lu and his 2 sons arrived with tools. The mud bricks were piled outside the fence. They began building the foundation wall, starting by dismantling the fence and beginning from the backyard, tearing down as they went. The mother and daughter moved the dining table into the yard. Working hard and sweating made them thirsty. Wu Ho-hot did not prepare sweet water. Instead, she grabbed 2 handfuls of homemade coarse tea, brewed a large basin of it, and then placed 3 small bowls on the dining table, covering them with lids to keep out dust. She left the village westward along a winding path leading to the valley, where clear water flowed gently. This was the place where wild grasses were the freshest and softest. A bamboo basket was set aside, and Li Tianhe was busy cutting grass with a huff. Xie Xiaoyu didn't have a sickle, so she used her small hands to pull the grass. After a while, she felt bored and jumped around to another spot, chasing butterflies. Suddenly, she noticed a tiny figure curled up by a large rock on the riverbank. It was a fuzzy, wet bundle of fur, with hair sticking to its skin and soft whimpering sounds. Xie Xiaoyu's dark eyes lit up as she approached and squatted down. The furry creature saw someone coming and whimpered weakly, instinctively shrinking back. "Be good, don't be afraid," she whispered softly, gently reaching out her hand. The fuzzy thing hesitated, then licked her with a pink tongue. When Li Tianhe came back, carrying the bamboo basket, he saw her holding a wet little creature. "A tiny tiger?" Xie Xiaoyu exclaimed. "It's a puppy, not a tiny tiger." "It's a tiny tiger," Li Tianhe said, pointing to its orange-yellow and gray fur with dark stripes and spots, wearing a colorful tiger pattern with bright red eyes. It looked very much like his fabric tiger. "I told you it's a puppy," Xie Xiaoyu said, puffing out her cheeks. In the next moment, as if to prove her point or to show who she was, the furry creature tried hard to lift its little head and stubbornly barked woof. Li Tianhe's eyes widened and his face froze. Then it barked again, making his scalp tingle and causing him to step back quickly.
A dog.
He was most afraid of dogs. Xie Xiaoyu gently stroked its wet fur and said, "It looks so pitiful. Let's take the puppy home and raise it, okay?"
No.
Li Tianhe shook his head like a rattledrum. It might bite. Thinking back to when he was a child and got bitten on the butt by a village dog, the pain still lingered, making him grimace. Xie Xiaoyu pouted and said, "It's very well behaved, it won't bite. Even dogs are afraid of tigers." She blushed shyly. Li Tianhe showed a look of helplessness. He hadn't seen a real tiger before, but his fear of dogs was deeply ingrained. "We're going home now." Xie Xiaoyu carried the puppy happily toward home, like a little rabbit.
Li Tianhe trudged behind, looking dejected. In the yard, the clean, well-fed puppy was now sleeping under the eaves, soaking up the warm sunlight. It was so comfortable that it stuck out its pink tongue and wagged its little tail lazily.
Suddenly,
A small hand gently lifted it, and suddenly it opened its eyes. It looked up at a familiar face and comfortably nestled in a soft, tiny embrace. Xiaoyu took the flower from her hair and placed it on the puppy. She looked at the cute, adorable puppy, gently rubbed its fur with her small head, then put it on the ground. Wu Guohua sat at the kitchen door, pinching water spinach, watching a person and a dog playing in the yard, and made a few remarks. I wonder if it's possible that it's really a tiger born and raised by dogs, so it barks like a dog, she said. Jin Xiu looked up briefly, then lowered her head to break the water spinach. According to the book, there's a kind of dog called a tiger-striped dog, and this might be one, she said. Li Tianhe had just fed the little rabbit. The sturdy, chubby boy, now looking like a small mouse, tiptoed quietly into the house with a person and a dog, trying to stay unnoticed, afraid his sister would call him to play. Their mother and daughter watched and laughed happily. Wu Guohua deliberately raised her voice, saying, I think we should catch 2 big dogs to guard the house. No one will dare to come in then. Jin Xiu covered her mouth and laughed, replying, Good idea. Let's go to town tomorrow to look. No way. Suddenly, a puffed-up head appeared behind the door. I'm afraid of dogs, Jin Xiu teased. Then what should we do? The rabbits at home still need someone to watch over them, she replied. Li Tianhe's thick eyebrows furrowed like a knot, then suddenly brightened. Sister, you could catch some big geese. Grandpa the village chief had 2 big geese that pecked at everyone. Jin Xiu stroked her chin. Catching geese sounds good too. Li Tianhe was delighted. The puppy barked, woof. The head quickly retracted, showing how timid it was. Jin Xiu laughed, her shoulders shaking. Wu Guohua burst into hearty laughter. Layers of mud bricks rose from the ground, each layer tightly bonded with mud. Old Lu and his 3 sons wiped sweat from their foreheads, listening to the cheerful sounds in the yard, and couldn't help but smile. What's so happy about? Li Dao strode in, followed by Xia Jin Nan. Jin Xiu asked, Dad, have you learned to drive the ox cart? Yes, I've gone around the village twice, no problem, he replied. Wu Guohua threw the last water spinach into the basket, saying, It's your turn after lunch. Don't forget, you also need to fix the yard gate. Li Dao patted his forehead. Almost forgot. Okay, I'll go after I finish eating. Wu Guohua smiled and looked at Xia Jin Nan, saying, Guan Yi, rest well at home this afternoon, all right? Xia Jin Nan smiled and nodded. They would have a meal together at noon. This morning, they bought 2 jin of pork belly from the village butcher, stewed it with cabbage, and made a gourd and egg soup, white steamed buns, and rice mixed with some grains. This was considered a good harvest in the countryside. Lu San and his son ate happily and worked harder. Hey, Jin Xiu is back. I saw your father driving an ox cart around the village. Isn't that your cart? Did you buy a new ox or build a mud wall? Are you getting rich? Jin Xiu carried a basin of tea and saw a woman nibbling on wild fruit, walking in small steps. Jin Xiu didn't remember this person at first. She thought for a moment. Oh, it's Chow Posey from the village, a gossip who is always around when there's news. She had been rescued from the river by her husband, and she spread rumors that day, saying she was with a man in the river, damaging her reputation. Thinking of this, Jin Xiu didn't look kindly on Chow Posey and rolled her eyes at her. Whether we're getting rich has nothing to do with you. Chow Posey wasn't upset. She chewed her wild fruit and said, Why are you so angry? I didn't offend you. Bah, I didn't offend you? When my daughter fell into the water, you were shouting everywhere. You said I was cheating or something, ruining my reputation. I'll tear your mouth apart. Wu Hohot crossed her arms and walked away cursing. All right, I was wrong. I'm old and my eyes are blurry, Chow Posey said, looking at her with a sly expression. Jin Xiu was speechless for a moment. This woman had no shame. She threw away the leftover fruit pit, then looked around with her old eyes. She saw a rectangular wooden house under the dismantled fence to the east and walked straight over. There were 6 big rabbits as big as piglets.
She stared at them. Wow, where did so many rabbits come from? They're well kept, like little pigs. Then she looked at Wu Ho-hot with envy. You're so lucky. Your daughter is obedient. Your son-in-law is capable, and he's a scholar. He looks smart. When he becomes a scholar, you'll be proud. Jin Xiao and her husband had only been back for 2 days. They were repairing the mud wall and raising rabbits. Everyone in the village knew. Lu Posey favored her own family. They had only a few acres of land, and their belongings and money were limited. Wu Ho-hot didn't have money to build a wall or buy rabbits. It was probably her daughter and son-in-law helping her. Chow Posey praised her daughter and son-in-law as if she didn't want money. Wu Ho-hot's face improved a lot. The next moment, this old woman made her angry again. Oh, I never thought my eldest daughter would be like this. Your family is so lucky. You used to look down on the Xie family, didn't you? You didn't know how good you had it. Nonsense. If you keep making things up, I'll kick you out. She grabbed a broom by the door and forcefully struck the ground with its wooden handle, making a loud thud. Grandma Chow shrank back and muttered, I didn't say anything wrong. If I did, why are you causing trouble and talking about splitting the family? Wu Guohua frowned and was about to argue. Jin Xiao calmly spoke up, my parents don't look down on my husband's family. They just feel sorry for their daughter being bullied. Isn't that right, mother? Wu Guohua glared at Grandma Chow. Although my daughter's marriage to the Sun family was only agreed upon verbally in the village, that's considered a betrothal. It's said that Pearl is also from the Li family, so marrying her would be fine. But when the Sun family sent a matchmaker and asked to change to Pearl, that indirectly confirmed that my eldest daughter was originally promised to the Sun family. Why would they want to change the person otherwise? It's just nonsense. The reason they didn't formalize the marriage earlier was because of natural disasters and bad harvests, which made it hard to raise children. Many children died prematurely. If they married too early, any misfortune could harm the reputation of either side and make future marriage difficult. After discussing, the elders decided to only agree verbally for now and wait until Jin Xiao was 16 to officially marry. Wu Guohua spat and said, what I look down on isn't the Xie family, but the Sun family. Don't forget, my father-in-law once helped the Sun family a lot. Even an ordinary man wouldn't just show up and ruin a marriage to marry someone else. If this got out, my daughter's reputation would be ruined. If they want to back out, it should be us who do it. They have no right. The Sun family is shameless and ungrateful. If their second branch wants to marry, let them. I don't care. At some point, several villagers had gathered outside the yard, having finished lunch and wandering over to watch Uncle Lu build a wall, gossiping along the way. Hearing Wu Guohua scolding that annoying gossip, a few villagers got more interested. The Sun family really isn't honest. They shouldn't just abandon a good girl like that. How will she marry anyone in the future? I think Aunt Lu is too biased. Even if the second branch runs a shop in town and makes money, the main family still works hard at home. They tend to dozens of acres of land, and in good years, they earn over 20 taels of silver. But after splitting the family, they only get this little. No wonder the main family feels upset. Exactly, they're pushing their luck. We'll see what happens at New Year. Grandma Chow, you love meddling. Whether they split the family or not has nothing to do with you. Mind your own business. Before Grandma Chow could reply, Wu Guohua and the others started scolding her. Suddenly, a broom was swung at her face, nearly hitting her nose. She was so frightened she twisted her body and ran away. You old fool, if you dare to spread rumors again, I will go to your house, tear down your door, and sew your mouth shut, Wu Ho-hot scolded. Grandma Chow let out a cry and ran faster on her little feet. Everyone burst into laughter. Don't be angry. It's not worth getting sick over these people, Jingxiu said as she patted her mother's back and comforted her. In the future, we will get better and better, so don't pay attention to those idle words, okay? She comforted like a child, making Wu Ho-hot smile happily. I think things are good now, but I can't stand it. If the son-in-law hears about it. She glanced inside the house and spoke more quietly. He won't mind or care. Our relationship is good, and others can't stir trouble. Wu Hohat kept urging Xie Jinan to rest in his room. So, Xie Jinan was reading inside. There was no desk in the room. He sat upright on a stool, focused on his book. Suddenly, he heard voices outside the yard, as if Wu Hohat was arguing with someone. Soon, the noise stopped, and he sat back on the stool. His mind couldn't concentrate anymore. It seemed that whenever he went back to his mother's house, someone would mention the Sun family, comparing him with the Sun family's young master. His mother-in-law said she looked down on the Sun family. What did Jinger think? She jumped into the river for the Sun family's young master. He had deliberately ignored this fact. This issue lingered in Xie Jinan's mind, so much so that Jingxiu came in without him noticing. Jingxiu sat on his lap. What are you thinking about, so absorbed? Nothing, he said awkwardly, turning his face away. No, Jinger must care about him. They had gone through life and death together, almost committed to each other, inseparable. What does that Sun family's young master matter? It's all in the past now. Jingxiu couldn't help but smile softly. Xie Jinan looked at her, helplessly pinching her little nose. What are you laughing at? Such a carefree little thing. Jingxiu hooked her arms around his neck and gently pulled him closer. Their noses almost touched. I'm laughing because it's so easy to guess your thoughts. Did you hear everything?